The CEO's wife wanted to divorce me for her long-lost white moonlight who had returned from abroad, but I forcefully pinned her down and took her 99 times, all because the original host had simped for her for 7 years without ever succeeding. The wife had always remained chaste for her white moonlight, and as a transmigrator, how could I tolerate such humiliation? I immediately carried my struggling wife into the bedroom. At this moment, my wife, Su Qingxue, looked at me with a mix of shame and anger. You bastard, it's already been 10 times, when will you stop? Su Qingxue clearly remembered that her initial intention was simply to divorce him. To ensure a smooth divorce, she had even offered him an extra 10 million in compensation. But after he bumped his head, things took an unexpected turn, and somehow, she found herself being carried to bed by him in a daze. I don't want to either, but Su Qingxue, I've loved you for 7 years. The thought of us divorcing tomorrow, and you throwing yourself into Ji Zifeng's arms from now on, makes my heart ache so much I can't breathe, I said with a pitiful expression. Ji Zifeng was Su Qingxue's unattainable white moonlight from her university days. After graduation, he went abroad with his girlfriend. Recently, he suddenly reached out to Su Qingxue, saying he was tired and ready to return home, and he made it clear that he was coming back specifically to be with her. So this foolish woman, Su Qingxue, couldn't wait to divorce me. Hearing my words, Su Qingxue fell silent. She knew Lin Zhe had liked her for 7 years, and because his eyes somewhat resembled Ji Zifeng's, she had chosen him as a substitute. After 3 years of marriage, Su Qingxue admitted that Lin Zhe had taken care of her in every possible way. Although she didn't love Lin Zhe, she acknowledged that he was a good marriage partner. One last time, Su Qingxue compromised. I didn't speak, nor did I have the time to. The moment Su Qingxue finished speaking, I pulled her fragrant, soft body into my arms. You, be gentle, Su Qingxue cooed, her voice dripping with seduction. After the exhilarating battle, Su Qingxue was so exhausted that she fainted. I didn't sleep. Instead, I lit a cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, I still couldn't figure out how I had ended up crossing over. Originally, I was just a street tough on Blue Star, but I got too good at it and ended up with a bullet to the head. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in this bizarre world. At first, I was secretly pleased. Not only had I been reborn, but Su Qingxue was also incredibly alluring. However, that joy didn't last long before Su Qingxue brought up divorce. Instantly irritated, I ended up doing what followed. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to take a loss. After finishing the cigarette, I lay down beside Su Qingxue. She instinctively curled into my arms, docile as a kitten, with none of her usual aloof and dignified demeanor. I looked at her with mixed emotions. The thought of the impending divorce tomorrow made my heart ache instantly. I knew it was just the lingering consciousness of the original host acting up. I had no feelings for Su Qingxue. I touched my vigorously beating heart and muttered to myself, if the sky wants to rain or your mother wants to remarry, there's nothing you can do. Her heart's no longer with you, so grieving is pointless. Honestly, you didn't lose out. You loved her for 7 years, and even though you're divorcing now, you still had her. Divorce is just divorce. In the future, I'll find you a few more girls to properly reward your body, and all the grievances you suffered before, I'll avenge them for you, so just rest in peace. As soon as the words fell, a faint sigh reached my ears, and then the pain in my heart vanished. The night passed in silence. The next day, the moment Su Qingxue opened her eyes, she saw Lin Zhe's familiar face. He had already woken up at some point and was gazing at her. I chuckled. Su Qingxue shot me an angry glare. Her face flushed. Right now, she wasn't just unwilling to speak to Lin Zhe, she didn't even want to look at him. The mere sight of him reminded her of the 5 intimate moments they had shared the night before. I smiled and said, Su Qingxue, even when you're angry, you're so captivating. Suddenly, I'm a little reluctant to divorce you. Of course, I wasn't truly reluctant, I just couldn't resist craving her body, especially those snow-white legs. Once she slipped on stockings, they became utterly mesmerizing. Su Qingxue was instantly furious. Not only had she given this guy 20 million to get a divorce, but she'd also been intimate with him 5 times. And now he was saying he didn't want a divorce anymore? What kind of international joke was this? I'm telling you, we must get divorced today, Su Qingxue said angrily. Ji Zifeng is coming back today, and I don't want to face him before I've settled my own affairs. I promised him I'd welcome him with a completely new attitude. I wasn't surprised by Su Qingxue's attitude. Only privileged young ladies like her, who had never known hardship, would chase after something as elusive as love, something that meant nothing to me. I smiled. What if, after the divorce, you realize the person you actually like is me? Let me make this clear up front. Once we're divorced, there's no way I'd take you back. Even if you were to kneel and beg, I wouldn't spare you a single glance. Su Qingxue sneered coldly. I like you? You're not even worth a single strand of Ji Zifeng's hair, and you want me to kneel and beg you? Are you worthy? Very well. Successfully provoked, I directly pulled Su Qingxue's fragrant and soft body into my arms. Su Qingxue panicked. Bastard, what do you want? Bastard, you let go of me. Chapter 2 Stay with me. Near noon, the two walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Qingxue's walking posture was extremely strange. Frankly speaking, if it wasn't for the fact that Jizafeng was coming back at night, Su Qingxue really didn't want to come to the divorce today. It couldn't be helped that she had been slept with by this asshole twice more in the morning. Her body had a feeling of being pierced through, it just hurt too much. If she could, Su Qingxue really wanted to stay in bed and rest. Looking at the divorce certificate in her hand, Su Qingxue's mood was complicated. She thought she would be happy, after all, the divorce was what she wanted. But she didn't seem to be as happy as she expected right now. However, looking at Lin Zhe's springy face, Su Qingxue was instantly upset. She huffed and said, "Lin Zhe, now that we're divorced, move your things away from me by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, do you hear me?" Lin Zhe nodded. For Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue was the sand that he couldn't hold, so he might as well raise it before it was too late. After all, he didn't have any feelings for her. Besides, Lin Zhe didn't have the habit of pestering a woman. It was a pity that he had crossed over a little late, otherwise, he would have conquered her in body and mind. Also, in the future, don't pester me again, and don't tell anyone about the fact that we were married. Very few people knew about the two of them getting married, even Su Qingxue's parents didn't know about it. Lin Zhe nodded his head once again. Seeing Lin Zhe being so obedient, Su Qingxue became more and more upset. She had thought that this bastard would at least say a few words to retain himself. But he didn't say a single word. Don't you have anything you want to say to me? Su Qingxue huffed and questioned. There is. A trace of triumph flashed through Su Qingxue's heart as she said with a smug cold snort, "Then say it quickly." "Can we have another round?" Lin Zhe asked with incomparable seriousness. He was really a bit greedy for Su Qingxue's body. Her skin was white and tender, her body was even more convex and concave, and her waist was especially thin, especially those two snow-white sexy legs. When wearing stockings, they were simply seductive. It was hard for people not to be greedy. Scram! Su Qingxue angrily chided. Lin Zhe laughed and recklessly pinched Su Qingxue's white and tender face. "Take care, call me when you're lonely, but ugly words in advance. I don't like women that other people have touched, even if it's holding hands." Dropping such a sentence, Lin Zhe raised his head and left. Su Qingxue, however, stood in the same place for a long time. She felt that Lin Zhe was really a bit different from before. Take the matter of him pinching his own face just now. In the past, he would never have dared to do so. But not only did he do it now, but also, he was so reckless. Su Qingxue even felt that he was molesting himself. She thought she would be angry, but she wasn't angry. Instead, she inexplicably felt that Lin Zhe had a different kind of charm. Perhaps it was because she had never seen such a Lin Zhe. The car drove out of the Civil Affairs Bureau not far away, then a dazzling sports car blocked Lin Zhe's way, arrogant and uncharacteristic. Afterwards, Lin Zhe saw a wonderful girl with a hot body jump down from the car, then twisted her snowy buttocks and walked to the side of himself. She looked so topsy-turvy, like a certain actress from the Blue Planet who claimed to be a master. But this one in front of him was even more sultry looking than that one, especially those eyes, watery and simply seductive. The original owner's memories told Lin Zhe that this long and bewitching woman in front of him was called Shen Sweet Pear, the grand young lady of the Shen family in Haichang, and she was a dead ringer for Su Qingxue. To what extent, it was that whatever the Su family did, the Shen family would do. Su Qingxue is now in charge of an entertainment company, and Shen Sweet Pear is also in charge of an entertainment company. Lin Zhe lowered the car window and looked at the other party with a smile. "You divorced Su Qingxue?" Shen Sweet Pear asked with a dimpled smile. Her voice was just as provocative as her face. Divorced. She mentioned it? Of course I mentioned it. You're willing to give up? Shen Sweet Pear asked with a charming smile. Lin Zhe sighed. Originally, I didn't shed it, but once I thought that you were prettier than her, I shed it. Put. Shen Sweet Pear giggled and laughed. Lin Zhe, I always thought that you were just a stuffy person, but I never thought that you had such a humorous side. Lin Zhe nodded rather approvingly. You know, besides being handsome, I'm a person who only has humor, sass, and dashing left. Shen Sweet Pear was amused again and laughed so hard that she barely managed to stand still with her hands on the car window. Lin Zhe smiled and said, "The sun outside is so poisonous, why don't you get in the car and chat?" Shen Sweet Pear winks and glances at Lin Zhe, then turns around and gets into the passenger seat. Say, what's the matter with me? Lindsay asked right to the point. However, the words were said to Shin Sweetpear, but his eyes didn't look at Shin Sweetpear, but were staring unscrupulously at Shin Sweetpear's two snow-white legs, which were wearing thin flesh silk. It should be said that these two legs were completely comparable to Su Qingshue's two beautiful legs. Shin Sweetpear caught Lindsay's bold and unbridled eyes. She smiled charmingly and asked, "Are my legs pretty?" "Pretty as a prosthetic. I don't believe there would be such perfect legs in this world. Can I touch them to verify?" Lindsay said righteously. Ha 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 ha. Shin Sweetpear laughed her ass off. This guy could say such things for the sake of touching his own leg himself. It was really shameless enough. Shin Sweetpear smiled and said, "Okay, then you touch it. I'd like to see if this guy is really a dog with the guts." Lindsay is going to get his hands on him without saying a word. "No, this guy really dare?" Shin Sweetpear hurriedly pushed Lindsay's hand away. Laughing, she scolded, "Rascal, I'm asking you, are you really willing to divorce Su Qingxue? There's nothing I can do if I can't give up. It's not like they like me." Lindsay pretended to be sad and said. Shin Sweetpear stopped laughing. She stared straight at Lindsay's handsome and somewhat excessive face, and in her heart, a trace of heartache arose for no reason. Because Lindsay's lost appearance made his entire person look full of brokenness. You also don't need to be sad, in my opinion, in this matter of your divorce. The one who loses the most should be Su Qingxue. After all, she lost a person who loves her deeply, while you just lost a person who doesn't love you. You're right, but I'm so hard. Can you give me a loving hug? You're dying. How dare you try to take advantage of me? Shin Sweetpear laughed and gave Lindsay a pink punch. Lindsay also laughed and asked, "Say, what exactly are you looking for me for?" Shin Sweetpear smiled charmingly and asked, "Do you want to retaliate against Su Qingxue? How to revenge? With me together. Chapter 3 Then you can stay at my house." Lindsay was delighted. Was this the reward of a traveler? Only after Su Qingxue left, there came Shin Sweetpear. "What, you like me?" Shin Sweetpear laughed out loud. "You dare to think. I'm sad." "Don't be sad, there's no chance I'll like you in the future. May I ask if this on is in 3 or 4 voices?" Shin Sweetpear understood in seconds. She laughed and scolded, "Lindsay, you're such a rogue. Oops, accidentally letting you see my true colors." Shin Sweetpear was amused again. Should she say no? Shin Sweetpear really felt that Lindsay was quite interesting. She hadn't had much contact with Lindsay before, and had always thought that he was a curmudgeonly person. After all, when they had met before, he had never been stern and unsmiling. But she didn't expect that he would be so funny. Lindsay smiled and said, "Say, what does it mean to be with you?" "Revenge for recovering Qingxue." "What kind of revenge is this? She doesn't like me." "She is not like you, but she is super possessive. Besides, if you want to be with other people, maybe can't stimulate her, but with me can definitely work. After all, we are arch rivals. Think about it, you have just divorced, and then you are with me. If she knows, she shall not be angry and spit blood?" "Makes sense, but what good would that do you?" "There is watching her spitting blood makes me happy. How about it, dry or not?" Shin Sweetpear said with a pretty face of triumph. "No." "What, can't afford to be angry with her?" "No, I mean, have to add money." "Put." Shin Sweetpear laughed out loud with abandon. "Okay, after it's done, I'll give you $10 million. Deal. Let's go in front of her right now and show her a wave of love. There's no rush at this moment, first go with me to move a house." "Okay." The two of them returned to Su Qingshue's villa together. However, Shin Sweetpear didn't go in. In her words, she didn't want to step into Su Qingshue's territory. Having been married to Su Qingsue for 3 years, Lindsay's things were pitifully small, and apart from a few pieces of clothing, there were only a few toiletries left. Things were quickly packed up, and Lindsay carried his things out of the villa without a care in the world. "Just this much stuff?" Shin Sweetpear asked. "Yeah. Su Qingxue is really stingy with you." "That's right, all divorced and didn't say to give me $1 billion or $8 billion. Lindsay concurred. Shin Sweetpear said with a delicate smile, "You dare to say that? What, is my face not worth this much money?" Shin Sweetpear giggled delicately. "That's more than $1 billion or $800 million. I like it when you're honest." Lindsay said with a smile. Shin Sweetpear laughed and asked, "Where are you planning to go, back to the Lin family?" "Go back, but not now. After crossing over yesterday, when Lindsay read the original owner's memories, that's when he realized that he had lived a really Thai life. He was originally the true young master of the Lin family, and when he was 4 years old, he was abducted by human traffickers when he was taken out for a trip by a servant. He lived in the countryside for 16 years and was found back. In the 2 years when he was first found, Lindsay was able to live a few good days. But the good times didn't last long. The fake young master they adopted started to make a demon out of him, either slandering Lindsay for hitting him or wrongly accusing Lindsay of bullying him. He kept groveling and apologizing in order to stay in that home, but what he got in return was the false young master's intensification. When the false young master rolled down the stairs on his own once again to frame the original master for pushing him, the original master was expelled from the Lin family in a fit of rage by his eye-blind, heart-blind real parents. When he read this memory yesterday, Lindsay was simply furious. He had never seen such a wimpy person. However, since he had now replaced the original owner, then, for everything that the original owner had suffered, Lindsay naturally had to do him justice. Then you live in my house. When Su Qingxue sees the two of us living together, she will definitely be able to vomit blood in anger. Shen Sweet Pear said with a winking smile. Although she was so aiming to irritate Su Qingxue, Lindsay still wanted to give her a kowtow. In fact, at the time of the divorce, Su Qingxue gave him $20 million in payment, although there is still $10 million has not arrived, but just the $10 million that has arrived, so Lindsay is not short of a place to live. But Shen Sweet Pear is a special thing, such a beautiful special thing. If you live together, then is not it close to the water tower first to get the moon? Sure enough, Shen Sweet Pear, you are the spokesperson of a beautiful person with a good heart. Shen Sweetie Pie was amused by this. Come with me. Besides being handsome, there's only the humorous, funny, and dashing Mr. Lindsay. As you wish, the beautiful and sexy Ms. Shen Sweet Pear. The two of them talked and laughed their way out of Su Qingxue's villa, and under Shen Sweet Pear's leadership, they entered the villa next door. That's right, the villa where Shen Sweet Pear lived was right next door to Su Qingxue's villa. In fact, the house here is Su Qingxue first bought, but as Su Qingxue's nemesis, since she is living here, then, Shen Sweet Pear is naturally not willing to lag behind. After all, this villa area is the top rich area in Haicheng. If you don't live here, you're too embarrassed to say that you're one of the top billionaires in Haicheng. Bringing Lindsay into the villa, Shen Sweet Pear arranged a room on the first floor for Lindsay. Shen Sweet Pear, where do you live? Upstairs. Then I'm going to live next door to you. Shen Sweet Pear winks and asks, why? Of course it's because I want to protect you. You're so pretty. In case a bad person breaks in, if I live next door to you, I can also protect you in the first place. Then you're overthinking it. The security of this villa area is extremely strict. Even a bird can't fly in. Shen Sweet Pear laughed. Okay, even if there are no bad guys, but there are always cockroaches, right? And it always rains and thunders, right? Shen Sweet Pear was again amused by Lindsay. This guy constantly sweeping around on his own body eyes have long betrayed his mind, but yet here with his own serious bull. However, it should be said that Shen Sweet Pear does not hate him. At this point, even Shen Sweet Pear was a bit surprised. Don't look at her awesome looks and flirtatious personality, but Shen Sweetie Pie was definitely not a frivolous and casual person. Sorry, my villa doesn't have cockroaches, and I'm not afraid of thunder. Shen Sweet Pear winks and asks, tell me straight, are you craving my body? Am I acting so obvious? Shen Sweet Pear giggled. The more she felt that Lindsay was a bit interesting. Doggone bold, yet funny and humorous. She winkingly smiled and hooked her finger at Lindsay. Lindsay took a few steps forward. Shen Sweet Pear attached her mouth to Lindsay's ear and exhaled, if you want to sleep with me, conquer me. If you can conquer me, I'll give you sleep every day. The tantalizing body fragrance came to his nose, and Lindsay was a bit apoplectic. He smiled and asked, can't I sleep where? Shen Sweet Pear burst out laughing. No, when did this guy become so roguish? However, you say he's rogue, but the way he looks at you is respectful. It was probably based on this point, so Shen Sweet Pear realized that she didn't hate Lindsay's roguish energy. She winkingly smiled and said, if you want to sleep over me, you can. From now on, I'm going to give you a score. When you get 100 points, when I'll give you sleep. Then how many points do I have now? 0. Chapter 4 Long time no see. 6 o'clock in the evening. Su Qingxue appeared at the airport's pickup area wearing a tailored black dress. She was of course here to pick up Ji Zifeng. Su Qingxue's arrival instantly caused the pickup area to stir. It couldn't be helped that she was too pretty, and also, her body was extremely hot, that slender waist, that perky honeyed buttocks, making her look like a peach. Many people looked at her with greedy eyes. But Su Qingxue didn't care. At this moment, she only wanted to see Jizafeng earlier, to see that white moonlight that she had loved for 5 years. Frankly speaking, Su Qingxue's heart was beating particularly fast. She hadn't seen Jizafeng for 3 years, and she didn't know if he was as handsome now as he was before, or if he had become even more charismatic after the baptism of the years. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, waiting for Su Qingxue was somewhat looking forward to seeing him. Suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar face appeared in Su Qingxue's eyes. A tailored suit made him look particularly elegant, fading away the student spirit he became particularly mature. The whole person is like a fluttering nobleman. It was Jizafeng. Although it was completely different from the teenager he remembered, it had to be said that the current him was even more eye-catching than that time. Su Qingxue smiled. She felt that she was right to divorce Lin Zhe. Jizafeng also saw Su Qingxue. The moment he saw Su Qingxue, Jizafeng's eyes lit up, full of stunning colors. After not seeing her for 3 years, Su Qingxue was far more beautiful and moving than he had imagined, especially her body. It was so damn sexy. Jizafeng walked quickly to Su Qingxue's front. He said with deep emotion, "Qingxue, long time no see." "Yeah, long time no see," Su Qingxue said rather emotionally. Jizafeng opened his arms. Su Qingxue was slightly shy, but she was still prepared to have a hug with Jizafeng. This was something that the two had agreed upon. But right at this moment, Su Qingxue's mind suddenly and inexplicably flashed over the words that Lin Zhe had said today after the divorce. "I don't like women who have been touched by others, not even by holding hands." Su Qingxue subconsciously took a few steps back to avoid Jizafeng's hug. Jizafeng's eyes flashed with a dazed look. What did Su Qingxue mean by this? Obviously, he had chatted well online a few days ago, and he had already bluntly told her that he wanted to be with her. But how come he didn't even give a hug now? As a matter of fact, not only Jizafeng was a bit surprised. Even Su Qingxue herself was a bit confused. She had obviously divorced that bastard. How could she listen to him so much? "Sorry, a little uncomfortable," Su Qingxue said with a slightly guilty voice. The words were said this way, but Su Qingxue's heart had already cursed Lin Zhe 100 times. Jizafeng said softly, "It's my problem. I've been abroad for a long time. I'm used to the etiquette over there." "Understood, let's go. I've already booked a place at Ipin Fresh." "Qingxue, you're as sweet as ever." Being praised by her favorite person, Su Qingxue's heart was suddenly sweet. After the two of them left the airport, Jizafeng was about to get into the co-pilot. Su Qingxue suddenly said, "You sit in the back row." For some reason, she was very uncomfortable with Jizafeng sitting in the co-pilot's seat. Her co-pilot had only been sat by Lin Zhe. Jizafeng froze. He was still thinking of sitting in the co-pilot's seat to tease Su Qingxue properly, but he didn't expect that she would let himself sit in the back row. "Qingxue, what do you mean by that?" "That what? I'm a bit shy," Su Qingxue explained stiffly. So it turned out to be so. Jizafeng smiled and got into the back row. "Qingxue, I've wronged you in these years." Running on the road to Ipin Fresh, Jizafeng said in a warm voice. "It's okay." Married to Lin Zhe for 3 years, he had taken good care of himself, so Su Qingxue did not feel aggrieved. However, if she had to nitpick a bone, it was that bastard who had slept with herself 7 times from last night to this morning. This matter made Su Qingxue feel aggrieved. But this kind of thing, Su Qingxue obviously couldn't tell Jizafeng about it. It seems that Lin Zhe is still a man and didn't take advantage of the opportunity to bully you. Didn't? Su Qingxue's mind drifted back to being slept with by that bastard 7 times. When I married him, the deal was an agreed marriage, so he's still quite a man. Su Qingxue had told Jizafeng about her marriage with Lin Zhe, but she had also frankly told Jizafeng that Lin Zhe was the replacement she had found. "That's good, right? Will he come at night?" Su Qingxue shook her head and said, "No, I've already divorced him and warned him not to harass me. Actually, I do think we can let him come over to get together as well. After all, we are all in the same class," Jizafeng said rather generously. "Forget it, I'm still afraid that he'll affect the atmosphere." "It's okay, at least we're classmates." "Jizafeng, you are as generous as ever." Su Qingxue couldn't help but lament. A smug smile surged in Jizafeng's eyes, but he hid it so well that Su Qingxue did not see it. Jizafeng was certainly not a generous person. The reason why he had to let Lin Zhe come over was just to humiliate him. That's right, Jizafeng hated Lin Zhe for the simple reason that Lin Zhe had snatched away his title of schoolgrass and taken away all the halos that belonged to him. Ji Zifeng knew that Lin Zhe liked Su Qingxue. When he was in college, he was Su Qingxue's most loyal suitor. Yes, Ji Zifeng just wanted to let Lin Zhe have a good look. The goddess he was pining for was nothing more than his own licking dog. Just the thought of Lin Zhe watching Su Qingxue fall into his arms made Ji Zifeng tremble with excitement. Actually, I'm a particularly petty person, and in the world of love, I'm super possessive, but, for you, I'm willing to be generous. Ji Zifeng said with affection. Su Qingxue felt that she should be touched. But for some reason, she somehow felt that Ji Zifeng's words were a bit oily. Well, it must be because they haven't seen each other for a long time, and they are a bit rusty with each other. It will get better with time. The country has changed so much in the past few years. Seeing that Su Qingxue didn't pick up her words, Ji Zifeng changed the subject. Yes, the changes are indeed great, everything is vibrant, it's a good time for you to show off your skills. Su Qingxue said with a smile. Well, I'll work hard and put up a good fight for our future. Hiss. Su Qingxue's heart was again flooded with a trace of greasy feeling. What was wrong with herself? People were clearly speaking so affectionately, why would they feel greasy? It was all because of that bastard Lin Zhe. Yes, it was him. Soon arriving at Ipin Fresh. After Su Qingxue parked the car, she brought Ji Zifeng into the restaurant. By the way, Qingxue, are you running an entertainment company now? Aha! The entertainment industry in the country is developing genuinely well right now. In fact, I've come back this time, and I also have the intention of dabbling in this industry. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes lit up. Is that so? Then you can come to my company. I happen to need a strong assistant. It won't cause you any trouble, right? Of course not, I can't wait for you to come and help me. Su Qingxue said softly. Alright then, I'll report tomorrow. Su Qingxue was about to speak. But two figures not far away suddenly fell into her eyes. In the next second, Su Qingxue's face, which was stunningly beautiful, was instantly covered in monstrous rage. Chapter 5, Girlfriend. Those two figures were no one else but Lin Zhe and Shin Sweet Pear. The two of them were talking and laughing as they waited for the elevator. Lin Zhe didn't know what he had said, causing Shin Sweet Pear to tremble with laughter, not to mention that she had also given Lin Zhe a punch in the face. The two of them were as close as if they were a couple. This scene caused Su Qingxue's heart to instantly have the feeling of being viciously pinched by an invisible hand, hurting her so much that she could barely breathe. She didn't know why she would have such a feeling. According to Lin Zhe, for himself is a substitute, and Sinsen does not love her. But she was just extraordinarily uncomfortable at the moment. Ji Zifeng realized that Su Qingxue was not right, and he followed Su Qingxue's gaze. Then a tremor ran through his body. He saw Lin Zhe. He was dressed casually, a t-shirt plus a pair of jeans, but it was such a casual dress, but it made his whole person look youthful and vigorous. Saying that he was a college student was believed. But what shocked Ji Zifeng was not the sight of Lin Zhe, but the gorgeous-looking girl with a hot-to-bursting body beside Lin Zhe. That thin waist, those black silk-wrapped legs, so damn sexy. Ji Zifeng had thought that after Su Qingxue had abandoned Lin Zhe would definitely lead an extremely miserable life, but he had never thought that not only was his life not miserable, but also, there was such a sexy, gorgeous girl by his side as a companion. Isn't that Lin Zhe? Qingxue, how can he be like this? He only divorced you, and then he's hitting it off with another woman. Moreover, that woman doesn't seem like a decent person at first glance. Ji Zifeng looked like he was fighting for Su Qingxue. The words were said this way, but his eyeballs couldn't wait to stick to Shin Sweet Pear's body. Damn, it was too provocative. If he could sleep with her once, wouldn't it be heavenly? Su Qingxue suppressed the anger in her heart and said, she's not some immodest person, her name is Shin Sweet Pear, she's the Shin family's golden young lady. The Shin family is one of the biggest families in the entire high city, moreover, it's a deadly rival with our family. Ji Zifeng's heart trembled violently. No, what makes Lin Zhe this so lucky? To be able to hook up with the Shin family's 1,000 gold miss. His eyes looking at Lin Zhe were instantly filled with the color of resentment. Luckily, Su Qingxue was looking at Lin Zhe and Shin Sweet Pear with fury and didn't notice Ji Zifeng's expression. Qingxue, I feel bad for you, you were kind to Lin Zhe, but he was so good, he even got mixed up with your nemesis, it's really disgusting. Ji Zifeng said with righteous indignation. He claimed to be angry for Su Qingxue, but in his heart, he was already calculating how to hook up with Shin Sweet Pear. Su Qingxue said without a trace of anger, it's just a rag that I don't want, besides, Shin Sweetie Pie is with him just to irritate me. Hearing Su Qingxue's words, Ji Zifeng's heart was instantly ecstatic. He thought that Shin Sweet Pear was with Lin Yang, but he didn't realize that it was just to irritate Su Qingxue. In that case, wouldn't it be easy to hook up on his own? Thinking about this, Ji Zifeng deliberately shouted out, "Lindsay, long time no see." Lindsay was in the middle of discussing some scenes of a simple love action movie with Shin Sweet Pear with an artistic eye, when he suddenly heard someone shouting his name. He turned around and swept a glance. When he saw Su Qingxue, Lindsay instantly recognized that the person standing beside her was no one else but Su Qingxue's Black Moonlight Ji Zifeng. The original owner's memory of Ji Zifeng was still stuck 3 years ago. Moreover, the memory was that the other party had a flowery and beautiful face, but how come he had shrunk so badly now? Even though he was wearing a tailored suit and looked elegant, Lindsay could tell at a glance that this guy was impotent. After Blue Star was taken into custody, Lindsay was locked up with an old man. That old man was extremely powerful, and his medical skills were out of this world. During the 3 years he was imprisoned, Lindsay really had nothing to do, so he learned some medical skills from him, so he could now tell at a glance that Ji Zifeng was impotent. However, after seeing Ji Zifeng and Su Qingxue, Lindsay finally realized why Shin Sweetie Pie had to bring herself here for dinner. "You are?" Lindsay deliberately asked. When this came out, Ji Zifeng was instantly cool. Had he changed that much? So much so that Lindsay couldn't even recognize himself. "Ji Zifeng," Ji Zifeng said with a leathery smile. "Oh, so it's you. How did you become so ugly now? Moreover, your body still has a hollowed out look. It seems that you've been playing around abroad quite a bit." Ji Zifeng's heart jumped as he listened. How did this know all this? Could it be that he had investigated himself? Must not let Su Qingxue know all this, otherwise, how else could he pick her up? "As usual, you like to joke around," Ji Zifeng said sheepishly. Lindsay was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with him. Ji Zifeng's gaze fell on Shin Sweet Pear. "Lindsay, this beauty is?" "Oh, a friend, Shin Sweet Pear." "Girlfriend oh," Shin Sweet Pear said with a charming smile. Su Qingxue's pink fists clenched instantly. She got angry. Even though Su Qingxue knew that Shin Sweet Pear was deliberately irritating herself. But she just couldn't control her emotions. "Hello Ms. Shin, my name is Ji Zifeng." Ji Zifeng put on what he thought was an extremely charming smile and said. Shin Sweet Pear said with a wry smile, "Oh, so you're Su Qingxue's White Moonlight." Saying that, Shin Sweet Pear even glanced at Su Qingxue. Only, her eyes were filled with the color of mockery. The chill in Su Qingxue's eyes intensified. Ji Zifeng smiled modestly and said, "I don't dare to be worthy, I'm just fortunate enough to be loved by Qingxue." "I heard that you went abroad with your girlfriend before?" Shin Sweet Pear asked. Ji Zifeng's heart was delighted. He didn't expect that this sexy yokai in front of him knew about his past. "Is she having some thoughts about me?" Thinking about this, Ji Zifeng sighed in a depressed manner. "Alas, when I was young and foolish, I thought it was a good man, but I didn't expect it to be a rotten man with a black heart. Fortunately, God loves me, and when I looked back, I realized that my belonging is still waiting for me in the same place." Put. Shin Sweet Pear laughed and laughed and laughed. This guy can be really oily. Su Qingxue also really blind heart blind put Lindsay such an excellent person do not want, but have to be on such a thing to remember. Su Qingxue have you cry time. Ji Zifeng's breathing was stagnant, and his eyes were not enough. Damn, so damn sexy. No, I must hook her up. When the time comes, I'll toss her in bed every day. Ji Zifeng suddenly said, "Lindsay, you're so lucky." "You're so lucky too." Lindsay swept a glance at Su Qingxue and said. Su Qingxue became more and more upset. "What do you mean you're lucky too?" This asshole was looking for death. He himself wasn't even with Ji Zifeng right now. Ji Zifeng smiled and said, "Well, we're both blessed people, since we met, let's have dinner together." Lindsay was about to refuse, he didn't want to eat with Ji Zifeng and Su Qingxue. But before he could say the words, he heard Shin Sweet Pear winking and saying, "Good." Ji Zifeng's heart was once again happy. I don't know if it was his illusion, he always felt that Shin Sweet Pear seemed to have some thoughts about him. Lindsay knew that Shin Sweetie Pie was trying to irritate Su Qingxue, but he didn't have any interest in that. "Shin Sweet Pear, it's better if we don't disturb Ji Zifeng from dining with his girlfriend. I think that Ms. Su doesn't want to be disturbed by us either," Lindsay said in a salty manner. Chapter 6, Early Childhood. Su Qingxue was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. This asshole even called himself Miss Su. Obviously last night when he slept with himself, a mouthful of baby called, gentle and uncharacteristic, just the situation, as if he really is his baby. Now divorced, even called so rusty. Call yourself Ms. Su also, even if, he even said he also do not want to be disturbed. What kind of bull is this? When was I afraid of being disturbed by him? What, don't want the rest of the money? Su Qingxue asked irritably. Nima. She was the one who would take the pinch. The $20 million that was agreed upon during the divorce, there was still $10 million left to give to herself. If it wasn't for the fact that Shen Sweet Pear and Jizafeng were still present, Lindsay really wanted to whip Su Qingshue's ass a few times. I forgot about it. If you didn't say it, hurry up and pay it back. Lindsay said with a smile. After dinner, I'll give it to you. Dropping such a sentence, Su Qingxue quickly stepped into the elevator. Lindsay shrugged and also got on the elevator. The box for the meal was very large, and it was dressed up in a very grand manner. Not only were there a lot of balloons, flowers, and many other decorations placed. It was made to look like a marriage proposal. It could be seen that Su Qingxue really liked Jizafeng, otherwise, she wouldn't have dressed up so attentively. Su Qingxue was greeting Jizafeng as he took his seat, and the seat he was sitting in was still the main seat. Jizafeng pretended to excuse himself for a few moments and then sat down. He had to say that he liked the feeling of being licked by Su Qingxue. Although from the time he came back until now, he hadn't even held Su Qingshue's hand. But Jizafeng had already felt the difference that Su Qingxue had for him. Su Qingxue inadvertently swept a glance at Lindsay. However, he saw that Lindsay was surveying everything in the box with an indifferent expression. Frankly speaking, not to mention that Su Qingxue had made it so much like a marriage proposal, even if it was made into a cave, Lindsay didn't care. Anyway, he didn't like her. However, Su Qingxue suddenly regretted making it so grand, because she felt that underneath Lindsay's seemingly calm exterior, his heart must be like a knife. But frankly speaking, everything inside the box was not actually dressed up by Su Qingxue herself. She just informed her secretary and asked her to simply dress up, but she didn't expect her secretary to dress up so grandly. If I had known it was like this, I would not have tossed it. But this uncomfortable just appeared and disappeared without a trace, because she saw Shen Sweet Pear did not know what words to say in Lindsay's ear, and then Lindsay laughed indulgently. Shen Sweet Pear did say something to Lindsay. What she said was, "Do you think Su Qingxue would be so angry that she would spit out blood if she knew that her so-called white moonlight was a black moonlight?" Lindsay asked her what black moonlight meant. Shen Sweet Pear smiled and quietly told Lindsay that this white moonlight of Su Qingshue's family was going bankrupt. Moreover, he was playing with flowers abroad and owed a lot of foreign debt, and now he urgently needed a receiver. Hearing her explanation, Lindsay smiled and lowered his voice. More than just will be so angry that she will vomit blood, simply want to collapse it. That's also what she deserves. What, you want to poke Jizafeng's true colors later? Shen Sweet Pear smiled and said, I cannot be so good heart. Besides, now poke the words, Su Qingxue will only be grateful to me, she will not break down. Wait until they are in love with each other in the honey and then poke it is interesting. You're really a vixen with a dark belly. Are you complimenting me? Isn't it obvious? Shen Tianli laughed delicately. Looking at the two of them being so intimate, Su Qingxue was so angry that her face was gloomy, and even her good mood of seeing Jizafeng disappeared without a trace. If it wasn't for the fact that Jizafeng and Shen Sweet Pear were still present, Su Qingxue really wanted to bite this bastard Lindsay to death. Qingxue, this is a gift I brought you from abroad. Jizafeng suddenly took out a necklace. Su Qingxue was delighted in her heart. Even though she could tell at a glance that the necklace wasn't worth much, she was somewhat touched in her heart. She was touched because this was the first time she received a gift from Jizafeng. Su Qingxue smiled happily and said, Zafeng, thank you, I prepared a gift for you too, I'll give it to you tomorrow. Lindsay sighed slightly in his heart when he heard this. In the original owner's memory, they had been married for 3 years and Su Qingxue hadn't given Lindsay a single gift. Let me put it on for you. Jizafeng said softly. He had already stood up. But Su Qingxue's mind recalled the words Lindsay had said. I don't like women who have been touched by others, not even holding hands. The consequence that this sentence brought to her was that before Jizafeng even came close, Su Qingxue quickly got up and took a few steps back. No, I'll do it myself. Jizafeng was instantly offended. He had wanted to show his love in front of Lindsay, to properly stimulate him. But who had thought that Su Qingxue would be so uncooperative? It was even if she didn't let herself be hugged at the airport, but now she didn't even let herself put a necklace on her. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Qingxue was only using Lin Zhe as a stand-in and didn't have any feelings for him, Ji Zifeng really thought that she was afraid that Lin Zhe would get angry, so she refused to let him wear the necklace for her. When Lin Zhe saw this scene, he said with a smile on his face, "Miss Su, I have to say a few words about you. The gift that Ji Zifeng brought back to you from far and wide, you didn't even let him wear it for you. To be honest, it's a bit too much." Su Qingxue glared at Lin Zhe, the anger in her eyes seemed like a knife. This asshole was annoying as hell. Obviously he was the one who caused her to subconsciously resist Ji Zifeng's proximity, but now he even had the face to say this kind of sarcasm. If it wasn't for the fact that Ji Zifeng and Shen Sweet Pear were still present, she really wanted to take off her high heels and viciously whip this asshole a few hundred times. Ji Zifeng said softly at this time, "It's not a problem, after all, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, each other is more or less a little rusty, but the good thing is that we have a lot of time, Qingxue, we'll have a long time to come." Su Qingxue nodded her head in a touched manner, then glared viciously at Lin Zhe again. "Is that so? Then I wish the two of you 100 years of happiness and an early birth," Lin Zhe said with a smile. Su Qingxue was offended again. How she heard it, she felt that it stung her ears. She hadn't even agreed to be with Ji Zifeng yet. But he even wished himself and Ji Zifeng 100 years of good luck and early birth. What did he mean? He couldn't wait to marry Ji Zifeng earlier. Just then, the waiter came in with the dishes. An exquisite dish was placed on the table. Ji Zifeng looked at the dishes in front of him and smiled. "Qingxue, thank you for remembering my favorite dishes." "Well, I still remember many of your preferences," Su Qingxue softly said. Ji Zifeng gave Lin Zhe a provocative look. But Lin Zhe just buried his head in dry rice and didn't even look at him. It couldn't be helped, he was really hungry. After tossing and turning 7 times in less than 24 hours, he desperately needed to replenish his energy now. Shen Sweetness Pear was vigorously serving Lin Zhe dishes one after another, just like a virtuous little dainty wife. Su Qingxue instantly broke her defenses when she saw this scene. She knew full well that Shen Sweetie was doing it on purpose, deliberately stimulating herself. But Su Qingxue just couldn't restrain the anger in her body. When she saw that Shen Sweetly once again used her chopsticks to give Lin Zhe dishes, and Lin Zhe was eating comfortably, Su Qingxue couldn't hold herself back any longer. She angrily questioned, "Lin Zhe, do you have no hands?" Chapter 7, A Contested Rivalry. As if Lin Zhe didn't hear Su Qingxue's words, he continued to eat on his own. On the contrary, it was Shen Sweet Pear who said with a delicate smile, "Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe is now my boyfriend, I'm willing to serve him no." Provocation, naked provocation. Su Qingxue stared angrily at Shen Sweet Pear. Shen Sweet Pear looked at Su Qingxue unwillingly. After a moment of confrontation, Shen Sweet Pear suddenly moved her eyes away. It wasn't that she was wimpy. Rather, the dishes on Lin Zhe's plate were about to be finished. Shen Sweet Pear continued to disguise herself as a virtuous little dainty wife to give Lin Zhe dishes. This scene irritated Su Qingxue, who clenched her pink fist so fiercely that she didn't even feel her nails embedding themselves in her flesh. Just then, Ji Zifeng also gave Su Qingxue a chopstick of food. Su Qingxue gave Lin Zhe a provocative look. But Lin Zhe was frantically eating as if what was in front of him had nothing to do with him. Su Qingxue broke her defenses. She had thought that Lin Zhe liked himself so much, and, after 7 years of liking him, now that he saw another man giving himself food, he should be very angry. But it was as if he didn't even see it, he didn't care at all. Moreover, what made Su Qingxue even more depressed was that looking at the dishes Ji Zifeng had given himself, she inexplicably felt a little awkward. Growing up, apart from her father, there was only one person of the opposite sex who had ever given her food, and that was Lin Zhe. After 3 years of marriage, every time she ate with Lin Zhe would give her food, and sometimes, he even used his chopsticks to send the food directly into her mouth, but she never felt awkward, and she also enjoyed the feeling that he took care of her in every way. How did Ji Zifeng hear? He was so awkward. She hated to throw out the piece of beef that Ji Zifeng had brought on her plate. It must be the result of not seeing him for a long time. Thinking about this, Su Qingxue collected her anger. She softly said, "Thank you, you eat some too. I think you haven't eaten your hometown's food for a long time, besides, don't pinch my food, I'm not very hungry." "Yeah, it's been too long since I've eaten such authentic Chinese food," Ji Zifeng said rather emotionally. Shen Sweet Pear suddenly laughed and asked, "There are so many Chinese restaurants abroad, and even more authentic ones, don't you even go down to the restaurant?" Ji Zifeng did not hear the ridicule in Shen Sweet Pear's words. He confidently thought that Shen Sweet Pear was interested in himself, so he was beating around the bush to find out what he was doing abroad. Putting on a smile that he thought was the most charming, Ji Zifeng said, "There are indeed quite a few Chinese restaurants, and there are many authentic ones as well, only, it always feels like there is less of the flavor of home." "Isn't your family from Jiangcheng?" Shin Sweet Pear asked with another smile. The implication of this was that the food in Haichang wasn't the flavor of your hometown either. But Ji Zifeng concluded more and more that Shin Sweet Pear was interested in herself, otherwise, how could she even know where her hometown was? "Well, my hometown is from Jiangcheng. The beauty of the scenery is especially beautiful, moreover, there are a lot of food. Miss Shin is welcome to go and have fun sometime, I can be your guide at that time." Ji Zifeng smiled sincerely. "Good." Saying that, Shin Sweet Pear continued to give Lin Zhe dishes. If it wasn't for the fact that he already knew beforehand that Shin Sweet Pear was with Lin Yang just to irritate Su Qingxue, Ji Zifeng really thought that she was Lin Zhe's girlfriend. It couldn't be helped, she was acting too perfectly. Seeing that Lin Zhe was eating one after another, Ji Zifeng laughed. "Lin Zhe, you haven't eaten in hundreds of years." "It can't be helped, from last night to today's noon, I did a lot of hard labor work continuously, and now I desperately need to replenish my energy." Ji Zifeng still thought that Lin Yang's words meant moving, so he completely failed to notice that Su Qingxue's pretty face suddenly turned scarlet after hearing Lin Zhe's words, even the roots of her pink and white ears were red. Other people didn't know the meaning of Lin Zhe's words, but Su Qingxue knew it clearly. The hard work in this bastard's mouth was obviously referring to the fact that he had slept with himself 7 times in a row. What a shameless guy, daring to bring out such a private matter. Nasty to death. Laborious work is indeed laborious, so you have to eat more. Ji Zifeng said with mockery under the pretense of concern. Lin Zhe pretended that he didn't hear what he was saying. He looked up at Ji Zifeng and said with a smile, "Fine." Although he didn't look at Su Qingxue only felt that her cheeks were on fire, even her heartbeat had become exceptionally fast. Ji Zifeng laughed and couldn't help but secretly say in his heart, "Laugh it off, when Lousy takes Shin Sweet Pear down as well, there will be a time for you to cry." A meal was eaten in a stumbling atmosphere. In between breaks, Shin Sweet Pear winkingly asked, "Lin Zhe, where are we going to play later?" "Where do you want to go play?" Lin Zhe asked in return. "Why don't we go to a bar?" "Okay." Should I say no? Lin Zhe also wanted to vent the depression in his heart. Having inexplicably traveled to this strange world, he always had a feeling of being out of place. At this time, there was an urgent need to go to a bar to see a pretty girl to make his mood better. When Su Qingxue heard Lin Zhe's words, she subconsciously wanted to stop. She didn't like bars and places like that, so after 3 years of marriage, she had never let Lin Zhe go there. But before she could say anything, Su Qingxue suddenly realized that she and Lin Zhe were already divorced, so she was no longer qualified to control him. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue was depressed and didn't want to speak. Ji Zifeng thought Su Qingxue was tired, so he smiled and softly said, "Qingxue, you rest for a while, I'll go buy the bill, then we'll find a place to chat." Buying the bill was a lie, of course he wouldn't buy the bill. He didn't have the money to pay the bill either. As for finding a place to have a chat was also fake. He just wanted to find a place where no one was around to take Su Qingxue. Ji Zifeng's calculations were good. He planned to go directly to Su Qingxue's villa later, as long as she took herself home. With how much she liked him, he could definitely take her down easily. Su Qingxue hurriedly said, "No need to pay the bill, this place is run by our family, I never need to spend money when I come to eat." "In that case, let you break the bank," Ji Zifeng said guiltily. "Zifeng, you're too outgoing, between us, there's no need for this." Ji Zifeng smiled and said, "Alright, I'll listen to you, let's go then." Su Qingxue answered. A group of 4 people got up and walked towards the outside. Shin Sweet Pear walked the slowest. As she scanned the dining table to see if anything had been left behind, she inadvertently saw a piece of beef lying within Su Qingxue's dinner plate. Shin Sweet Pear recognized that it was what Ji Zifeng had given her. When she saw this scene, Shin Sweet Pear hooked the corner of her mouth. Chapter 8, Be Your Man. After coming out of the restaurant, Lin Zhe directly got into Shin Sweet Pear's car without even looking at Su Qingxue. Since she was already divorced, and Su Qingxue had clearly stated that the person she liked was Ji Zifeng, then, for Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue was a familiar stranger. The original owner might be infatuated with Su Qingxue, but Lin Zhe definitely wouldn't be. Besides, with such a sexy creature like Shin Sweet Pear in front of him, Lin Zhe wouldn't waste his time on Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue had wanted to say a few words to Lin Zhe, but when she saw that Lin Zhe was ignoring her, this instantly made her heart unhappy. This bastard obviously liked himself to death before, but how did he become like this once he got divorced? Su Qingxue, a moment of springtime is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Oh, Lindsay, and I won't disturb you, Shin Sweet Pear said with a delicate smile. Saying that, she didn't give Su Qingxue a chance to speak and quickly got into the car. As soon as she accelerated, the car quickly disappeared into the night. Su Qingxue was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. What does it mean that a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold? She did like Ji Zifeng, and she did want to be with him, but that didn't mean that she was going to dedicate herself to Ji Zifeng right away. Moreover, looking at Lin Zhe as he disappeared into thin air, Su Qingxue's heart inexplicably felt empty. Qingxue, let's go too, Ji Zifeng said gently. Su Qingxue suppressed her inner irritation and said, okay. Running on the road to the hotel, Su Qingxue was a little distracted. It was said that Ji Zifeng was in his car, but Su Qingxue's mind was filled with thoughts of what Lin Zhe and Shin Sweet Pear were doing. Have they already gone to the bar? Lin Zhe, that bastard, will not kiss Shin Sweet Pear as wildly as he kissed himself last night. Will he sleep with Shin Sweet Pear as he slept with himself last night? The more Su Qingxue thought about it, the more annoyed she felt. Qingxue, where are we going? Hotel, Su Qingxue said as she came back to her senses. Ji Zifeng said very gently, can we go to your house? Frankly speaking, I'm not very used to staying in a hotel. He believed that Su Qingxue would not reject himself. Su Qingxue frowned slightly. She inexplicably resented bringing Ji Zifeng back to her home. That was her own home with Lin Zhe. Su Qingxue had yet to bring any member of the opposite sex there. Let's do it in a few days, Su Qingxue said in a faint voice. Why? Ji Zifeng was a little offended. There are traces of Lin Zhe's life all over the house. I'm afraid you'll get sick of it, so I'll have someone clean it up first. Ji Zifeng got comfortable. He didn't expect that Su Qingxue liked herself to such an extent, and by the looks of it, he would be able to take her tonight. Soon, the hotel arrived. Su Qingxue brought Ji Zifeng into the hotel, and she personally checked in for Ji Zifeng at the front desk. Moreover, in order not to treat Ji Zifeng poorly, Su Qingxue opened the presidential suite. Su Qingxue felt that Ji Zifeng deserved such a room. When Ji Zifeng saw the scene, his heart was really surprised. He didn't expect that Su Qingxue would treat herself so well. It seemed that she really liked herself to the bone. Ji Zifeng felt more and more that Su Qingxue was a piece of fat meat on his chopping board, and that he could take her by hooking his finger. The moment he thought of the image of himself galloping on Su Qingxue's sexy and seductive body, Ji Zifeng was so excited that his body trembled. He had even thought about it. When he took Su Qingxue, he would definitely take a lot of photos, and then send all these photos to Lin Zhe, that dead-licking dog, so that he could take a good look at how the goddess that he had longed for was pleasuring herself in his own crotch. Soon after, the formalities were completed. Qingxue, go up and have a chat. I really have so many things in my heart that I want to say to you. I want to tell you about my remorse. I want to tell you about my full of love, Ji Zifeng said with gentle eyes and a deep tone. He believed that Su Qingxue couldn't reject herself. But Su Qingxue said in a faint voice, let's do it tomorrow. I'm a bit tired today. She knew that she should have promised Ji Zifeng, and she also had a lot of words that she wanted to say to Ji Zifeng, but for some reason, she really didn't have the slightest bit of mood. At the moment, she only wanted to know what that bastard Lin Zhe was doing. Ji Zifeng was so angry that he wanted to curse. Not letting herself be hugged, not letting herself put the necklace on her was fine, but now she wasn't even willing to go up and talk to herself. Ji Zifeng really wanted to ask Su Qingxue, if you don't like me anymore, but he didn't dare. He was afraid of pissing off Su Qingxue. The consequences of pissing her off, Ji Zifeng couldn't afford it. After all, Su Qingxue was now his only saving grace. Alright, then you go back to rest early. Ji Zifeng pretended to be aggrieved but said in a considerate manner. Sure enough. Su Qingxue's heart instantly flooded with a tinge of guilt when she saw his look. You should also rest early. Tomorrow morning when you wake up with a start, you'll be able to see the gift I gave you. I'm looking forward to it. You'll love it. Okay, then I'll see you tomorrow, Ji Zifeng said with a very gentle smile. Su Qingxue answered. After witnessing Su Qingxue's departure, Ji Zifeng's eyes flashed with a trace of resentment. At the same time, Lin Zhe entered the nightmare bar under the leadership of Shin Sweet Pear. When he felt the deafening music and saw the beautiful women who were dressed in sexy costumes, Lin Zhe felt that he had finally come to life. This is the life that he is familiar with. Shin Sweet Pear asked for a card seat, and as soon as she snapped her fingers, the waiter sent a good wine with a high price. After personally pouring a glass of wine for Lindsay, Shin Sweet Pear raised her glass and smiled. Lindsay, congratulations, you've regained your life. Congratulations to you as well, finally having the chance to get your hands on me. Shin Sweet Pear smiled with winks. Lindsay, you really dare to say anything. I don't just dare to say it, if you dare to give me the chance, I even dare to do it. Do what? Shin Sweet Pear asked with a charming smile. Do your man. Shin Sweet Pear said with a delicate smile, then you have to perform well. I will definitely perform well. The colorful laser light shone on Lindsay's face, and his smile looked bad and gangly. At this moment, Shin Sweet Pear felt that Lindsay was different from everyone he knew. He was shameless, fresh, humorous, reckless, and unrestrained. Shin Sweet Pear smiled and poured the cup of spirits into her mouth. With 2 glasses of wine in his belly and the deafening music, Lindsay felt his entire blood boil. He wanted to go dancing. He wanted to give vent to the loneliness in his heart that crossing over had brought him. Go dancing? Lindsay put down his wineglass and said. Huh? Shin Sweet Pear looked at Lindsay with a skeptical face. She thought she had heard wrong. After all, the previous Lindsay gave her the impression of a curmudgeonly person. It was really unlike someone like him to be able to dance. What? Lindsay grabbed Shin Sweet Pear's delicate hand and pulled her onto the dance floor without breaking up. In the deafening sound of music, Lindsay hooked Shin Sweet Pear's thin waist and swept her sexy ketone body into his arms, and then madly danced. The friction of the body made Shin Jiangli's body stiffen. This guy is really a dog's guts. Shin Jiangli was about to push Lindsay away. After all, she hadn't been so tightly attached to the opposite sex since she was so old. In fact, not to mention the closeness, even more than a meter distance has not been. But the next second, she suddenly saw Su Qingxue. She saw Su Qingxue was looking at herself and Lindsay with eyes that were on fire. The corners of Shin Sweet Pear's mouth rose slightly. She turned around, her snow-white jade arms hooked around Lindsay's neck, then danced with Lindsay's body. Su Qingxue, who saw this scene, broke her defense. Chapter 9. Please start your performance. Su Qingxue had broken her defenses. She had completely broken her defenses. She didn't even dream that Lindsay, this asshole, had divorced himself on one foot, and was fighting so hot with Shin Sweet Pear on the next. Looking at Lindsay's body that was close to Shin Sweet Pear's, Su Qingxue couldn't wait to take a knife and hack Lindsay to death. Without any unnecessary nonsense, she directly into the dance floor, push away Shin Sweet Pear, and then pull Lindsay's hand to walk towards the outside. But Lindsay shook off her hand. Amidst the deafening music, Lindsay attached his mouth to Su Qingxue's ear and asked with a cold smile, Miss Su, what do you want? The distance between the two of them was very close, and the strong testosterone on Lindsay's body seemed like a cannonball, frantically smashing into Su Qingxue's body, her heart. The stimulated Su Qingxue's heartbeat inexplicably surged a little. Bastard, you come with me, I have something to say to you. Sorry, we are already divorced, there is nothing I want to say to you. Su Qingxue was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Didn't this asshole like himself for 7 years? Moreover, he used to obviously be obedient to himself. How come he was so cold to himself just after the divorce? Come with me, I'll transfer money to you after chatting. Su Qingxue said as she forced down the monstrous anger within herself. Lindsay turned his head and walked towards the outside. He had no grudge against money. You're leaving? Shin Sweet Pear quit. Lindsay pinched her foxy face and laughed. How can that be? Wait for me, I'll be right back, let's continue dancing. Seeing this, Su Qingxue really wanted to chop Lindsay's hand. This asshole, he had obviously pinched his own face only at noon, and now he even pinched Shin Sweet Pear's face again. It was really annoying. Then hurry up, don't make me wait too long. Shin Sweet Pear said with a winking smile. Lindsay smiled and said, okay. After leaving the bar, the entire world suddenly became incredibly quiet. Say, what do you want to talk about? Lindsay asked in a nonchalant manner. He didn't even look at Su Qingxue. Frankly speaking, Lindsay really couldn't figure it out. Since her white moonlight had returned, shouldn't she be dry humping with her white moonlight right now, doing the same thing as he did with her last night? What was the deal with coming to find herself now? However, Lindsay turned to think of Jizafeng's hollowed-out body. Could it be that the fight was already over? When he thought about it, Lindsay inexplicably wanted to laugh. Leave Shin Sweet Pear, Su Qingxue said as she suppressed her anger. Impossible. Bastard, don't be angry with me. Put. Lindsay looked as if he had heard a heavenly joke. He looked at Su Qingxue with a cold smile. Miss Su, your words are too double standard, allowing you to divorce me for white moonlight, but not allowing me to find Shen Sweet Pear? Su Qingxue was unable to speak at these words. She stomped her foot in anger. Bastard, she's looking for you because she's angry with me, and you know that we're deadly rivals, so let's do this. I'm willing to give you an extra $10 million if you want to leave her. Lindsay clasped his hands on his chest and looked at Su Qingxue with strange eyes. Miss Su, I think you're so strange. You obviously don't like me. Moreover, I should be an insignificant little person for you. Since that's the case, even if I'm with Shen Sweet Pear, it doesn't piss you off, right? Or do you like me? Su Qingxue sneered disdainfully. I like you? What kind of daydream are you having? Let me tell you, the person I like is Jizafeng. As for you, it's impossible in the next life. Very well, I'll remember what you said. Good luck locking up with Jizafeng. Don't look for me again, that's it. As for that $10 million, if you want to give it, I thank you. If you don't want to give it, it doesn't matter. Consider it as the cost of your performance last night. Dropping such a sentence, Lindsay crossed over her towards the bar. Bastard, stop right there. Su Qingxue hissed in shame and anger. But Lindsay seemed as if he hadn't heard her words as he dashed into the bar. Looking at Lindsay's back that completely disappeared into thin air, Su Qingxue's heart inexplicably transmitted a stabbing sensation. She felt as if she was about to lose the most important thing in her life. She wanted to go home, but for some reason, she didn't want to go. She was afraid that after she left, Lindsay and Shen Sweet Pear would do the same thing that she had done with Lindsay last night. With anger, Su Qingxue returned to the bar, but this time, she didn't look for Lindsay. She asked for a card seat in the corner, and then stared at Lindsay and Shen Sweet Pear not far away. She wants to monitor them, preventing Shen Sweet Pear that little from doing anything out of the ordinary to Lindsay again. The deafening music disappeared, and a long greasy-headed guy was on the stage holding a guitar and singing. Shen Sweet Pear was sitting inside the card table drinking, and Lindsay sat beside her. What, dispatched? Lindsay nodded. Frankly speaking, Su Qingxue's words just now didn't actually affect Lindsay's mood. It wasn't like he liked her anyway. As for liking who she liked, that was her freedom. It would be best if she locked up completely with Jizafeng and didn't come to disturb her, in which case she could soak Shen Sweet Pear in peace. What did she talk to you about? Shen Sweet Pear asked with a winking smile. She said she regretted it and wanted to remarry with me. I directly told her, no way, I only like you Shen Sweet Pear in this life. Wow, so touched. Shen Li Zhou smiled perfunctorily. Lindsay laughed and said, I knew I couldn't fool you. Well, I admit, she knows that you are with me to stimulate her, want me to leave you. In order for me to leave you, she is willing to give me an extra $10 million. Guess what? Shen Li Zhou winks. But I refused. Really? Nonsense, if I had agreed to her, then would I still be sitting here drinking with you right now? That's also right. Oh, what to do? This time, I'm really a bit touched. Moved is better than action. Let's go, let's find a place to appreciate each other's flesh with an artistic eye. How about it? Put. You're so nasty. Shen Sweet Pear laughed and scolded. Thank you, I'm not only nasty, I'm also an old colorist. Shen Sweet Pear laughed and fluttered. This guy was really an honest rogue. Moreover, it was still a stinky rogue that you knew he was playing rogue with you, but you just couldn't hate it. Shen Sweet Pear laughed daintily and gave Lindsay a pink punch. Not far away, Su Qingxue, who saw the scene, clenched her pink fist in anger. Come on, drink. Lindsay raised his cup and said. Shen Sweet Pear did not refuse. Strong wine entered his throat, and Lindsay's mood ached a lot. Just at this time, the oily-headed guy on the stage suddenly began to howl like a ghost and started to soar high-pitched. Tramp really gave Lindsay a jolt. What kind of barrenness is that singing? Lindsay spat. Don't talk nonsense, the other party is the singer of Night Phantom's Town Treasure. What? Lindsay was confused. How could he sing like this and still have the nerve to say that he was the treasure of the store? What, you're not convinced? Convinced. Lindsay nodded his head like pounding garlic. Shen Sweet Pear did not move and glanced towards the corner. Afterward, she smiled and said, why don't I go sing you a song? You can still sing? Who are you looking down on? If I want to make a debut, there's still those singers. Lindsay was happy. Alright, please start your performance. Chapter 10. That's right, I'm Lindsay. Shen Sweet Pear went on stage. With her enchanting looks and sexy figure, she immediately attracted many people's eyes. A few people even whistled roguishly. Shin Sweet Pear smiled and said something to the lead singer on stage. The other party was flattered and handed the guitar in his hand to Shin's sympathy. Shin Sweet Pear sat on the high stool holding the guitar. She smiled at the microphone in front of her and said, "This song is for Lindsay at table 6. What I want to say is, Lindsay, meeting you is the biggest luck in my life. I hope you can have a happy night." The crowd looked towards table 6. Each of them looked at Lindsay with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Lindsay, however, was a little confused. What was going on? Hadn't Su Qingxue already left? What does Shin Sweet Pear mean by saying these words now? Can't it be that she's really attracted to my handsome appearance? When he thought of this, Lindsay stood up and waved at the crowd with a smile. "Yes, I'm Lindsay." In that situation, it was as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know who Lindsay was in Shin Sweetnie's mouth. Shin Sweetie Pie was amused by Lindsay's behavior. This guy was so flirty. Su Qingxue, who was sitting in the corner, was about to explode with anger. She had never dreamed that Shin Sweet Pear would go on stage and sing to Lindsay. It was even if she sang, she even confessed to Lindsay in public. How dare she? Didn't know that Lindsay was her own person? Moreover, what was even more infuriating was that this bastard Lindsay had the shamelessness to stand up and admit in public that he was the leading man in Shin Sweet Pear's mouth. Su Qingxue really wanted to get up and rush to the stage to curse Shin Sweetie Pie for being shameless. But she held back. She wanted to see what kind of song Shin Jiangli would sing for Lindsay. Maybe her voice was like a duck's, hard to hear. Shin Sweet Pear's slender fingers began to pluck the strings of the zither. When that pleasant and familiar sound entered the ears of the crowd, Su Qingxue trembled. Her face was even more ferocious. Because she could hear that what Shin Sweet Pear was going to sing next was exactly the song that Lindsay had sung on the stage of the school festival when he was a junior. At that time, after he finished singing that song, he confessed his love to himself in front of a group of school leaders and a lot of outstanding alumni. I didn't expect that Shin Sweet Pear knew about this matter, otherwise, she wouldn't be singing this song right now. Just at this time, Shin Sweet Pear opened her mouth and sang. In the time of the firstborn, I was a poplar by the stream. Branches and leaves gently swaying. Watching over the ancient bridge. You are like a butterfly. You fluttered into my eyes. For a short time. But it makes my heart swell. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr sing. Moreover, the voice was ethereal and pleasant. Although it was a song that Lin Zhe hadn't heard before. But Lin Zhe could hear that it was a love song. Su Qingxue, however, was getting angrier and angrier. She also didn't expect Shen Sweetpear's voice to be so powerful. It was so pleasant to sing. The song's title was 3 Lives. It was composed by the Prince of Love Songs, Li Dingchang, for his beloved wife. Just like the title of the song, the lyrics were about a story of 3 lifetimes. It was very touching. Shen Sweetpear on the stage was smiling like a flower as she looked at Lin Zhe on the stage. She continued to sing. In my second life I turned into a flying bird and soared through the clouds and mists in search of your faraway place. In the busy streets and quiet hills, I keep searching for that warm blow. Lin Zhe still stood up and gave Shen Tianli a flying kiss. Put. Shen Shuangli was amused. Laughing, she stopped singing. The crowd gave Lin Zhe a disgruntled look in their eyes. Obviously, they had already been brought into the mood of the lyrics by Shen Sidney. Lin Zhe shrugged indifferently, then lit a cigarette without any panic. As he swallowed the clouds and exhaled the smoke, Lin Zhe looked at the stage of Shen Sweetpear with a smile on his face. Shen Sweetpear continued to sing with an ethereal and melodious voice. The love of 3 lifetimes is like an unending flame. Across time and space it has never changed. No matter how many cycles of change. The heart that loves you will never change. The song is over. The applause from the stage was thunderous. Shen Xiaoli smiled and waved her hand at Lin Zhe. Ignoring the crowd's request for a second song, Shen Shirley returned the guitar to the original lead singer. When she stepped down from the stage, Shen Shuangli did not move and glanced at the corner of the bar. When she clearly saw Su Qingshue's almost fire-breathing eyes, Shen Jiangli smiled more and more triumphantly. Su Qingxue saw Shen Jiangli smile. She reacted violently, feeling that Shen Sweetpear had always known that she was also at the bar, and that was why she had sung to Lin Zhe. In the end, she was still deliberately irritating herself. But even after realizing this, Su Qingxue was still so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. But what made her even more angry was that right after Shen Sui Pair got off the stage, Lin Zhe couldn't wait to stand up and give her a big hug. Shen Tianli smiled like a flower and hugged Lin Zhe. Looking at the two people's tightly pressed bodies, Su Qingxue was so angry that she slammed her pink fist directly onto the sofa. She felt that she had to have a good chat with Lin Zhe. Let him completely stay away from Shen Sui Pair. After making up her mind, Su Qingxue quickly sent a message to Lin Zhe. Leave Shen Sweetie Pie, I'll give you $50 million. Lin Zhe was slightly stunned when he saw the message. No, did Shen Sweet Pair really stimulate her so much? So much so that she was now willing to take out $50 million to allow herself to leave Shen Sweetney. After the message was sent out, Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes looked straight at Lin Zhe. She was expecting Lin Zhe to give her feedback. But Lin Zhe didn't seem to see the message, and directly threw his cell phone on the coffee table, then continued to talk to Shen Sweet Pair about something. Shen Sweetie Pie was then seen laughing as she gave Lin Zhe a pink punch. This scene made Su Qingxue so angry that she was about to explode. This bastard had obviously been so gentle when he slept with himself last night, and had even mouthed the word baby. Moreover, in the past, she used to send him messages in seconds. But now, only a few hours after the divorce, he had ignored his messages. Anger. Anger was no longer enough to express Su Qingxue's feelings at this moment. She wanted to bite this bastard Lin Zhe to death. Just at this moment, Su Qingxue suddenly saw Lin Zhe standing up with Shen Sweet Pair. Afterwards, the two of them were talking and laughing as they walked towards the outside. Su Qingxue also hurriedly stood up and chased after them. She didn't know what was wrong with her. But at this moment, she only wanted to chase after him. She wanted to stop Lin Zhe and not allow him to go with Shen Sweet Pair. Just after leaving the bar, Su Qingxue saw Lin Zhe get into the car with Shen Sweet Pair. Inside the car, the two of them were talking and laughing. This scene caused Su Qingxue's stunningly beautiful face to be instantly covered in bone-chilling frost. She was about to take a few steps forward to pull Lin Zhe out of Shen Sweet Pair's car. But the next second, Su Qingxue completely exploded. She saw that the Shen Sweet Pair in the car took the initiative to kiss up towards Lin Zhe. Chapter 11: Eating a Mouthful? Lin Zhe certainly wasn't kissing Shen Sweet Pair. In fact, Lin Zhe was asking Shen Sweet Pair when the chauffeur would arrive. But Shen Sweet Pair suddenly came over. Her face was only 5 centimeters away from Lin Zhe's cheek. Such a close distance allowed Lin Zhe to clearly feel the hot air exhaling from her sensual lips. Looking at those her tantalizingly flaming red lips, Lin Zhe asked with a smirk, "What, you want to have a mouthful?" "Put." Shen Sweet Pair winkingly laughed. She laughed and gave Lin Zhe a pink fist, then sat back down. Only, when she sat back down, Shen Sweet Pair also gently rubbed her delicate red lips with her slender fingertips. It was as if she had just kissed someone and messed up her lipstick. When she saw the scene, Su Qingxue was so angry that her blood was about to freeze. Her petite body trembled lightly, her pink fists clenched tightly, and she didn't even realize that her nails were pinched into her flesh. She was so sad, she felt like someone was frantically stabbing her heart with a knife. Su Qingxue didn't know that she would be so sad, but she was suffocating. Right at this moment, Shen Sweet Pair suddenly turned her head to look at Su Qingxue. Through the car window, the moment the two of them met eye to eye, Shen Sweet Pair winks and licks her red lips. Provocation. Naked provocation. Su Qingxue's lungs were about to explode. She was furious towards Shen Sweet Pair's car, but just at this time, someone suddenly got into Shen Sweet Pair's car, and then the car quickly drove away from the scene. Su Qingxue angrily got into her own car, a foot of gas down, quickly towards the Shen Sweet Pair's car to chase. Lin Zhe was completely unaware of all that had happened. Running on the road back to Shen Sweet Pair's villa, Lin Zhe did not say a word and looked at the world outside the car window. Outside the car window, the lanterns were shining brightly, and the whole city looked especially dreamy. Lin Zhe was thinking about his next path. Crossing over, his situation was actually not good. Expelled from his family, divorced, his whole person seemed to be floating. Such a situation gave Lin Zhe a very strong sense of crisis. Perhaps he was used to being the boss in Blue Star, he was used to being able to control everything. But now, he couldn't control anything except himself. Thinking about what? Shen Sweet Pair asked with a charming smile. Lin Zhe said frankly, "I'm thinking about what I should do next." It wasn't that he didn't have a path to take, on the contrary, there were many paths that he could take. Lin Zhe just didn't know which one he should take. Although this planet was similar to Blue Star, its development trajectory was obviously a few years worse than on Blue Star. Through the day's understanding today, Lindsay came to the conclusion that this planet was almost like Blue Star 1415 years. There were takeaways, yet they were still in the mode of making phone calls. There were shared bikes, however, they were the kind that the government came up with. There was video software, but not the short video software like Shake Daddy. Similarly, there were many, many more. Lindsay knew that this planet was like virgin territory for himself. He could completely reclaim it at will with his knowledge from the blue planet. But the problem now was that he only had $10 million in his entire body, and this $10 million was still given by Su Qingxue. With this amount of money, living was definitely enough, but doing business, it would be insignificant. What, a sense of crisis? Shen Sweet Pear asked with a smile. Yeah, as we all know, I was kicked out of the family and divorced, and the saddest thing is that there's still not much money. I have to make money. Then you come to my company. Shen Sweet Pear laughed. Okay, how much annual salary are you going to offer me? How much do you want? Shen Sweet Pear asked with a winking smile. Casually a few $100 million. Why don't you go and grab it? Good idea. Saying that, Lindsay gestured his fingers into a pistol, then aimed it at Shen Sweet Pear. Robbery, hand over your money. Shen Sweet Pear put on a look of fear and said, Sir, I don't have any money. Come on, she even cooperated. Then what do you have? I only have a pretty face and a sexy body, do you want it? Saying that, she also threw Lindsay a wink. Grass. She's really a demonic spirit. Forget it, I'm not interested in your body. Put. Shen Sweet Pear giggled, laughing with a floral twig. Lindsay felt like he didn't have enough eyes. Why didn't he grow 4 pairs of eyes? Soon, returned to the villa. The two of them had just entered the villa, when Su Qingxue stopped at the entrance of Shen Sweet Pear's villa. She looked at Lindsay and Shen Sweet Pear into the villa, angry pink fist ruthlessly smashed in the steering wheel, no superfluous nonsense. Su Qingxue took out the cell phone to call Lindsay. Lindsay had just entered the villa when his cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Su Qingxue's call, Lindsay didn't even think about hanging up. He was craving for Su Qingxue's body, however, when he thought of Su Qingxue recklessly telling himself in front of the bar that the person she liked was Jizafeng, Lindsay didn't want to have any contact with her, much less say a word to her. However, on second thought, he had only slept with someone 7 times last night, so not answering the phone now would be a little too heartless. When the signal was about to break, Lindsay picked up the phone. Hello. When she heard Lindsay's voice coming out of the cell phone, Su Qingxue inexplicably had the urge to cry. She had thought that Lindsay wouldn't pick up his call. Su Qingxue took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, I'm at the entrance of Shen Sweet Pear's villa, come out. It's not appropriate for a lone man or woman, there's something to be said over the phone. Lonely men and women? Su Qingxue's anger was about to explode. He is now with Shen Sweet Pear is not a lonely man and woman? When he slept with himself last night, why didn't he say he was alone? This asshole. Bastard, why didn't you reply to my message? Su Qingxue angrily questioned. Lindsay asked rhetorically, why should I return your messages? You. Su Qingxue was so angry that she couldn't speak. She didn't know why, but she just felt so aggrieved. Do you have something or not? If not, I'm hanging up. Leave Shen Sweet Pear, I'll give you $50 million. Su Qingxue suppressed the anger within her and tried her best to say in a calm tone. Impossible. Su Qingxue instantly broke her defense. This asshole, yesterday for $10 million, he was able to divorce himself. Now that he himself gave him $50 million, he wouldn't even leave Shen Sweet Pear? Could it be that in this bastard's mind, Shen Sweetney was far higher than herself? 100 million. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and said. She didn't believe that she had already raised her chips so high, and he would still refuse herself. Grass. Lindsay's heart was moved. That was $100 million. With this amount of money, he could quickly develop his business territory. Lindsay was about to speak. Shen Sweet Pear, who was sitting on the side, suddenly came over. Deliberately using a very coquettish voice, she said, Geijai, don't call when you're taking a bath. Saying that, she took away Lindsay's cell phone without saying a word and then quickly hung up. Su Qingxue was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that Lindsay had already progressed to the point of bathing together with Shen Sweet Pear. She was so angry that she was shivering all over, even her breathing became extraordinarily uncomfortable. Su Qingxue unwillingly called the phone to Lin Zhe again. But this time, the phone was directly hung up. Su Qingxue cried, she was pissed off and cried. She didn't want to cry, but it was really hard on her heart. It was like a knife twisting in general. Su Qingxue lying on the steering wheel whimpered and cried. While crying, she cursed, Lin Zhe, you bastard, what gives you the right to bathe with her? Chapter 12, wouldn't that be cheaper for me? After crying for a while, Su Qingxue drove back to the villa. Just after entering the villa, the feeling of loneliness hit her. To know that in the past, no matter how late she came back, Lin Zhe was always waiting for himself in the living room. He would attentively take over his own bag, take off his high heels and replace them with comfortable slippers for himself, and if he was too tired at times, he would even press his shoulders for a while. But now, the entire villa was pitch black. That feeling of loneliness made Su Qingxue more and more sad. She turned on the lights and sat on the sofa for a while. Su Qingxue suddenly wanted to drink some wine. She basically didn't drink much on weekdays, and occasionally, when she was in a good mood, she would drink a little with Lin Zhe by the house. But now, she really wanted to drink, she even wanted to get drunk. She wanted to use alcohol to numb her nerves. More than anything, she wanted to make herself temporarily forget the reality that she had already divorced Lin Zhe, as well as the fact that Lin Zhe was hitting it off with Shen Sweet Pear. Going to the wine cellar to get a red wine, Su Qingxue subconsciously took 2 glasses. But when opening the bottle, Su Qingxue became more and more sad. Because in the past, this kind of rough work was done by Lin Zhe, he would take care of everything for himself. After half a day's work, not to mention not opening the corks, he was also stabbed in the finger by the tool used to open the red wine. Su Qingxue collapsed. She crouched on the ground and cried. What are you hanging up on me for? Lin Zhe asked in a depressed manner. $100 million had flown away just like that, and Lin Zhe expressed his heartache. In Lin Zhe's opinion, what flew away wasn't money, what flew away was his brilliant career. What, you really want to leave me for $100 million? That's $100 million. Lin Zhe said painfully. Shen Sweet Pear was inexplicably a little uncomfortable. But you've clearly promised me. Sorry, I'm a person with no morals and no bottom line. Put. Shen Sweet Pear giggled. Originally, when Lin Zhe wanted to leave himself for $100 million, she was still a bit uncomfortable. After all, this guy had clearly promised to help himself with the drama. But now Lin Zhe's sentence, I have no morals and no bottom line, instantly amused her. Not only was she not angry anymore, she even felt that this guy Lin Zhe was inexplicably a bit cute. Shen Sweet Pear laughed, I can also give you money, let's put it this way, after the matter is accomplished, I'll give you $200 million. Are you serious? Nonsense, of course I am serious. Who wouldn't be able to draw a cake? How about this, you pay me half of the deposit first. Okay, tomorrow morning I will go to the bank to transfer to you, but, took my money, can be good work, if let me know, you backstage also contact Su Qingxue words, careful I pack you do not think I am joking, quietly tell you, Hai Cheng underground world of words but my girlfriend, let you disappear from this world, what is her sentence of the thing? I wipe. This is a bit ruthless. However, Lin Zhe didn't take her threat to heart at all. Not only did he not take it to heart, he even pinched Shen Sweet Pear's foxy face without fear. Don't worry, although I have no morals and no bottom line, I still want to sleep with you after all. Shen Sweet Pear's pretty face reddened. Was this guy so dog-bold? It was just a matter of speaking so nastily. He even dared to make a move on himself. Shen Tianli thought that she would be angry. But as it turned out, she inexplicably enjoyed the feeling of having her face pinched by Lin Zhe. When this thought appeared, Shen Sweet Pear was startled. I don't have some weird attribute, right? Shen Sweet Pear, you're actually shy, don't tell me that you haven't fallen in love yet after growing up. Lin Zhe joked as if he had discovered a new continent. Shen Sweet Pear gave Lin Zhe a blank stare. She was so long and soulful that even when she rolled her eyes, she looked very provocative. No? Wouldn't that be cheaper for me? Lin Zhe said with a smirk. Shen Sweet Pear looked at Lin Zhe with tears and laughter. This stinking rascal. What do you mean it's cheap for him? Speaking as if she was already with him. Shen Sweet Pear laughed and scolded, rascal, no more nonsense with you, I'm going to bed. Need to warm the bed? I have been a professional bed warmer for 25 years. Shen Sweet Pear giggled. This guy was really shameless. Each of them went back to their rooms. Lin Zhe was preparing to squat a horse stance. Crossing over, the original owner's body was weak and unbearable. 5 times last night had surprisingly left him as if he was deflated. He had to hurry up and get back to that peak state he was in when he was on the blue planet. Real men who didn't start with 9 times, not to mention those handsome readers of Tomato, were all tireless perpetual motion machines. But just after squatting down, Lin Zhe's cell phone suddenly received a message. The message was from the person whose note was garbage. Big brother, you say it's obvious that you're the biological one, but why did Dad buy me a $100 million villa? Envious? Envious is right, I just want you to be envious. Lin Zhe, you're a lost dog. Let me tell you, everything in the Lin family is mine, so what if I'm not biological? Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Tomorrow I'm going to go on a blind date with Shin Sweet Pear, the topmost Shin family's daughter in Hai Chang, after I become the Shin family's son-in-law. Don't worry, I'll make your life worse than death. Lin Zhe was happy. Still thinks he's the original owner? He couldn't help but look through this trash's chat records with the original owner. There were many records. From the time the original owner was retrieved until just now, there were about 10,000 of them. These chat records clearly recorded the entire process of the original owner being bullied. By the records of him being careful to please this brother when he was first retrieved. After he was kicked out of the Lin family, there were also various provocations from this good brother. The most infuriating thing is that his good brother has clearly told him that the previous slanders against him were all intentional. But he even begged his good brother to say good words to his parents for him, really a heartless awe. Fortunately, 3 years ago, he did not know whether to wake up, or dead heart, in the face of this good brother's provocation. Also do not reply. After reading these records, Lin Zhe wanted to smash his cell phone. Fortunately, he had now occupied his body and replaced him, otherwise, sooner or later, he would have been pissed off. Ignoring this trash's provocation, Lin Zhe began to squat. His good days were coming to an end anyway. After squatting for an hour, Lin Zhe was paralyzed with exhaustion. The original owner's body was even weaker than he had imagined. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Zhe had persevered with his strong willpower, 5 minutes was already the limit. He took a shower and lay on the bed to calculate his future path. After thinking for a while, Lin Zhe set his future life goals. Make more money, pick up more girls, and take back everything that the original owner lost. Then, be a heartless asshole. Chapter 13 Showing Off. Lin Zhe had just gotten up the next day when he saw Shin Sweet Pear sitting at the dining table in her OL uniform to eat. Those 2 snow-white and slender legs were wrapped in thin flesh silk. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. After eating just breakfast, Lin Zhe asked with a smile, "Are we going directly to the bank?" Shin Sweet Pear knew that Lin Zhe was talking about the money he promised to give him last night. "Don't be in a hurry, I'll definitely give you what I promised you, but I have more important things to deal with right now." "What is it? It's even more important than transferring money to me." Shin Sweet Pear depressed said, "My company invested in a fairy drama, will soon be released, but the theme song has not yet been fixed, this period of time one after another to collect up a lot of songs, today to go to the clapboard to set." "That is indeed important, go." Running on the road to Shin Sweet Pear's company, Lin Zhe glanced at Shin Sweet Pear's 2 beautiful legs wrapped in flesh silk from time to time. "Damn, really sexy." Shin Sweet Pear winks and says, "I say, although we are a hooligan, maybe a little bit of convergence? From morning to now, you have stared at my legs 17 times, just like these 2 legs of mine so much? I like them." "You like stockings, right?" Shin Sweet Pear asked with a smile. "Nonsense, I am fond of your legs in stockings." Shin Sweet Pear couldn't help but laugh out loud. This rascal. Soon, it arrived at Shin Sweet Pear's company. Shin Sweet Pear's company was located in Golden Harbor Mansion. This was the top office building in Haicheng. Her company was huge, covering an area of more than 1,000 square feet. After Lin Zhe entered the company with her, the sound of Mr. Shin's good greeting kept coming from his ears, and Shin Sweet Pear smiled and nodded in response. Just after entering Shin Sweet Pear's office, the secretary followed her in. This secretary general is average, but has a good figure. Lin Zhe swept a glance and moved his eyes away without interest. "General Secretary Shin, we received 13 more songs in the past 2 days, do we need to play them now?" Shin Sweet Pear nodded and said, "Play it." When Su Qing Shue woke up, it was already more than 9 in the morning. After she finished crying last night, she looked for a bottle of whiskey. After one drink, the whole person felt the sky spinning. Later on, after vomiting halfway through the hard time, she fell asleep on the sofa. When she opened her eyes, Su Qingxue felt that her head hurt a little. She subconsciously shouted, "Lindsay, my head hurts." There was no response. Su Qingxue then remembered that she had already divorced Lindsay. Moreover, he had already moved away. A huge sense of loss instantly hit her. Su Qingxue sat on the bed and looked at the empty bed. It was clear that the two of them were still doing the most intimate things on this bed the night before. But now, they were already separated. When the cell phone rang, Su Qingxue was calculating what she should do today. Must do something, otherwise, the head will always restrain to think of Lindsay. The phone call was from an unfamiliar number. Su Qingxue didn't have the habit of answering unfamiliar numbers, so she hung up directly. Soon, a message was sent in. "Qingxue, it's me, Jizafeng." Su Qingxue froze for a moment when she saw the name. She violently realized that after parting with Jizafeng from the hotel yesterday, up until now, she hadn't even thought about Jizafeng once. Such a discovery caused Su Qingxue to panic a little. What was wrong with herself? Obviously, she liked Jizafeng so much, moreover, she had liked him for 5 years. He had also come back now, and as long as he nodded his head, then he would be with himself. But for such a long time, one hadn't even thought about him once. Instead, all one could think about was Lindsay. A terrifying thought appeared in Su Qingxue's mind. "I'm not falling for Lindsay, am I?" The appearance of this thought scared Su Qingxue fiercely again. She shook her head vigorously and said, "No way, how could I possibly like that bastard? What I like is Jizafeng, yes, the person I like is Jizafeng, I'm just pissed off by that bastard being with Shin pair." Just then, the cell phone rang again. The call was still from Jizafeng. Su Qingxue quickly picked up the phone this time. "Qingfeng, sorry, I thought it was a stranger," Su Qingxue said in a soft voice. Jizafeng on the other end of the phone smiled and said, "It's okay, are you up?" "Well, got up, did you get a cell phone number?" "Yes, just went out to handle it, I'll go pick you up now." "No, you wait for me at the hotel." Inexplicably, Su Qingxue didn't want Jizafeng to know where she lived, and even more so, she didn't want him to come to her house. "Alright, I'll wait for you then," Su Qingxue answered and hung up with each other. More than half an hour later, Su Qingxue arrived at the hotel. Jizafeng was waiting for Su Qingxue inside the hotel's lobby. Just when he was already somewhat about to collapse from waiting, Su Qingxue arrived. Su Qingxue was wearing a white dress, giving off an air of immortality. Even though her dress was extremely simple, it was yet another thing that made Jizafeng's eyes light up. Honestly speaking, Jizafeng once again regretted why he didn't pick Su Qingxue when he was in college. Obviously, she was much more beautiful than his girlfriend in every way. Moreover, the most important thing was that she liked herself a lot at that time. If he had chosen her, why would he have become so passive as he was now? "Sorry, Zafeng, for keeping you waiting," Su Qingxue said with a slight apology. Jizafeng said softly, "Qingxue, between us, there's no need to be able to say sorry." He looked at Su Qingxue's eyes were full of thick, deep love that could not be melted. Su Qingxue smiled and said, "You are right, there is no need to send sorry between us, go, take you to see your gift." "Good, I'm really looking forward to it." Jizafeng laughed. Taking Jizafeng out of the hotel, a valuable luxury car was already parked peacefully at the entrance of the hotel. When he saw the luxury car, Jizafeng's heart trembled violently. No way, Su Qingxue wouldn't be sending herself this supercar. Su Qingxue took out the car key from her bag and pressed it against the supercar. The lights of that supercar then flashed. Jizafeng was shocked. This sports car was worth more than $7 million. Even though the Ji family was on the verge of bankruptcy, even when Jizafeng wanted to buy such an expensive sports car, he had to weigh it up. But now Su Qingxue said to give it away. Her handwriting is too big. After the shock, there was surprise. No, surprise could no longer be used to describe Jizafeng's mood at this moment. He was so ecstatic that he even wanted to pick up Su Qingxue and spin around a few times. But he held back. After coming back yesterday, he clearly felt that Su Qingxue was a bit rusty with him. He was afraid that if he did so, he would be abrupt to the beautiful woman. Anyway, she had already given herself such an expensive sports car, which was enough to show that she liked herself to the bone. Since that was the case, what was the rush for himself? "Qingxue, you, don't tell me that this is the gift you gave me?" Jizafeng asked with feigned surprise. Su Qingxue nodded. "Like it?" I like it even if you give me a piece of paper, but Qingxue, this is too expensive, I can't accept it." Ji Zifeng said in a difficult manner. Zifeng, there's no need to be so polite between us, besides, it's just a car, it's nothing to me. Alright then. Su Qingxue threw the car keys to Ji Zifeng. Go try it out and see if you like the interior. Ji Zifeng nodded. He suppressed his wildly beating heart, then unhurriedly got into the car. The moment the car door closed, Ji Zifeng pinched his thighs vigorously to keep himself from laughing out. Su Qingxue didn't get into the car, she stood down and watched Ji Zifeng lovingly touch the steering wheel of the sports car. For some reason, this scene suddenly made her think of Lin Zhe again. When Su Qingxue and Lin Zhe got married, she also wanted to send Lin Zhe a car, but unfortunately, Lin Zhe didn't want it, and he later relied on his own ability to buy a car of more than 200,000 yuan, and, up to now, he is still driving. Su Qingxue also suddenly remembered, married for 3 years, he really did not seem to give Lin Zhe any gifts. On the contrary, Lin Zhe had bought himself quite a few gifts. As big as a bag, as small as a doll, her room was piled high. In front of her eyes was obviously Ji Zifeng driving this supercar, but Su Qingxue inexplicably fantasized about Lin Zhe sitting in the car. He must really like it too. Yes, Su Qingxue's heart suddenly developed a strong sense of guilt towards Lin Zhe. This sense of guilt made her suddenly regret sending Ji Zifeng to the sports car. Ji Zifeng stayed in the car for a while and then got out. How is it, do you like it? Su Qingxue asked. Ji Zifeng smiled and nodded. By the way, Qingxue, can you push Lin Zhe's green bubble to me? What are you adding him for? Oh, he's taken care of you for 3 years, I think, he should know your habits very well, and next, it's going to be me who'll be taking care of you, so, I want to ask him for some advice. Ji Zifeng said in a pretense of embarrassment. Su Qingxue felt a little sad in her heart. She remembered how Lin Zhe had taken care of her in every way for 3 years, but now she had bought a sports car for another man. But she still pushed Lin Zhe's green bubble to Ji Zifeng. Su Qingxue felt that sooner or later, she would slowly adapt to life without Lin Zhe. After all, she felt that the person she liked was Ji Zifeng. Ji Zifeng couldn't wait to click Add Friend. The moment the verification went through, Ji Zifeng then sent the picture of the supercar he had just taken plus a message together to Lin Zhe. Qingxue is really something too, having to send me such an expensive sports car. Chapter 14, A Day in the Life. When he saw this message from Ji Zifeng, Lin Zhe was instantly happy. It was really unexpected that he was still a green tea man. For Lin Zhe, he had already divorced Su Qingxue. Even if she gave the company to Ji Zifeng, it didn't have half a cent to do with himself. After all, it wasn't like he liked Su Qingxue. Besides, he did not also make money. Moreover, what he has earned is far more than a supercar. Ignoring Ji Zifeng's bragging, Lin Zhe continued to listen to the song with Shen Sweet Pear. 13 songs, already listened to more than an hour. For the first time, Lin Zhe felt that listening to music was a torturous thing. Shen Sweet Pear was also a bit broken. When the last song was finished, she leaned back in frustration. Disappointment, nothing but disappointment. Lin Zhe looked at her pear of fruits almost bursting through her snow-white shirt. He swallowed indisputably, then asked with a smile, "What is the plot of this drama of yours, can you tell me about it?" "What, are you going to compose my theme song?" Shen Sweet Pear asked with a smile. Lin Zhe laughed, "Well, I do have such an idea." When he was on Blue Star, before he had gotten mixed up in society, Lin Zhe was also just an ordinary college student who also liked to listen to music, watch TV, and chased after stars. The music on this planet was very different from that on the Blue Planet, and the movie and television productions were even completely different. Getting a theme song was easier than breathing for Lin Zhe. After all, he had many times the theme songs of immortal dramas in his head. Of course, the reason why he was helping her, in the end, there was only one purpose. Shen Sweet Pear didn't believe that Lin Zhe would be able to come up with a theme song that would satisfy her, but she was at her most bored right now, and desperately needed to talk to someone to vent her inner bitterness. That immortal drama is about a heavenly god reincarnated into the earth to experience the world. The male lead met many confidants on earth. There are those who like him and those he likes. He had many twisted and moving stories with these confidants who like him, and finally returned to the heavenly realm. Lin Zhe listened to Shen Sweet Pear's narration. How did he feel that this story was a bit familiar? I'll rub it in. Isn't this a lowly version of immortality? Since that's the case, then Easy Sai is a killer. Is there a guitar? Lin Zhe asked. Shen Sweet Pear suddenly sat up straight as she asked with a delicate smile, "What, you're really planning to compose one for me?"
Well, a bit of inspiration. Lindsay said in a very pretentious manner. To pick up a girl, it wasn't too shabby to pretend. Really? Honestly speaking, Sweetpear wasn't particularly clear about Lindsay's past. She only knew that Lindsay could sing and had a good voice. But to say that he could compose, Sweetpear didn't believe it. Really, don't you know if you get me a guitar? Lindsay laughed. Sweetpear saw that although Lin Yang was laughing, his eyes had a few serious looks. Could it be that he could really compose? Without any unnecessary nonsense, Sweetpear made a call to her secretary and asked her to bring in a guitar. Soon, the secretary walked in with the guitar. The moment the guitar was in his hands, Lindsay was in a bit of a trance. It was because he hadn't touched the thing in over a decade. When Lindsay was in college at Blue Star, he had formed a band, not for music of course, but to pick up girls. At that time, this thing was a great tool for picking up girls. Lindsay tried sweeping a few strings first. The sound was a bit harsh. Sweetpear smiled and spat, "Hey, are you good or not?" Lindsay laughed. "I think you can turn on your cell phone to record." "What, you're not afraid of losing face?" Sweetpear winks and snickers. Lindsay shrugged. Sweetpear smiled and turned on her cell phone's camera and started filming. Lindsay smiled at her and then played. As the flowing and pleasant music poured out, Sweetpear froze. No, this guy really knows? Moreover, the intro was very nice to listen to. Inexplicably it was a bit of a match with that drama of hers. The years are rarely silent. Autumn winds are tired of drifting. The setting sun refuses to leave. Hanging on the wall. Can't let go of me. The words that used to be in my ear. The tide flows eastward. When I look back. The past has fallen with the maple leaves. By the time a few lines of lyrics emerged from Lindsay's mouth, Sweetpear's sexy lips had grown so long that she could stuff 7 or 8 eggs into them. No, this guy really knows? And he also sang so beautifully? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have been able to believe it. Lindsay ignored her shock and continued to play and sing. Love has come to an end. Hate has given up its promise. Fate recognizes its own humor. Too many thoughts. It's not up to me. I'm not sure how much I'll get out of it. I'm not sure how many people I'd like to have as friends. When I look back. But I hear the rumors of laughter. In a drunken dream. Sweetpear had been completely shocked. She had stood up in shock. The shooting had also become extremely serious. Lindsay wasn't shocked. His expression had become somewhat despondent. His eyes had also become extraordinarily bleak. Yes, Lindsay's mood had become a bit bad. He was struck by the lyrics. Fate recognizes its own humor. Too many thoughts. It's not up to me. I'm not sure how much I'll be rewarded for my ambition. I'm not sure how many people I'd like to know. When I look back. But I hear the rumors of laughter. In a drunken dream. These lyrics made Lindsay feel as if he was singing about his own destiny. At this moment, he remembered all that he had experienced when he was in Blue Star. He was originally a student of Qingbei with an extremely bright future. However, when his old man was betrayed by his brothers and died, Lindsay was forced to inherit his old man's mantle. He spent 3 years growing the gang and became the well-deserved king of darkness in Blue Star. Just when he wanted to transform, when he wanted to bring his brothers to live a normal life, he was backstabbed by his most beloved woman. It wasn't until he was dying that Lindsay realized that the woman he held in the palm of his hand and even gave his life to was actually an undercover agent. The song continued. Lindsay's voice suddenly rose. Laughing and sighing at the lack of words. The old madness and the new madness are all in vain. The sword is dull and the blade is weak. The dream of a broken heart is broken. The road is deserted. No one understands the trail. I've been looking through the eyes for years. I can't see through the red dust. As the last word fell, Lindsay's eyes looked out through the window. He was thinking about the woman who had backstabbed him. He wondered if she would have the slightest bit of regret in the dead of night. But again, Lindsay felt that none of this mattered. What mattered was that she had successfully decimated his trust in women. So, after being reborn, he just wanted to be a heartless asshole. Sweetpear kind of wanted to cry. She didn't know why she had such emotions. She was clearly listening to a very good song. But she heard from Lin Zhe's song the helplessness of life, the helplessness of fate, and the sadness in his heart. A feeling of heartache inexplicably grew in Shin Tianli's heart. She even had the urge to hug Lin Zhe. Right at this moment, Lin Zhe suddenly gave a flirty smile. Love me or not? Put. All the sadness disappeared without a trace in this instant. Shin Sweet Pear laughed. Smiling, she clicked the video to save it and then beautifully sent it to Su Qingxue. She knew that this video could infuriate her to the point of collapse. After the video was sent, Shin Sweet Pear smiled charmingly at Lin Zhe. Congratulations, you now have 20 points, keep up the good work. Lin Zhe was delighted. It had only been less than 2 days and he had already gotten 20 points. It looked like sleeping with her was just around the corner. Chapter 15, No Confidence in Picking You Up. After sending the video to Su Qingxue, Shin Sweet Pear smiled and asked, "What's the name of this song?" Easy Sigh. Shin Sweet Pear's eyes lit up. Wow, good name. Right, I also think it's good. Not only is the name good, the lyrics are also good, the tune is also good, it's practically tailor-made for my immortal drama, make a price. Sending it to you. Lin Zhe said with a wave of his hand. Really? Shin Sweet Pear's foxy face was written with colors of disbelief. Lin Zhe asked rhetorically, if I were to give you this song, would you be happy? I would not only be happy, I would simply be blissfully happy. Shin Sweet Pear said with a charming smile. Then I'll give it to you, as long as you're happy. Shin Sweet Pear knew that Lin Zhe was deliberately teasing herself, but for some reason, her heart inexplicably jumped a little more when she heard Lin Zhe's words. It seemed as if no one had ever said something like, as long as you're happy, to herself before. Do you know how much profit this song can bring you? How much? Lin Zhe asked. Let me put it this way, I don't know if that drama of mine will be on fire, but this song of yours will definitely be on fire. When the time comes, the royalties plus the messy fees, the earnings will definitely not be less than 8 figures, and if this song is sung by you, once it's on fire, there's sure to be a lot of businessmen who will invite you for performances, that's another huge amount of income. Holy, so profitable? What, regret? Shin Sweet Pear asked with a charming smile. Yeah, regret. I have a heart like a knife, you give brother a rub. Lin Zhe, you don't take advantage of me a bit, are you having a hard time in your heart? Shin Sweet Pear laughed and scolded. It's hard, why don't you, brother, give you a rub? Rub what? Rub your heart. Put. Shin Sweet Pear laughed out loud. This stinking rascal. Lin Zhe also laughed. Shin Sweet Pear laughed almost enough and asked squarely, seriously, how did you create this song? I plagiarized it. Lin Zhe said frankly. Don't tease, this song is so good, once it's published it'll definitely explode, there's no way I haven't heard it before. Shin Sweet Pear's implication was that if I haven't heard such a good song, then it means that it hasn't been published. In that case, what the hell are you plagiarizing? I didn't say I copied it from this planet either. What do you mean? Is it hard to believe that you copied from another planet? Right. Shin Sweet Pear gave Lin Zhe a blank look. She didn't believe Lin Zhe's bull. Seeing that Shin Sweet Pear obviously didn't believe it, Lin Zhe didn't bother to break it up with her. So what, now that the theme song is done, is it time to go transfer the money to me? There's no rush, you have to promise me something first. Holy, you don't want to renege on your debt? Shin Sweet Pear, at the expense of me still wanting to sleep with you so much, is this how you treat me? Shin Sweet Pear cried and laughed as she looked at Lin Zhe. She wanted to ask, this has nothing to do with him wanting to sleep with himself. Don't be anxious, the money will definitely be given to you, what I mean is, can this song be sung by you? When the recording is over, I'll transfer the money to you. I can sing it for you, however, this song still needs to be rearranged a bit, it's best to add some other instruments, such as the sound of a shower flute or something like that, to make it sound a bit more immortal. Shin Sweet Pear's eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Zhe with an excited expression. Lin Zhe, I think you're right, why don't you arrange the music? I would love to do you this favor, but unfortunately, I haven't learned to arrange music. Alright then, I'll let the others arrange it. Well, after they finish arranging the song, we can record it, so let's go transfer money while they're arranging it. Shin Sweet Pear laughed, you've really fallen into money. Lin Zhe wanted to tell her that he wasn't falling into money, he was in desperate need of startup capital. Obviously, there were so many projects that made a lot of money right in front of him, but Lin Zhe could only look on with bated breath. It was like he was obviously guarding a gold mountain but couldn't mine it, it was a terrible feeling. Damn, money is a man's guts. I'm poor now with only $10 million in my body. I don't even have the confidence to soak you. Ah, Lindsay, you're going to laugh me to death. So in order for me to sleep with you earlier, hurry up and transfer the money. Shun Sweet Pear burst out laughing once again. How did this guy make the matter of being a hooligan so silky smooth? Forget it, seeing as you're in such a hurry, let's go, I'll go transfer the money for you. Shun Sweet Pear laughed. Shun Sweet Pear, you can really be a soft-hearted god. God will definitely bless you to be slept with by me earlier. Shun Sweet Pear almost burst into laughter. This rascal. After sending the video of Lindsay singing just now to the company's teacher who specialized in arranging music, Shun Sweet Pear took Lindsay and ran towards the bank. Su Qingxue had just brought Jizafing to the company when she received the video sent by Shun Sweetie Pie. She didn't need to look at it to know that the content in the video must be what she used to irritate herself. Su Qingxue didn't even look at it and was about to directly delete it. But she somehow clicked play. The next second, Lindsay's face appeared in the video. Su Qingxue's heart trembled. The pleasant and melodious sound of a guitar came out from the video. Su Qingxue was instantly upset. What do you mean, this asshole sang to Shun Sweet Pear? Obviously before the divorce, he had once said that he would only sing for himself in this life. Soon, Lindsay's magnetic voice came into Su Qingxue's ears through the cell phone. The years are rarely silent. Autumn winds are tired of drifting. The setting sun relies on not leaving. Hanging on the wall. I can't let go of me. Su Qingxue froze. This was a song she hadn't heard before. Not only that. Lindsay's emotions had obviously been added to this song. It made the song sound a little sad, a little open-minded, and a little reluctant. In short, Su Qingxue was captivated, she was deeply attracted, and she couldn't wait to continue listening. Love has come to an end. Hate has also given up its promise. Fate recognizes its own humor. Too many thoughts. It's not up to me. When these lyrics reached Su Qingxue's ears, she only felt a buzz in her head. Love has come to an end, and hate has given up its promise. Su Qingxue mumbled and repeated these two lines of lyrics. Was Lindsay singing about himself and him? Su Qingxue's eyes turned red at some point. Lindsay in the video was clearly smiling, but Su Qingxue felt that he must be extremely sad in his heart. After all, the woman he had loved for 7 years did not want him for another man. The song in the video continued, but Su Qingxue could no longer listen to it. She remembered the Lindsay of the past. Once he was such a kind and proud person, the high university schoolboy, the first in his major grade, the president of the student union, and the winner of the national award. He should have had an extremely bright future, but because he liked himself, knowing that he was a substitute, he still accompanied himself into the grave of marriage without hesitation. Married for 3 years, he put away all his sharpness, willing to be a family cook, just to take care of himself. But in the end, he ended up being abandoned. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue's heart suddenly hurt so much. Chapter 16 I don't have that bad of taste. 110 million. This was already the 7th time Lindsay had counted the balance on his bank card. Every time he counted it, the smile on Lindsay's face grew a few more points. It was completely like he had never seen the world before. But frankly speaking, Lindsay really wasn't someone who hadn't seen the world. When he was at the peak of Blue Star, he had more than $70 billion lying in his bank card. He was happy because his career could finally take off. He could finally make a big splash. He also finally had the chance to take complete control of his life. I say, it's not just $1 billion, see how happy you are. Listen, Shun Sweet Pear, are you speaking human language? What do you mean is not $1 billion? Do you know how big the energy of $1 billion is? How big? It can make me sleep with you 9 times a night without crying out of exhaustion. Shun Sweet Pear burst out laughing. This rascal, what a rascal. Lindsay hemmed and hawed. Just kidding, 5 times is already my limit. Say it like you've tried it. Then who knows? Lindsay said with a smirk. As he said that, his mind couldn't help but conjure up the situation the night before when he and Su Qingxue were entwined with each other in bed. Originally quite an erotic picture, but when Lindsay thought about it now, he felt sour in his heart. He really craved Su Qingxue's body, especially her 2 long snow-white legs. After putting on stockings, it was simply killing people. Damn, why couldn't I cross over earlier? If I had crossed over earlier, I would have slept with Su Qingxue long ago, where would I have had the chance to get her divorced? When Shin Sweet Pear saw Lindsay smiling in a manner, she asked curiously, have you really tried it? You guess. You slept with Su Ching Shue?
Shin Sweet Pear's watery eyes glared like green apricots.
You guess again.
Hearing this, Shin Sweet Pear was inexplicably relieved.
I'll guess your ass, it's time for dinner, treat me to dinner. No please. What, don't want the rest of the final payment?
Lindsay hurriedly grinned, just kidding, not to mention treating you to dinner, even if it's treating you to something else, there's no problem.
Shin Sweet Pear asked with interest, besides dinner, what else can you treat me to? Much more, for example, eat a loss, a big surprise.
Lindsay said with a smile.
Eat a loss, I know, what the hell is a big surprise? Lindsay didn't explain, but he looked at Shin Jiangli with ambiguous eyes. Shin Sweet Pear looked at Lindsay suspiciously.
After this idiom echoed in her mind for a while, Shin Sweet Pear instantly understood it in seconds. Her snow-white pretty face instantly flushed with a tantalizing flush.
This rascal, how nasty!
Lindsay knew that she understood when he saw her reaction.
He thought that she would retaliate with 2 sentences, but who would have thought that?
In shame, Shin Sweet Pear suddenly smiled charmingly and said, okay, you're going to conquer me, then I'm going to eat you.
Grass. Lindsay's heart and mind swam.
Should have said no, she was capable of teasing people. Lunch was at Ipin Fresh.
Aren't you and Su Ching Shue arch rivals? This place is also owned by their family, so why are you coming here to eat again? Lindsay asked in disbelief.
Shin Sweet Pear said helplessly, the food here is delicious.
Then you poached the cook here.
Good idea, why didn't I think of that? When the time comes, I'll open an Ipin Fresh.
Put. Ipin Fresh, what a middle-aged name. The two of them walked towards the inside of the restaurant while talking.
But just at this moment, the roar of a supercar entered Lindsay's ears. He subconsciously turned his head to look.
But he saw a brand new supercar arrogantly braking at the entrance of the restaurant.
Behind the sports car was a luxury car that was worth a lot of money.
It was Su Ching Shue and Ji Zifeng. Su Ching Shue the dog licker is so nice to her white moonlight.
Shin Sweet Pear suddenly asked with a winking smile.
You know that this is the sports car Su Ching Shue gave to Ji Zifeng? Shin Sweet Pear laughed, of course I know, this car Su Ching Shue booked it from half a month ago, so are you envious? Lindsay nodded.
Envious? Ah, I'm so envious of Ji Zifeng.
Envious of Su Ching Shue treating him well?
Shin Sweet Pear asked after him. Yes, envy Su Ching Shue for treating him well. If someone could treat me this well, I would definitely be moved to give my body to him. Saying that, Lindsay glanced at Shin Sweet Pear.
Lindsay felt that he had already hinted so obviously, Shin Sweet Pear would definitely be touched, right? Shin Sweet Pear giggled.
Rascal, let's not talk about it for now, I'll tease Su Ching Shue's black moonlight.
What, you want to seduce Ji Zifeng and make Su Ching Shue jealous and angry? Stop it, my taste isn't that bad.
Shin Sweet Pear gave Lindsay a wink and said. Saying that, Shin Sweet Pear smiled like a flower and rushed towards Ji Zifeng and said, Ji Zifeng, good to see you again. When he saw Shin Tianli, especially when he heard her take the initiative to greet him, Ji Zifeng's heart was filled with excitement. The more he felt that Shin Jiangli was definitely interested in himself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken such an initiative to greet herself.
Moreover, she also smiled so charmingly.
Ji Zifeng smiled and waved his hand at Shin Jiangli, then his gaze fell on Lindsay. Seeing that Lindsay was staring at his sports car, Ji Zifeng's heart became more and more pleased to the heavens.
Lindsay, be jealous, I'm going to make you jealous.
Su Ching Shue was slightly stunned when she saw Lindsay. She hadn't expected to meet Lindsay here. When she saw Lindsay, she thought of the song that Lindsay sang while holding his guitar.
And then, Su Ching Shue's heart started to hurt.
She had thought that Lindsay would look at herself, but he hadn't even looked at himself. At the moment, he was staring at the supercar that he had given to Ji Zifeng, and for some reason, Su Ching Shue suddenly felt a bit weak.
Su Ching Shue, is Lindsay's song good? I won't hide it from you, it was composed by him especially for me.
Shin Sweet Pear said with a charming smile.
Su Ching Shue's heart trembled. What? That song was actually composed by Lindsay specifically for Shin Sweet Pear?
She was instantly offended. Her angry eyes glanced at Lindsay with a grudging look. This asshole hadn't even composed a song for himself.
What song? Ji Zifeng asked curiously.
Shin Sweet Pear said with a delicate smile, I won't tell you. That teasing look, that delicate smile,
tickled Jizafeng to the core. He really felt that Shen Tianli was hitting on him. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Qingxue was still present, Jizafeng really wanted to tease her. And he believed that as long as he teased her a little, she would definitely take the bait. No, I have to add Shen Sweet Pear's green bubble, and then properly seduce her. When he thought of this, Jizafeng laughed. Lindsay, I didn't expect us to be so destined for each other. Since that's the case, why don't we eat together? We ate together last night anyway. Of course he didn't really want to eat with Lindsay, he wanted to show love with Su Qingxue to stimulate Lindsay, he even wanted to take the opportunity to add Shen Sweet Pear's green bubble. Sorry, I don't eat with ugly people. Lindsay said in a salty manner. Put. Shen Sweet Pear laughed her ass off. Even Su Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 17 So rude. Ji Zaifeng was furious. Because he felt that Lindsay was humiliating himself. Yes, he was a hair more handsome than himself. But he couldn't say that about himself in front of a beautiful woman. If he didn't have to maintain his own persona, Jizafeng would have already started cursing. However, despite being upset in his heart, Jizafeng pretended to be aggrieved and said, Qingxue, since Lindsay doesn't like me, let's change places. Acting so aggrieved himself, he didn't believe that Su Qingxue wouldn't stand up for him. The thought of Lindsay liking Su Qingxue and Su Qingxue lecturing him for himself made Jizafeng tremble with pleasure. But Su Qingxue didn't say anything. Not only did she not say anything, she also inexplicably felt that Jizafeng was a bit of a tea. Even worse, Su Qingxue suddenly realized something terrible. Just now, when Shen Sweet Pear greeted Ji Zaifeng in an ambiguous tone, she unexpectedly felt nothing. Or, more accurately, she didn't feel the slightest bit of displeasure. But when Lindsay stood with Shen Tianli, even if he didn't do anything, he was furious. I can't really be falling for this bastard Lindsay. No, it can't be, I must be angry because I'm used to this asshole staying by my side, and now that he's gone to someone else's side. Right, that's it. Hearing Jizafeng's words, Lindsay and Shen Sweet Pear looked at each other. Then they smiled at each other. From each other's eyes, they were able to clearly see the dislike for Jizafeng. Su Qingxue didn't want to say anything, but when she saw Lindsay and Shen Sweetie Pie being so ambiguous, she immediately became furious. All 25 years old, still judging people by their appearance, Lindsay, you are not growing at all. Besides, in my heart, Jizafeng is 100 times more handsome than you. Su Qingxue said angrily. Lindsay was happy. Yes, he's handsome as hell, you guys better lock up, okay? Su Qingxue was instantly furious and wanted to spit out blood. Didn't this bastard like himself? He doesn't even feel bad about himself saying this about him now? Impossible, he must be in disguise. Jizafeng was ecstatic in his heart. He was happy, he was violently happy, he was so happy that he wanted to laugh. He knew that Su Qingxue, this licking dog, would turn towards himself. But he held back, because he had to maintain his persona. Su Qingxue stared at Lindsay for a while, seeing that he looked as usual. Su Qingxue's heart thumped. She couldn't help but secretly say, this bastard won't not like me anymore. When this thought flashed by, Su Qingxue's heart was instantly like a knife. She regretted. What was the point of saying those words for a good reason? She subconsciously wanted to tell Lindsay that she wasn't defending Jizafeng, nor was she taking the heat for him, she was just pissed off by you. But when the words reached her mouth, Su Qingxue swallowed them back. She was afraid that after these words were said, she would be made fun of by Shen Sweet Pear. After all, she wanted to make fun of herself every now and then, to irritate herself. Shen Sweet Pear also saw Lindsay's bleak eyes, and she knew that Su Qingxue's words just now had upset Lindsay. Honestly, she especially understood Lindsay's feelings at this moment. The person he had liked for 7 years was now recklessly humiliating him for another man. I'm afraid that this kind of thing wouldn't be good for anyone. Lindsay, let's change places. Forget it, it's just a meal, besides, don't you like the food here? Shen Sweet Pear's heart trembled. He was obviously so sad, but for the sake of his favorite dishes, he still insisted on staying. It would be a lie for Shen Tianli to say that she wasn't moved. Lindsay didn't think so much about it, he simply felt that Ipin Fresh's food was delicious. After years of being the boss of Blue Star, his appetite had long been raised to be very difficult, and ordinary food did not enter his eyes. Fine, then we'll eat here, whatever you want to eat today, feel free to order, my treat. Shen Sweet Pear said in a domineering manner. Lindsay swept away the depressed look he had just had, he laughed, then I'll have to properly slaughter you. You're welcome to slaughter me. Shen Sweet Pear said with a charming smile. She was clearly talking about dinner, but when Ji Zifeng heard Shin Sweetie Pie's words, he inexplicably had the illusion that Shin Sweetie Pie seemed to be inviting Lin Zhe to sleep with her. Especially when he watched Shin Jiangli take Lin Zhe's arm and enter the restaurant, Ji Zifeng felt as if the two of them were going to go to a room. Ji Zifeng was not happy. Damn it, on what grounds? What does he, Lin Zhe, have to do with it? Shouldn't Shin Sweet Pear have seduced me? Su Qingxue was even more upset than Ji Zifeng when she watched Shin Sweet Pear take Lin Zhe's arm and go in. She really wanted to pounce on her and ruthlessly push Shin Shuangli away. Then ruthlessly questioned her on what grounds she was holding Lin Zhe's arm. Qingxue, let's go in as well. Ji Zifeng said softly as he held back his irritation. Su Qingxue came back to her senses, she nodded and without waiting for Ji Zifeng, she quickly walked into the restaurant. Ji Zifeng was a little disappointed. His disappointment was not that Su Qingxue did not wait for him. Rather, it was that Su Qingxue didn't put her arm around herself like Xin Li Zhou put her arm around Lin Zhe. The meal ended up being eaten together. Because there were no more extra boxes, this box was still Su Qingxue's specific box. It couldn't be helped, eating fresh was too hot. When she learned that she was able to eat together, Su Qingxue actually had some feelings of joy in her heart. She didn't know why she had such emotions growing, but she was just delighted, and she even took the initiative to sit across from Lin Zhe. Shin Sweet Pear was also very happy because she was able to stimulate Su Qingxue by showing her love to Lin Zhe again. She loved watching Su Qingxue get frustrated. Ji Zifeng was even more ecstatic than both her, Su Qingxue, and Shin Sweet Pear. Because Shin Sweet Pear was sitting right across from him. Watching from such a close distance made Ji Zifeng feel more and more that Shin Sweet Pear was really a special thing. Whether it was her looks or her smile, it made Ji Zifeng feel seductive. Only Lin Zhe was a bit depressed. He didn't want to eat with Su Qingxue, and he even more didn't want to eat with Ji Zifeng, this dead green tea. Lin Zhe said, I'm going to the restroom. Shin Sweet Pear smiled charmingly and asked, do you need me to accompany you? What, are you going to pee on me? Put. Shin Sweet Pear laughed and fluttered, and Lin Zhe took the opportunity to leave the box. Lin Zhe is so rude. Ji Zifeng said with a laugh. Shin Sweet Pear smiled charmingly and said, well, I like his rudeness. Ji Zifeng immediately broke his defenses a bit. No, what's going on with this Shin Sweet Pear? Isn't she interested in Lousy? How could she be so defensive of Lin Zhe now? Su Qingxue also broke her defenses a bit. Her defense was that the relationship between Lin Zhe and Shin Sweet Pear had developed to such an intimate level. After leaving the box, Lin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, frankly speaking, there was a bathroom inside the box. But Lin Zhe kind of didn't want to see Su Qingxue and Ji Zifeng, he wanted to come out for a breath of fresh air. After washing his hands in the bathroom, Lin Zhe lit a cigarette and walked towards the compartments unhurriedly. When he passed by one of the boxes, a hand suddenly reached out and forcefully dragged Lin Zhe inside. Chapter 18, I Want It. Grasping the grass. Lin Zhe was taken aback. He subconsciously had to counterattack, but when he saw the other person's face clearly, Lin Zhe laughed. He said slowly, Miss Su, you didn't pull me into this box because you want to make out with me, but sorry to tell you, I'm not interested in women that other people have touched, and holding hands won't work either. That's right, the one who pulled him into this box was no one else but Su Qingxue. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Su Qingxue instantly exploded with anger. Her purpose of pulling Lin Zhe in was originally to persuade him to leave Shin Sweet Pear. But seeing how Lin Zhe had wronged himself so much, Su Qingxue instantly threw it out of her mind. Bastard, I didn't. Didn't what? I didn't let him touch it. Su Qingxue said angrily. Lin Zhe's eyes looked at Su Qingxue playfully and said, I don't believe it, you divorced him for him and Omi, so it's obvious that you really like him. Moreover, yesterday you went to pick him up, I don't believe that you guys didn't hold hands, didn't embrace, and didn't kiss. Su Qingxue got angrier and angrier. What did this asshole take himself for? She roared, bastard, no, I didn't let him hold hands, I didn't let him hug, and I didn't let him kiss me. She clearly wanted to refute Lin Zhe's words, but how did she sound like she was eagerly explaining all this to Lin Zhe? Speaking as if she was afraid that Lin Zhe wouldn't believe her. Su Qingxue continued to growl, I didn't even let him sit in the co-pilot's seat, I didn't even eat any of the dishes he pinched for me yesterday, and I didn't even let him go when he wanted to stay at our house. When she said this, Su Qingxue's eyes suddenly turned red. Because she felt aggrieved. She clearly didn't let Ji Zifeng touch any place, but this guy didn't believe what she said. Eh? With the original owner's understanding of Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe believed that she wasn't bolting. But Lin Zhe was somewhat unable to understand Su Qingxue. Didn't she love Ji Zifeng to death? Ji Zifeng hadn't even come back yet, so he couldn't wait to divorce himself. Moreover, when he just came back, he sent such an expensive sports car. But up to now, even didn't let him hold his hand? Since that was the case, wasn't it possible to sleep with her a few more times? There was no way Lin Zhe was really craving Su Qingxue's body. Especially those two snow-white and slender legs, when wearing stockings and high heels, they were simply killing people. However, Lin Zhe also clearly knew that with Su Qingxue's fondness for Ji Zifeng, wanting to sleep with her was not an easy thing. Years of experience in picking up girls told Lin Zhe that he had to whet her appetite first. Thinking about this, Lin Zhe suddenly sighed. Alas, although you guys aren't intimate yet, but your heart is all about him, it's only a matter of time before you're taken by him. Su Qingxue instantly became anxious. I didn't want him to take it down. She was so eager to object. Did she really like Ji Zifeng? Lin Zhe was skeptical. I don't believe it. You were willing to send him such an expensive sports car, you didn't even send it to me. Su Qingxue was inexplicably a bit vain. The car I sent him was ordered before he returned to China, but after I sent him today, I regretted it. If you're not happy, I can send you one as well. Moreover, I'll send you a more expensive one. Holy! The more Lin Zhe doubted that Su Qingxue really liked Ji Zifeng. If she liked it, how could she say something that she regretted just after giving it away? Forget it, your money came from the wind. Lin Zhe pretended to be aggrieved and said. Pretending to be green tea, who wouldn't? Su Qingxue's heart trembled. She felt more and more sorry for Lin Zhe. It's okay, I can really send you a more expensive one. No need, you sent someone else something, I don't like to ask for a duplicate. Then I can send you something else, what do you want? Lin Zhe deliberately gave Su Qingxue a deep look and said with a dark expression, what I want doesn't belong to me anymore. Lin Zhe wanted to applaud his acting skills. It was simply too good. He believed that his words that killed his heart, coupled with his sad eyes, would definitely make Su Qingxue's heart die of sadness. Su Qingxue's heart trembled. What he wanted no longer belonged to him. Could it be that what he wanted was himself? As if this was the only explanation. Because she really didn't belong to him anymore. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue's heart was instantly stabbed with pain. It hurt so much that she was almost unable to breathe properly. She opened her mouth to say something. However, after half a day of wriggling her lips, she couldn't say a single word. Alright, Su Qingxue, go back, don't let Ji Zifeng know about us chatting here, I'm afraid that he'll misunderstand and then be harsh on you. After all, no man would like to see the person he likes getting so close to another man. Dropping such a sentence, Lin Zhe deliberately turned around and walked towards the door. He didn't believe that he would still let himself go after saying this. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Zhe's back, her eyes turning redder and redder. It was as if after Lin Zhe left, she was going to lose him forever. This feeling was really bad. Moreover, Lin Zhe's last words just now seemed like a 10,000-pound hammer hitting Su Qingxue's heart hard. Yes, Lin Zhe liked himself so much, but he was still bringing another man in front of him now. This was like rubbing arsenic on his wounds. Just at the moment when Lin Zhe's hand had already grabbed the door handle and was about to open the door, Su Qingxue suddenly shouted with a trembling voice, "Stop where you are." Lin Zhe's face was covered in a cheap smile. What an asshole he could be. He turned around, his expression growing sadder and sadder. What else is going on? Why did you create a song for Shen Sweet Pear? Wasn't she currently drowning in remorse for hurting herself and unable to extricate herself? Moreover, shouldn't retaining herself be a penance plus throwing herself into her arms? Why was she suddenly obsessing about it? Oh, just happened to be inspired, so I composed a random song for her. You didn't even compose one for me. Su Qingxue's voice revealed aggression. What, you want to? I want to. A song was nothing to Su Qingxue. But what was different was that Lin Zhe had specifically sung it for Shen Sweet Pear, which made Su Qingxue's heart a little unbalanced. Therefore, she wanted it as well. Alright, wait for me at home at night, I'll go create a song for you. A huge surprise instantly surged in Su Qingxue's heart. What you said is true. Of course it's true, what, you don't want me to go back? I want to. Su Qingxue blurted out. Lindsay laughed and recklessly pinched her cheeks. Alright, wait for me at night then. Su Qingxue nodded repeatedly. I'll leave first. Su Qingxue nodded once again. After witnessing Lindsay's departure, Su Qingxue suddenly began to look forward to her meeting with Lindsay at night. Chapter 19, Practical Action. After Lindsay returned to the box, Ji Zifeng was chatting with Shen Suipeer about some of the local customs abroad. Ji Zifeng was very excited. On the other hand, Shen Shuangli looked at Ji Zifeng as if she was a little fangirl, her hands resting on her chin and smiling like a flower. Honestly speaking, this scene made Ji Zifeng's heart very pleased. He felt more and more that Shen Tianli was interested in him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have shown such adoring eyes. Just now, he had already added her green bubbles, so he must tease her properly when he turned back. Ji Zifeng believed that he only needed to slightly hook his finger to seduce Shen Sweetie Pie, this special creature, into bed. At that time, he must take pictures of himself galloping on Shen Li Zhou and send them to Lindsay to stimulate her properly. So what if he was more handsome than himself? If he liked a woman, she would still have to crawl into her bed. As he was thinking, he suddenly saw Lindsay walking in with a smile. Ji Zifeng sneered disdainfully in his heart. After Lindsay sat down, he sent a message to Shen Suipeer. Scum girl, moved on so quickly? When Shen Suipeer saw the message, she gave Lindsay a flirtatious look. Then quickly replied, he's also worthy? But just teasing this little cutie. That's all. Nonsense, you're all springy. Put. Shen Suipeer laughed out loud. Laughing was too exaggerated, causing Shen Tianli to cough violently. Lindsay didn't have much of a reaction, but Ji Zifeng asked with concern, Suipeer, are you alright? Shen Suipeer waved her hand. Lindsay, I'm going to criticize you for a few words. Looking at your girlfriend coughing so badly, you're actually indifferent. If this were my girlfriend, I would have been heartbroken. Saying that, Ji Zifeng also gave Shen Suipeer a heartbroken look. What a dead green tea. Lindsay laughed and said, how do you know I'm not heartbroken? Besides, there are many ways to be heartbroken. What's the point of saying it with your mouth? I'm a person who always likes to prove everything with practical actions. I haven't seen you take any practical actions either. Ji Zifeng retorted. Lindsay shrugged his shoulders and recklessly hooked Shen Suipeer's thin waist, wrapped her towards his arms, then pinched Shen Suipeer's chin and asked, have I ever heartbroken you in bed? Shen Tianli was confused. No, this asshole dared to embrace her waist so recklessly? He was addicted to hugging at the bar last night, right? Moreover, he even said such frivolous words. Shen Tianli felt that she should be angry. However, inexplicably, Shen Tianli was not angry. Not only was she not angry, her heart was beating a little faster. There was no way around it, the strong smell of testosterone on Lindsay's body seemed like a cannonball, constantly striking her heart. Nasty. Shen Suipeer said shyly. She was really petulant, she wasn't playing along with Lindsay's act. Grass. Ji Zifeng hardened his fists. Not only was his fist hard, even his eyes were about to spit fire. Paralyzed, he himself hadn't even touched Su Qingxue's hand until now. But Lindsay, this person has even already slept with Shen Suipeer. How did he dare? What makes him so blessed to be able to sleep with Shen Suipeer? Ji Zifeng, I slept with my girlfriend, why are you so angry? Can't it be, you're envious? Lindsay asked, pretending to be suspicious. Grass. Ji Zifeng dryly laughed a few times and hurriedly hid the anger in him. He smiled and said, no, I just think you're a bit disrespectful to Suipeer, saying this kind of thing in public, it's too out of character. I do think Lindsay is true to his nature, he said it when he wanted to. Shen Suipeer said with a winking smile. Ji Zifeng was going to explode with anger. What did it mean? What did this Shen Suipeer mean? Why is she talking toward Lindsay this? Can it be that she likes this simple and rough expression? Looking at Ji Zifeng's appearance that was about to break his defense, Lindsay couldn't help but pinch Shen Suipeer's thin waist. Grass. Her waist was so thin. Lindsay couldn't help but say in her ear, Shen Suipeer, why is your waist so thin? Hearing this, Shen Suipeer was about to push Lindsay away. However, she suddenly saw Su Qingxue entering the box. Shen Suipeer then deliberately leaned towards Lindsay's arms and then asked in a particularly coquettish tone, so do you like it? Like it. Lindsay said with a smile. Su Qingxue had just entered the box when she saw Shen Suipeer leaning in Lindsay's arms with a glowing face. This scene made her gasp and clench her fists instantly. Although she didn't know why Shen Sweetie Pie asked Lindsay this question. But Lin Zhe's answer made her furious. This bastard had obviously liked himself for 7 years, but how could he now say the words he liked to Shin Sweetie Pie? With her own anger, she sat down opposite Lin Zhe. Seeing that Shin Sweet Pear was still leaning on Lin Zhe's arms, Su Qingxue suddenly sneered and said, "Shin Sweet Pear, this is a place to eat, not a place for you to flirt." "What to do? I want to flirt when I see Lin Zhe, I can't." Shin Sweet Pear said with a charming smile. Grass. Ji Zhe Feng wanted to cry with envy. Damn, Su Qingxue always had a cold and icy look, couldn't she learn from Shin Sweetie Pie? No, Laozi must take down Shin Sweet Pear, must properly torture her in bed. Lin Zhe was very calm, because he knew that Shin Jiangli was deliberately stimulating Su Qingxue. Frankly speaking, Su Qingxue also knew that Shin Shuangli was deliberately stimulating herself. Recognized so many years, for Shin Sweet Pear's character, no more than people Su Qingxue more clear. Don't look at her long quite wave, but her character and her looks just the opposite. However, know that she is deliberately stimulate their own, but Su Qingxue just can't restrain their own anger. Moreover, looking at how shamelessly Shin Sweetie Pear was leaning in Lin Zhe's arms, Su Qingxue had the urge to go up and pull Shin Sweetie Pear away from Lin Zhe's arms. There was a feeling in her heart that something that belonged to her had been appropriated by someone else. This feeling was terrible. Just at this moment, Su Qingxue's cell phone suddenly rang with a green bubble tone. She was overjoyed in her heart and thought that it was Lin Zhe sending it to her. But she was soon disappointed because the message was from Ji Zifeng. Looking at the message sent by Ji Zifeng, Su Qingxue suddenly realized that it seemed like she had never paid attention to Ji Zifeng after entering the box. Moreover, his entire attention had fallen on Lin Zhe. This discovery caused Su Qingxue to frown slightly. Wasn't it Ji Zifeng that she liked? How was it that she was now always able to easily have her entire attention drawn away by Lin Zhe? It must be because this asshole was angry with Shin Sweet Pear. Right, that's it. After comforting herself, Su Qingxue quickly began to check Ji Zifeng's information. "Qingxue, that Shin Sweet Pear is so over the top, knowing that Lin Zhe only divorced you yesterday, and now she can't wait to lean on Lin Zhe's arms. Lin Zhe is also really annoying, he doesn't know how to avoid suspicion at all." Should I say no? Ji Zifeng's words made Su Qingxue's heart warm. It was still Ji Zifeng who was good, turning towards herself at the critical moment. She gratefully glanced at Ji Zifeng. Ji Zifeng knew that his had impressed Su Qingxue, so he sent another message to Su Qingxue. "Qingxue, since they want to be angry at you, let's be angry at them too. Lin Zhe likes you so much, if he sees you leaning in my arms, will he be angry at him?" When she saw this message, Su Qingxue frowned slightly. Did Ji Zifeng want to take the opportunity to make physical contact with himself, or did he want to take the opportunity to irritate Lin Zhe? But whichever it was, Su Qingxue didn't like it. She suddenly stood up and looked at Ji Zifeng and said in an unpleasant tone, "No way." Chapter 20, Wait Until You Take It. Ji Zhe Feng wanted to die. He never dreamed that Su Qingxue would reject him. But that wasn't the reason he wanted to die. The reason he wanted to die was because Su Qingxue rejected just as much as she rejected. But she had actually stood up and said the words to reject herself in front of Lin Zhe. Where did that make his face go? Couldn't she have said it to herself on Green Bubble? What can't? Shin Sweet Pear suddenly asked with a winking smile. Su Qingxue then realized that she was a bit impulsive. Her face sank, and she said in mock disdain, "None of your business." With that, Su Qingxue sat back down again. But instead of going to explain to Ji Zifeng first, she first looked at Lin Zhe. Seeing that Lin Zhe was smiling and playing with the lighter, Su Qingxue was inexplicably relieved, but also a little aggravated. This asshole, didn't he even ask why he said that just now? Just then, Ji Zifeng unwillingly sent another message to Su Qingxue. "Qingxue, why did you reject me? Could it be that you don't like me anymore?" Su Qingxue frowned slightly as she glanced at Ji Zifeng. However, she saw that he was looking at himself with a hurt face. Looking at him so sad, Su Qingxue thought that she would be heartbroken. After all, Ji Zifeng was someone she had liked for up to 5 years. But for some reason, not only did she not feel any pain, instead, she suddenly remembered Lin Zhe's bleak eyes in the next box just now. Contrasting the two compartments, Su Qingxue realized that it seemed that Lin Zhe's eyes were more capable of causing her heartache. "I'm sorry, I'm just not used to doing this kind of thing in public. Besides, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, we seem a bit rusty with each other, give me some time." Su Qingxue replied to Ji Zhe Feng. When he saw the message Su Qingxue replied, Ji Zifeng felt relieved. He knew that Su Qingxue was the kind of girl who was introverted, unlike Shen Jiangli who was so unrestrained. When he thought of Shen Sweet Pear, Ji Zifeng thought of her leaning back in Lin Zai's arms. Damn, how can I not have the good fortune of Lin Zai? A meal was quickly finished. A group of 4 people went out of the restaurant together. When he saw his sports car, Ji Zifeng's depression in the restaurant was instantly swept away. He pretended to be kind and said, "Lin Zai, do you want to go for a ride with me?" Lin Zai didn't pay any attention to her. Instead, he aggressively rushed at Shen Sweet Pear and said, "Shen Sweet Pear, look at it, the same are all girlfriends, what you do is too incompetent, I don't care, what others have, I also want to have." Put. Ji Zifeng was happy. He felt that Lin Zai was really trashy enough. How dare he blatantly ask Shen Sweet Pear for a sports car? Ji Zifeng was in a great mood right now. Because he knew that Lin Zai was soon going to be slapped in the face by Shen Jiangli. After all, a sports car was a few $1,000,000, how could Shen Jiangli buy it for Lin Zai? Su Qingxue was angry. She was angry that she had obviously told Lin Zai that she could give him a more expensive one. But he had rejected himself. Now he was even asking Shen Tianli for a sports car. He was acting like he was serious. How could Shen Tianli buy him a sports car? Later on, when Shen Sweetie rejected him, let's see how he would lose this person. However, although her heart was like this, Su Qingxue was already calculating what kind of car to buy for Lin Zai. It didn't matter what else, anyway, it had to be more expensive than the one sent to Ji Zifeng. Shen Sweet Pear, however, wanted to laugh. She didn't expect Lin Zai to have a green tea side. But Shen Sweet Pear didn't laugh. She said with an apologetic face, "I'm sorry, I didn't know that you liked sports cars before, so I didn't prepare it for you, but don't be anxious, I've already ordered you a Windy, and in 3 days, at the latest, it'll arrive." Ji Zifeng was dumbfounded. Son of the Wind, that was the world's top sports car. One could buy the 3 that he was currently driving. But that wasn't the point was, Shen Sweet Pear actually really wanted to buy it for Lin Zai? No, why? Shen Sweet Pear is not like himself? Why did she give Lin Zai this to buy a sports car? Is it possible that it is to stimulate Su Qingxue? But this cost is too high. Su Qingxue was also dumbfounded. She also didn't expect that Shen Sweet Pear would really want to send Lin Zai a sports car, and, moreover, send such an expensive one. "I don't want a second-hand one," Lin Zai said in a salty manner. Shen Sweet Pear laughed, "Don't worry, of course it's first-hand goods." Saying this, she also winks and glances at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was going to explode with anger. Of course she wasn't angry with Shen Sweet Pear. She was angry at Lin Zai. What did this asshole mean? His first kiss and his first time, even the first time he held hands with the opposite sex, was given to him. But now he even said he didn't want second-hand goods. When did he become a second-hand product? I really want to take off my high heels and smack him hard. Suddenly, Su Qingxue remembered that Lin Zai was coming to sing for her at night. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue decided to ask this asshole at night how she became a second-hand goods. After seeing off Lin Zai and Shen Sweet Pear, Ji Zifeng finally turned back to Lin Zai. Ji Zifeng also finally came back to his senses. He reached out to hold Su Qingxue's hand. Should I say no? Just now Lin Zai had really irritated him. Ji Zifeng decided that he had to speed up the pace of taking down Su Qingxue. Once he succeeded in taking her down, then wouldn't her money be at his disposal? But just as his hand reached out, Su Qingxue took a few steps back with a terrified look on her face. Ji Zifeng was dumbfounded. He looked at Su Qingxue with a confused face. He didn't understand. Clearly before he came back, the two of them had chatted well online. Su Qingxue also promised herself that she would be her girlfriend when she returned. But now how could they not even hold hands? Su Qingxue was also stunned by her own reaction. She herself would have such a big reaction. Moreover, it was as if she was avoiding snakes and scorpions. "Zifeng, I'm sorry, I think we should take our time. Holding hands for me, that's something only male and female lovers can do. We haven't seen each other for 3 years. A lot of things have happened in these 3 years, just give me some more time." Ji Zifeng was very upset. But being upset, he could only endure it. He couldn't afford to provoke Su Qingxue right now. But Ji Zifeng's heart was still furious. Secretly said, paralyzed, "Su Qingxue, when I take you down, see how I can you to death. At that time, I will let you be my dog, not to mention that, I also want to take all of your assets." Thinking about this, Ji Zifeng was relieved. He softly laughed, "I'm sorry, I was being too abrupt, I just wanted to hold the beauty earlier." Su Qingxue frowned slightly. She really felt so greasy. What does it mean to hold a beauty earlier? It was said as if she wanted to get her body earlier. However, Su Qingxue thought for a second that Jizafeng might also be because he liked himself too much. That's why he couldn't wait to be with himself. Give me some more time, let's go back to the company first, I'll take you to join the company. It just so happens that the company has also encountered a bit of a dilemma lately, and it needs you, a high achiever, to help solve it. What difficult problem? Jizafeng asked curiously. There's a top stream under our company whose contract has expired, and she's hesitant to renew it, so help me persuade her. No problem, I'm the best at persuading people, I guarantee that she'll willingly renew her contract with you. Jizafeng said with conviction. I'll leave it to you then. Jizafeng smiled and asked, Qingxue, if I help you fix her, then can you be my girlfriend? Su Qingxue was instantly unhappy. She hated this kind of person who made conditions before anything was accomplished. It would have been fine if he had asked for something else, but it was such an excessive condition. In comparison, Lin Zhe was not like this. After 3 years of marriage, he was always quietly giving. There were many things that one didn't realize until after the fact. Su Qingxue said in a nonchalant manner, wait until you take her. Chapter 21, Ruthless Woman. Lin Zhe didn't go back to the company with Shen Sweet Pear. After leaving the restaurant, the two of them went straight to the Commerce and Industry Bureau. Yes, Lin Zhe wanted to register his company. You really ordered me a sports car? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. You're thinking beautifully, just now it was just to match your acting. Damn, just know that women's mouths lie to ghosts. Put. Shen Sweet Pear giggled. How did this guy manage to clearly scold himself, but he was surprisingly not angry. Not only was he not angry, but instead, he felt that he was so amusing. However, I'm fixing it for you now. Shen Sweet Pear laughed. Wow, I knew you were beautiful and kind-hearted. Shen Sweet Pear cried and laughed as she looked at Lin Zhe. This guy was really talented. He was the one who scolded himself, and now he was the one who complimented himself. Moreover, the transformation was so silky smooth. Don't be in a hurry to thank me first, anyway, the money to buy the sports car will be deducted from the remaining 100 million. Ruthless woman ah. Ha 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 ha. Shen Sweet Pear couldn't tense up. This guy always had words waiting for himself. Let's put it this way, if you behave well, maybe I'll give it to you once I'm happy. Damn, I didn't behave well enough? You liked a theme song, I got it for you, you wanted to stimulate Su Qingxue, I cooperated, you still want me to treat you well it's hard not to make me give my body to you? Ha 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 ha, Lin Zhe you're shameless. Lin Zhe also laughed and said, what do you need face for, it's not like you can eat it for dinner. Makes sense, why don't we do this, you do me a favor, after it's done, I'll give you this car. What favor? Do you know Jiang Changyu? No, why? Hey, don't you follow actresses? What do I care about female celebrities for, I care about you Amalina, anyway, they are not as beautiful as you. Lin Zhe said with a straight face. This pleases Shen Sweet Pear. She said with a delicate smile, I love to hear this, it's like this, Jiang Qingyue is one of the few female top streams in the country, she was originally Su Qingxue's company's artist, but now the contract is about to expire, and I've heard that she doesn't want to renew the contract, so you go and dig her up for me to my company, and after it's done, I'll send you this sports car. Okay, leave it to me. Lin Zhe said cheerfully. Jiang Qingyu is very lonely and arrogant, it's not easy to handle. Lin Zhe laughed and said, I didn't say I could definitely handle her, I just promised you to try. Shen Sweet Pear was defeated. Soon, to the Commerce and Industry Bureau. Shen Sweet Pear has already greeted beforehand, so all kinds of formalities are handled very quickly. The company's name Lin Zhe took Rice Technology. As for the business scope, it included almost the entire scope. Shen Sweet Pear couldn't help but spit out, what kind of crappy name is this? You know a hammer, I want my company, in the future, to be like Rice, so that everyone can't live without him. You really dare to think. Shen Sweet Pear laughed. Lin Zhe said righteously, people need to have dreams, otherwise, what's the difference with salted fish? Shen Tianli couldn't laugh anymore. She really had no way to laugh at a person who had a dream. Okay, then what do you plan to do with your company? Confidential, wait until I rent an office building first. Then you come to my company, we have another floor upstairs, the office equipment is already made, it's been empty and useless. Goddess let me give you my body in return, please. Lin Zhe said gratefully. Shen Sweetpear smiled charmingly and said, "Think beautiful, you haven't conquered me yet." Damn, conquering in bed is also conquering. This shameless guy. After coming out of the Commerce and Industry Bureau, Lin Zhe asked, "Where to next?" "To find Jiang Qingyue, I made an appointment with her agent, and I can give us an hour in the afternoon." "Let's go, let me go meet how topsy-turvy the female topstream really is," Lin Zhe said with a smile. Lin Zhe was a little confused when Shen Sweetpear's car pulled into the villa area where she was currently living. "Aren't we going to find Jiang Qingyue? What's the point of going home? Jiang Qingyue lives right next door to me," Shen Sweetpear said with a winking smile. "Holy, villas in this place aren't cheap, right? Stars make so much money?" "Of course it's lucrative, a female topstream like Jiang Qingyue, a year's income is more than the net profit of a medium-listed company." "In that case, Jiang Qingyue is a money tree." "Indeed a money tree. No wonder you want to sign him." Shen Sweetpear smiled charmingly. "It's not that I have to sign her, mainly she is now Su Qingshue's person. If I can sign her, it will be a fatal blow to Su Qingsue." "Makes sense. You won't not put in a good effort to dig someone up just because you like Su Qingsue, right?" "How could I? The person I want to sleep with now is you, not Su Qingsue," Lin Zhe said in a serious manner. Shen Sweetpear winks and says, "Then you have to work hard. After all, you already have 20 points with me." "Then how many points will you give me if I help you take down Jiang Qingyue?" 5 points. "Mr. Shen, be a little bigger in pattern, can't you just give me 80 points? "Put." Shen Sweetpear giggled. "You are daring to think." "I'm even more daring," Lin Zhe responded. "What for?" Lin Zhe looked at Shen Sweetpear with a smile. Although he didn't say anything. But it seemed like he had said everything again. Shen Sweetpear understood in seconds. Her pretty face flushed and she winkingly scolded, "Rascal." After parking the car in Shen Sweetpear's own parking space, she took Lin Zhe to the villa next door. Pressing the doorbell, Shen Sweetpear admonished, "After seeing Jiang Qingyue later, you converge a bit. She is a bit sociopathic, unlike me who is so free-spirited, you can't frighten people." "Ah? I'm as pure as a piece of white paper, but I still need to be restrained? Ha 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 ha." Shen Sweetpear's stomach hurt a little from laughing. How did this guy have the face to say such words? As he was talking, the door of the villa opened automatically, and Shen Sweetpear led Lin Zhe inside. The entire villa was decorated in a very plain and elegant manner. It could be seen that the owner had good taste. However, what attracted Lin Zhe's eyes was not the villa itself, but the beauty sitting on the sofa that made one's heart flutter. She was dressed in white as if she was a fairy walking out of an ancient painting, and as if she was the bright moon in the sky. So holy that one could not think of blasphemy. I never thought that Jiang Qingyue would be so beautiful. Just as Lin Zhe was looking at the other party was also staring at Lin Zhe. I don't know if it was Lin Zhe's illusion, but he always felt that the Jiang Qingyue in front of him seemed to be a little excited when she saw herself. "Miss Jiang, hello again." Shen Sweetpear laughed. The other party paid no attention to Shen Sweetie Pie. Instead, she suddenly smiled sweetly at Lin Zhe and said, "Senior, long time no see." Chapter 22, I remember you now. Lin Zhe froze. What was going on? Jiang Qingyue actually knew herself? Shen Sweetpear froze as well. She also didn't expect that Jiang Qingyue would know Lin Zhe. "Jiang Demingxing, we know each other?" Lin Zhe asked curiously. Jiang Qingyue's watery eyes looked at Lin Zhe with some loss. "Senior, you unexpectedly don't remember me, a little sad." Shen Sweetpear was once again irritated by Jiang Qingyue's words. You know, she was known to be socially terrified, but now how did it feel like she was pampering Lin Zhe? Moreover, listening to her words, she seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe was also irritated by Jiang Qingyue's words. What did it mean? Could it be that the original owner had slagged someone before? But Lin Zhe carefully searched through the original owner's memories, and couldn't find any memories of Jiang Qingyue. Seeing Lin Zhe looking at himself in a daze, Jiang Qingyue said in a quiet voice, "Senior, I'm also from High University, and you're the one who financed me through college." Lin Zhe was even more confused. No, how come he didn't remember any of it? Jiang Qingyue continued, 6 years ago at the entrance of High University, a girl cried a lot because she lost her tuition fees, then a particularly handsome senior passed by, and after learning about all this, he gave that girl $50,000, and said a lot of words of encouragement to the other party. Senior, that little girl was me, and the person who gave me that money was none other than you. Grass. The original owner had also done something so kind?
Shen Sweetpear was stunned speechless by this story.
However, she was surprised that she didn't expect Lin Zhe to have such a connection with Jiang Qingyu. As for the matter that Lin Zhe would give Jiang Qingyu $50,000, Shen Sweetpear was not surprised. With her previous understanding of Lin Zhe, she knew that he was capable of such things. What, senior, you don't remember any of it? Jiang Qingyu was a little sad.
Lin Zhe scratched his head a bit awkwardly and said, "Must have done too many good things so I don't remember. It's well known that I'm a kind person."
Put. Shen Sweetpear couldn't help but laugh. This guy was really shameless. Opening his mouth and shutting his mouth to sleep with himself, where was he kind? But Jiang Qingyu nodded her head repeatedly and said, "Indeed, when you were in college, you helped a lot of people. It's only right that you don't remember me." However, I remember you now. Lin Zhe laughed. Jiang Qingyu's eyes lit up. She looked a little happy.
Looking at Jiang Qingyu's reaction, Shen Sweetpear was slightly surprised in her heart.
It seemed like being able to be remembered by Lin Zhe was something very worthwhile and happy for her. Lin Zhe was that important to Jiang Qingyu? When she thought of this, Shen Shuangli's heart was inexplicably a little uncomfortable. However, she didn't show it. Shen Sweetpear smiled and said, "Ms. Jiang, in fact, I came today because I wanted to talk to you about cooperation." I know. Jiang Qingyu nodded and said, "Miss Jiang, since you know, then I'll open the window and say the truth. The strength of our inner Bright Moon Entertainment, if you consign to our company, the conditions are whatever you want to open. Not only that, we will also." Jiang Qingyu waved her hand. She interrupted Shen Sweetpear's words. Then she asked, "Senior, are you working in Mr. Shen's company now?" Lin Zhe was about to speak. However, Shen Sweetie Pie suddenly smiled and jumped ahead. "Yes, he's my assistant now, and, next, I'll give him some shares in the company." What kind of person was Shen Sweetpear? From all of Jiang Qingyu's reactions just now, it seemed like where Lin Zhe was very important to her. That was why Shen Sweetpear had said these words. "Then I'll sign you manhwa," Jiang Qingyu said painfully. Shen Sweetpear's heart was shocked again. Even though she already knew that Lin Zhe was very important to Jiang Qingyu, the fact that she had agreed to sign with herself so readily still ruthlessly irritated Shen Sweetpear. Moreover, it also made Shen Jiangli realize that Lin Zhe's position in Jiang Qingyu's heart was much higher than she thought. Shen Jiangli's heart became more and more uncomfortable. Shen Jiangli didn't know why such thoughts appeared in her heart. But she just felt uncomfortable. What, the fact that I'm going to sign a contract has made General Manager Shen unhappy? Jiang Qingyu suddenly asked. Shen Sweetpear came back to her senses. She quickly said, No, absolutely not. I'm just too surprised. I didn't expect that Ms. Jiang would be so quick. I thought that my promise to sign made you unhappy. How could that be? Shen Sweetpear smiled. However, before officially signing, I have one condition. You say. Shen Sweetie Pie laughed. I'm going to let Lin Zhe take full responsibility for all my activities in Manhwa Entertainment. Shen Sweetie Pie was stunned in her heart. She didn't expect Jiang Qingyu to put forward such a condition. She thought she would take the opportunity to offer a sky-high signing fee. Shen Sweetpear was already prepared to agree. But who would have thought that she would raise such a condition? Okay. Lin Zhe laughed. Shen Sweetpear had said that if she could dig up Jiang Qingyu, she would give herself that supercar, and moreover, give herself extra points. There was nothing better than this. Jiang Qingyu laughed. Happy cooperation then, Mr. Shen, you can go prepare the contract. Tomorrow we will hold a signing ceremony. Shen Sweetpear finally came back to her senses. Okay, I'll go prepare. At that moment, Jiang Qingyu suddenly said, Senior, can I treat you to a meal tonight? Lin Zhe was about to agree. He liked eating with beautiful women the most, especially a top beauty like Jiang Qingyu. But Shen Sweetpear suddenly said apologetically, Miss Jiang, I'm afraid I can't today. I have to go back with Lin Zhe to draw up a contract, so I'll treat you to a meal after signing tomorrow. Mission, I only want to have dinner with my senior. That's one of the conditions for me to sign the contract. Jiang Qingyu said with a smile. Shen Sweetpear broke her defenses somewhat. She didn't expect Jiang Qingyu to think so highly of Lin Zhe. Honestly, she suddenly kind of didn't want to sign up for Jiang Qingyu. Frankly speaking, with Shen Sweetpear's identity and background, she could completely not give a damn about Jiang Qingyu. After all, although Jiang Qingyu was a top stream, top streams were not worth mentioning in front of capital. However, when she thought that signing Jiang Qingyue would stimulate Su Qingxue to vomit blood, Shen Sweetpear could only silently force her displeasure down. Lindsay, then I'll trouble you to accompany Ms. Jiang for a meal at night. Shen Sweetpear also said with a smile on her face. As you wish. Lindsay said with a smile. Ms. Jiang, then we'll leave first, let Lindsay pick you up at night. Good. Jiang Qingyue smiled at Lindsay. She actually wanted to leave Lindsay behind, but once she thought that, later on, Su Qingxue would have to make a visit to her door, Jiang Qingyue had to give up. After all, she knew that Lindsay was Su Qingshue's ex-husband, and moreover, he liked Su Qingxue so much. If she let him stay, it would obviously make him sad. Lindsay also smiled at Jiang Qingyu. See you tonight. Jiang Qingyu answered obediently. Chapter 23 Dog Guts. What's the situation with you two? Just after leaving Jiang Qingyu's villa, Shen Sweetpear couldn't help but ask. Lindsay said with a dumbfounded look on his face, honestly, I don't remember her existence at all, much less having helped her. Shen Sweetpear was willing to believe Lindsay's words. There was no need for him to lie to himself either. Then let me ask you, when you learned that you two knew each other, and, moreover, that Jiang Qingyue's attitude towards you was very different, did you steal a lot of joy in your heart? That's for sure, after all, she's so pretty. What, want to sleep with someone else? Lindsay asked with a surprised face. Surprisingly, you saw it? For the first time, Shen Sweetpear was a little speechless. How could this rascal want to sleep with someone when he saw one? However, Shen Sweetpear suddenly thought of something. She smiled charmingly and said, even if you want to, you won't have the chance. Lindsay was startled. What do you mean? Jiang Qingyue is dying? Put. Shen Sweetpear laughed out loud. In your heart is it that she'll only die before you give up trying to sleep with her? Nonsense, it's not like I have a fetish for sleeping with dead people. Shen Sweetpear cried and laughed as she looked at Lindsay. What kind of oddball was this? So, Jiang Qingyu is about to die? Lindsay asked. No, it's someone who has taken a liking to her. Who? The #1 young man in Haichang, by Daolong. Such a loud name? By the looks of it, the head is not small. That's, of the 3 great mansions of Haida, the top mansion, the eldest young master of the Bai family. There were indeed 3 great mansions in Hai City. Other than the Su family, where Su Qingxue was from, and the Shen family, where Shen Sweetpear was from, there was only the Bai family left. Moreover, the strength of the Bai family was much stronger than both the Su family and the Shen family. Hearing Shen Sweetie Pie's words, Lindsay patted his chest. Scared me to death, I thought Jiang Qingyue was going to die. No, you're not afraid of Bai Daolong? Lindsay asked rhetorically, did he grow 3 heads and 6 arms? Shen Sweetpear couldn't tense up. The Lin family was only a first-tier family in Hai City, not considered a powerful family. Even when Lindsay was in the Lin family, he didn't have the capital to call the shots with the Bai family, not to mention, he had been expelled from the Lin family now. So, where did he get such strong confidence from? How did he dare to not put Bai Daolong in his eyes? Of course Bai Daolong doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, but his identity and background is not bad. If you really dare to hit on Jiang Qingyue's idea, he will get you killed in a minute, believe me, it's simpler for him to get you killed than to get an ant killed. Lindsay said disdainfully, since he doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, then I'm afraid of a hammer. No matter what his background is, if he upsets me, I'll clean him up as usual. Blue Star's career had allowed Lindsay to come into contact with many top second-generation people, red ones, white ones, and black ones. Although it was true that he did not have the capital to clamor with Bai Daolong right now, Lindsay was not afraid of him in the slightest. Shen Sweetpear's pair of watery charming eyes stared at Lindsay for a while, then suddenly laughed. You're really a dog with guts. Nonsense, I'm a person whose guts are actually the smallest. Then what are you big? Shen Sweetpear asked with a charming smile. Lindsay smiled and said, you'll know later. Shen Sweetpear instantly understood what Lindsay meant. Her pretty face reddened and she laughed and scolded, stinking rascal. The two were talking. The roar of a sports car suddenly came from their ears. Lindsay swept a glance, but he saw 2 good luxury cars coming towards Jiang Qingyu's villa. The leader was no other than Su Qingxue. And following behind was that tart Jizafeng. When Shen Sweetpear saw the 2 of them, she smiled and said, you say, if you let Su Qingxue know that you have poached Jiang Qingyu, will she hate you to death? I don't know, I guess it would. Lindsay laughed and said. Ha, I'm looking forward to it. You're so bad. Lindsay laughed. That's not as bad as you stinking rascal. Same to each other. Before Su Qingxue even got off the car, she saw Lin Zhe and Shen Sweetpear standing at the entrance of Jiang Qingyu's villa. When she saw the two people, Su Qingxue's face sank. She knew that Shen Sweetie Pie had brought Lin Zhe to appear at the entrance of Jiang Qingyu's villa, obviously for the sake of Jiang Qingyu. But it wasn't because of that she was angry, it was the sight of Lin Zhe standing with Shen Sweetness Pear that set her on fire. Especially looking at the two of them talking and laughing made Su Qingxue even more enraged. Yo, Su Qingxue, here to talk to Jiang Qingyu about renewing her contract? Then you guys are late. Shen Sweetpear said smugly. What do you mean? Su Qingxue asked in a cold voice. Shen Sweetpear smiled more and more smugly and said, Jiang Qingyu has already agreed to sign with us, so I advise you guys to go back earlier, don't waste your time. Su Qingxue sneered. The day before yesterday when she had contacted Jiang Qingyu herself, she had said that she would seriously consider the matter of renewing her contract. As a result, now Shen Sweetpear told herself that Jiang Qingyu was already going to agree to sign with them. This was not bull. Qingxue, let's go, what are we wasting our time with them for? With them they also want to sign Jiang Qingyu. This is not dreaming, besides, I have in, there is no one who can't be taken. Ji Zifeng said in a salty manner. He didn't give Shen Sweetpear a good face like before because he wanted to hang Shen Sweetpear out to dry. The matter of Shen Sweetie buying Lin Zhe a Wendigo made him very upset, and he wanted to make Shen Sweetie realize her mistake and then take the initiative to start licking herself. After all, the way Shen Sweetpear had looked at herself during lunch had made Ji Zifeng already certain that she liked him. Su Qingxue's eyes coldly swept a glance at Lin Zhe, then turned around and walked towards Jiang Qingyu's villa. Looking at the backs of the two, Shen Sweetpear smiled charmingly and said, You say, should we wait for them? I so want to enjoy Su Qingxue's furious appearance. With this amount of time, it would be better to go home and lie under the blanket and chat. Lin Zhe said. Shen Sweetpear laughed and scolded, Stinking rascal, chatting is chatting, why do you still need to lie down under the quilt to chat? The weather is so cold, you can't chat without lying under the blanket. Ha ha ha, 40-degree weather, you told me that the weather is cold, I think you are just afraid that Su Qingxue will find you to settle the score after she knows that you have scooped up Jiang Qingyue. You see out, I'm actually not afraid of her looking for me to settle scores, I'm afraid that she will suddenly feel that I'm so good that she regrets divorcing me, and what about pestering me at that time? Put. Stinking rascal, you really dare to say anything, if Su Qingxue likes you, why would she even divorce you? Lin Zhe said irritably, Damn, Shen Sweetpear, do you have to rub salt in my wounds? Pucker your ass up. Shen Sweetpear's pretty face reddened. Stinking rascal, what are you going to do? 2. Shen Sweetpear instantly blushed in shame. This stinking rascal. Chapter 24 You shut up. Ji Zifeng's entire body was instantly shocked when he saw Jiang Qingyu. When he came here, he had seen Jiang Qingyu's photos on the internet. At that time, he thought that Jiang Qingyu was so beautiful, just like a fairy daughter. But when he saw Jiang Qingyu in person, Ji Zifeng realized that she was far more beautiful than what he had seen online. She was completely on the same level as Su Qingxue. If this was in ancient times, it would definitely be the existence of a scourge of the nation. Qingyu, long time no see. Su Qingxue said in a soft voice. Although in front of the capital, the top stream was not worth mentioning. Moreover, Su Qingxue was just as capital as Shen Sweetpear. However, Su Qingxue's feelings towards Jiang Qingyu were different. It was because Jiang Qingyu was the first artist she signed. At that time, in fact, Jiang Qingyu had already won a singing competition in China, thanks to her stunning face, as well as her excellent singing voice, so at that time, a lot of big companies had thrown her an olive branch. Her own company, which had just been established, was not a small workshop, but not much worse. But Jiang Qingyu resolutely chose to sign with herself. Therefore, over the years, Su Qingxue had always remembered Jiang Qingyu's goodness. Before this contract of hers had ended, Su Qingxue had offered a new contract that was many times better than the old one before, but Jiang Qingyu was slow to sign. Su Qingxue didn't know why she didn't sign. By the way, now that her own company had also developed, it was absolutely capable of holding her up to another level. Sister Qingxue, long time no see, who is this? Jiang Qingyu's gaze landed on Ji Zifeng. Ji Zifeng didn't say anything, he was still staring straight at Jiang Qingyu's face. Yes, he was still immersed in Jiang Qingyu's face value and couldn't help himself. Su Qingxue's face sank. She suppressed her inner displeasure and said, He is called Ji Zifeng, he is my assistant, speaking of which, he is also a student of high university, 1 year above you. Jiang Qingyu nodded. Sister Qingxue, at the risk of asking, is this the love-struck white moonlight of yours? Su Qingxue was stunned. How do you know? You forgot that a week ago, we had a drink and then you told me a lot of things from before. Jiang Qingyue said. Su Qingxue then remembered that a week ago, she did drink with Jiang Qingyue once. That time was also when she had gotten the Best Actress at the Golden Phoenix Award, one of the 3 major awards in the country, and she drank with her when she was celebrating for her. Frankly speaking, looking at Jiang Qingyue's curious eyes, Su Qingxue suddenly didn't want to admit it. Because she felt that Ji Zifeng's behavior was really a bit humiliating. It was as if he had never seen a woman before. But Su Qingxue was not a person who liked to lie. She nodded helplessly. Yes, Ms. Jiang, I am Qingxue's white moonlight. He looked a little smug. Su Qingxue's mood became lower and lower. Jiang Qingyue asked again, Sister Qingyue, then it was for him that you divorced your husband Linzai? Su Qingxue was shocked in her heart. She didn't expect Jiang Qingyue to even know about her divorce from Linzai. However, on second thought, she thought that she seemed to have said a word about it when she was drinking at the time. Before Su Qingxue had time to speak, Ji Zifeng said smugly, that's right, Qingxue divorced Linzai just for me. I have to say, Qingxue's vision is good. After all, Linzai is a home cook, not worthy of Qingxue in the slightest, whereas I'm not the same. I've furthered my education abroad. Su Qingxue was instantly upset in her heart. She hated anyone who denigrated Linzai. However, due to the presence of Jiang Qingyue, Su Qingxue did not snap. Jiang Qingyue glanced at Su Qingxue with deep meaning in her eyes and didn't say anything. But although she didn't speak, Su Qingxue felt that Jiang Qingyue's eyes seemed to carry a few hints of teasing. Miss Jiang, our intention, I believe you were already very clear, when you entered the company from a newcomer, the company in order to hold you, but spent a lot of manpower, material, and financial resources. Now you are the top stream, I think. It's better to be a person or not to forget your roots. Moreover, the strength of our koi entertainment is clear to you. If you insist on not renewing your contract, then we later won't even be able to be friends anymore. Ji Zifeng said in a nonchalant manner. When he came here, Ji Zifeng had already planned it out. Although Jiang Qingyue was currently a top streamer, but in front of capital, top streamers were nothing. As long as he was gracious, he didn't believe that she would dare to refuse. Yes, Ji Zifeng wanted to pin down Jiang Qingyue. Hearing Ji Zifeng's words, Jiang Qingyue's face sank. She didn't say anything, but once again looked at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was furious. That stunningly beautiful face was instantly covered in oozing frost. She felt that the stupidest thing she had done today was to bring Ji Zifeng to convince Jiang Qingyue. When he came, he had clearly told him to be polite when he saw Jiang Qingyue. He had promised well at that time, but who had thought that he would say such words now? If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Qingyue was still present, if it wasn't for the fact that this trip was to convince Jiang Qingyue to continue renewing her contract, Su Qingxue would have exploded long ago. Forcibly holding back her anger, Su Qingxue lowered her voice and said, Qingyue, his expression may be a bit of a problem. What I mean is that if you can continue to sign the contract, I'm willing to take a step back in terms of the split. Moreover, I'll set up a studio exclusively for you, and I'll also equip you with the most professional team, and the scripts you can pick at will, and Koi Entertainment will continue to increase its investment in you, and I guarantee that in the next cooperation period, I'll be able to make a good contribution to your career. Investment, I guarantee that in the next cooperation, it will bring your career to the next level. Frankly speaking, facing the conditions offered by Su Qingxue, Jiang Qingyue was touched. Because, she did see her sincerity. Moreover, even if she herself jumped ship to another place, such conditions were definitely up to the top. However, Jiang Qingyue was not moved at all. With a rare smile, she said, Sister Qingxue, thank you for your favor. Ji Zifeng was going to have his soul fly to the sky by that rare smile of Jiang Qingyue. It was too beautiful. I really didn't expect that the way Jiang Qingyue smiled was so touching. Su Qingxue's heart, however, sank. Because her intuition told her that it was impossible for Jiang Qingyue to renew her contract. Qingyue, are you rejecting me? Su Qingxue asked in a trembling voice. Honestly, she was really a bit sad. She was sad because she and Jiang Qingyue actually got along with each other no differently than sisters. And now, Jiang Qingyue was going to leave herself. This made Su Qingxue suddenly have a particularly lonely feeling. Jiang Qingyue nodded. I'm sorry, Sister Qingxue, I'm afraid we won't be able to work together this time, but I really thank you for your kindness. Ji Zifeng quit. Jiang Qingyue, what do you mean? You want to be ungrateful? Su Qingxue couldn't hold herself together any longer. She angrily shouted, "Shut up!" Chapter 25, Returning Favor. Su Qingxue was furious. She was really furious. She had thought that after Ji Zifeng returned from his studies and saw more of the world, he would become more mature and steady, and his words would be courteous. But now look at the words he just said, that is simply brain dead can only say out. Even a brainwashed person couldn't say something like that. Ji Zifeng was confused. But what followed was anger. What he was angry about was that he had good intentions to help Su Qingxue. But she was so nice that she told herself to shut up. Wasn't she just a broken star? Why did she have to beg her so lowly? If you don't renew your contract, you can just block her directly. Besides, with Koi Entertainment's current strength, it's not too easy to bring up a top streamer. In fact, there was another reason why Ji Zifeng was angry, and that was because he felt that Su Qingxue did not give herself any face at all, and even reprimanded herself so much in front of Jiang Qingyue. How could he seduce Jiang Qingyu? Yes, Ji Zifeng wanted to seduce Jiang Qingyu. It couldn't be helped, she was too pretty, and the first time Ji Zifeng saw her, he was a little moved. And the reason why he had just belittled Jiang Qingyu was to get her attention. It was best to make Jiang Qingyu realize that he was the one who controlled her destiny. Thus, making her properly flatter herself, and then he would be able to take her down without any effort. But now that this was all ruined by Su Qingxue, Ji Zifeng was furious. He wanted to retort Su Qingxue, but looking at Su Qingxue's appalling aura, Ji Zifeng instantly wimped out in seconds. He didn't dare to say anything. However, although Ji Zifeng didn't say anything, but in his heart, he had already started to calculate how to teach Shen sweet pear. He had even begun to fantasize about the image of Su Qingxue kneeling down and begging herself to look back at her after she had provoked Shen Zhangli. It would be best if they started female competition in order to compete for themselves. Thinking about these few top stunning colors fighting over their own heads, Ji Zifeng felt exhilarated. Su Qingxue slowed down and rushed to Jiang Qingyue. "Qingyue, sorry for making you laugh. Since you have decided, then I will respect your decision. However, although we can't work together anymore, we are still friends." Jiang Qingyu nodded. "That's natural, Sister Qingxue, thank you for helping me these 3 years. It's fine, maybe our destiny can only go so far, but that's fine, we'll still have the chance to work together in the future." Jiang Qingyu nodded her head once again. Seeing that what happened just now did not affect Jiang Qingyu's mood, Su Qingxue then said, "Qingyu, can you give me a reason why you don't want to renew my contract?" Jiang Qingyu hesitated for a moment and said, "Sister Qingxue, do you know why I signed with you back then?" Su Qingxue shook her head. She really didn't know. "Actually, I had a better choice back then, and this is something that you should know very well, Sister Qingxue." "I know," Su Qingxue said in a deep voice. The reason why I still insisted on signing a contract with your company, that's because I wanted to repay the favor." Su Qingxue was stunned. Repaying a favor? It seemed like she hadn't helped Jiang Qingyu before she signed up. Jiang Qingyu explained, "It's not repaying your favor, it's repaying Lin Zhe's favor, because you're married to Lin Zhe, so I want to repay his favor." Boom! Su Qingxue was instantly disorganized in her head by this news. So, the reason why Jiang Qingyu was willing to sign with herself back then was because of Lin Zhe? A bad thought suddenly appeared in Su Qingxue's mind. She quickly pursued, "So, the reason you're not renewing your contract with me now is also because of Lin Zhe?" Jiang Qingyu nodded. "Yes, you guys got divorced, and he invited me to another company, and I agreed to him." Su Qingxue had already guessed that the other company that Jiang Qingyue was talking about must be Shen Sweet Pear's company. But she couldn't care less about that now. Su Qingxue pursued, "Does Lin Zhe know that you joined my company in the first place because you were repaying a favor?" Jiang Qingyu thought for a moment and said, "I don't know, but I think that he's such a smart person that he should be able to guess it." Su Qingxue was completely shocked. But what followed was sadness. Although losing a Jiang Qingyu was indeed a loss for the company, it wasn't so much that Su Qingxue was sad. She was sad that she was completely unaware that Lin Zhe had paid so much for her. She was sad that after 3 years of marriage, she had enjoyed 3 years of Lin Zhe's impeccable care without compensation, but she, on her own, had done nothing for him. Not only had she not done anything for him, but she had also kicked Ji Zifeng away when he returned to China, letting him fall into an abyss of pain. Su Qingxue suddenly felt like she wasn't a thing. An emotion called guilt spread in her heart and quickly took over. Ji Zifeng was completely stunned. He never dreamed that Jiang Qingyue could be involved with that Lin Zhe. Moreover, she was still listening to that person so much. He wanted to ask what exactly Lin Zhe had done to make Jiang Qingyu listen to him so much. Su Qingxue asked the question Ji Zhe Feng wanted to ask. Lin Zhe, what did he do to you? Make you so grateful to him? Jiang Qingyu said softly, when I first enrolled in school, I lost my tuition fees, Sister Qing Shui, you know my family's situation, losing my tuition fees at that time was like the sky collapsing for me, just when I was in the most despair, Lin Zhe appeared, he gave me 50,000 yuan, encouraged me to study well, and told me that my life had just begun, and that the future would have an extremely bright future waiting for me. Su Qingxue was completely silent. She had mixed feelings in her heart. She knew that this kind of thing was something Lin Zhe could do, after all, he was so kind. During college, the people he had helped were more than just Jiang Qingyu. I remembered that there was a classmate's mother was sick, and the $200,000 of medical bills pressed that classmate almost to despair. Lin Zhe knew, directly gave the other party 200,000, and told the other party, in the future have the money and then pay back, if not, as for his future marriage with the share. There are many other things like this. When I thought of this, Su Qingxue suddenly remembered that Lin Zhe had been kicked out of the Lin family for a long time. That is to say, a long time ago, he was his only dependence, but he was extremely cruel and divorced him, making him completely lose all his reliance. No wonder his song was so sad and painful. Su Qingxue wanted to cry, her tears were already starting to well up in her eyes. What had one done? Qingxue, are you alright? I also helped many people when I was in college, Ji Zifeng hurriedly said. He was a bit flustered. This was because he saw Su Qingxue's eyes turn red. Moreover, his eyes had turned red after hearing about Lin Zhe. A woman shedding tears for another man. Apart from being touched, there was only heartache left. But both of these possibilities were not what Ji Zifeng wanted to see. Su Qingxue ignored Ji Zifeng. She took a deep breath and rushed at Jiang Qingyu. Qingyu, thank you for telling me this. With that, Su Qingxue rushed at Ji Zifeng again and said, you go back to the hotel first, I'm in a bad mood right now and want to be alone. Ji Zifeng was instantly offended. Damn, Su Qingxue being her own licking dog, she even treated herself like this. I'll go contact Shen Sweet Pear later. At that time, let's see how you can redeem me. After making up his mind, Ji Zifeng snorted coldly in his heart. Su Qingxue directly drove back to her villa. She wanted to see Lin Zhe. Never before had she been so anxious to see him. She opened her cell phone and sent a message to Lin Zhe. Bastard, I want to hear you sing. Chapter 26 Compensation. Lin Zhe was squatting when he received a message from Su Qingxue. Shen Sweet Pear had wanted to take Lin Zhe to the company to draft a contract with Jiang Qingyu, but she didn't know who had called her, so Shen Sweet Pear left in a hurry. She left Lin Zhe alone and returned to her villa. When he saw Su Qingxue's message, Lin Zhe smiled. He knew that the so-called singing in Su Qingxue's message was just a front. Her real purpose was to see herself. As for why she wanted to see herself, Lin Zhe wasn't very clear. It was possible that she wanted to question why she had snatched away Jiang Qingyu, or it could be some other anger. But regardless of the reason, Lin Zhe planned to go see her. By the way, he would see if he could sleep with her. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Lin Zhe left the villa. When he stepped into Su Qingxue's villa once again, Lin Zhe actually had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. Obviously, he had only left for less than 2 days, but he now felt that everything in the villa was so strange. Su Qingxue was sitting on the sofa. She had also changed her clothes. An hour ago, when Lin Zhe remembered seeing her, she was wearing a white dress that gave off a particularly fairy-like feeling. Now she was wearing a tailored black dress, and the original owner's memories told Lin Zhe that black was Su Qingxue's favorite color. Most of the clothes in her closet were black. However, these were not the point. The point was that the length of this short black skirt she was currently wearing only reached a third of the way to the base of her thighs, which meant that most of her snow-white sexy legs were exposed in the air. Lin Zhe felt his breath stutter just by looking at it. Damn, I really don't know if it's because these 2 legs of Su Qingxue's are just too sexy, or if he's just a pervert. Su Qingxue caught Lin Zhe's gaze, and she knew that Lin Zhe was staring at her legs. Moreover, his eyes were bold, blunt, and undisguised. But surprisingly, she didn't hate it, and her heart was even inexplicably a bit delighted. Su Qingxue knew that Lin Zhe liked his legs a lot. When he was in bed the night before, he had not hidden his fondness for these 2 legs of his. However, the moment she thought of the situation that night when Lin Zhe played with these 2 legs of hers, Su Qingxue's fair face flushed with a tantalizing flush. There was even some inexplicable throbbing in her heart. Lindsay sat down next to Su Qingxue with a big grin, and the two of them were almost touching each other. But Su Qingxue didn't hide away, she even had a sense of anticipation of wanting Lindsay to lean closer. This thought made Su Qingxue herself startled. No, how could she generate such a thought? Looking for me for something? Lindsay asked with a smile. Su Qingxue collected herself as she asked, why didn't you tell me about the fact that you helped Jiang Qingyue? Mainly, I don't remember it myself. Lindsay said frankly. Do you not remember, or are you afraid that if you tell me, I will feel guilty towards you? Lindsay laughed, it doesn't matter, anyway, it's all in the past. Not important? Was he afraid that he would feel even more guilty after knowing about this? The side of Su Qingxue's heart was instantly sour. Lindsay, he was really good. How is it unimportant? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have done this to you. Wouldn't have treated me how, wouldn't have divorced me? Or wouldn't abandon me? Lindsay asked with a smirk. Su Qingxue's heart sank. Yes, even if Lindsay told himself, he wouldn't divorce him? Su Qingxue took a deep breath and said, no matter what, you should have told me, that way, I can also give you some more compensation. Compensation? What compensation? Money? Yes, I'm short of money, but, Su Qingxue, you know that what I want from you isn't money. Lindsay looked at her with a burning gaze. Su Qingxue was stunned. What he wanted wasn't money. Then what did he want? Why is he looking at me with this kind of eyes? Can't it be that what he wants is me? When she thought of this, Su Qingxue's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Su Qingxue didn't dare to meet Lindsay's eyes, she looked a little flustered and said, I don't know what you want, why don't I compensate you for a house? Lindsay wanted to laugh. How smart Su Qingxue was, how could she not have heard what she just said? However, since she liked to play dumb, then Lindsay didn't mind playing along with her. Well, I do need a house, as you know, after I was kicked out by you, I don't even have a place to land, now I can only temporarily live by Shin Sweet Pear's house, this kind of life under a fence is really hard to bear, but I don't want a house from you. Lindsay certainly did not need Su Qingxue to compensate himself with a house. After all, the days of living together with Shin Sweetie Pie were just too good. Although up until now, the two of them hadn't had any other physical contact other than hugging a few times. But this ambiguous atmosphere had Lindsay very much on board. When she heard that Lindsay wanted a house, Su Qingxue's heart unexpectedly bred a huge sense of loss. But when she heard that he was homeless and a parasite, Su Qingxue's heart was flooded with a burst of heartache. Why don't you want what I sent you? You just sent Jizafing a car of more than $7 million, if you send me another house, you will have to spend a lot of money at once, your money is not blown by the wind. I know that you are now financially independent, and you spend all the money that you have earned yourself, even though you got divorced, and even though you don't want me to, I still don't want you to work so hard. Lindsay felt that he was really a beast. Why did he have to torture Su Qingxue's heart? Sure enough, after hearing Lindsay's words, Su Qingxue's heart was once again stabbed. Obviously, the person who was suffering the most was him, but he was still concerned about whether he was working hard or not. Su Qingxue wanted to cry. Lindsay, he was really good. But what about yourself? What have you done? It's okay, a set of house won't cost much, the house in the villa area next door is also very good, if you like it, I can give you a set. Su Qingxue was determined to compensate Lindsay a little. People had done so much for themselves. He deserved to compensate him. Lindsay wanted to laugh. Very good, still acting with himself. By the looks of it, it's time for a strong dose of medicine. With this in mind, Lindsay said with a pained expression, Su Qingxue, please, don't send me the house. Why? I'll send you a very nice set, and it's definitely going to be many times more expensive than that car. Lindsay's eyes fell as he looked at Su Qingxue. But Su Qingxue, no matter how good the house is, without a favorite person to live with, to me, it's a prison. Chapter 27 Check Your Body. Su Qingxue froze. She looked at Lindsay in a daze. Slowly, her eyes began to redden. She felt that she had done another extremely stupid thing. Why did she have to send Lindsay a house for a good reason? She didn't even want him. Letting him live in the house he gave him, thinking of himself all the time, but he was going to be with someone else. How cruel this was for him. I'm sorry, I didn't think so much, I just thought, you don't have a home now either. Lindsay interrupted her. It's okay, I don't blame you, if I want to blame it, I'll blame it on the fact that we don't have a destiny, Su Qingxue, do you know? In fact, with you married those 3 years, I thank God every day. Thank God let me be able to marry you. Thank God to be able to arrange this fate for us, but I hate him even more. Hate him why he arranged the fate for us, but did not give us points. Lindsay's voice was aggrieved, fragile, and sad, and his expression was despondent to the extreme. Su Qingshue's heart ached dramatically. It hurt so much that she could barely breathe. She knew that Lindsay liked himself, but she hadn't expected that Lindsay liked himself to the point of resenting the heavens. Looking at Su Qingshue's painful appearance, Lindsay knew that if he held her in his arms at this time and pretended to comfort her, not only would she not be angry, but instead, she would become more and more grateful to him. At that time, if he took the opportunity to kiss her, or even carry her to the bed, she might not refuse. Because she was now caught up in her own guilt and couldn't pull herself out of it. But Lindsay didn't do that. He was a hooligan, yes. He had no morals and no bottom line, also right. It was even more true that he wanted to sleep with Su Qingxue. However, Lindsay didn't like to force himself on people. Or more accurately, compared to his initiative, Lindsay wanted Su Qingxue to take the initiative to climb into his bed. And Lindsay knew that it wouldn't be very far from this day. He had confidence in himself. If he didn't even have the means to do this in his new life, then Lindsay's previous decades would be considered a wasted life. Su Qingxue cried. I'm sorry, I really didn't know that I would hurt you so much. Lindsay handed her a tissue. Don't cry, the thing I'm most afraid of is seeing you cry, because I'll really be heartbroken. Lindsay continued to output. Not only did he continue to output, but also, he added an expression buff. His eyes were incomparably heartbroken as he looked at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue couldn't hold it in any longer, and she suddenly jumped into Lindsay's arms before letting out a loud cry. Lindsay laughed. You see, picking up girls is actually not difficult at all. He hooked Su Qingxue's thin waist and then hugged her to sit on his body. While caressing her sexy legs, he said, Good girl, don't cry, I'll give you dinner to eat, okay? Su Qingxue cried harder and harder. Before, when she was wronged and cried in Lindsay's arms, Lindsay would also comfort herself like this. Then he would cook himself a table of his favorite dishes and drink a little bit of wine with himself, and he would feel much better. When she thought about all this, Su Qingxue's heart for the first time grew regretful about divorcing Lindsay. Su Qingxue cried for a while, suddenly tilted her head up and looked at Lindsay with tearful eyes and asked, Are you sleeping with Shen Sweet Pear? Her thinking was too jumpy. How could it be? You lied to me, you all took a bath together. Su Qingxue's voice sounded aggrieved. She's deliberately irritating you. I don't believe it. Really, so far, I've only slept with you. Lindsay said with conviction. This statement wasn't bull either. Anyway, having crossed over, he had indeed only slept with Su Qingxue alone. When this matter was placed in yesterday morning, Su Qingxue could hardly bear it. But now when Lindsay said it, she actually had a sense of celebration in her heart after the robbery. But once she thought that Lindsay was now living with Shen Sweet Pear, Su Qingxue asked unwillingly, Then will you guys sleep together in the future? Definitely. Lindsay said frankly. Of course he wanted to sleep with Shen Sweet Pear, damn, such a sexy yukai, little cutie. It's not that he doesn't want to sleep. Su Qingxue was so angry that she didn't want to speak. What, angry? Lindsay deliberately asked. Can't you leave her? She's with you, obviously to piss me off. Su Qingxue's voice was extraordinarily aggrieved. There was also a hint of petulance in the aggression. Sorry, can't. Su Qingxue wanted to cry again. Obviously before, no matter what request she made, this asshole would satisfy her. But now it had only been a short time since the divorce, and he wasn't listening to himself anymore. Lindsay, however, pretended to be aggrieved and explained, Su Qingxue, I'm hanging out with her, it's really not to piss you off, the main thing is that I have no one to rely on right now, I'm like a floating duckweed, I always have to live, Shen Sweetie Pie is quite good to me, she gave me $200 million in order for me to accompany her to act in a movie. Lindsay's hand had already reached into Su Qingxue's short skirt. Marred, her skin was really watery and tender, touching it was like touching a sheep's fat jade. Lindsay was so refreshed that he wanted to go to heaven. Su Qingxue was shocked in her heart. Although $200 million wasn't a lot of money either for herself or for Shen Sweet Pear, it definitely wasn't a small amount either. What she was surprised about was not that Shen Jiangli had given Lindsay $200 million, what she was surprised about was what was the purpose behind Shen Jiangli giving Lindsay this amount of money. Did she really want Lindsay to act with her to stimulate herself? Or did she have other intentions for Lindsay? After all, Lindsay was handsome, and even though he was already 25 years old, he was still full of vigor and vitality. When she thought of this, Su Qingshue's heart inexplicably grew a sense of crisis. But she obviously forgot that she had already divorced Lindsay. "I'll give you $300 million, you leave her." Grass. This was good. It was Lindsay's turn to be stunned. He was moved. His heart was moved. This was $300 million. Although earning a woman's money seemed a bit dishonorable, Lindsay didn't have any moral boundaries. Seeing that Lindsay didn't say anything, Su Qingxue thought that the conditions she offered didn't satisfy Lindsay, and she was about to continue to raise the stakes, but she suddenly realized that Lindsay's hand was wandering recklessly on his own leg. Su Qingxue instantly became angry. This asshole, she was so uncomfortable, but he was still thinking of touching herself. "Bastard, you, don't touch," Su Qingxue said with shame and anger. Lindsay made a serious bull, "Nonsense, it's not like I'm touching you, I just feel that you've lost weight in the past 2 days, so I want to give you a body check." Su Qingxue was stunned. So it was she who misunderstood Lindsay? "Sorry, I thought you were touching me." After Lindsay reluctantly took his hands away from her 2 sexy legs, he said magnanimously, "It's fine, don't you want to hear me sing? I'll sing one for you." Su Qingshue's heart was delighted as she nodded her head repeatedly. Chapter 28, Waking from a Dream. There were guitars around the house. The guitar was bought by Lindsay to pass the time. He didn't take it with him when he moved, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. Su Qingxue looked at Lindsay with anticipation in her eyes. She was really looking forward to the song that Lindsay was going to sing for her. After listening to Lindsay's song in the morning, Su Qingxue realized that Lindsay's singing skills were far more moving than in school. Moreover, she was really curious as to what song Lindsay would sing for himself. "What song are you going to sing for me?" "I don't want to hear the one you sang for Shen Sweet Pear." Lindsay didn't say anything. He was thinking about what song to sing for Su Qingxue. It wasn't that he didn't know anything, but there were so many that he could sing that he was a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, Lindsay suddenly smiled. "The song I'm going to sing to you is Dreams Wake Up. The song is for you and for me. When the dream wakes up," Su Qingxue murmured. This was a song that she hadn't heard before. Did it mean that it was another original by Lindsay? So, was her marriage to Lindsay like a dream to him? Now that the two of them were divorced, his dream had woken up? When she thought of this, Su Qingshue's heart began to ache again. Frankly speaking, Lindsay did it on purpose. He believed that Su Qingxue would definitely break down after hearing the lyrics of this song. Even if she didn't break down, her heart would be tormented by her own pain. At that time, if he pretended to comfort her, then she would still obediently offer her flesh? Ah shucks, offer her heart? When he thought of this, Lindsay couldn't help but spit at himself. I can really be ah. In Su Qingshue's expectation, Lindsay began to pluck the strings of the zither. The pleasant sound of the zither rang out, and Lindsay began to sing. You said you loved someone you shouldn't have. Your heart is full of scars. You say you made a mistake you shouldn't have made. Your heart is full of remorse. When Lindsay's magnetic voice sang these 4 lines of lyrics, Su Qingshue's head buzzed. Her face instantly turned pale, and her heart seemed to have been pinched hard. Pain, pounding pain swept through her entire body. Su Qingshue's delicate body trembled. So, the you in the lyrics was actually Lindsay himself? So, he was telling himself that he regretted falling in love with himself? So, his heart was now full of scars? Su Qingshue's eyes instantly turned red. She wanted to cry, she really wanted to cry. Lindsay was very satisfied with Su Qingshue's irritated reaction as he continued to sing in a very sad voice. You say you've tasted the bitterness of life. Can't find anyone you can trust. You say you feel 10,000 times more frustrated. And even began to doubt life. Su Qingshue's eyes grew redder and redder. She knew that her divorce from Lindsay had caused him a lot of pain. But Su Qingshuo hadn't thought that it had gotten so bad that she was doubting life. Just how much he loved himself. But she kicked him for another man. One is really not a thing. Lindsay continued to sing. I should have known that heartbreak is always inevitable. Why did you fall in love so hard? Because love is always hard to part with. Why do you care about that little bit of warmth? Su Qingshuo finally couldn't hold back her tears. She cried, bean-sized tears came out of her eyes. Tears crossed Su Qingshue's stunningly beautiful cheeks, but Su Qingxue didn't care. She had already fallen deeply into the lyrics. From these two lines of lyrics, she could hear Lindsay's pain, and also Lindsay's despair. And Lindsay's pain and despair were like sharp swords stabbing into Su Qingshue's heart. She was in pain. Lindsay continued to sing. To know that heartbreak is always inevitable. In every waking dream. There are things you don't have to ask now. Some people you never have to wait for. Su Qingshue's heart trembled violently.
Her emotions changed from severe pain to panic.
Yes, it was panic.
What she was panicking about was the lyrics that Lindsay had just sung.
There are some people you never have to wait for. So, was he saying goodbye to himself? So, was he going to decide to forget himself? Don't! Su Qingshue's heart was screaming.
Just then, the sound of the guitar came to an abrupt halt, and along with it, Lindsay's singing. As if he had just realized that Su Qingshuo was crying, he hurriedly drew a few tissues and then handed them to Su Qingshuo.
Why are you crying again? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry.
Su Qingshuo took the tissues and she wiped her tears, but her tears flowed more and more. She was still immersed in the song she had just sung and couldn't get out of it. Every word in the lyrics seemed to be like a knife, ruthlessly stabbing her heart.
Su Qingshuo cried and said, Lindsay, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you, but I also know that the damage I've done to you has already been done. Please, don't leave me, okay?
Lindsay smiled, his heart smiled.
However, his complexion was tinged with a bit of helplessness as he said, but what should Jizafeng do? Su Qingshuo was stunned. Then she cried and shook her head. I don't know, I really don't know.
Su Qingshuo was clearly able to feel that there was still a trace of attachment to Jizafeng in her heart. But she didn't know if that was fondness, or the obsession of having loved but not being able to.
Lindsay smiled bitterly and said, It's okay, Su Qingshuo, it's really okay. I know he's the one you've been in love with for 5 years, and I can understand you choosing him. After all, he has a good family background, while I.
When he said this, Lindsay deliberately paused for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly became extremely despondent.
He said as if he was raving, and me, I have nothing now.
His voice carried 3 parts helplessness, 3 parts loss, 3 parts brokenness as well as 1 part despair. Lindsay felt that he was definitely the reincarnation of green tea in his life.
Otherwise, how could he pretend to be a green tea man so beautifully? Su Qingshuo cried even harder. Lindsay, I want to make it up to you, please, give me a chance to make it up to you. Forget it. Lindsay shook his head and said. Su Qingshuo cried and asked, Why? Because, I can't afford to make things difficult for you.
Lindsay said with red eyes, besides, what I want, you can't give. No way, Lindsay was going to be mesmerized by his acting skills. He decided that he would turn around and carve himself a trophy as a movie star.
The heart was like a knife. For the first time, Su Qingshuo truly realized the meaning of this idiom. What do you want?
Su Qingshuo cried and asked after him. She swore that even if Lindsay wanted $1 billion, she would give it to him without hesitation. Lindsay didn't open his mouth right away. He hooked Su Qingshuo's thin waist and sat her on his lap in his arms. While touching her sexy legs, he said with incomparable devotion, I want you.
Chapter 29, Further Efforts. Su Qingshuo was stunned.
Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Even her pretty face carried a few shades of scarlet.
You want my body?
Lindsay sighed and said, Actually, I want your heart, but you don't have me in your heart, so how can you give me your heart, so I can only settle for the second best? One sentence caused Su Qingshuo's delicate body to tremble. So, he wanted his heart. Afraid that he would make things difficult for himself, that's why he said that he wanted his body.
But did she really want to give him her body?
Although he had already given it to him 7 times, the situation was different. That time it was because the 2 of them were getting divorced. Moreover, they drank with each other, and he slept with himself in a haphazard manner. Besides, at that time, the 2 people had not divorced yet, belonging to the husband and wife relationship, sleeping also slept.
Now the 2 have been divorced, if you let him sleep, then they will not be a? Moreover, Su Qingshuo is most afraid of, in case he sleeps today after, later still want to sleep how to do? This kind of thing can be addictive.
After all, when she recalled that night when she was slept all over by Lindsay, she would inexplicably have some cravings in her heart.
No. This kind of thing resolutely couldn't happen. I'll give you money, okay?
Su Qingshuo tilted her little head and looked at Lindsay.
There was a hint of pleading in her eyes. Lindsay knew that things wouldn't go so smoothly. If he had given it to an ordinary girl, just in that environment just now, he would have already attacked himself alive. But although she was heartbroken, although she was filled with deep guilt towards herself, her sanity was not completely lost. It looked like the performance he had just given hadn't completely taken her down. Gotta pick up where he left off. Lindsay looked at Su Qingxue with despondent eyes and said, "No need, in fact, I didn't even think of letting you compensate me. The words just now were just said out of desperation, you don't need to take them seriously." The words just now were only said out of necessity, and you don't need to take them seriously. Retreat for advancement. In the situation where Su Qingxue had rejected himself, Lindsay used such a trick to not only dissolve the embarrassment between each other, but also deepen Su Qingxue's sense of guilt towards himself. Class, this is all full of knowledge points. Su Qingxue's heart trembled. It turned out that he was only saying this on purpose so that he didn't want compensation from himself. Guilt like an avalanche of snow, ruthlessly pressed on Su Qingxue's heart, pressing the side of her heart especially hard. "Forget it, you have a good rest, I'll leave first," Lindsay suddenly said, moving. Well, it was another retreat for advancement. Su Qingxue's heart panicked. She subconsciously wrapped her arms around Lindsay's waist. She didn't want Lindsay to go, and she even more so didn't want to leave herself alone to face this empty room alone. Don't go, please," Su Qingxue cried and prayed. "But if I don't go, I'll want to kiss you when I see you. What should I do?" Su Qingxue said anxiously. Then I'll give you a kiss, and then, can you not leave?" She wasn't a person without reason, but right now, she was already deep in the emotional trap that Lindsay had woven. That's why she said such words. Women, emotions outweigh reason. A kiss? Lindsay laughed in his heart. As long as you kiss, is it still far away from having sex? He was about to speak, but Su Qingxue's red lips suddenly touched towards Lindsay's lips, and then quickly moved away. But even so, Lindsay was still aroused and tingling all over, and his heartbeat was wild. Can you not go?" Su Qingxue's pretty face blushed and begged. As soon as her words fell, Lindsay's lips ruthlessly pressed on Su Qingxue's delicate red lips. Just kidding, she had opened her head. How could Lindsay be satisfied with a slapdash touch? An etched, delicate cry erupted from Su Qingxue's nostrils. The sensation of electrocution mixed with tingling instantly swept over the two people's entire body. Su Qingxue's brain went down in an instant. Lindsay kissed extraordinarily ferociously. Su Qingxue only felt that the air in her mouth was going to be squeezed dry by Lindsay. The dizziness that she had never felt before made Su Qingxue's body limp and hot. Her hands had hooked onto Lindsay's neck at some point, and her whole body was as if she was hanging onto Lindsay's body. Almost suffocating, Lindsay's lips left Su Qingxue's lips. An inexplicable feeling of emptiness came over her, and Su Qingxue subconsciously went to kiss Lindsay back. Lindsay laughed. "You see, it's not that hard to make a girl fall in love," Lindsay responded while holding her and sitting on the sofa. Only when she was choking again did Su Qingxue briefly end the fight between each other's tongues. She was panting continuously, her charming eyes like silk. Lindsay was panting like a cow, his eyes scarlet. They glanced at each other, then tacitly kissed madly together again. Su Qingxue felt like she was sinking. Her desire was devouring her sanity. Her reasoning told her that she should stop this dangerous game immediately. However, her desire was driving her body to wrap itself around Lindsay's body like an octopus. Lindsay was undoing his belt. Su Qingxue's short skirt had already been completely lifted up to her waist by Lindsay. It was just short of a final shiver. Right at this moment, the sudden and ear-piercing ringing of a cell phone broke the ambiguity within the villa. As if waking up from a dream, Su Qingxue panicked and pushed Lindsay away. The ringtone was coming from Su Qingxue's cell phone. Lindsay wanted to smash her cell phone. Damn it, it was just one step away. Grass. Su Qingxue picked up her cell phone and scanned it. The call was from Jizefeng. She took a deep breath and tried her best to calm her stirring emotions before picking up the phone. "Qingxue, I'm here to apologize to you." Jizefeng's voice was filled with apologies and guilt. Su Qingxue said in a faint voice, "No need." She knew why Jizefeng wanted to apologize to her. To put it bluntly, it was still because he had messed up Jiang Qingyu's matter. Although Jiang Qingyu had already decided not to renew her contract from the start, the words Jizefeng said in front of Jiang Qingyu were really brain-dead. However, the anger in his heart disappeared quite a bit because of Jizefeng's apology. Hearing Su Qingshue's words, Ji Zifeng raised the corner of his mouth triumphantly. He knew that with Su Qingshue's fondness for him, even if he did something wrong, she wouldn't be able to blame himself. No, I want to apologize, you don't have to because you're generous, but I can't run away for the mistakes I made. After I came back, I thought a lot. I think, I really shouldn't have spoken to Jiang Qingyu with that kind of attitude, but Qingxue, I was feeling bad for you at that time. After all, you held her up as the top stream, but she was so mean to you, that's why I said that kind of thing to Jiang Qingyu. Su Qingshue's heart warmed. So Ji Zifeng was fighting for himself. Let's just say that he wasn't brainwashed. How could he say that kind of brainwashed words? She was about to speak. A strong hand suddenly clamped down on her snow-white slender neck. Afterwards, Su Qingshuo felt Lin Zai's hot lips kissing her own. Su Qingshuo subconsciously erupted with a delicate sound. Ji Zifeng heard it. He was stimulated and his blood instantly boiled all over his body. Simply because, that one delicate sound of Su Qingshuo's was too soulful. He had played with quite a few women, but none of them could make such a soulful sound. Ji Zifeng asked in a trembling voice, Qingshuo, what's wrong with you? Chapter 30 Green Tea. Su Qingshuo was almost scared out of her wits by Lin Zai's forceful kiss just now. How could this bastard be so bold? He knew that he was on the phone right now, yet he had to forcefully kiss himself. Su Qingshuo felt like she should be angry. However, for some reason, she didn't have any other emotions other than feeling so excited. She pushed Lin Zai away and then said in a calm manner, "It's nothing, I was accidentally bitten by the puppy at home." Saying that, Su Qingshuo glared at Lin Zai in shame and anger. Lin Zai lit a cigarette and gulped down the smoke. He hooked Su Qingshuo's thin waist and wrapped her into his arms. Su Qingshuo struggled to no avail, so she let Lin Zai wrap his arms around her fragrant and soft body. This asshole was taken over by someone, right? Why is he completely different from before? In the past, he was as gentle as jade, he followed the rules, and he was even more respectful to himself, but now he was gangly and colorful. What, you were bitten by a dog? Is it serious? You give me the address of your house, and I'll go find you now. Ji Zifeng's tone revealed a sense of panic. But in fact, he wasn't flustered at all. Not only was he not flustered, but he was also a little bit delighted. Because he had always wanted to live by Su Qingshue's home, Ji Zifeng clearly knew that only by living in Su Qingshue's home could he take her faster. But he explicitly implied that a number of times, she did not give himself the address, and also not allow himself to live in her home side to go. Didn't expect the opportunity to come now. There's no need, it's just biting my pants leg, I'm already planning to get rid of it. Su Qingshuo refused. In that case, Qingshuo, do you have time tonight? I want to have dinner with you, I just came back, I'm not familiar with the place, it's really pathetic if I'm eating by myself. One plan failed, Ji Zifeng began to sell his misery. But he managed to make Su Qingshuo remember that Lin Zai was also alone right now. In comparison, Su Qingshuo wanted to eat with Lin Zai even more. She even wanted to go to the supermarket to buy groceries together with Lin Zai as usual, and then Lin Zai would cook for himself. I'm tired today, let's do it some other time, but I can have someone send you over whatever you want to eat. Ji Zifeng sighed in aggravation. Forget it, if you don't come, I won't have an appetite for anything. Lin Zai wanted to vomit in disgust when he heard this. Damn, what a dead green tea. Despise him. Wait, it seems like he's a green tea too. When he thought about it, Lin Zai wanted to laugh. Okay, since we're both green tea, let's test our skills. Thinking about this, Lin Zai suddenly said sadly in Su Qingshue's ear, Qingshuo, if he wants to come, then I'll leave first. Su Qingshuo was instantly anxious. Ji Zifeng, I still have things on my side, I'll hang up first. Saying this, without giving Ji Zifeng any chance to speak, Su Qingshuo directly hung up the phone. Lin Zai was happy. Su Qingshue's reaction like this was really out of Lin Zai's expectation. Lin Zai really wanted to ask Su Qingshuo, do you really like Ji Zifeng? What do you want to eat tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. Su Qingshuo suddenly said. She wanted to eat with Lin Zai. Lin Zai said helplessly, I want to eat with Jiang Qingyu at night. Su Qingshuo instantly broke her defenses. No, she had pushed through Ji Zifeng's invitation in order to have dinner with him. But he was so good that he told himself that he was going to have dinner with another woman? Su Qingshuo was so angry that she struggled out of Lin Zai's arms, and then exasperatedly sat on the sofa aside without speaking. Lin Zai knew that she was angry. Forget it, seeing as he hadn't slept with her yet, let's coax her first. Why are you angry? Why did you have to go to Jiang Qingyu? She even told me that she had already decided to sign with you guys. When it came to this matter, Su Qingxue was a little angry again. This bastard obviously liked himself to bits, but he dug himself out for another woman. It was really irritating. Oh, the dinner was Jiang Qingyu's appointment. I guess she wanted to be grateful for the financial support I gave her back then, and also, this is one of the conditions for signing the contract. Then why did you help Shen Sweet Pear dig up Jiang Qingyu? Don't you know that she's my person, and she's still so important to me? Is that so? But Shen Sweet Pear told me that Jiang Qingyu didn't want to renew her contract with you, so that's why I went to dig her up, and, before digging her up, I didn't know that she knew me, not to mention I didn't think it would go that well. Su Qingxue was furious as she gritted her teeth. Damn Shen Sweet Pear, how dare she swindle Lindsay and let him deal with herself? Why didn't she know she was so insidious before? That song you created for Shen Sweet Pear, is it the theme song for that immortal drama she's going to be on recently? Su Qingxue changed the topic. Lindsay nodded. They were worthy of being arch rivals, they really knew each other like the back of their hands. Su Qingxue was depressed again. Whether or not that immortal drama of Shen Sweet Pear would explode, Su Qingxue didn't know, but she clearly knew that the theme song that Lindsay had composed for her would definitely be a fire. Because, no matter whether it was from the lyrics or the melody, it was undoubtedly a superior piece of work. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue looked at Lindsay with complicated eyes. After 3 years of marriage, her concern for Lindsay was really too little. He didn't even know that he had such an extraordinary talent. It looked like he had really sacrificed a lot for himself. A feeling of guilt grew in Su Qingxue's heart again. She suddenly asked, Lindsay, have you ever thought about becoming a star? Haven't thought about it and don't want to be one. Damn it, after playing so many stars in his previous life, Lindsay had the feeling that he was the prey when he thought about this profession. He hated this feeling. Besides, although stars were glamorous, how could they smell as good as being a capital? When his own company made it, what kind of star would he want that he didn't have? Haven't thought about it and don't want to be one. Why? You are so handsome, moreover, singing is still so good, the most crucial thing is, you can also create, if you are willing, I can sign you, I guarantee that I will vigorously promote you, will promote you into the most dazzling top stream. Has Ji Zifeng already joined your company? Su Qingxue was stunned. She understood what Lindsay meant. To put it bluntly, he didn't want to see Ji Zifeng. I'm sorry, I didn't think about it that much at the time, I just thought that he came back from abroad and had a good eye and ability, so I thought I'd let him help me out. If you don't want to see him, I can start a new record label for you, specializing in promoting you alone. Forget it, one company already makes you tired enough, if you open another company, you're afraid that you'll be so tired that you'll vomit blood, and I won't be the one who's heartbroken at that time. Su Qingxue was so moved that she didn't know what to say. She looked at Lindsay with tears in her eyes. At the same time, the thought of regretting divorcing Lindsay once again came up in the side of her heart. Chapter 31 I'm here to eat, not to eat you. After accompanying Su Qingxue to finish her meal, Lindsay was about to leave. The meal was cooked by Su Qingxue. After 3 years of marriage, she hadn't even cooked for Lindsay. Unexpectedly, after the divorce, she started cooking for Lindsay instead. People were really cheap sometimes. When Lindsay left, Su Qingxue was very reluctant to leave. Because she clearly knew that once Lindsay left, she would have to face the empty house in front of her alone. She hated this feeling. She wanted to retain Lindsay, but she couldn't open her mouth because she clearly knew that even if she left Lindsay behind, she wouldn't be able to give him what he wanted. Instead of that, it was better not to open her mouth. When she sent Lindsay to the door, Su Qingxue suddenly said, I won't change the password of the electronic lock, you can come back whenever you want. Don't, just in case, if you come back with Ji Zifeng, and I suddenly miss you and come back to see you, then it would be embarrassing. Lindsay pretended to be depressed and said, I won't bring him back. Su Qingxue said urgently. Moreover, it seemed that in order to prove to Lindsay that what she said was true, Su Qingxue hurriedly said again, I didn't lie to you, in fact, I'm in a mess in my heart right now, I kind of don't know what my feelings for Ji Zifeng are, I don't know if I like it, or if it's that bit of obsession of loving but not being able to do so. Lindsay wanted to laugh. He had only just made a move, and she was already messed up? If he were to step up his game, wouldn't she have to completely draw the line with Ji Zifeng? But frankly speaking, even if he drew a line with Ji Zifeng and wanted to turn back, but Lindsay wouldn't want her anymore. The original owner might have forgiven her for divorcing for the sake of white moonlight, but Lindsay definitely didn't. He was just a little infatuated with her body right now, that's all. It's okay, time will prove everything, next time, then I'll come back when you're asleep. Su Qingshue's pretty face blushed. You, what do you mean? Nothing, it's just that I'm afraid that when you're awake, you don't want to see me, so I can only secretly come back to see you while you're asleep. Su Qingshue's tears were welling up in her eyes again. She thought that Lindsay was trying to plot against himself while he was asleep, but she never thought that it was because he was afraid that he wouldn't want to see him when he was awake. At this moment, Su Qingxue was both touched and heartbroken. I want to see you, whenever you want to come back, it's fine. Lindsay smiled. At this rate, it looks like it won't take long to roll in bed with her. I'm such a beast. Unscrupulously, he pinched Su Qingshue's delicate white face. Okay, I know, next time I'll pick when you're asleep and come back. When you sneak back, no, don't bully me. Su Qingshue's pretty face reddened more and more delicately. Lindsay smiled and said, then you have to stay vigilant, no chance, when the time comes, you'll be burrowed into your quilt. Ah. This asshole still wants to drill into his own quilt? Su Qingshue's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. However, in the midst of this frantic heartbeat, a sense of anticipation inexplicably emerged in her heart. Su Qingshuo still wanted to say something, but Lindsay had already turned around and left. When he was about to walk out of the villa, Lindsay waved his hand dashingly. Su Qingshuo inexplicably felt that he looked so handsome. But after seeing Lindsay off, when Su Qingshuo returned to the villa, looking at the empty house, her heart immediately became empty. Su Qingshuo knew that it wasn't the house that was empty, but her own heart. Her own heart was now empty. When he went to Jiang Qingyue's house, Lindsay searched for Jiang Qingyue's information on the internet, so he had a basic understanding of her, mainly because if he didn't know anything about her when he chatted with her later, it would be too embarrassing. Lindsay was not a person who liked to embarrass beautiful women. When he stood at the door of Jiang Qingyu's villa and pressed the doorbell, the door of the villa quickly opened. He then saw that Jiang Qingyu had pushed open the door to her home and was looking at herself with a smile on her face. It should be said or not, Jiang Qingyu was really pretty, with a slim figure. She gave off a feeling of being in a pavilion when she stood in the doorway. It was very eye-catching. Lindsay smiled and walked quickly towards her. Been waiting for a long time, haven't you? As he stood in front of Jiang Qingyu, Lindsay smiled and asked. Jiang Qingyu hurriedly said, No, it's okay if you're a little later. That's fine. Saying that, Lindsay entered the villa like a grandpa. Jiang Qingyue was the first to bend down and take out a brand new pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. She was even thoughtful enough to take off Lindsay's shoes. Lindsay was taken aback. No way, Jiang Qingyue was top stream. When did top stream become so approachable? I'll do it myself. Lindsay said. Jiang Qingyue's pretty face flushed, then she answered. While changing shoes, Lindsay casually asked, What kind of delicious food did you make? Jiang Qingyu had originally wanted to invite Lindsay to eat at an outside restaurant. She had even booked the top restaurant in Haichang. But 2 hours ago, she sent a message to Lindsay's green bubble, asking when it was convenient for him. Lindsay said that he had something to do and asked her to just make something at home. Jiang Qingyu then hurriedly asked her assistant to send in the ingredients, and then started cooking at home. Jiang Qingyu could cook, and it was something she had learned when she was very young. Jiang Qingyu's family was very poor, and at that time, when her parents went to work in the fields, Jiang Qingyu cooked for them at home. Although at that time cooking were some simple meals, but also let Jiang Qingyu develop the habit of like cooking. Later, after she had money, Jiang Qingyu would cook by herself whenever she had a break. After a long time, her current cooking skills were very well practiced. Oh, I made fish, beef, with some vegetables and stuff. Jiang Qingyu stumbled over her words. She seemed a little nervous. Lindsay laughed, Why do you sound a bit nervous? Jiang Qingyu's pretty face reddened more and more. Yes, a little. In fact, frankly speaking, even Jiang Qingyu herself didn't know why she was nervous when facing Lindsay. Obviously, she wouldn't be nervous when facing even some top capitalist bigwigs. Could it be that it was because she liked Lindsay? Yes, Jiang Qingyu liked Lindsay. To be more precise, she had a crush on Lindsay. When she was the most desperate and helpless, Lindsay gave her $50,000. For Jiang Qingyu, what he gave her was not money, but a renewed life. But she never dared to tell anyone about this feeling, including Lindsay. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she didn't dare. Poverty had made her especially sensitive and inferior since she was a child. When she was in college, she had intentionally met Lindsay countless times, and when she brushed shoulders, Jiang Qingyu would sneak a smile. She had seen the times when Lindsay was secretly sad because of his unsuccessful pursuit of Su Qingxue, the times when he got drunk alone, and even the times when he secretly shed tears. At that time Jiang Qingyu couldn't do anything but feel heartbroken. But she secretly vowed that if she could have Lindsay in the future, she would be good to him and would not let him shed tears. But it was not easy for Jiang Qingyu to gradually build up her self-confidence. When she finally gathered the courage to confess to Lindsay, she got the bad news that he had married Su Qingxue. On that day, Jiang Qingyu, who never drank, got drunk. Then later, she participated in a singing competition and got the championship. Learning that Su Qingxue had set up an entertainment company, when she extended an olive branch to her, Jiang Qingyu did not hesitate to sign a contract with her. She wanted to repay the favor, and she wanted to be closer to Lindsay even more. Just when she thought this would be the case for the rest of her life, she suddenly heard the news that Su Qingxue was going to divorce Lindsay. Jiang Qingyu's dead heart began to beat. "Don't be nervous, I'm here to eat, not to eat you," Lindsay said with a smile. "Put." Jiang Qingyu burst out laughing. The way she laughed was like a warm spring in March. It was especially vibrant and heart-stirring. Chapter 32, 3 minutes for you. Jiang Qingyu, who had laughed, wasn't nervous anymore. She led Lindsay straight to the restaurant. A dozen or so dishes had already been placed on the large dining table. "Good lord, Jiang Qingyu, are you planning to raise me like a pig?" I'm not." Jiang Qingyu hurriedly denied. Lindsay laughed. "Then why did you make so many dishes? Just 2 or 3 dishes for the two of us is enough, next time don't make so many." "Next time?" So, she could still eat with Lindsay in the future? Jiang Qingyu's heart was overjoyed. She nodded her head repeatedly in a well-behaved manner. After taking their seats with each other, Jiang Qingyu transformed into a personal little maid. She was incredibly attentive and gave Lindsay a piece of fish. "Have a taste and see how it tastes?" Lindsay was very facetious and took a bite. "Wow, it's very fresh, the flavor is really good, Jiang Qingyu, I think you'll be able to conquer a lot of men's hearts with your cooking skills." These words were not flattering, they were really good. "That can conquer your heart?" Jiang Qingyu subconsciously asked. Just after saying that, Jiang Qingyu regretted it. She wasn't an impulsive person, but how could she say such ambiguous words? Even if she liked Lindsay, she should at least be a little more reserved. What if it scared him? Was this top stream teasing himself? Lindsay smiled and said, "Conquering my heart doesn't require food, beauty will do." Put. Jiang Qingyu really wasn't a person who liked to laugh. The hardships of life had made her accustomed to hiding her joys and sorrows, and after entering the entertainment industry and facing an even more complicated existence, Jiang Qingyu had simply built a wall around herself. She didn't make friends with anyone, nor did she have any real friends. But at this moment, in the face of Lindsay's joking words, she smiled, and she smiled brightly. Her eyes became bright, as if they were filled with stars in the sky. Jiang Qingyu felt that Lindsay was really a very magical one, the two of them technically speaking for the second time in 6 years. But Jiang Qingyu felt as if she had known Lindsay for a long time, without a hint of rustiness between them. It was a wonderful feeling. Jiang Qingyu knew that this was Lindsay accommodating himself. Otherwise, the atmosphere wouldn't be so harmonious. After all, she really wasn't very good at dealing with others. "Do you have any plans next?" Lindsay asked as he ate. "Let's see how General Manager Shin arranges it for me. Without any surprises, I will enter the group to shoot a movie." Seeing that she didn't seem very interested in filming, Lindsay asked, "Besides filming, is there anything you want to do?" Jiang Qingyu thought for a moment and said, "I want to sing, I really like to sing, but after signing up to Su Qingxue's company, she felt that I was better at acting. After all, this skin is not bad, so I listened to her and went into acting, and it turns out that she has a good eye." Lindsay smiled and said, "If you want to sing, then I'll go talk to Shin Sweet Pear and ask you to stop taking on theater for a while, and focus on preparing your new album next." Jiang Qingyu sighed slightly. "But good songs are too hard to come across. It's not like Su Qingxue didn't think of giving me a record, but she looked for a lot of top lyricists to write the lyrics, but nothing good came out of it. Anyway, those samples I received, after I listened to them, only 1 or 2 of them were still satisfactory, the rest, all of them, they're all just indiscriminate." "That's fine, you leave it to me. After all, I'm going to be fully in charge of your work next, so let's start with giving you an album." For Lindsay, it shouldn't be too easy for him to want to create a record for Jiang Qingyu that would be a national sensation. Because he had too many classic songs from Blue Star in his head. Those classics were more than enough for Jiang Qingyu to produce even 10 records, not to mention one. That's why Lindsay was saying such things to her now. However, arranging music was Lindsay's weak point. He could do more than play and sing, and he still needed to find top professionals to get the real arrangements. Jiang Qingyu was slightly startled. Senior, you can find good songs? An album needs at least 10 songs. It wasn't that Jiang Qingyu didn't trust Lindsay, but she clearly knew that she was particularly picky right now. But if there was even the slightest flaw in the songs, she wouldn't be satisfied. Lindsay laughed. Don't worry, just for this meal you had today, I'm going to give you a whole record that will blow up the whole country. Jiang Qingyu was excited. She excitedly raised her glass and said, Senior, I'll toast you, if you can really help me get a record that will blow up the country, you. Jiang Qingyu paused for a moment, then took a deep breath. As if she had made a great determination, she added, Senior, if you can get me a record that will stir up the whole country, you can make me do anything you want. When she reached the end, Jiang Qingyu's fair and flawless cheeks instantly turned scarlet. Jiang Qingyu was not a person without a bottom line. If she was truly a person without a bottom line, then the wealth in her hands right now would have to be at least tenfold. After all, more than once a capitalist big shot had told her that they wanted to make themselves their lover. She knew that as long as she nodded her head, large amounts of wealth would pounce on her, but Jiang Qingyu had refused all of them. Moreover, after being in the industry for more than 2 years, Jiang Qingyu never did kissing scenes in her movies, not even those with physical contact. This was her principle. She thought that if she could be with Lindsay one day, she had to be clean. So now that she said such words to Lindsay, in the end, her real purpose was to be with Lindsay. Lindsay smiled and said, Okay, I'll remember your words. The guests and hosts enjoyed the meal. After eating the meal, Lindsay wanted to help wash the dishes, but Jiang Qingyu refused to let Lindsay do it. Lindsay had no choice but to stand in the kitchen and watch Jiang Qingyu wash the dishes while asking her what type of song she wanted to sing. Jiang Qingyu told Lindsay that she liked to sing lyrical types. Lindsay nodded. He planned to go back and listen to the songs that Jiang Qingyu had sung to judge her vocal range. Then see whose songs were suitable to copy. As he was chatting away, Lindsay's cell phone rang. The call was from Shin Sweet Pear, and Lindsay greeted Jiang Qingyu and went to the living room to pick it up. Stinking rascal, why aren't you at home? Shin Sweet Pear's delicate voice entered Lindsay's ears. Just, how did her voice sound a bit unpleasant? You're back? Where were you? Shin Sweet Pear asked in return. At Jiang Qingyu's house, just finished dinner with her. Even though Shin Sweet Pear knew that this was something that had been said in the afternoon. However, when she heard that Lindsay was at Jiang Qingyu's house, Shin Jiangli's heart was inexplicably a little uncomfortable. She didn't know what had caused her to have such emotions. She even had the thought of not wanting to sign for Jiang Qingyu. Enduring the discomfort in her heart, Shin Sweetie asked with a smile, So when are you coming back? What, miss me? Shin Sweet Pear smiled charmingly and said, Yes, miss you. How much? Wanted itchy heart. Lindsay was happy. He smiled and said, Then go take a shower first, I'll go back to stop your itching. She smiled charmingly and said, There's no need, I've already washed, I'm lying on the bed right now. Oh, I'm not wearing any clothes. Oh, stinking rascal, I'll give you 3 minutes, out of time. Little goblin, you wait, the old line will take you later. Chapter 33 Lonely Time. Lindsay hung up the phone. After saying hello to Jiang Qingyu, he was about to leave. As soon as Jiang Qingyu heard that Lindsay was leaving, a trace of reluctance suddenly rose in her heart. She had thought that she would have a drink of red wine with Lindsay later, watch a movie, and have a good chat. If possible, it would be best to cultivate a little more affection. But she didn't expect that he was going to leave now. Lindsay, can I send you a message later? Jiang Qingyu asked carefully. Lindsay smiled and said, Of course you can, when you can't sleep, when you're lonely, you can send me a message anytime. Jiang Qingyu's pretty face blushed, the sight of her heart was sweet. Lindsay waved his hand at her and ran towards Shin Sweet Pear's villa in a hurry. When he thought of the hot and sexy body of Shin Sweet Pear, Lindsay felt that his body was hot and dry. In less than 3 minutes, Lindsay returned to Shin Jiangli's villa. But when he saw her, Lindsay was instantly upset. But he saw that Shin Sweetie Pie was sitting on the sofa playing with her cell phone. Damn, where's the trust between people? Lindsay spat. Shin Sweet Pear gave Lindsay a wink. What, pissed off? Nonsense, I'm about to die of anger. Then you're pissed off. Anyway, you only have 15 points here right now. When will you save up 100 points? When will you be stopping my itch? Lindsay exploded with anger. Damn, clearly in the afternoon. You even told me that I already had 20 points, plus I signed Zhang Qingyu for you. Shouldn't it be 25 now? Oh, after I came back just now, I realized that you weren't at home, so I deducted 10 points from you. Grass. Why don't you deduct them all? That won't do, I have to leave you some hope. Lindsay was amused by this. He couldn't help but spit out, "Shin Sweet Pear, you really know how to do business." My dad said the same thing. Shin Sweet Pear laughed a little smugly. Come, call daddy. Shin Sweet Pear's flirtatious face instantly flushed. She cursed shyly, "Stinking rascal." Lindsay laughed. Right, what did you do at night? Blind date. Lindsay instantly remembered what that trash told himself yesterday, that he was going to have a blind date with Shin Sweet Pear today. I thought he was blowing awesome, but I didn't think it was true. You're going to cheat? Put. Shin Sweet Pear giggled. She was going to die laughing at Lindsay's words. After laughing for a while, Shin Sweet Pear's emotions gradually calmed down. Guess, who did I go on a blind date with? Don't tell me it was that half-brother of mine? Lindsay asked. Shin Sweet Pear's willow eyebrows raised, and those beautiful peach blossom eyes instantly became bright. How did you know? She asked with some surprise. You've asked me to guess, that means that this person must be someone I know, and among the people I know, the only one whose identity can barely match yours seems to be that maggot. The reason Lindsay called the other party a maggot was because the original owner's note to the other party was maggot. You're really smart. Shin Sweet Pear said with a smile. Seeing as I'm so smart, can you reward me with a wet kiss? Shin Sweet Pear winks and says, Your beauty. In fact, I originally did not want to go on a blind date, but as soon as I heard that the other party is the identity, I went. If it is not unexpected, that brother of yours is going to harass me like crazy next. What, he's got his eye on you? I'm so pretty and have such a sexy body, even you want to sleep with me, let alone that trash. Shin Sweet Pear said smugly. Lindsay laughed, That's true. Wait until he chases me, I'll flirt with you in front of him, do you think he'll be pissed off? Shin Sweet Pear said with a delicate smile. Lindsay was happy. I didn't think that Shin Sweet Pear was even playing such an idea. But it should be said or not, she played this hand hard enough. If that maggot really liked her and she was flirting with herself, 9 times out of 10, she would be furious with him. To not say you're worth being slept with by me. Shin Sweet Pear laughed and scolded, Off, say it, how do you plan to thank me? Give your body to me, really, other than that, I can't think of a better way to thank you. Stinking rascal, I don't think you want to thank me, you want to get me killed. Nonsense, I can do it up to 5 times a night, how can 5 times possibly get you killed? Shin Sweet Pear burst out laughing. No way, she couldn't carry on anymore, this smelly rascal was just too shameless. She didn't dare to continue chatting with Lindsay, she was afraid that she would die laughing later. Stinking rascal, I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to sleep. Wait a moment, there's something else I need to tell you. What is it? Zhang Qingyu wants to make a record, I agreed. I don't have a problem with that, I'll have someone ask those top lyricists for songs. No need, leave it to me. Seeing that Lindsay was so attached to Zhang Qingyu's matter, Shin Sweet Pear's heart was a bit uncomfortable again. Stinking rascal, tell me the truth, do you have some thoughts about Zhang Qingyu? Yes, she's so pretty, it would be wrong if I didn't have any thoughts, right, but, don't worry, the person I want to sleep with the most at the moment is you. Shin Sweet Pear looked at Lindsay with tears and laughter. This stinking rascal's words could really make people love and hate him. How on earth did he say such shameless words in a serious manner? Then you cheer up, oh. Please don't worry, leader, I will definitely work hard and try to sleep with you soon. Shin Sweet Pear gave Lindsay a flirtatious look, then got up and went upstairs. After returning to his room, Lindsay started squatting. Although it was important to chat with Shin Sweet Pear, squatting was more important to Lindsay. After gritting his teeth and holding on for an hour and a half, Lindsay was tired and confused. This was even more tiring than sleeping with Su Qingshu 5 times that night. However, Lindsay felt that it was all worth it. After all, if you train for 1 more minute now, when you get high in the future, you will be able to get high for 1 more minute. The next day when Lindsay just woke up, he saw Shin Sweet Pear eating breakfast. Today she was wearing a pair of light-colored jeans, which completely wrapped up those 2 snow-white sexy legs of hers. Lindsay painfully said, "Chin sweet pear, God gave you two sexy legs, just to let you show to my look, but you were good, even wrapped tightly. Listen, go back to change into black silk ultra short skirt. Change your head, hurry up and eat, later still have to go to the company to draft Zhang Qingyu's contract. What's so difficult about this, you let your company's legal affairs draft not on the line? But I always have to review it, and, when the time comes, I still have to communicate with Zhang Qingyu to see what conditions she has on her side. All of these are to be written into the contract." Lindsay nodded and was about to speak. His cell phone suddenly received a message from Ji Zifeng. "Lindsay, Xing Shui is really something too. She had to come over to have a love breakfast with me. Do you have time? Come eat together." Chapter 34, Are You Sad? Lindsay was a bit speechless. Was he sick in the head? He had slept with Su Qingxue 7 times and kissed her last night, and he hadn't even bragged about it. He was just having a meal, what's the point of showing off? Moreover, the key thing was that he didn't like Su Qingxue. His showing off wasn't much of a killing force for himself. Oh, got it, enjoy your meal. Lindsay replied. After seeing Lindsay's reply, Ji Zifeng broke his defense. Grass, shouldn't he be spitting blood in anger? How did he reply so breezily? I know, that bastard Lindsay must be pretending. When he thought of this, Ji Zifeng smiled triumphantly. He decided to take a picture of himself having breakfast with Su Qingxue and send it to Lindsay. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be so angry that he would vomit blood. After Lindsay returned Ji Zifeng's message, he directly sent a screenshot of his conversation with Ji Zifeng to Su Qingxue. Before that, Lindsay also added a sentence, "Can you ask Ji Zifeng to stop sending me this kind of message? I'm really sad. Mud, play green tea, who would not? The reason why Lindsay didn't forward the photo of the sports car that Ji Zifeng sent last time to Su Qingxue is because Lindsay thought that with the relationship between the two people at that time, even if he sent it to Su Qingxue, she might not be angry. But now is not the same. With last night's emotional attack, Lindsay clearly knows that the current Su Qingxue feels differently about herself. When Su Qingxue saw that Lindsay had taken the initiative to send a message to her, she was inexplicably a little excited in her heart. But when she saw the content of the message, Su Qingxue was instantly enraged. That stunningly beautiful face was covered in a piercing frost, not to mention that her heart had the feeling of being stabbed frantically with a knife. It hurt a lot. She had always felt that although Ji Zifeng's looks had changed and was no longer what she remembered, he was still gentle, innocent and kind, but now it seemed that she had overthought things. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Su Qingxue directly placed the call to Ji Zifeng. "Qingxue, have you arrived?" Ji Zifeng asked in a soft voice. Su Qingxue angrily rebuked, "Shut up, I'm asking you, what gives you the right to send that kind of message to Lindsay?" Ji Zifeng was dumbfounded. No, that animal Lindsay had actually sent the message to Su Qingxue? How did he dare? But right now was not the time to count on this. The priority was to hurry up and coax Su Qingxue back to health. Ji Zifeng said in an aggravated manner, "Qingxue, I really invited him to breakfast with good intentions. Believe me, I don't have any ill intentions." "Shut up, you know very well that Lindsay likes me, moreover, has liked me for as long as 7 years. My divorce from him would have already caused him a lot of pain, but you're so good, you even dared to send a message to provoke him. How dare you?" Su Qingxue's voice carried a monstrous rage. Ji Zifeng panicked. He had never seen Su Qingxue so angry before. "Qingxue, I know Lindsay liked you for many years, but I really didn't know that your divorce caused him pain. I thought that you were married by agreement and divorced. I really invited him to breakfast because we were all classmates." At this point in time, Ji Zifeng clearly knew that beating him to death would not allow him to admit that sending a message to Lindsay was a deliberate attempt to provoke him. Otherwise, his own persona in front of Su Qingxue would collapse, not to mention the risk of losing her. "Ji Zifeng, don't treat me like a cutie, straight up, your credit with me is dropping extremely fast. Once it becomes a negative number, it's time for you to get lost, eat breakfast yourself." Saying that, Su Qingxue directly hung up the phone. Ji Zifeng exploded with anger. He really wanted to ask Su Qingxue who exactly was the person she liked. She claimed that the person she liked was herself, but what she had just said, how it sounded, made people think that the person she really liked was Lindsay. But he didn't dare to ask. The last words Su Qingxue had just said made him smell danger. He didn't dare to provoke Su Qingxue again. He was really afraid that his credit would suddenly turn negative. At that time, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to find a place to cry. After Su Qingxue finished calling Ji Zifeng, she hurriedly sent a message to Lindsay. She had wanted to say call, but she was afraid of hearing Lindsay's sad voice. Don't be sad, I won't go and have breakfast with him, moreover, I've already told him not to provoke you in the future. After the message was sent, Su Qingxue anxiously waited for Lin Zhe to give her reply. But after waiting for half a day, she couldn't get a reply from Lin Zhe. Su Qingxue's heart grew sadder and sadder. She felt sure that Jizafling's showing off had deeply pierced Lin Zhe's heart, causing him to be at a point of extreme sadness right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have not sent himself a message back. Su Qingxue felt more and more remorseful. Why did she have to agree to Jizafling to go and have breakfast with him? If she hadn't agreed to him, there wouldn't have been anything behind it. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue remembered the message Jizafling had sent to Lin Zhe. The anger that she had managed to suppress once again gushed out. She even had the thought of wanting to severely slap Jizafling a few times. When he saw the message sent by Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe smiled. Obviously, his own good behavior last night had caused Su Qingxue to have fallen into intense guilt. Otherwise, she wouldn't have explained all of this to herself and, moreover, taught Jizafling a lesson. What are you laughing at? Shen Sweet Pear suddenly asked. Lin Zhe laughed and explained, nothing, it's just that Jizafling sent me a message to provoke me, and I backhandedly forwarded his provocative words to Su Qingxue. Speaking of which, this greasy guy even sent me a message yesterday. Do you know how disgusting he is? Showed you love? Lin Zhe had a melon-eating look on his face. It's much more disgusting than that. He sent me a picture of him. Moreover, he also revealed his disgusting chest hair. The most disgusting thing is that he withdrew it again, and then innocently told me that he sent it by mistake. If I didn't still want to tease this brainwashed person, I would really want to pull the plug on him on the spot. It's too disgusting. Put. Lin Zhe couldn't tense up. He burst out laughing. He knew that Jizafling was a green tea, but he didn't realize that he was still a brainwashed. After pretending to be affectionate in front of Su Qingxue, he turned his head and started to tease Shen Sweet Pear. Unfortunately, Shen Sweet Pear was not Su Qingxue the licking dog. I really want time to suddenly fast forward a bit, fast forward to the time when Su Qingxue knows the true nature of that greasy man. I think she will definitely collapse. Just think about it, it feels so good. Shen Sweet Pear said with a winking smile. How refreshing. Lin Zhe asked with a smirk. Shen Sweet Pear glared at Lin Zhe. This smelly rascal was driving again. The two were chatting when Lin Zhe's green bubble rang. The message was from Maggot. Big brother, congratulate me, after my mom's tireless efforts, Dad agreed to let me inherit the Lin family. And you, my big brother, will become completely destitute. Are you sad? It doesn't matter, it's good that I'm happy. Chapter 35 You're my father. A monstrous rage instantly erupted from Lin Zhe's heart. Yes, this was Lin Zhe's own emotion. When he crossed over and read the original owner's memories, Lin Zhe, apart from feeling that he was a wimp, more than anything else, he felt heartbroken for him. Heartache for everything that had happened to him. Now this maggot was provoking himself so much. Lin Zhe can be cool. Paralyzed, give me a weight, when I stand up, I have to your Lin family to death. What's wrong with you? Why did your face suddenly become so bad? That greasy man provoked you again? Shen Sweet Pear asked with concern. Lin Zhe came back to his senses. No, it's that cheap brother of mine. What did he send you? Shen Sweetie Pie had a curious look on her face. Lin Zhe laughed, nothing, just everyday provocation. You're even able to laugh? What then, should I cry? Lin Zhe said with a smile. The moment these words came out, Shen Sweet Pear felt more and more that Lin Zhe was a talent. Being kicked out of the family, not to mention, now being provoked by the son of a mistress, given an ordinary person, I'm afraid that he would have been so angry that he would have vomited blood. But Lin Zhe not only didn't get so angry that he spat out blood, instead, he was so lighthearted that he could even laugh. This broad-mindedness, this magnanimity, is truly extraordinary. Don't be depressed, after you conquer me, I'll take revenge for you then. Revenge how? How about messing up the Lin family? Shen Sweet Pear asked with a charming smile. Come on, let's go to bed now. Put. Shen Sweet Pear giggled. This stinking rascal. After eating breakfast, Lin Zhe rode in Shen Sweet Pear's car and went to her company. While Shen Jiangli was busy working on Jiang Qingyue's contract, Lin Zhe went to the ninth floor. That was the office that Shen Jiangli had promised to let him use. The entire ninth floor covered an area of more than 1,000 square meters, and just as Shen Jiangli had said, it had all the office facilities. Especially the boss's office, the decoration was extremely low-key and luxurious. Moreover, the scenery was quite good, and as far as the eye could see, there was an unobstructed view of the river. Lin Zhe was very satisfied. He sat in the wide boss chair, looking at the scenery outside the window, and used his cell phone to search for some recruitment software. Yes, Lin Zhe was going to start recruiting people. He was going to make takeaways. Although there was only 100 million in his hand right now, this amount of money was a drop in the bucket if he wanted to make the company work. But it was definitely enough in the early stages. Once the company was put together, it would be time to start new financing. As he was calculating, his cell phone suddenly rang. The call was from a person whose note was called Chen Xingshan. Lin Zhe searched the original owner's memory and found that the other party was his college classmate, and the relationship seemed to be okay. Lin Zhe picked up the phone. "Brother Zhe, what are you busy with lately?" A strange voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Blindly busy, why did you remember to call me?" "I want to ask Brother Zhe to help me with something." The other party said with embarrassment. "What is it? Can you introduce me to a job? I'm really desperate." "What do you know how to do?" "Coding." The other party said with a bitter smile. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a pillow sent to him right after he dozed off? To know, what Lin Zhe lacked the most right now was a coder. After all, one had to develop app software for takeaways. However, Lin Zhe didn't agree with him right away. Instead, he smiled and said, "Come to the 9th floor of Block A of Golden Harbor Mansion first." "Okay, I'll go over right away." Lin Zhe hung up the phone. Half an hour later, a young man with thinning hair wearing a plaid shirt appeared in front of Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe stared at the other person for a while, finally matching the face he remembered. "Brother Zhe, long time no see." Chen Xingshan said with a smile. Lin Zhe nodded and asked, "I remember when I was in college, you had thick hair. Why do you have so little hair now?" "Don't mention it, being a yardman for 3 years gave it away, but it's you, Brother Zhe, who is as handsome as ever." Lin Zhe was happy. "Tell me, what's your situation?" Chen Xingshan sighed, depressed. "Don't mention it, Brother Zhe. Do you remember Ji Buchang?" "Who?" "Ji Buchang from our class, the trash who played especially well with Jizafeng at that time." "Oh, a bit of an impression." Lin Zhe believed in bull, he didn't remember who Chen Xingshan was talking about at all. "That trash, after being fired from his last company last year, begged me for half a day, let me find him a job. I remembered on the basis of classmates, begged my leader for half a day, and recruited him in, but who would have thought that the one who was recruited in would be a poisonous snake?" Lin Zhe came to be interested. "What did he do?" "After he came in, he didn't work properly, he slipped and slid all day long. Just a few days ago, the brothers in our group worked night and day to complete the development of a new project, but that piece of trash took the credit to his head. My leader is a blind fool with blind eyes and a blind heart, and I theorized with him for half a day." Chen Xingshan angrily continued. "As a result, not only was it of little use, but he was also dismissed. What I'm upset about is that he dismissed me even if he did, but he even dismissed our entire group of brothers. Moreover, the most infuriating thing is that his grandson utilized his own background, but he even blocked us comprehensively. I really had no way out before I begged to you, Brother Zhe. By the way, Brother Zhe, it seems that grandson is still your younger brother." "Lin Nan?" Lin Zhe asked curiously. Chen Xingshan nodded. "So, you've been working at his company?" "Right." Lin Zhe, however, was delighted in his heart. Although Chen Xingshan's words didn't resonate with Lin Zhe because he had experienced betrayals that were far more ruthless than this. But Lin Zhe was short of people. As for Lin Nan, Lin Zhe didn't put it on his mind in the slightest. "How many people are in your entire group?" 11. "Chen Xingshan, I'd like to think that grandson Ji Buchang did you a huge favor." Chen Xingshan looked at Lin Zhe with a confused expression. "Brother Zhe, what do you mean by that?" "To put it simply, I'm going to start a company, and now is the time when I'm most short of people, especially when I'm short of excellent software development talents like you." Chen Xingshan was ecstatic in his heart. "Brother Zhe, without saying anything, I am willing to follow you. Not only you, it's best to poach your entire group for me." Chen Xingshan became more and more excited. The brothers in the same group had been fired, and Chen Xingshan actually felt quite guilty in his heart. Although he didn't fire them, after all, that trash Ji Buchang was the one who brought him to the company. In the end, the root cause of this was him. Now that Lin Zhe was going to poach his entire group, how could Chen Xingshan not be excited? Besides, he got along quite well with those brothers in the same group, and there was an extraordinarily tacit understanding that had been honed. If they could continue to work together, it would be simply too good to be true. But something even more enjoyable was waiting for him. Chen Xingshan, what was the monthly salary your last company offered you? 20,000. Chen Xingshan said frankly. Very well, I'll give you 50,000 now, and, from now on, you'll be the head of the technical department of our company, and I'll even give you the original shares if you do a good job. Boom. Chen Xingshan was stimulated by Lin Zhe's words. He was flushed with excitement, his eyes scarlet. Brother Zhe, nothing more to say, from now on, you're my father. Lin Zhe laughed and scolded, get lost, I don't have an ugly son like you. Chen Xingshan smiled and wiped away his tears. Next, let me tell you about my plan. Chen Xingshan hurriedly nodded. Brother Zhe, you say it. Chapter 36, Simply Perfect. After spending half an hour, Lin Zhe told Chen Xingshan about his ideas. When Chen Xingshan finished listening to Lin Zhe's business plan, his entire body had a feeling of numbness. If, according to Lin Zhe's words, the software was to be used nationwide in the future, then the commercial value would reach an extremely terrifying figure. When Lin Zhe agreed to take himself in and double his salary just now, of course Chen Xingshan was grateful to Lin Zhe, but for what Lin Zhe was going to do, Chen Xingshan was actually a bit apprehensive. But he was no longer apprehensive at all now, he even had the feeling that he was going to witness the birth of a great company. He was excited, besides being excited, he was still excited. So Brother Zhe, what do I need to do next? After you poach those brothers, use the fastest speed to get me a takeaway app. No problem, Brother Zhe, it's not difficult. About how long will it take? 1 month is enough. Chen Xingshan said in a very certain tone. No, it has to be quick. Chen Xingshan gritted his teeth and said, half a month then, we'll work overtime to get it done. Only then did Lin Zhe nodded in satisfaction. He then talked to Chen Xingshan about some of his needs, as well as things that needed to be added to the software. Chen Xingshan used his cell phone to record all of them. After chatting about all this, Lin Zhe said in a very serious tone, Chen Xingshan, this matter is of great significance whether it's for me or for you, I hope you can keep it a secret. Brother Zhe, don't worry, I won't divulge half of it. Lin Zhe nodded and said, when recruiting people, the other person's skills are important, but their character should also be excellent. Understood. Alright, go and get busy. Chen Xingshan nodded heavily. After leaving Golden Harbor Mansion, Chen Xingshan opened Green Bubble and sent a message in the group called Technology First. Meet me at the usual place in half an hour, I have a heavenly happy announcement. After Lin Zhe sent Chen Xingshan away, he went to Shen Sweet Pear's company. Shen Sweet Pear was listening to music, to be precise, she was listening to the accompaniment of Easy Sigh. When she saw Lin Zhe, Shen Sweet Pear smiled charmingly and said, you've come just in time, the arrangement is finished, come and have a listen. So soon? That's for sure, I've explained to them that it must be done with the fastest speed. Lin Zhe walked to her, and Shen Sweet Pear took the initiative to give up the boss chair that belonged to her. She wanted Lin Zhe to give it a good listen and see where it still needed to be improved. After all, he had created this song, and he had more say in it than anyone else. Lin Zhe wasn't polite either, and directly sat on Shen Sweet Pear's boss chair, then clicked play. After a quick listen, Lin Zhe was generally satisfied. Although it wasn't as perfect as in his previous life, it was still good for 90 points. How was it? Shen Sweet Pear asked with a somewhat nervous expression. Not bad. Shen Sweet Pear's heart was happy as she asked with a smile, then is it possible to go record? It can. Lin Zhe nodded and said. Shen Sweet Pear said excitedly, then let's go to the recording studio. Shen Sweet Pear's company had a recording studio, with all sorts of equipment galore, and it looked especially professional. The person recording was called Sun Shiji. Lin Zhe communicated with him briefly and went into the recording studio. After putting on the headphones, Lin Yang gestured an OK sign. Sun Shiji began to play the music. And Lin Zhe started singing along with the music. Soon, the recording ended. Mr. Sun, how was it? Shen Sweet Pear asked with a smile. Sun Shiji nodded repeatedly, he was a bit excited. Mr. Shen, it's very good, Mr. Lin's level is very high, completely not weaker than those professional singers, moreover, his voice quality is great, very distinctive, I think that if he becomes a singer, based on his appearance, his voice condition, he will definitely be a big hit. Shen Sweet Pear smiled with arched eyebrows. I don't know why, when she heard others praising Lin Zhe so much, Shen Sweet Pear's heart was especially happy. Do we need to record it again? Shen Sweet Pear asked with a smile. Mr. Shin, I don't think so, it's already perfect. Okay, you get it done as soon as possible, and in the afternoon, let the people in the publicity department start previewing the teaser for that immortal drama online in conjunction with this song. Understood. In between the two of them talking, Lindsay walked out from the recording room. How was it? Lindsay asked curiously. Shin Sweet Pear said with a delicate smile, it's great, just perfect. It looks like I'm really great. More than awesome, go, I'll treat you to dinner, and by the way, I'll take the heat for you. What do you mean? Shin Sweet Pear said smugly, that cheap brother of yours asked me to dinner. I wanted to refuse, but when I thought of him bullying you so much, I suddenly wanted to give you an outlet for your anger. You're planning to have an affair with me in front of him? Lindsay asked with a smile. Yeah, when I was on a blind date with him yesterday, the way he looked at me was so nasty that he must have had some thoughts about me. Since that's the case, wouldn't it be a good idea for the two of us to have a flirtation with him in front of him to stimulate him to death? Lindsay was happy. Good idea, let's have a wet kiss at that time, he can cry in anger, right? Frankly speaking, Lindsay didn't have a single bit of coolness about using such a way to get angry. For Lindsay, the real coolness was to directly bankrupt the Lin family, making them homeless and broken. But since Shin Sweet Pear wanted to help herself out in such a way, then Lindsay definitely wouldn't refuse. After all, who could refuse to have an affair with a yukai? Shin Sweet Pear blankly glanced at Lindsay. She laughed, you dare to think, but also wet kisses, why don't you say that we simply sleep in front of him? I don't really care, I'm just afraid you'll be shy. Roll. Shin Sweet Pear laughed and scolded. Lindsay grinned. The two of them went out of the company together. Running on the way to the restaurant, Shin Sweet Pear laughed, stinking rascal, do you want to be a star? Why are you asking that too? Shin Sweet Pear asked with a skeptical face, what, someone else asked you? Yes, Su Qing Shui also asked me to come yesterday. Shin Sweet Pear's heart thumped. Stinking rascal, you wouldn't have composed a song for her as well, right? Lindsay nodded and said, yes, got her a song as well. The sight of Shin Sweet Pear's heart instantly became uncomfortable. She had the feeling that something that belonged to her had been snatched away by someone else. This feeling made her uncomfortable at the edge of her heart. Stinking rascal, who asked you to compose for her? She has divorced you for another man, why are you still giving her creations? What, you still like her? Lindsay was happy. Which eye can you see that I still like her? You created for her at night. Nonsense, because I want to sleep with her. Chapter 37, Recognized by You. Shin Sweet Pear was angry and felt funny at the same time. This smelly rascal was simply invincible. Such shameless words were said with such justification. Shin Jiangli wanted to refute a few sentences, but when she thought that she could only be considered a friend at most with Lindsay now, she didn't seem to be qualified to control him. But if she didn't refute it, she was a bit upset in her heart. She was really upset because when she heard that Lindsay wanted to sleep with Su Qing Shui, she actually had a feeling of betrayal in her heart. What's going on between you and Su Qing Shui right now? Enduring the discomfort within her heart, Shin Sweet Pear asked. It's just that way. Then how did you let you compose songs for her? Isn't it still your fault? Sent easy sigh to her, and she got upset. Shin Sweetie Pie froze for a moment. She suddenly wanted to smack herself. She was so stupid, what was she doing irritating Su Qing Shui for a good reason? Although she didn't like Lindsay, she couldn't help but be possessive, and moreover, she was a dead ringer for herself. If Lindsay created a song for himself, she would definitely ask Lindsay for it as well. Shin Sweet Pear regretted it to death. It looked like not everything could be used to stimulate Su Qing Shui in the future. Otherwise, she herself would have to be irritated by her in return. Stinking rascal, you're not allowed to be so nice to her in the future, do you hear me? Why? Because I'll be upset, and if I'm upset, I won't let you sleep with me. Lindsay laughed and said, Shin Sweet Pear, I'm just the one you paid to cooperate with your acting. Since that's the case, then who I sleep with has nothing to do with you, right? Or is it that you're too deep into the drama and like me? Put. Shin Sweet Pear giggled delicately. It was as if she had heard a heavenly joke. Lindsay, you're hilarious, do you think I would fall for a divorced man? I just think that you are now paid for by me, so of course I would be offended if you weren't loyal to me. Lindsay patted his chest and said, scared me to death, I thought you liked me. Shin Sweet Pear became more and more upset. What did this smelly rascal mean? His own long and powerful, sexy and hot body, moreover, his family background is also quite powerful. Wasn't he anxious for himself to fall in love with him? But now why does he look like he is afraid of falling for him? Right at this moment, a thought suddenly popped up in Shen Sweetpear's mind. It couldn't be that Su Qingxue had given this rascal some promise, otherwise, how could this guy not want me to like him? Could it be that Su Qingxue also wanted to follow my example and deliberately engage in an affair with Lin Zhe and then irritate me? When this thought appeared, Shen Sweetpear's heart was instantly a little terrified. No, never let Su Qingxue snatch Lin Zhe away. The big deal was to give Lin Zhe a little sweetness first. After making up her mind, Shen Sweetpear smiled and said, "After we eat later, let's go to a hot spring." "Good," Lin Zhe said with a smile. While talking, the restaurant arrived. It was Epine fresh again. Lin Zhe realized that he was really done with this place. It had been 3 days since he crossed over, and he had come here to eat for 3 days. Even the most delicious meal would get tired of it. "Shen Sweetpear, aren't there any other restaurants in Haichang?" When he entered the restaurant, Lin Zhe asked in a depressed manner. "What, tired of eating?" "Nonsense, it's been 3 days in a row, eating here every day, even if it's delicious, I'll still get tired of it." Shen Sweetpear laughed. "Then what do you want to eat?" "I want to eat hot pot." "Okay, after soaking in the hot springs in the afternoon, we'll eat hot pot in the evening." "Shen Sweetpear, you really are the spokesperson for people who are beautiful and kind-hearted. You see, there's a reason why I want to sleep with you." Lin Zhe laughed. Shen Sweetpear laughed and scolded, "You're so shameless, don't you want to sleep with me because I'm pretty and have a sexy body?" "Bad, you recognized it." Shen Sweetpear laughed out loud. The two of them quickly arrived at the door of the box. Shen Sweetpear directly pushed the door in, and Lin Zhe followed closely behind. There was only one person sitting in the large box. The other person's appearance was not good, but the dress was extremely exaggerated, a brand-name brand. He was afraid that other people did not know that he was a rich man. When he saw him, Lin Zhe was somewhat speechless. Because, this is his cheap brother Lin Nan. Lin Nan's heart instantly became excited when he saw Shen Sweetpear. It couldn't be helped that Shen Sweetpear was too flirtatious looking and had an extremely sexy body. As soon as he saw her, Lin Nan thought of bed. When he saw her in person for the first time yesterday, Lin Nan vowed to get her into bed. Holding back his excitement, Lin Nan was about to greet Shen Sweetpear, but before he could say anything, he saw Lin Zhe on Shen Sweetpear's back. Lin Nan was stunned. No, how could this trash Lin Zhe appear with Shen Sweetpear? He subconsciously wanted to tell Lin Zhe to get lost. What kind of class is worthy of eating with himself? However, due to the presence of Shen Sweetie Pie, Lin Nan didn't have a fit. Not only did he not have a fit, he even smiled extremely brightly and said, "Brother, long time no see." Lin Zhe didn't seem to see him and sat directly across from him. Lin Nan was instantly offended. Damn it, a piece of trash who had been expelled from the clan, how dare he ignore himself? What a thing that doesn't know how to die. "Brother, you're still so individualistic, Pear, feel free to order whatever you want to eat." Lin Nan laughed. "Lin Zhe, what do you want to eat?" Xin Lizhou seemed like she didn't hear Lin Nan's words. Instead, she winkingly smiled and asked at Lin Zhe. "Whatever. Then I'll make the call?" Lin Zhe nodded. Lin Nan broke his defense. "No, on what grounds?" Laozi was now the sole heir of the Lin group, while this trash had long been expelled from the family. On what grounds did Shen Sweetpear treat him so well? Could it be that this trash is still using the Lin family's banner to cheat? Otherwise, why would Shen Jiangli treat him so well? No, Laozi has to poke through this trash's disguise. "Big brother, are you still blaming Dad for kicking you out of the Lin family?" Lin Nan believed that after he had made it so clear, Shen Sweetie would definitely not be paying attention to this trash Lin Zhe. As expected, after listening to Lin Nan's words, Shen Shuangli looked at Lin Zhe with a shocked expression. "You've been expelled from the Lin family?" Lin Zhe gave the bastard a blank look, speaking as if she didn't know. "What, Pearly, you still don't know about this?" Lin Nan asked in mock surprise. "I don't know if I knew." Before Shen Sweetpear finished her words, Lin Nan asked excitedly, "Pear, if you knew, what would you do?" "Of course I would spoil him even more. Come, Lin Zhe baby, sister hug." Lin Zhe smiled. He unscrupulously hooked Shen Sweetpear's thin waist and swept her fragrant and soft body into his arms. Shen Sweetpear's delicate body trembled lightly. She attached her mouth to Lin Zhe's ear and said shyly and angrily, "Stinking rascal, no touching." Chapter 38, come on, stand in front of me. Lin Nan exploded with anger. He had thought that Shin Sweet Pear had been lied to by Lin Zhe, and that was why she was so nice to Lin Zhe. But he never thought that she would treat Lin Zhe better now that she knew the truth. She even let Lin Zhe hug her. As he watched Lin Zhe hold Shin Sweet Pear's sexy and hot body in his arms, Lin Nan couldn't contain himself completely. He simply exploded with anger. On what grounds? Why should Shin Sweet Pear let this piece of trash hug her? His fists clenched in anger. But Lin Zhe, as if he did not exist, postured to be more ambiguous embrace for a while Shin Sweet Pear, in her small hands for the 9th time to pinch their own waist, only reluctantly let go of her. Shin Sweet Pear glared at Lin Zhe angrily. This stinking hooligan was simply a dog with the guts to do so. Surprisingly, he touched himself right in front of Lin Nan. Hee, Lin Nan, why do you look so bad, like you've eaten poop? Lin Zhe spat out with a smirk. Lin Nan's fists clenched tighter. He really wanted to smash Lin Zhe hard. It was best to smash that face of his. See how he could still seduce Shin Sweet Pear in the future. However, Lin Nan didn't dare, to be precise, he was afraid of angering Shin Jiangli. From the way Shin Jiangli treated Lin Zhe, the relationship between the two of them was not shallow. If he really pissed off Shin Sweetie, then the Lin family would definitely be left in the lurch. Brother, you're joking. Lin Nan said with a strong smile. However, his gritted teeth still betrayed him. What, angry? Lin Zhe asked with a smirk. No, I know you and Pearly are just good friends, it's nothing to hug. Lin Zhe laughed. Shin Sweet Pear, what to do? This younger brother of mine said that we are just good friends, you say, should I open up to him about our relationship? Boom. Lin Nan was viciously irritated by these words. What did it mean? Could it be that this trash's relationship with Shin Sweetie Pie was actually much more than friends? They couldn't be boyfriend and girlfriend. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is a piece of trash that was expelled from the family, how could Shin Sweet Pear possibly look at him? It must be that this is deliberately stimulating himself. Right, that's it. Brother, don't tease, how could Lily look at you? Lin Nan's eyes carried a few hints of contempt. The words just fell. Shin Sweet Pear suddenly smiled charmingly and kissed Lin Zhe on the cheek. After the kiss, Shin Sweet Pear's pretty face was instantly scarlet. This was her first time kissing the opposite sex. Although it was Lin Zhe's cheek that she kissed, Shin Sweet Pear's heart was still pounding. She hadn't wanted to kiss, but looking at Lin Nan's look of looking down on Lin Zhe, Shin Sweet Pear was a little offended. Lin Zhe was shocked in his heart. Shin Sweet Pear's acting was also too much. Lin Nan couldn't tense up, his eyes were on fire with anger, he was about to explode. Yes, he hadn't even dreamed that Shin Sweetie Pie would take the initiative to kiss this trash Lin Zhe. On what grounds? On what grounds could this trash get Shin Sweetie Pear's favor? Lin Nan was not convinced. He wasn't convinced, he really wasn't convinced. Lin Zhe looked in his eyes and smiled disdainfully. This can't stand it? But this is just where it's at. In Lin Nan's angry eyes, Lin Zhe suddenly hooked Shin Sweet Pear's thin waist and held her on his lap. Lin Nan's eyes instantly glared like bull's eyes. He was shocked, he was completely shocked. His jaw was about to drop to the ground in shock. But monstrous rage spewed out along with his shock. You step on the horse and let go of Pearly. Lin Nan growled. Lin Zhe sneered and suddenly kissed Shin Sweet Pear's flaming red lips. No! Lin Nan's heart was screaming. He collapsed, he completely collapsed. Shin Sweetie Pie was his goddess. And his goddess was now being forcibly kissed by Lin Zhe. This seemed to have even stuck his tongue out. Shin Sweet Pear was even more devastated than Lin Nan. His own first kiss, just like this was taken away by this smelly rascal? Moreover, this smelly rascal had even stuck his tongue into his own mouth. How dare this asshole, Shin Sweet Pear was down. She only felt that her entire body was wrapped up in a feeling that seemed like she was electrocuted. The whole person was tingly. That feeling was so strange and exciting. Lin Zhe didn't collapse, he got a little excited. It was really unexpected that Shin Sweet Pear's lips were so soft. Moreover, the feeling of kissing it was surprisingly so soulful. It was completely different from the feeling of kissing Su Qingshue's red lips. Lin Zhe originally just wanted to stimulate Lin Nan. But now that thought had long gone out of his mind. At the moment, he only wanted to drain the air from Shin Sweet Pear's mouth. He didn't know how long he had been kissing, and Lindsay only felt that he was almost about to break when a sharp pain suddenly came from his waist. Lindsay's thoughts returned. He let go of Shin Sweet Pear, but he saw that she was looking at himself with reddened eyes. At this moment, she was so aggrieved, so churlish. Lindsay's heart thumped. Oh no, overplayed his hand. He was about to apologize, but Shin Sweet Pear suddenly got up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." With that, she quickly left the box. After Shin Sweetie Pie left, Lin Nan stopped pretending. He angrily shouted, "Lindsay, you're just a family outcast, useless trash. What right do you have to dominate Shin Sweet Pear? I'll give you a way out, leave Shin Sweet Pear right away, or else, I'll kill you." Lindsay smiled disdainfully. He lit a cigarette, and between gulping down the smoke, Lindsay took out his cell phone and sent a message to Shin Sweet Pear's green bubble. "Sorry, didn't hold back. If you want to get angry, later on you kiss me once too, it's kind of even." Shin Sweet Pear was getting angry. When she saw the message from Lindsay, she was so angry that she almost smashed her phone. This asshole, he had forcibly kissed himself, and now he was still here pretending to be innocent. The most detestable thing was that he even said that he would let himself kiss him once to get even. Shin Sweet Pear had known for a long time that Lindsay was a beast, a shameless asshole. But she never thought that he would be a beast with the guts of a dog. No, this matter is not so easy to end. I have to think of a way to teach this asshole a hard lesson. After making up her mind, Shin Sweet Pear quickly began to calculate. Inside the box, Lin Nan saw that Lindsay looked as if he hadn't heard his words, with a breezy look. This caused Lin Nan to break his defenses once again. No, how did this person become so reckless now? In the past, when he had scolded him, he had even lowered himself to explain himself a bit. But now he was actually ignoring himself so much. Could it be that it was Shin Sweet Pear that gave him the bottom line? No, I have to get this trash to leave Shin Tianli in a hurry. If you really want him to be on the list of the Shin Sweet Pear, then no matter for yourself, or for the Lin family, it is definitely a big bad news. Besides, on what grounds could a trash like him have sweet sister Shin? Thinking about this, Lin Nan suddenly roared, "Did you step on a horse and hear me speak?" "No, I have bad ears. Come, stand in front of me and say it," Lindsay said in a salty manner. Lin Nan angrily walked in front of Lindsay. Lao Zi said, "Let you step away from the horse." Snap. Lin Nan's words hadn't even finished. Lindsay directly slapped an ear. Chapter 39. What, jealous? It was only in this place, if this trash in front of him had dared to scream at him like this on the blue planet, he would have already lit his lantern. Lin Nan's head was about to explode from the pain of the slap. He didn't care about the excruciating pain. He stood up and was about to pounce towards Lindsay. But before he could do so, he was shocked by Lindsay's eyes. What kind of pair of eyes were those? Cold, merciless, sharp, dangerous, terrifying, oozing, and so on. At this moment, Lin Nan had the feeling that he was being stared at by some ferocious beast. It was as if the next second, the other party was going to tear himself into pieces. He wimped out. He really wimped out. He had never seen Lindsay when he was so terrifying. Scram! Lindsay drank in a cold voice. Lin Nan instantly left the box as if he was fleeing for his life, not even daring to say a single extra word. Seeing this, Lindsay snorted lightly and continued smoking. When Shin Sweet Pear returned to the box, she saw that Lindsay was the only one in the large box. She asked curiously, "Where's Lin Nan?" "Gone." "What do you mean?" "That trash spoke out of turn to provoke me, and said that you were his and told me to leave you. Damn it, I haven't even slept with you yet. What gives him the right to say that? So I beat him up." Shin Sweet Pear was already immune to Lindsay's shamelessness. "Just beat him. If he dares to find someone to retaliate against you, I'll take care of it for you." Lindsay's eyes looked at Shin Sweet Pear with surprise, not to mention, he was really a little touched. "Shin Sweet Pear, you're so good, come, let me hug." "Off, I haven't counted with you the account of you forcibly kissing me just now," Shin Sweet Pear said without a good mood. Lindsay laughed, and scrupulously holding Shin Sweet Pear's hand and said, "Why don't you also kiss me forcibly once, and we'll be even?" "Should I say no? Her hand is so soft." Touching the feel with touching the sheep fat jade like. Shin Sweet Pear was about to angrily denounce Lindsay's hooliganism, but suddenly realized that this bastard was touching his own hand. Shin Sweet Pear some broken defense. She forcefully pulled her hand out of Lindsay's hand. "Humph, stinking hooligan, you're getting more and more dog-bold now." Lindsay laughed, cupped her chin and spat a smoke ring at her. When the smoke sprayed on Shin Sweetpear's provocative face, Shin Sweetpear's heart suddenly beat wildly. See, this is the dog's guts. Saying that, he let go of Shin Sweetpear. Shin Sweetpear was baffled by this maneuver of Lindsay's. She felt that she should have gotten angry. Then ruthlessly smashed this bastard's head with the ashtray in front of her. After all, growing up so big, Shin Sweetpear hadn't been molested by someone so arrogant. But why did she not only not get angry, but instead felt that this asshole's appearance just now was so handsome? Especially when she met his eyes just now, why did her heart suddenly beat a bit faster? What the hell is going on here? Just in the gap between Shin Sweetpear's days, Lindsay had already extinguished his cigarette. When will the food be served? I'm a bit hungry. I'll go and rush it, Shin Sweetpear subconsciously said. But when she got out of the box, she instantly reacted. No, she was the grand young lady of the Shin family. Shouldn't it be that smelly rascal serving herself? But why did she listen to him so much? Forget it, seeing as this asshole recorded the theme song for me, I'll reluctantly forgive him once. After she made up her mind, Shin Sweetpear called for the waiter to rush the food. After eating the meal, Shin Sweetpear drove Lindsay towards the company. Originally, the two wanted to go to the hot springs, but Jiang Qingyue's contract came out. And after sending it to the other party to read it, the other party said that there was no problem and it could be signed. At this time, Jiang Qingyu had already arrived at the company and was waiting for Shin Sweetpear to go back and sign the contract. Play me a few of Jiang Qingyu's songs, Lindsay said. Shin Sweetpear was displeased. Good for nothing, why did this stinking rascal have to listen to Jiang Qingyu's songs? Stinking rascal, why do you want to listen to her song? Nonsense, I promised to write her songs, so at least let me hear what type of music she's suited for. So it's not because you want to listen to her songs? Lindsay smiled and asked, what, jealous? Shin Sweetpear blankly glanced at Lindsay and started playing Jiang Qingyu's song. Jiang Qingyu's vocal line was on the cool side, which matched her temperament. Lindsay briefly listened to a few songs and had a rough idea in his mind. Soon after, returned to the company. Jiang Qingyu was already waiting for the two of them in Shin Sweetpear's office. Today's Jiang Qingyu wore a white dress, which, combined with her slightly lonely temperament, made her really look as if she had walked out of an ancient painting. Floating, yet transcendent. Only, her loneliness instantly disappeared without a trace when she saw Lindsay. Jiang Qingyu smiled shyly at Lindsay. Shin Sweetpear naturally saw the scene, and her heart became a little uncomfortable again. Moreover, she was increasingly regretting signing Jiang Qingyu. Although it was true that signing her would bring her a lot of benefits, it seemed that she didn't lack that amount of money. Moreover, compared to making money, Shin Sweetpear preferred to be happy. But she wasn't happy now. However, things had already come to this point, even if she was unhappy, Shin Jiangli could endure it. She smiled and greeted Jiang Qingyu. Jiang Qingyu smiled and nodded as a response to Shin Sweetpear. Shin Jiangli was about to speak, but suddenly saw that Jiang Qingyu was looking at Lindsay with affection. This scene made Shin Sweetpear's heart thump violently. She couldn't help but secretly say, Jiang Qingyu can't really have any thoughts about this smelly rascal. It's said that a girl can easily develop a good feeling towards someone who once saved her. She can't be liking Lindsay because Lindsay once gave her $50,000. When this thought flashed by, Shin Sweetpear became even more upset in her heart. She gave Lindsay a flirtatious smile, then said daintily, honey, do you want to review the company's contract with Qingyu? Shin Sweetpear was of course doing this on purpose. This was how she wanted to tell Jiang Qingyu that Lindsay was her man. It was something you couldn't fantasize about. When Jiang Qingyu heard Shin Sweetpear call Lindsay dear, her face instantly turned pale, and even her body trembled slightly. She was very difficult. Shin Sweetpear's cry of darling gave her the feeling of being stabbed with a knife. Lindsay had obviously just divorced Su Qingxue, how come he was now Shin Sweetney's person? When were they together? Jiang Qingyu regretted it. She regretted that she hadn't made her heart clear to Lindsay last night. If she had confessed her feelings to Lindsay last night, yes or no, there would be nothing left for Shin Sweetpear. Lindsay, on the other hand, was not happy. Damn it, Shin Sweetpear is trying to ruin my good deed? Chapter 40, Going to Your House at Night. Lindsay was upset. It was because he felt that Shin Sweetpear was using herself to irritate Jiang Qingyu. Damn, how could this work? If Jiang Qingyu felt that he was with Shin Jiangli, he would still sleep with her like this. Of course Lindsay wanted to sleep with Shin Sweetie as a sexy woman, but he also wanted to sleep with Jiang Qingyu as a cold beauty. Therefore, he would never allow Shin-Sweet to use such tricks to stimulate Jiang Qingyu. In case he stimulated her into someone else's arms, it would be himself who would cry. Blankly glancing at Shin-Sweetie, Lindsay laughed. Shin-Sweetie, stop it, Jiang Qingyu isn't Su Qingxue, there's no need to pretend to act with her. Jiang Qingyu was shocked violently when she heard Lindsay's words. So, Lindsay and Shin-Sweet pair weren't together yet? So, just now, Shin-Sweetie Pie was deliberately calling Lindsay dear to irritate herself? A huge surprise hit her. Jiang Qingyue's mood, which had just been sad, instantly became excited. Even that miserable white face became delicate. She truly had the feeling of surprise of having lost a supreme treasure only to find it again. Compared to Jiang Qingyu's excitement, Shin-Sweet Pear was a little depressed. She didn't expect that Lindsay, this smelly rascal, would poke holes in her lies. It was really annoying. Shin-Sweet Pear glared at Lindsay, then said with a smile, not a laugh, Chengyu, I'm sorry, I forgot that you're not Su Qingxue. Mr. Shin, it's okay, can we sign the contract now? Jiang Qingyue asked with a smile. Shin-Sweet Pear nodded. After the contract was signed, Jiang Qingyue took the initiative to reach out and said, Mr. Shin, please take care of me in the future. Shin-Sweet Pear smiled, don't worry, your exclusive studio is already being formed, you can take a good rest first during this time. Jiang Qingyu nodded, she smiled coyly at Lindsay and said, Lindsay, can I buy you a cup of coffee? Something? Lindsay asked with a smile. Jiang Qingyue answered and said, I want to talk to you about the album. Shin-Sweet Pear was offended again. She felt that Jiang Qingyu was trying to find ways to get closer to Lindsay. What did she mean by chatting about the album? Shin-Sweet Pear felt that this was just a front for Jiang Qingyu to get close to Lindsay. Frankly speaking, Shin-Sweet Pear had guessed right, this was indeed a front for Jiang Qingyu to get close to Lindsay. There were some things that Jiang Qingyu had wanted to take her time with. For example, the matter of chasing after Lindsay, however, Shin-Sweetie Pie's cry of dear just now instantly awakened Jiang Qingyu. Let her clearly realize, this kind of thing can't be done slowly, if she doesn't act again, Lindsay really might be hooked by Shin-Sweet Pear. After all, she was not only beautiful, but also, her body was still so sexy and hot. Not to mention men, even their own women look at the heart of the very. Lindsay smiled and was about to agree to Jiang Qingyu, who could refuse to stay with such a beautiful girl. Even if you don't do anything, just looking at her is pleasing to the eyes. But before Lindsay had time to say his words, Shin-Sweet Pear suddenly smiled and said, Qingyu, I'm sorry, there's still some business with Lindsay on my side this afternoon, so if you're willing to do so, let's discuss your album with Lindsay tomorrow. Jiang Qingyu didn't say anything, her gaze went to Lindsay, she was waiting for Lindsay's response. Lindsay took a look at Shin-Sweet Pear, but saw that her eyes were full of threats, as if he agreed to Jiang Qingyu's words, then she was going to draw a line with him. Lindsay didn't want to see such a thing happen. After all, he had yet to sleep with her. So, Lindsay smiled and said, it's true that there's something going on, and it's something that's been scheduled for a long time, but, Qingyu, if you're willing to do so, I can go to your house at night to look for you. Of course Lindsay would not give up the opportunity to get in touch with Jiang Qingyu, moreover, going to her house was obviously more convenient. Originally, Jiang Qingyu was still a bit depressed, but after hearing Lindsay's words, she instantly smiled with arched eyebrows and answered. Then I'll wait for you at night. Lindsay nodded with a smile. Shin-Sweet Pear was very upset in her heart, but she didn't say anything because she had already made up her mind to pester Lindsay tonight so that he couldn't go anywhere. When Jiang Qingyu left, Lindsay was sent downstairs with Shin-Sweet Pear. Qingyu, later on, the company will release the news of signing a contract with you on the social software, so I hope you can also cooperate and release one. Shin-Sweetie Pie urged. No problem, Mr. Shin, after the company releases it, remember to @ me, I'll retweet it. Shin-Sweetie Pie laughed, okay, happy cooperation then. Jiang Qingyu answered. After seeing Jiang Qingyu off, Shin-Sweetie Pie drove Lindsay towards the hot spring pavilion. Stinking rascal, are you trying to sleep with Jiang Qingyu? Lindsay lit a cigarette, between gulping down clouds, he said with a smile, yes. Beast, you sleep with me still? Lindsay laughed and scolded, damn, say it as if you give me sleep, you think I don't know, the reason you rate me is actually because you want to hang on to me, so that I desperately want to be good to you, to be your licking dog. Shin-Sweet Pear was shocked in her heart. She didn't expect Lindsay to be so smart, and that was indeed the purpose of her scoring Lindsay. She wanted to hang on to Lindsay in such a way so that he would be her licking dog, so that he would cooperate with her to stimulate Su Qingxue. Originally, she thought that with this hook, coupled with the fact that she was so good looking and had such a sexy body, she would surely mesmerize Lindsay and make him an obedient dog. But I didn't expect that he would have recognized his thoughts long ago. But how could Shin Sweet Pear admit such a thing? If she really admitted it, then Lindsay would probably instantly lose his expectations of himself, thus favoring Jiang Qingyue, and maybe even favoring Su Qingxue. At that time, he would become a joke. No, such a thing absolutely cannot happen. Thinking about this, Shin Sweet Pear smiled charmingly and said, "What are you talking about? I obviously want you to sleep with me. The reason why I gave you a score is because I want us to understand each other a little bit more, and when the water is right, I'll let you sleep with me." Lindsay looked at Shin Sweet Pear with a smile on his face. "Do you think I believe it or not?" "Really, everything I said is true." Shin Sweet Pear swore and said in general. "How about this, if you give me a kiss, I'll believe that you're not trying to hang on to me, but you sincerely want me to sleep with you." Shin Sweet Pear was speechless. It was clear that initially, she wanted this smelly rascal to dispel the idea of wanting to sleep with Jiang Qingyu. But how did it become that she had to prove to this smelly rascal that she truly wanted him to sleep? This is all what with what ah. But these are no longer important, the important thing is that he really want to kiss this smelly hooligan? Do not kiss him, for fear that he suspects himself, and, also afraid that he will be angry. But kiss it, Shin Sweet Pear, and feel loss of panic. Look, Shin Sweet Pear, I just pretended to test you a bit, and you revealed yourself. Since that's the case, then you park the car, I'm going to find Jiang Qingyu. Lindsay made up for it at the right time. He could be too good at pinpointing a person. Shin Sweet Pear was viciously irritated. Forget it, just kiss it. Anyway, the first kiss had already been taken by this smelly rascal, so it wasn't so bad this time. After she made up her mind, Shin Sweet Pear parked her car on the side of the road. She looked at Lindsay with delicate eyes. "Bastard, you're not allowed to stick your tongue out." Chapter 41, You Close Your Eyes. Lindsay laughed. "You see, it's not hard to trick a girl into kissing her on the mouth at all." "What do you mean, you're not allowed to stick out your tongue?" After kissing, why would Lindsay need to stick out his tongue? "Okay, no tongue," Lindsay said with a smile. "Then close your eyes." "Mud, after closing my eyes, who knows what you're using to kiss me, I'm going to watch you kiss." "Stinking rascal, I'm shy if you don't close your eyes." Shin Sweet Pear's charming face flushed a tantalizing scarlet color. "In that case, then I'll kiss you, you close your eyes." "Humph, you think beautifully," Shin Sweet Pear said with a winking smile. If she really let this smelly rascal kiss herself, he might not know how to kiss her. Shin Sweet Pear didn't dare to give him such an opportunity. Kiss or not? Lindsay was a little impatient. Taking a deep breath, Shin Sweet Pear's sexy body slowly approached towards Lindsay. Lindsay also moved closer towards her. Soon, the distance between the two was less than a few centimeters. Each other was able to clearly feel the hot air exhaled by the other party was constantly hitting their faces. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat ambiguous. Shin Tianli's heart began to beat chaotically. Just when her moist and plump lips were about to stick to Lindsay's lips, Lindsay suddenly clasped her head and then violently kissed her. Ah! This kiss that caught her off guard caused an etching sound to erupt from Shin Sweet Pear's nasal cavity. That voice was so charming that it was practically going to make Lindsay's bones tingle. Together with Lindsay's heart. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and started to attack. However, Shin Sweet Pear is tightly biting his teeth. Do not let Lindsay's tongue probe into. Lindsay tried a few times to no avail, and then became a bit anxious. He pinched the slender waist of Shin Tianli and directly swept her out of the main car, letting her sexy keto body sit on his lap. Each other's bodies instantly clung together. When she was tightly wrapped in Lindsay's arms, Shin Sweet Pear reacted. She was about to struggle, but Lindsay's kissing became even more frantic. Her body seemed to be electrified, feeling mixed with the tingling that makes people's body and mind happy quickly swept over the whole body of Shin Jiangli. Her lips couldn't help but rise slightly. Lindsay's tongue was flexible and drilled into her mouth, hooking her tongue tip kissed up. Shin Tianli's body became more and more tingling from the kisses. Her senses were being consumed by desire. She felt like her entire being was sinking. But she so loved this feeling. She loved being kissed by Lindsay's domineering and violent kisses. I don't know how long it took, and each other was almost suffocating before they briefly opened up and parted. Lindsay was panting like a cow. Shin Sweet Pear's charming eyes were like silk, panting. Her body was soft as if she was a puddle of fragrant mud leaning in Lindsay's arms. "What to do? Want to sleep with you?" Lindsay's voice was a little hoarse. "Humph, not for you to sleep." Shin Sweetpear's voice was delicate and soft, as if she was being pampered. Lin Zay's heart swam and he wanted to kiss her again. Marred, she was really good at seducing people. Moreover, her lips were really soft, and her tongue was also soft. The feeling of kissing her was completely different from kissing Su Qingxue. Lin Zay was a bit addicted. His lips pressed hard on Shin Sweetpear's soft red lips again. However, Shin Sweetpear didn't know where the strength came from and pushed Lin Zay away. She gasped and said, "Stinking rascal, no more kissing." "Why?" Lin Zay also gasped and asked. "If I kiss again, I'm afraid I'll really want you to sleep with me. Wouldn't that be just right?" "Don't, when you get 100 points, when will I give you sleep?" Lin Zay was a bit speechless. It was this time, and she could still hold back. It looked like he hadn't kissed her enough just now. He wanted to kiss her again. But Shin Sweetpear suddenly opened the passenger door and jumped off Lin Zay's body. However, Lin Zay didn't continue to force her. After all, this wasn't his style of doing things. Besides, anyway, the two of them were going to go to the hot springs, and later on when they were in the hot springs, they would exert a little bit of tactics, so they didn't believe that they couldn't take her today. Soon, the destination arrived. "This is a hot spring vacation resort developed by our family, only receiving members, privacy is very high," Shin Sweetpear said with a smile. "Are the two of us soaking in the same pool later?" Shin Sweetpear's pretty face blushed and nodded. She recalled the image of being kissed by Lin Zay while in the car again. Lin Zay laughed. "That's great, Shin Sweetpear, you're really a good person." "Humph, stinky rascal, I'm only with you in the hot spring, you're not allowed to do strange things to me." "I'm that kind of person? Who are you not?" Lin Zay smirked and said, "Then you're quite an accurate judge of people." "Put." Shin Sweetpear giggled. The two of them got out of the car together and were about to go in. But right at this moment, an extremely annoying voice entered Lin Zay's ears. "Lin Zay, Ms. Shin, what a coincidence. Damn, why is there this dead green tea Jizafeng everywhere?" Yes, the person speaking was none other than Jizafeng. Lin Zay turned around and then saw this dog. At his side stood Su Qingxue with another girl wearing sunglasses. When Su Qingxue saw Lin Zay, her heart was first delighted. But then, when she saw Shin Shuangli standing by Lin Zay's side, Su Qingxue's mood instantly became unpleasant. She knew that it was definitely Shin Sweetness pair who had brought Lin Zay to this kind of place. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for Lin Zay to come to such a place. Lin Zay nodded and said with a leathery smile, "It's quite a coincidence." "Are you guys here to soak in the hot springs?" Jizafeng asked excitedly. The words were addressed to Lin Zay, but his eyes kept falling on Shin Sweetpear's body. Even though Shin Sweetpear was only wearing a pair of jeans today, the jeans were clinging to her sexy legs, which made them extraordinarily tantalizing. Lin Zay looked at him as if he was an idiot and asked back, "What else? It's hard not to come for dinner? So how about coming together?" Jizafeng laughed. "Forget it, I won't give you guys a hard time," Lin Zay said in a lost tone. As he said that, he also deliberately glanced at Su Qingxue with an extremely bleak look. Su Qingxue's heart ached. She wanted to explain to Lin Zay. She hadn't brought Jizafeng here to enjoy herself, she had brought one of the company's female singers here to relax. Ever since Jiang Qingyu had jumped ship, this female singer was the company's biggest artist. She recently wanted to release an album, and Su Qingxue thought that when she brought her to the hot springs, she could chat about it in passing. Moreover, she didn't intend to soak in the same pool with Jizafeng. But Su Qingxue couldn't open her mouth, she was afraid of being laughed at by Shin Jiangli. She was even more afraid of letting Shin Sweetly know that she still cared about Lin Zay, thus stimulating herself even more recklessly. "Honey, let's go." Shin Sweetie Pie suddenly took Lin Zay's arm and said with a winking smile. Lin Zay nodded. After witnessing the departure of the two, Su Qingxue's fists clenched in anger. Ji Zefeng said with a look of regret, "Qingxue, let's go in as well." He was truly regretful. Frankly speaking, he had genuinely invited Lin Zay to soak in the hot springs together just now. After all, besides wanting to soak in a pool with Su Qingxue, he also wanted to soak with Shin Sweetpear. "Don't you go in, just wait outside," Su Qingxue said in a cold voice. When she thought of the fact that he had just invited Lin Zay to soak in the hot springs together, Su Qingxue was furious. In Su Qingxue's opinion, Jizafeng's purpose for doing so was to use himself to irritate Lin Zay. How dare he? Dropping such a sentence, Su Qingxue led the artist into the spa. Jizafeng was dumbfounded. Chapter 42, Don't Move. Lindsay liked to soak in hot springs. He preferred to soak with beautiful women. It just so happened that the shin-sweet pair in front of him was a beautiful woman. Moreover, she was still a super sexy beautiful woman. Even though she was dressed very conservatively, the half of her snow-white legs and the small waist that she was holding made Lindsay's eyes water. However, she was a bit far away from Lindsay, which was obviously on guard. "I say, shin-sweet pair, what do you mean by being so far away from me?" Shin-sweet pair winkingly said, "It's not because I'm afraid that you'll go rogue with me." Lindsay aggrievedly said, "Shin-sweet pair, I, Lindsay, am pure and clean, how can you have the cheek to say such words?" "Bah, you still have the nerve to say such words? I also don't know who just shamelessly kissed me in the car, and moreover, even stuck his tongue in the side of my mouth." "Alright, since that's the case, then I'll go find Su Qingxue. I think she definitely won't be that far away from me." Shin-sweet pair instantly exploded. She had spent $100 million, not to mention that she had let this stinking rascal kiss her twice, but now she was going to go find Su Qingxue? "Stinking rascal, how dare you?" Lindsay shrugged and said, "Why wouldn't I dare? The two of us are just in a cooperative relationship, there's no rule that says I can't go to her." Saying that, Lindsay stood up, looking like he was about to leave. Shin-sweet pair was anxious. She also stood up, quickly walked to Lindsay's front, and pulled Lindsay's arm. Just kidding, if Su Qingxue knew that she had spent $200 million to ask Lindsay to put on a play to stimulate her, but now Lindsay was going to go to her, then Su Qingxue might not know how to taunt herself. Shin-sweet pair would never allow such a thing to happen. Lindsay smiled. Knowing that she would retain herself, in fact, since this morning, Lindsay had realized that Shin-sweetie pie's possessiveness was not weaker than Su Qingxue's at all. Although it was a bit unethical to use her possessiveness to irritate her, it was said as if Lindsay was ethical. Lindsay re-sat in the pool. Shin-sweet pair was relieved to see this. She was about to move away from Lindsay. But Lindsay tugged on her arm with a little force, and Shin-sweet pair fell into Lindsay's arms. She was about to move away from Lindsay. Shin-sweet pair clearly saw the color of lust in Lindsay's eyes. "Stinking rascal, you let go of me," Shin-sweet pair said hurriedly. She seemed to be a little nervous, and when she spoke, her voice carried a hint of trembling. Lindsay laughed and attached his mouth to her ear, blowing hot air. Shin-sweet pair was scalded by this hot breath. Her face instantly flushed with a tantalizing flush, not to mention that even the roots of her ears were burning hot. No, one must hurry to get away from this smelly rascal. If she was teased by him again, Shin-sweet pair was really afraid that she would sleep with him in a confused manner. After all, when kissing in the car, Shin Jiangli obviously felt her own sanity sinking. Shin-sweet pair was about to struggle. But Lindsay suddenly whispered, "Don't move, Su Qingxue is looking this way." Shin-sweet pair was stunned. She did not move and glanced to the side, and saw that not far away, Su Qingxue was looking at herself and Lindsay with eyes that were on fire. Although the hot spring soup pools were all independent, in order to create a feeling of wilderness, the surrounding area of each pool was covered with rockery stones. But the rockery is not particularly high, standing up is visible next door. Shin-sweet pair did not struggle. She even winks and hooks Lindsay's neck. Moreover, her lips are still deliberately very close to Lindsay's lips. From a distance, it looked as if the two were kissing. When Su Qingxue saw this scene, she was so angry that she was going to explode. She felt like her lungs were going to explode with anger. How did Shin-sweet pair this dare to kiss Lindsay? What right does she have? Why didn't he Lindsay this asshole dodge? Why let her kiss? His own lips are not soft? Can't he find himself if he wants to kiss? Right at this moment, Shin-sweet pair suddenly let go of Lindsay, and then gave Su Qingxue a demonstrative look. Su Qingxue was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. She knew that Shin-sweetie pie had kissed Lindsay on purpose. But that was no longer important. What was important was that Su Qingxue really couldn't endure it anymore. She didn't want to let Shin-sweetie pair irritate her anymore. Today, no matter what, she had to keep Lindsay away from this person. After making up her mind, Su Qingxue directly rolled over the wigwam and stood in front of Lindsay and Shin-sweet pair. "Yo, Su Qingxue, you want to take a dip with us too?" Shin-sweet pair leaned in Lindsay's arms and asked with a winking smile on her face. Su Qingxue glared at her fiercely, then holding back her anger, she rushed at Lindsay and said, "You're coming with me." "Su Qingxue, you've divorced Lindsay, why should you let Lindsay go with you?" "Shut up, I'm not talking to you," Su Qingxue angrily rebuked. Despite being scolded for being a bad person, Shin-sweet pair smiled more and more smugly. Because she clearly knew that her behavior with Lin Zhe just now had stimulated Su Qingxue to completely lose her mind. Otherwise, with her upbringing, how could she curse out? And this was exactly the scene that Shen Sweet Pear wanted to see the most. She just wanted to stimulate Su Qingxue to go crazy. Shen Sweet Pear smiled charmingly and said, "That's right, not only do I want to kiss Lin Zhe, I also want to sleep with him. Anyway, Lin Zhe is mine now." Provocation. Bare bones provocation. Su Qingxue couldn't hold herself back. She yanked on Lin Zhe and forcefully pulled him out of the soup pool. Of course, Lin Zhe was also secretly cooperating with her. Otherwise, Su Qingxue might not be able to pull him. The reason why Lin Zhe was cooperating with her was because Lin Zhe wanted to see what, exactly, she was going to say to him. When Shen Sweet Pear saw Lin Zhe being pulled out, she was anxious. She was about to go ashore, but Su Qingxue had already pulled Lin Zhe out of the soup pool. By the time Shen Sweet Pear got to shore and chased after him, Lin Zhe had already been pulled into the lounge next door by Su Qingxue. Shen Sweet Pear hurriedly chased after him. She pushed the door, but it was unlocked. Shen Sweet Pear was so angry that she wanted to smash the door. She didn't know why, but when she thought of the image of Lin Zhe and Su Qingxue staying together, she was extraordinarily upset. Lin Zhe looked at Su Qingxue as she unlocked the door to her room and asked in a nonchalant manner, "Qingxue, what are you doing locking the door?" Su Qingxue snorted coldly as she suddenly stretched out her slender jade fingers and went to rub Lin Zhe's lips. She rubbed so hard that Lin Zhe felt a little pain. As soon as he pushed Su Qingxue away, Lin Zhe irritably questioned, "Su Qingxue, what are you mad about? Shut up, when she kissed you just now, why didn't you dodge? Why did you let her kiss you?" "Oh. This matter ah." Lin Zhe gave Su Qingxue a meaningful look. However, on his lips, he said in an aggravated manner, "I wanted to kiss you, but you didn't let me." Su Qingxue exploded with anger. "Bastard, who said I won't let you kiss?" Chapter 43, I have an idea. What the hell? Was Su Qingxue madly irritated by Shen Sweet Pear? A kiss then? How could Lin Zhe miss such an excellent good thing? Su Qingxue's pretty face flushed. "If you leave Shen Sweet Pear, I'll let you kiss." What? There were even conditions? Lin Zhe was instantly offended. Damn, when he kissed Shen Sweet Pear, she didn't have so many conditions. How come when it came to Su Qingxue's matter, there were conditions? Forget it then. Lin Zhe said in a salty manner. He was having a hot fight with Shen Sweet Pear, and with a little more energy, he thought that he would be able to sleep with her. At this time, letting himself leave Shen Sweet Pear, this is not a joke. Of course Lin Zhe wanted to kiss Su Qingxue. He not only wanted to kiss her, he also wanted to sleep with her. After all, he really craved her body, especially those two snow-white sexy legs. Lin Zhe still cannot forget. But to give up Shen Sweet Pear in order to sleep with her, this was not asking for Lin Zhe's life. Su Qingxue was instantly upset. She had said that as long as he left Shen Sweet Pear, she would let him kiss her. But he was so good that he even refused to leave Shen Jiangli. How, Shen Sweet Pear than their own lips soft kiss up comfortable? Or is it that he has already fallen in love with Shen Jiangli? When this thought flashed by, Su Qingxue's heart instantly surged with a great panic. It was even as if her heart was twisting like a knife. "Bastard, do you like her?" Su Qingxue asked in a trembling voice. "Not yet," Lin Zhe said quite frankly. Su Qingxue's heart was delighted. I knew that this bastard couldn't possibly like Shen Sweet Pear so quickly. After all, he had liked himself for 7 years. How could 7 years of feelings be given up so quickly? Su Qingxue was about to speak. Lin Zhe, however, added, "However, if it continues like this, then it's impossible to say." The joy in Su Qingxue's heart instantly disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by trepidation. Frankly speaking, Su Qingxue also knew that if Lin Zhe was allowed to continue to stay with Shen Jiangli, such a thing would happen in all likelihood. After all, Shen Sweet Pear was so flirtatious looking and had such a hot body that a woman of her own would find her seductive, not to mention this asshole Lin Zhe. "Bastard, how can you be willing to leave Shen Sweet Pear?" Su Qingxue asked with a somewhat flustered expression. Just now, when she thought of Lin Zhe liking Shen Sweet Pear, her heart felt as if it was twisted by a knife. If this really happened, Su Qingxue did not dare to imagine how far she would collapse. She didn't want such a thing to happen. Lin Zhe lit a cigarette and said as he gulped down the smoke, "I'm sorry, I don't intend to leave her." Su Qingxue's eyes reddened, she felt so aggrieved. This bastard obviously liked the person who was himself, but now he rejected himself for another woman. Bastard, the person you obviously like is me, you obviously know that she's with you just to irritate me, but you're still not willing to leave her. Su Qingxue choked and said. She cried, bean-sized tears overflowed her watery eyes, her entire person looked chaste and pitiful. Hiss. Why was I so excited when I saw Su Qingxue crying, and why did I have the urge to press her underneath my body and have a good time? I'm not a pervert. Lin Zhe's heart secretly spat at himself. However, his hands had already honestly hooked Su Qingxue's thin waist and sat in his arms. Alright, don't cry. I'll cry, you bastard doesn't feel sorry for me anyway. Su Qingxue cried and said. Only, how did this tone sound like she was being pampered? Why did you bring Jizafeng here? Lin Zhe sidetracked the topic. Su Qingxue's attention was indeed diverted, and she even forgot to cry. She hurriedly said, I didn't bring him here, I brought the artists here, and Jizafeng came with them, I didn't think about soaking in the same pool as him. I don't believe it. Bastard, I didn't lie to you, I haven't even had physical contact with him until now, I haven't even let him hold my hand, there were several times he wanted to hold my hand, but I dodged them all. Saying that, fearing that Lin Zhe wouldn't believe it, Su Qingxue continued to explain anxiously, my hand, my first kiss, even my first time was given to you, I didn't intend to let him touch me either. Lin Zhe wanted to laugh. I really don't know if Jizafeng would break down if he heard these words. Brother, look, women really can't be licked. The more you lick her, the more she comes on. The original owner liked Su Qingxue for 7 years, licked her for 7 years, and what did he get in return? In exchange, Jizafeng hadn't even returned to China yet, so she kicked the original owner in a hurry. Lin Zhe is not licking now. Instead, Su Qingxue was constantly expressing her loyalty to Lin Zhe like a licking dog. Moreover, I didn't even let him in, he's still waiting outside right now. Su Qingxue added. Lin Zhe nodded. Well, good job. Su Qingxue was not a vain person, but at this moment, when she got Lin Zhe's praise, she felt sweet and happy in her heart all of a sudden, as if she had eaten honey. Why aren't you wearing stockings today? Lin Zhe suddenly asked. At this moment, his hand was reaching into Su Qingxue's slit skirt, recklessly caressing Su Qingxue's snow-white sexy legs. Only then did Su Qingxue feel that Lin Zhe was touching her legs. Her pretty face flushed and she pouted, bastard, you, don't touch it. Damn, what's wrong with touching? Lin Zhe cursed and said. Su Qingxue hummed and asked back, you like to see me wearing stockings? Of course I like it. Su Qingxue's stunningly beautiful face became more and more scarlet. Then if you come home at night, I'll wear them for you to see. For touching? Lin Zhe asked with a smirk. Su Qingxue said shyly, humph, don't give. Forget it then. Bastard, are you a pig? Su Qingxue cursed with a huff. Lin Zhe smiled and said, not tonight. Why? Su Qingxue was unhappy, she had promised to put on stockings for her, but he had rejected her. I have to discuss with Jiang Qingyu about her album tonight. Su Qingxue was stunned. Jiang Qingyu is releasing an album? She's not acting anymore? Well, not acting for the time being, she likes to sing, so I promised to get her an album. Su Qingxue's heart instantly soured. You're going to write songs for Jiang Qingyu? Right. Su Qingxue wanted to tell Lin Zhe not to write songs for Jiang Qingyu. It wasn't that she was afraid that Jiang Qingyu's new album would be a big seller, she just didn't want Lin Zhe to write songs for any woman other than herself. But Su Qingxue also knew that she was in no position to say such things right now. Wait a minute. Didn't she want to persuade Lin Zhe to leave Shen Sweet Pear for the purpose of dragging him to this room? Why was he being lulled into hugging and touching this asshole again? Su Qingxue remembered that it was the same thing last night at home. Obviously his initial purpose was to let this asshole leave Shen Sweet Pear, but in the end, he was hugged and kissed and touched. Bastard, I'm asking you, are you leaving Shen Sweet Pear or not? Just now all said, do not leave, but I swear, I stay with her, absolutely not to irritate you. But it's hard for me, I'm going to go crazy when I see her kissing you. Su Qingxue huffed. Lin Zhe laughed. Actually, I have a method that allows you to be able to get out of breath. What method? You green her, and then you'll be able to get a good outlet for your anger. Chapter 44, You Have to Do It For Me. Su Qingxue was stunned. What do you mean? Lin Zhe said with a smirk, it's simple, I'm considered her person now, if you want to sleep with me, isn't this the same as greening her? When she finds out about this, she will definitely be angry and spit out blood. I think you want to sleep with me, that's why you found such an excuse. When did she grow a brain? It's not good to be fooled anymore. Qingxue, you've misunderstood me, I obviously want to give you an outlet for your anger. If you really want to give me an outlet for my anger, then why don't you just stay away from her? If I want to stay away from her, then the anger you suffered before won't be in vain? Are you willing to do that? Su Qingxue was silent. Of course she was not willing. As Shen Tianli's nemesis, Su Qingxue had always felt that she was the one who had suppressed Shen Tianli. But now she had been stimulated by her into this state, and had broken her defense several times. This makes Su Qingxue how to be willing. She dreamed of seeing the appearance of Shen Sweetpear spitting blood when she was angered by herself. Only, when she thought of stimulating her to have to sleep with Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue hesitated a little. Lin Zhe could see Su Qingxue's hesitation. He said painfully, Qingxue, what time is it? You're still hesitating. If you hesitate any longer, you'll just have to watch her continue to irritate you. We can do some intimate actions, I'm sure we can also stimulate her, there's no need to have to sleep. Lin Zhe was distressed. When the hell did she grow a brain? But I'm afraid that intimate gestures won't stimulate her. When Su Qingxue heard this, those watery eyes looked straight at Lin Zhe. Bastard, tell me honestly, do you want to sleep with me? Want to? Lin Zhe said decisively. In Lin Zhe's opinion, wanting to sleep with Su Qingxue wasn't shameful. What was shameful was wanting to sleep with someone but not daring to admit it. Fortunately, Lin Zhe was thick-skinned enough that he dared to admit it. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Zhe with grudging eyes. I knew you wanted to sleep with me. Lin Zhe pinched her stunningly beautiful cheeks. You're so beautiful and have such a sexy body, isn't it a normal thing for me to want to sleep with you? It's only abnormal if I don't want to sleep with you, right? I'm not going to give you this asshole to sleep with, I'm still a little sore even now from what you did to me that night. Where does it hurt? Let me rub it for you. Su Qingxue, shy and angry, gave Lin Zhe a pink punch. Lin Zhe was whacked by her and his heart swirled. Looking at her delicate red lips, he kissed her. But Su Qingxue covered her mouth with her jade hand. Good boy, take your hand away, let me have a mouthful. Looking at Lin Zhe's fiery appearance, Su Qingxue inexplicably found him hilarious. Su Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. She wasn't a person who liked to laugh, but the way she laughed instantly had a feeling of ice and snow melting, especially charming. Bastard, after 3 years of marriage, how come I didn't know you were so shameless? Su Qingxue laughed and scolded. Lin Zhe said aggrievedly, to be shameless without a wife. Su Qingxue's heart sank. She knew that the divorce thing had hurt Lin Zhe deeply. I'm sorry, Before Su Qingxue could finish her words, Lin Zhe pressed his finger against her flaming red lips. Don't say sorry to me, don't ever say it to me, besides, you're not wrong, after all, every person has the right to pursue true love. Su Qingxue's eyes instantly reddened. Lin Zhe, he is really good. It was obvious that he had hurt him, but now he was comforting himself in turn. As the two of them were talking, the door to the box was suddenly opened, and then they saw Shen Sweetpear appear at the door. Su Qingxue was instantly a little flustered because she was still sitting on Lin Zhe's lap. She was about to stand up, but when she saw the way Shen Sweetie Pie's eyes were blazing, Su Qingxue immediately changed her mind. So it turned out that she would break her defense even when she looked at herself being close to Lin Zhe? Su Qingxue sneered in her heart, and she hooked her arm around Lin Zhe's neck like Shen Sweetie just did in the hot spring spoon, then looked at Shen Sweetie with provocative eyes. Shen Sweetpear exploded with anger. According to the facts, she hadn't married Lin Zhe and didn't like him, so she really shouldn't be in such a mood. But she didn't know what was wrong with her, she was just angry, especially angry. She was so angry that she couldn't wait to go up and smack Su Qingxue a few times. She had the feeling that a treasure that belonged to her had been snatched away. She hated this feeling very much. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Shen Sweetpear's face was gloomy as she broad-stepped to the front of the two. She pushed Su Qingxue away and then scolded, Su Qingxue, you're so shameless, all divorced, and you still have the nerve to sit on Lin Zhe's lap? None of your business. Su Qingxue said disdainfully. Shameless. Dropping such a sentence, Shen Sweetpear pulled Lin Zhe and left. Su Qingxue directly blocked the two people's path. Lin Zhe isn't yours, what gives you the right to take him away? Just on the basis that I won't divorce him for black moonlight. Shen Sweetpear said disdainfully. Su Qingxue instantly lost the backbone to fight against Shen Sweetie. Yes, she didn't want Lin Zhe for another man. Now what face is there to stop people from leaving? A feeling of powerlessness welled up in her heart. Su Qingshue's complexion suddenly became incomparably lost. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Shen Sweetness Pair hummed triumphantly and left the lounge holding Lin Zhe's hand. Shen Sweet Pair had wanted to continue soaking in the hot springs with Lin Zhe, but the scene of Su Qingxue sitting on Lin Zhe's lap just now had made her extraordinarily angry, and had also made her no longer in the mood to soak in the hot springs. After she left the lounge, Shen Sweet Pair took Lin Zhe's hand and walked towards the outside. Just after leaving the hot spring club, Lin Zhe saw Ji Zifeng. This grandson was leaning against his sports car smoking a cigarette. When he saw Lin Zhe and Shen Sweet Pair, Ji Zifeng smiled and said, "Lin Zhe, why does your face look so ugly? It can't be that you've been scolded by Qing Shui." Off. Lin Zhe scolded. Once Ji Zifeng heard this, the more he concluded that Lin Zhe must have been scolded by Su Qingxue. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so angry. Ji Zifeng said with a smug look on his face, "Lin Zhe asked me to say, Qingxue is not someone you can fantasize about. The person she likes is me. If you want to be sensible, get away from her before it's too late, or else, the one who will be disgraced is still yourself. It's only on the basis of the fact that the two of us were classmates once that I'm kindly reminding you of this." Lin Zhe laughed back in anger. "Come, you stand in front of me and repeat what you just said." Ji Zifeng stood in front of Lin Zhe without saying a word. How could he miss such an excellent opportunity to humiliate Lin Zhe? "Lin Zhe, call me and say." Snap. Lin Zhe directly slapped an ear. "Say you paralyzed ah. A piece of trash only, 3 times stomping on his nose, really own no temper?" In the past, he didn't want to clean him up. That was because Lin Zhe's feeling was that trash like Ji Zifeng was not worthy of his own shoes. He was afraid of dirtying his own hands. But what he got in return was this guy's intensification. Since this was the case, of course Lin Zhe couldn't possibly spoil him. After all, Lin Zhe's life motto was, "If you make me unhappy, then I will double your pain." Ji Zifeng was struck dumb. He covered his hot cheeks and looked at Lin Zhe with furious eyes. He was about to pounce and fight back. But right at this moment, Ji Zifeng suddenly saw Su Qingxue. He instantly changed his mind. Yes, he was going to let Su Qingxue clean up Lin Zhe this for himself. He believed that Su Qingxue wouldn't let himself down. Just thinking about the image of Lin Zhe liking Su Qingxue and Su Qingxue teaching him a lesson for himself, Ji Zifeng was so excited that he wanted to scream. After making up his mind, Ji Zifeng aggressively rushed at Su Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, Lin Zhe beat me up, you have to do it for me." Chapter 45. Don't let your heart move. Su Qingxue's face sank. A thin layer of frost instantly enveloped that stunningly beautiful face. When he saw the scene, Ji Zifeng became more and more pleased in his heart. He knew that Su Qingxue, this licking dog, would help him teach Lin Zhe a hard lesson. Just then, Su Qingxue said in a cold voice, "Apologize." Ji Zifeng pretended to be generous and said, "Qingxue, why don't you forget about it? Lin Zhe also lost his mind and hit me because he was jealous of me. For the sake of everyone being classmates, let's spare him." He also didn't want to be generous, mainly because he wanted to give Su Qingxue and Shen Sweet Pair a good impression together. Especially Shen Sweet Pair, Ji Zifeng was especially excited every time he saw her. He dreamed of getting Shen Sweet Pair into bed. Unfortunately, he had sent her several messages and she had not replied. If he could leave a good impression on her, maybe she would return his messages. At that time, he only needed to seduce her a little, and he didn't believe that she wouldn't be moved. Only, before Ji Zifeng could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Qingxue. "Shut up, I'll let you apologize." Her voice was cold as if it had quenched ice. Ji Zifeng was dumbfounded. He even broke down a little. No, what was the situation? Wasn't Su Qingxue her own licking dog? How did he make himself apologize to Lin Zhe this ah? On what grounds ah? "Qingxue, he's the one who hit me." Ji Zifeng said irritably, "On what grounds should I apologize?" Su Qingxue looked at Ji Zifeng with cold eyes. "Lin Zhe is such a kind person, if you hadn't provoked him, would he have hit you?" Ji Zifeng broke his defense. He really couldn't believe that Su Qingxue would say such words. Wasn't the person she liked herself? Since she liked herself, then why was she now turning towards Lin Zhe, this person? If it wasn't for the fact that Su Qingxue couldn't wait to divorce Lin Zhe before he even came back, and if it wasn't for the fact that she sent herself such an expensive sports car just after he came back, Ji Zifeng really doubted that the person she liked was Lin Zhe. Shen Sweet Pair for Su Qingxue out of words is a little surprised. She knew that Su Qingshue's heart was more or less Lindsay, otherwise, she would not be so angry when she stimulated her. However, Shin Sweet Pear had always felt that the person Su Qingxue liked was Jizafeng, so according to this time, she should have unconditionally turned towards Jizafeng and took out this bad breath for him. But she had never expected that she would turn towards Lindsay. Could it be that Su Qingxue liked Lindsay far more than Jizafeng? When this thought flashed by, Shin Sweet Pear's heart instantly became a little uncomfortable. Lindsay didn't feel the slightest bit surprised by what Su Qingxue had said. After all, Su Qingshue's reaction over the past few days had made it clear to Lindsay that she probably didn't like Jizafeng that much either. Otherwise, how could she be expressing her loyalty to herself again and hinting at all sorts of things? What are you standing there for? Apologize. Su Qingshue's voice steeply rose. Jizafeng really collapsed. Being forced by his own licking dog to apologize to another man, he had never felt so humiliated. But Jizafeng didn't dare to refuse. He hadn't taken Su Qingshuo yet, and he was still counting on Su Qingshuo to save his family's company. With unwillingness and suffocation, Jizafeng rushed at Lindsay with a hardened tone. Lindsay, I'm sorry. Well, I forgive you, who made me a generous person, unlike you, who sues for a chicken scratch. Lindsay said in a generous manner. Jizafeng was angry and his eyes were spitting fire. How did this person dare to say such shameless words? Obviously he hit himself, but now it seems as if he hit him. Looking at Lindsay's slightly smug look, Jizafeng's heart swore once again. He must take Su Qingshuo and Shin Sweet Pear, and when the time comes, he will make Lindsay this kneel on the ground and learn to bark at the dog. There is also Su Qingshuo this, wait until he took her, also want to let her kneel on the ground to learn barking. When he thought about it, Jizafeng got high. Honey, let's go. Shin Sweet Pear said with a winking smile as she held Lindsay's arm. Lindsay nodded. Looking at Lindsay's departure, Su Qingshue's eyes instantly became incomparably dim. Her heart was like a knife. Qingshuo, what happened just now was something I did wrong, but Qingshuo, I really didn't provoke him. Jizafeng explained in an aggrieved manner. The past is over, there's no point in bringing it up again, you go back to the company first, I'll go talk to Ji Sanshan about the album. For some reason, Su Qingshuo didn't want to see Jizafeng for a second now, seeing him made her feel annoyed. Ji Sanshan was the female artist that she had just brought in, and was now the biggest name artist in Su Qingshue's company. Qingshuo, this is something I can actually help with, not to mention you said, when I was abroad, I knew quite a few top producers, they can all produce albums for the kind of top singers in Europe and America. Su Qingshue's eyes lit up. Ji Sanshan told herself a few days ago that her new album wanted to go international. Su Qingshuo had been thinking of inviting top foreign producers to create a new album for her in the past 2 days. She didn't expect Jizafeng to know such a person, which saved her a lot of trouble. When she thought of this, Su Qingshue's face eased a lot. She said in a faint voice, come in with me. Jizafeng's heart was overjoyed. The moment he thought that he would soon be able to soak in a hot spring with Su Qingshuo, moreover, the moment he could appreciate her sexy body, Jizafeng's heart became more and more ecstatic. As long as he could soak in a hot spring in a spoon, when he said something sweet, he didn't believe that Su Qingshuo, this dead-licking dog, wouldn't let him have a kiss. When he thought of this, he hurriedly followed Su Qingshuo into the hot spring hall. After driving Lindsay out of the spa, Shin Sweet Pear couldn't wait to ask, stinking rascal, what did Su Qingshuo say to you guys in the lounge? Also, why was she sitting on your lap? She told me to leave you. Lindsay laughed. I knew she would say something like that, you shouldn't have listened to her, right? I'm heartbroken, because she said that leaving you would let me sleep with her. Lindsay believed the bull. Shin Sweet Pear, however, was convinced because she felt that such words were something Su Qingshuo could say. After all, she had already been stimulated by herself and completely lost her mind. But that wasn't the point was that Lindsay, this smelly rascal, had actually had his heart moved. A sense of crisis came over him. Shin Sweet Pear hurriedly said, stinking rascal, you're not allowed to have a heartbeat. Damn, Su Qingshuo is so beautiful, her body is also first-class sexy, as long as I leave you, I can sleep with her, unlike you, give me points not to mention, but also deduct my points, I think little cute. All know what to choose right. Shin Sweet Pear became more and more anxious. Stinking rascal, I won't deduct your points anymore, I'll give you extra points now. Chapter 46, I'll listen to you. Lindsay was delighted in his heart. Then how much can you raise it to for me? 35, no, 40, I'll raise it to 40 points for you. Lindsay that screamed with disappointment, only 40 points, from 100 points is still 60 points short, forget it, I'd better leave you, after all, as long as I leave you, Suqing Shue will give me sleep. Shen Sweet Pear broke her defenses a bit. This stinking rascal didn't do anything, he had already added up to 40 points for himself, and didn't expect him to be unsatisfied. However, when she thought about the conditions that Suqing Shue had given Lin Zhe, Shen Sweet Pear instantly felt that 40 points did not seem like much. After a moment of silence, Shen Sweet Pear gritted her teeth and said, "Stinking rascal, 50 points, no more." Lin Zhe was happy. With 50 points, is 100 points far away? Alright, 50 points is 50 points, don't cut me any points in the future. Seeing Lin Zhe agree, Shen Sweet Pear was inexplicably relieved. She smiled charmingly and said, no reduction, if you quickly earn enough 100 points, I'll give you sleep. Lin Zhe was about to speak when his cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID was father. Lin Zhe's good mood instantly vanished, his brows furrowed. Having traveled across, when Lin Zhe read the original owner's information about his parents, the original owner's heart was devoid of any feelings other than monstrous hatred. Although Lin Zhe had never met or dealt with the original owner's father, the original owner's emotions affected him. So when he saw the caller ID, his face was a little unsightly. But Lin Zhe still picked up the call. Sooner or later, Lin Zhe would destroy the Lin family anyway. It wasn't a bad thing to have a rough idea about the original owner's father now. How did you dare to hit Xiaonan? The phone had just picked up when a growling voice came from the other end of the line. The sound was so loud that it shook Lin Zhe's eardrums and membranes a bit. It turned out that he had come to take it out on his adopted son. Lin Zhe thought that he had a clear conscience and wanted to care about his own son. No wonder the original owner hated them so much, who wouldn't hate such a father when given to them? That one of yours? Lin Zhe deliberately asked. The person on the other end of the phone appeared after a short silence, and then said in a cold voice, "You think that you can offset the mistake you made by hitting Xiaonan by pretending that you don't recognize me? I'm warning you, get back here right now and kneel down to apologize to Xiaonan." Lin Zhe's heart instantly flooded with dense paroxysms of pain. He knew that it was the original owner's feelings at work. Lin Zhe smiled, only his face grew colder and colder. Lin Xiaotian, firstly, I have severed all relations with your Lin family, your words are fart-like to me, besides being stinky, no they don't have any effect on me. Secondly, you'd better protect that piece of trash, or else I'll beat him once I see him, and thirdly, seize the time to enjoy your last moments, because, in no time, I'll make your Lin family's home fall apart. When he finished saying the last word, Lin Zhe directly hung up the phone and blacked out the other party. In Lin Zhe's opinion, since the relationship had been severed, they were strangers. He didn't like wasting his time on irrelevant people. Do you need help? Shen Sweet Pear suddenly asked. Lin Zhe smiled and said, I don't need it, my brother does. Your brother? Shen Sweet Pear asked with a surprised face, you mean Lin Nan? No, it's my brother. Shen Sweet Pear became more and more confused. She stared at Lin Zhe for a while, and when she saw that he was smiling a bit ambiguously, Shen Sweet Pear finally reacted. She winks and scolds, you're such a smelly rascal. Lin Zhe laughed and didn't say anything else. He turned his head to look at the world outside the car window. Although Lin Zhe wasn't the original owner, he didn't have any feelings for Lin Xiaotian or even the Lin family. But now that he had occupied the original owner's body, he had naturally inherited everything from the original owner, including his emotions, his feelings, his encounters, and his fate. The 3 items that he had just told Lin Xiaotian on the phone, none of them were in jest, especially the third one, which was the thing that Lin Zhe wanted to do the most in his heart. Lin Zhe really intends to bankrupt the Lin family in the future, so that they can also taste the flavor of despair. Seeing that Lin Zhe didn't say anything, Shen Sweet Pear glanced at him. Lin Zhe's back was turned to her, so she couldn't see Lin Zhe's face, and didn't know what kind of expression he was wearing right now. However, his back as he leaned on the car made Shen Jiangli feel that he was so lonely. There was a kind of loneliness that didn't belong to this world. That kind of feeling was wonderful. Shen Sweet Pear even inexplicably felt some heartache for him. What your dad said to you just now made you sad? Shen Sweet Pear asked. Lin Zhe smiled and said, it's not sad, it's just an outsider, there's nothing to be sad about. Then why don't you say anything? Lin Zhe twisted his head to look at Shen Sweet Pear and said with a smile, I'm afraid I can't help but play hooligan with you. Speaking as if you haven't played hooligan with me. Shen Tianli laughed and scolded. Lin Zhe laughed and asked, where to? Where do you want to go? Go home, I'm going to go back and write a song for Jiang Chengyu. What, inspired? Lindsay laughed. It's not just having a hand? Is that so? I'm going to enjoy it later. Okay. After returning to the villa, Lindsay asked Shin Sweetpear to find a guitar, and after setting up the shooting equipment, Lindsay held the guitar and was about to sing. Shin Sweetpear's cell phone suddenly rang, and without knowing what the person on the other end of the phone said, Shin Sweetpear left in a hurry. Lindsay didn't ask her where she was going. His main goal now was to get a song out first. Otherwise, when he went to find Jiang Qingyue, what would he take to pick her up? Lindsay sang Diva Phase Obsession. When the song ended, Lindsay ended the shooting. Frankly speaking, Lindsay could handle the songs in Jiang Qingyue's album in an hour. After all, there were just too many classic songs in his head. But if he took out all the songs at once, how would Jiang Qingyue be touched, and how would he still be able to pick her up? He had to make her feel that it was difficult before she would be moved and give herself to him. After the recording was over, Lindsay gave Jiang Qingyue a call. Asked her where she was, and after learning that Jiang Qingyue was at home, Lindsay quickly took the recorded video and went straight to Jiang Qingyue's home. Jiang Qingyue was indeed at home, and, because she was at home, she was wearing a very cool dress. She only wore a big white t-shirt that could wrap around her butt, and her two snow-white slender legs looked whiter and whiter against the big white tee. She was glowing white, and she was sexy. White glowing, white sexy, white let Lindsay are a little closed legs. I really didn't think that her legs were also so sexy, slender and straight, simply a match for Su Qingshue's legs. Jiang Qingyue smiled shyly and hurriedly invited Lindsay in. I wrote a song, I sang a version of it first, do you want to hear it? Lindsay asked. Jiang Qingyue was delighted in her heart. Really? I want to listen. Lindsay opened the recording device and clicked on the video to play. Accompanied by the sound of the guitar, a magnetic voice rang in Jiang Qingyue's ears. This time I am persistent in facing. Capriciously intoxicated. I don't really care. Whether this is wrong or right. Even if it's deep. I'll do whatever it takes. When these 6 lines of lyrics came out, Jiang Qingyue shivered. Her goosebumps instantly covered her entire body, and she even had a feeling that hit her soul. Because she felt that the lyrics were writing about herself, or more accurately, the words were writing about her feelings for Lindsay. Especially the line I don't really care, is this wrong or right, this was simply singing her own heart at the moment. From the moment she learned that Lindsay was divorced, Jiang Qingyue vowed to chase Lindsay into her hands. Regardless of right or wrong. She only wanted to use her heart to warm Lindsay's broken heart. Lindsay's song continued. With whose heart do I have to feel? Truly feel all around. Even if it's painful. Even if it's tears. They are my sorrows. With whose heart can I feel it? I can really feel my surroundings. Even if I'm tired. Even if I'm tired. I can only be obsessed with it. When she heard these lyrics, Jiang Qingyue's heart instantly felt a pinch of pain. So, did Lindsay include his emotions towards Su Qingshue? So the years of loving Su Qingshue had made him tired and miserable? Jiang Qingyue's mood became bad and sad all of a sudden. Her eyes were red as she looked at Lindsay. At this moment, she really felt so sorry for him. She wanted to hug him, she wanted to tell him not to be afraid, the worst time had passed. But Jiang Qingyue didn't dare, she was afraid of scaring Lindsay. Lindsay had just ended that bad marriage, he must not be ready to walk into his next relationship. If she took the risk of hugging him, she would definitely scare him. Jiang Qingyue didn't dare to scare him, she couldn't afford to. The song ended. Lindsay laughed and asked, how do you feel, hee, why are you crying? Jiang Qingyue wiped her tears, she smiled and said, I'm fine, I just think it sounds good. If you think it's okay, then do you want to play a big game? What do you mean? You haven't sung for a few years now, your fans are afraid that they've forgotten that you debuted as a singer. Since you're going to release an album, let's start with this song. Later on, you sing it once, record it and post it on your social media, and use this song to hoist the fans' anticipation for you. Jiang Qingyue's eyes lit up, she felt that this method of marketing by Lindsay was simply genius. Once such a good song was put on their social media, with the amount of fans they had now, it was bound to explode, and it was bound to evoke a sense of anticipation in them. When their sense of anticipation reached its peak, they would release a new album along the way. As long as the quality of the album wasn't bad, it would be a huge hit. When she thought of this, Jiang Qingyue suppressed her excitement, she smiled sweetly and said with a pout, yes, I'll listen to you. Chapter 47, She Wants More. It should be said or not, Jiang Qingyue had a talent for singing. Or more accurately, she was born to sing, a born singer.
The lyrics of this song had quite a few words and, moreover, were considered difficult to sing. However, Jiang Qingyu only listened to it 2 or 3 times, and after asking Lindsay for the lyrics, she found a guitar, let Lindsay accompany her, and sang directly. When the first line of lyrics came out, Lindsay instantly had a feeling of his scalp going numb. How could she sing so beautifully? So good that it made Lindsay feel like he was singing something. It was well known that Lindsay was an extremely narcissistic and shameless person. Normally, he never felt that he was the best in the world. But now, when faced with Jiang Qingyu's singing, he felt inferior. She sang really well to the point where Lindsay felt that this song was made for her.
The song ended. Jiang Qingyu looked at Lindsay with a somewhat nervous expression and asked, "How was it?"
Lindsay gave a thumbs up.
"It's good, so good that it makes me feel like this song was practically customized for you." Jiang Qingyu was happy, she was really super happy. She was happy as if she had eaten honey, the sight of her heart was sweet. It turned out that being praised by her favorite person was such a happy thing. Jiang Qingyu still wanted it. Jiang Qingyu smiled with arched eyebrows and said, "It's not that good." "It's really good. That's also because you wrote it well and the tune is good."
Lindsay laughed. "Alright, let's not brag about each other commercially, hurry up and post it on your social media, I think, your fans can't wait."
Jiang Qingyu nodded her head obediently.
"I'll sing it again, then you record it for me."
"No need, I already recorded it when you sang it just now."
"Ah?
Will there be any flaws in the first version?" "Trust me, it's already perfect." "No more compliments, any more compliments and I'll be proud."
"I'll allow you to be proud."
Lindsay laughed.
"Put."
Jiang Qingyu giggled.
All along, she had always felt that Lindsay was somewhat melancholic. This impression was carried over from her university days. At that time, every time she saw Lindsay, he always had a drooping face. The whole person was bereft and melancholic. Over time, Jiang Qingyu felt that Lindsay was a melancholic person. But after contacting down from yesterday, she found that Lindsay was really funny and witty.
What to do, like it even more?
She was looking at Lindsay with little stars in her eyes. After the video was simply edited, Jiang Qingyu opened her social media. It was a software similar to Blue Star Weibo, and Lindsay glanced at her account.
Scratch that.
A screen full of 999, and the most crucial thing was that she had a whopping 90 million followers.
Lindsay was stimulated. Was this the terror of a female top streamer?
Jiang Qingyu's last message was sent in the afternoon, and it was about signing with Shin-Sweet Pear's company. In just a few hours, the number of comments had reached a terrifying 7 million, the number of retweets was over 3 million, and the number of likes had even broken 10 million.
Lindsay was stimulated. He really wanted to ask Jiang Qingyu, "Did you buy the data?"
Otherwise, how could this data be so terrifying?
Jiang Qingyu quickly edited the content. "Hello everyone, this is my new song, I hope you'll like it."
After fixing the content, Jiang Qingyu uploaded the video and clicked send. Jiang Qingyu refreshed her data, and Lindsay could already see that the number of likes under her latest message had broken 70,000.
Lindsay was stunned.
He was starting to re-examine his idea of trying to sleep with Jiang Qingyu. Marred, her fans were so terrifying, by the time he slept with her, would he be killed by her fans?
This matter really wasn't a joke.
Lindsay had heard when he was in Blue Star that some extreme fans of some stars did some very extreme things because the star was in love.
The tinkling sound was still echoing in his ears. Jiang Qingyu spat out her pink tongue at Lindsay in embarrassment. "Grass, so cute and lustful. I wonder if it's also soft when I kiss it." "Lindsay, what do you want to eat tonight?" "My treat. Fondue."
Lindsay really wanted to eat hot pot. After coming to this bird place for 3 days, Lindsay had already thrown up from eating it Ipin fresh, and he was now in desperate need of a spicy hot pot to rinse his taste buds.
"Then let's go out to eat. Just by the house."
With her current curiosity, if she went out to eat and was recognized, she would definitely be on the hot search and might even cause chaos.
It was better to eat at home.
Besides, if they ate at home, it was just him and Jiang Qingyu, so it would be convenient to play a hooligan.
"Okay, I'll have someone send the ingredients over." Jiang Qingyu laughed.
Being able to eat with Lindsay was a particularly happy thing for Jiang Qingyu. She liked eating with Lindsay, more accurately, she liked staying with Lindsay.
At the same time,
Su Qingxue, who had finished her trip to the hot springs, was running with Ji Sanshan and Ji Zifeng on the way to dinner.
The one driving was Ji Zifeng. Su Qingxue and Ji Sanshan were sitting in the back row.
In the afternoon at the Hot Springs Club, Su Qingxue and Ji Sanshan had a pretty good conversation. Of course, the biggest credit for this was given to Ji Zifeng. He had directly contacted the top producers from abroad in front of Ji Sanshan in the afternoon. Although Su Qingxue hadn't heard of the other party chatted in a particularly professional manner. After chatting for an afternoon, the other party promised to come to the country to meet in a few days. Looking at such a mature side of Ji Zifeng, Su Qingxue's impression of him was finally a few points better. So when they had dinner in the evening, Su Qingxue brought him along. "Qingxue, will Zhang Qingyue continue filming next?" Ji Sanso, who was beside her, suddenly asked. Su Qingxue remembered what Lin Zhe had said in the afternoon. She shook her head and said she should be releasing an album as well.
"She's putting out an album? Can she sing?"
Ji Zifeng, who was driving, suddenly asked.
Su Qingxue was a bit annoyed with him again.
In the afternoon, when this guy kept encouraging himself to go to the hot springs, Su Qingxue was a bit annoyed with him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had facilitated the top producer from abroad to help Ji Sanswang make her new album, Su Qingxue really didn't want to see him. She could clearly feel that her filter on Ji Zifeng was disappearing a little bit. Zhang Qingyu debuted in the first place of the singing competition. Her singing is not bad. Su Qingxue explained in a faint voice. Moreover, her new album will, not surprisingly, be handled by Lin Zhe for her, including writing and composing the songs.
Put. Ji Zifeng laughed. "Qingxue, I'm not looking down on Lin Zhe, it's just, can he write songs? Can he produce an album?" Su Qingxue's face sank. She hated it when anyone denigrated Lin Zhe. Besides, Lin Zhe's talent was something she had seen herself, so who was Ji Zifeng to look down on him so much? Su Qingxue was about to speak. Ji Sugo suddenly exclaimed, "Zhang Qingyu has a new song." "Sugo, how do you know?" Su Qingxue asked in a hurry. "She put it on social media, and now it's up to more than 2 million likes and more than 1 million comments. I just looked at the comments, and the favorable reviews are overwhelming." Su Qingxue's heart trembled. Intuition told her that Zhang Qingyue's new song must have been created by Lin Zhe. She wanted to listen to it. She wanted to hear what song Lin Zhe had created this time. "Sugo, play it." Chapter 48, Go Home Early. "This time I'll face it with determination. I'm drunk on my own will. I don't care whether it's wrong or right. Even if it's deep. I'll do whatever it takes. Even if I'm obsessed. I'll do whatever it takes." Su Qingxue's heart trembled when the cool voice of the song sounded inside the $1 million MPV. She quickly looked at Ji Sanshan. Ji Sanshan also looked at Su Qingxue. The moment their eyes met, the two saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. Neither of them said anything and continued to listen. But right at this moment, Ji Zifeng said in a salty manner, "What is this singing, lovey-dovey? It's so hard to listen to, there's no international flavor at all." These words were deliberately said by Ji Zifeng. In his opinion, Zhang Qingyu had already cancelled her contract with Su Qingxue, and now signed with her nemesis company. Then Su Qingxue must hate Zhang Qingyue to death. Su Qingxue would definitely be very happy if he was now belittling Zhang Qingyue so much. But unexpectedly, as soon as his words fell, Su Qingxue suddenly drank in a cold voice, "Shut up." Ji Zifeng was instantly offended. Damn, he had done her such a big favor in the afternoon, but she didn't even give him a chance to soak in the hot springs with him, and now she didn't even let him say anything. If this goes on, if we get together in the future, she will have to ride on her neck and in piss. No, I have to continue to seduce Shin Sweet Pear. As long as I seduce her, Su Qingxue will definitely have a sense of crisis. When she has a sense of crisis, then the initiative is back in their hands. At that time is not how he wants to manipulate her, how to manipulate her. After making up his mind, Ji Zifeng decided to send some large-scale photos to Shin Sweet Pear at night. I don't believe that by virtue of his own proud body, Shin Sweet Pear will not be moved. When he thought of this, Ji Zifeng looked at Su Qingxue in the rearview mirror with contempt. The song ended. The carriage was quiet as a pin could be heard. I don't know how long it took, but Ji Sanshan suddenly said, "It's good to listen to, and it's definitely going to be a hit." As a professional singer, Ji Sanshan was confident in her vision. Su Qingxue nodded. Indeed, the lyrics are great, and the song is top-notch. There's no reason why it won't be a fire. When she said this, Su Qingshua's tone was sour. Because she knew that this song must have been written by Lindsay for Jiang Qingyu. But that wasn't the point was that the things expressed in the lyrics made Su Qingshua's heart sad. In the song just now, Su Qingxue heard the persistence and perseverance in love. Although she knew that there would not necessarily be a good return, she would still give without complaint. She thought back to her marriage to Lindsay. When she first got married, she had clearly told him that this was an agreed marriage, and that she would divorce Jizafeng when he turned back to her in the future. This marriage was unfair to Lindsay from the beginning, but it was because he liked himself, knowing that there would be no result, but still resolutely agreed. Married for 3 years, he paid for himself without complaint for 3 years. Su Qingxue remembered when she was sick, Lindsay stayed up all night by her side. She remembered when she was in a bad mood, he dressed up as a clown to make himself happy. She remembered how Lindsay had gone to the temple to ask for a peace talisman for himself, one step at a time. She even remembered his reddened eyes when she told him that Jizafeng was coming back and that she was going to divorce him as well. There were so many things like this, too many, so many that when Su Qingxue thought about it now, she felt that she really wasn't a thing. He obviously liked himself so much that he didn't even have dignity. But what about herself? She couldn't wait to kick Jizafeng when he hadn't even returned to China. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue felt as if her heart was suddenly pinched with her hand. It hurt a lot. It hurt so much that she almost suffocated. She didn't know when her palms had been pinched into fists, her nails were embedded in the flesh, and blood was seeping out, but she didn't even realize it. Qingxue, are you alright? Ji Sanshan suddenly asked. Su Qingxue shook her head. I'm fine. Her voice was a little weak. Ji Sanshan looked at her rather worriedly. Her face was so pale, yet she said she was fine. But your face. It's fine, probably hungry. Su Qingxue casually made an excuse. She didn't want her staff to see her pain. Ji Sanshan sighed in relief. Qingxue, do you know who the person who wrote the song for Jiang Qingyu is? Su Qingxue nodded and said, yes. She was 100% sure that the song must have been written by Lindsay. It's that master songwriter in China, huh? Ji Sanshan asked again. When she heard Ji Sanshan recognize Lindsay so highly, Su Qingxue suddenly smiled. She didn't know why, but she just liked to hear others praising Lindsay. He shouldn't be famous yet, but he's very talented. When she said this, she thought of Lindsay's handsome face. Moreover, it seemed like she had seen Lindsay. Who is it? Su Qingxue said frankly, it's the Lindsay I just told you about, the young man you saw with Shen pair at the entrance of the hot spring pavilion today. That's a particularly handsome and charming young man? Ji Sanshan asked in surprise. Ji Zaifeng was also shocked. What? The song that Jiang Qingyu sang just now was actually written by that Lindsay? Although Jizafeng had just denigrated Jiang Qingyu for singing something difficult, it was to take it out on Su Qingxue. But after he had listened to that song throughout, he also had to admit that it was really good, just as Su Qingxue had said, no matter whether it was the lyrics or the tune, it was all first class. But never thought that this was actually written by that Lindsay? No, when did he become so awesome? Yes, it's him. Su Qingxue said with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She loved hearing others praise Lindsay for being handsome. I thought she was a newcomer that Mr. Shin had just signed, after all, he's so handsome and, well, looks charming. He is indeed handsome and, very charming. Su Qingxue smiled and agreed. Qingxue, I suddenly don't want to go all international, can you get Lindsay to write me a song? Ji Sanshan, who had just finished listening to the entire song, felt that this was the kind of music she wanted. What international style, to hell with it. I'll ask him. As she spoke, Su Qingxue had already taken out her cell phone to send a message to Lindsay. Can you come back home at night? I have something to talk to you about. After the message was sent, Su Qingxue thought about it and sent another one. What color stockings do you like? I can wear them for you too. Lindsay's message quickly came back. White shirt, black hip-hugging short skirt, flesh silk, and thin high heels. Su Qingxue's pretty face blushed. Wasn't this what she was wearing the day she filed for divorce with him? No wonder he didn't even let himself undress at that time, and moreover, he was so crazy. Thinking of the situation at that time, Su Qingxue only felt that her face burned terribly, moreover, her heartbeat was particularly fast. She took a deep breath and replied to Lindsay. Then you go home early. Chapter 49, When Did You Grow a Love Brain? Ji Zifeng was about to break down. What he was collapsing about wasn't that the song that Jiang Qingyu had just sung was actually written by Lin Zhe, but that Ji Sanshan had said that she didn't want any more international models. You know, Ji Zifeng was still planning to make a fortune off of this. The Ji family was already on the verge of bankruptcy, and Ji Zifeng had grown up with no worries about food and clothing, and he had long since developed a life of spending money like dirt. However, he had returned to China for a few days, but he hadn't earned a dime. He now had less than $200 in his pocket, and this kind of penniless life made him worse than death. If it wasn't for the hotel that Su Qingxue had booked for him, if it wasn't for the fact that the hotel took care of the food, Ji Zifeng would be living on the streets right now, and I'm afraid that he would also be starving. He had planned to take advantage of the matter of making an album for Ji Sanso and make a fortune from Su Qingxue, but he hadn't expected that Ji Sanso had suddenly changed her mind. He hated Lin Zhe. It was all because of this. If he hadn't written a song for Jiang Qingyu, would Ji Sanshan have changed her mind? The more Ji Zifeng thought about it, the hotter he got. He couldn't wait for Lin Zhe to show up in front of the car right now, and then he'd throttle down and run him over. No, this matter can't be left like this. Ji Zifeng didn't care what kind of album Ji Sanshan wanted to produce. But he didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to make money. Qingxue, what about David's side? Ji Zifeng asked in a difficult manner. David was the producer. But frankly speaking, he wasn't a top music producer at all. In the words of the countryman, he was just a punk who cheated and cheated. Not much of a talent, just a bragger. Ji Zifeng met the other party when he was looking for flowers abroad. When he learned this afternoon that Ji Sanshan's new album was going to be something international, Ji Zifeng had the idea. He then contacted the other party and told them about it beforehand. The cooperation had been quite good, and everything was going in the direction Ji Zifeng had envisioned. He had even thought about where he should go to have a good time after getting the money. But on the contrary, he killed out Lin Zhe this. Cancel the cooperation. Su Qingxue said in a faint voice. Frankly speaking, she was not in favor of Ji Sanso doing any international style music in the first place. Her positioning had always been that of a bitter love song queen, and furthermore, her fans were basically all in the Chinese-speaking circle. If she took the risk of changing her singing route, 9 times out of 10, she would fail. After all, this kind of example was not unheard of in the circle. However, Ji Sanshan was the biggest artist in her company, so Su Qingxue let her try it out. Ji Zifeng became more and more upset. Not only was he upset, but also, he was in a hurry. He said unwillingly, Qingxue canceling the cooperation is of course fine, but what I'm worried about is that if I take the risk of canceling the cooperation, it's the same as letting the other party off the hook. David is a person who is very particular about honesty, so in case Lin Zhe can't manage to get Sugi's album on his side, and then he still has to invite someone else back, they definitely won't come. No way, Lin Zhe will take care of it. Su Qingxue said bluntly, in addition, we and the other party were only supposed to have an intention to cooperate, it's not even a real cooperation. Ji Zifeng collapsed. His hands holding the steering wheel were bruised. Damn, how come Lin Zhe this is a ghost? Su Qingxue had divorced him, but she still trusted him so much. I really don't know whether the person Su Qingxue likes is herself, or Lin Zhe the one. But this is not the point is that their plan to make money completely fizzled. Ji Zifeng collapsed and didn't want to talk. Lin Zhe was now very cool. When he received a message from Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe smiled. It looked like it was going to be hard for his brother to follow his kidneys tonight. When he thought of Su Qingxue's white shirt, hip skirt, and meat silk plus thin high heels, Lin Zhe got excited. He was craving this outfit of hers, it was sexy and provocative. Lin Zhe decided to eat more beef and mutton when he ate later, to make up for it first. The ingredients were delivered quickly. It was delivered by Jiang Qingyu's agent. Jiang Qingyu's agent was a middle-aged woman in her 40s with a particularly secure face. The other party's name was Zhao Tailan, and when Jiang Qingyu called her Sister Lan, Lin Zhe followed along and called Sister Lan. Sister Lan was a little surprised when she saw Lin Zhe. Because she had been with Jiang Qingyu for 2 years, it was the first time she had seen the opposite sex by Jiang Qingyu's house. Moreover, judging from the little woman's gesture that Jiang Qingyu exuded, this person was very important to Jiang Qingyu. Taking advantage of the gap between Lin Zhe's packing of ingredients, Zhao Tailan asked in a low voice, Moon, don't tell me that he's the one you've been in love with for years? Although Jiang Qingyu and Zhao Tailan were employers, after spending 2 years together, their relationship was extraordinary. Jiang Qingyu had completely treated Zhao Tailan as her sister, and she told Zhao Tailan everything. So Zhao Tailan knew about Jiang Qingyu liking Lindsay for years. But she didn't know who she liked. Hearing Zhao Tailan's words, Jiang Qingyu nodded slightly shyly. So handsome and charming looking. Zhao Tailan laughed. Sister Lan, do you think I can chase him? Hey, you are Jiang Qingyu, the hottest female top stream in the country, long and beautiful, hot body, as long as you are willing, that man shall not kneel and lick you ah. I don't have confidence, besides, if I can chase him to his hand, then I kneel to lick him also okay. Zhao Tailan said, Moon, when did you grow a love brain? I was originally a love brain, otherwise, how could I like Lindsay for 6 years, Sister Lan, how do you think I should chase him? It's a simple matter, just be nice to him, give him gifts, please him, it's all fine, but there's one thing you can't do. What? Don't hand over your body, like this, it will make you look cheap. Jiang Qingyu grew more and more petulant. Sister Lan, what are you saying, how could I possibly hand over my body so quickly? Zhao Tailan laughed and said, that can't be said, who made you a love brain? No way, I'll at most hold hands and kiss with him, definitely won't go to bed. Jiang Qingyu said with conviction. Zhao Tailan sighed in relief. That's good, anyway, don't be in a hurry to hand over your body, or there will be times when you regret it. I know, Sister Lan, you go first, don't disturb me from picking up men. Zhao Tailan smiled. Okay, then I wish you to pick him up soon. After leaving Jiang Qingyu's villa, Zhao Tailan got into the car and then started dialing the phone. Soon, the call went through. Xiaobai, it's me, Qingyu's agent, it's like this, there's something I want to report to you. The person Qingyu likes has appeared, called Lindsay. Chapter 50 I have to charge for it. After sending Zhao Tailan away, Jiang Qingyu entered the kitchen with a bounce. Lindsay, what do you need me to do? Just eat. But I don't want to be a waste that only eats. Fine, then you do it, I'll rest. Jiang Qingyu was amused by these words, she smiled with arched eyebrows and said, okay, then can you talk with me? Yes, but I have to charge for it. Fine, I'll give you money, how much do you want? Jiang Qingyu said with a smile. Forget it, mentioning money hurts my feelings, it's better to pay with meat. Jiang Qingyu's pretty face instantly turned red. She really liked Lindsay's humor, a bit of a rogue, but not annoying. The ingredients were quickly prepared. Lindsay was like a grandpa and began to enjoy Jiang Qingyu's serving. Jiang Qingyu was as virtuous as a little daughter-in-law, diligently chucking the scalded beef into Lindsay's bowl. She had wanted to directly feed Lindsay with her own chopsticks, but felt that it was a little too ambiguous if she did that, and she was afraid that it would scare Lindsay. You taste the flavor of the beef and see if you like it. Lindsay laughed, you personally gave me a sandwich, so how could it not be delicious? Hurry up and taste it. Jiang Qingyu pouted. If her fans saw the scene, they would definitely be shocked. The always arrogant and lonely her would still be pouting? As soon as Jiang Qingyu's words fell, Lindsay had already sent the beef in the bowl into his mouth. It's a bit old, blanch it for a shorter period of time, besides, I don't eat vegetables, I only want to eat meat tonight. Okay. Jiang Qingyu smiled and continued to serve Lindsay. By the time a meal was finished, it was already past 9 in the evening. Lindsay had dried 2 kilograms of beef and 1 kilogram of mutton, and he felt full of strength. Now it could be said that everything was ready but Su Qingxue, the east wind. In between breaks, he didn't know who had called Jiang Qingyu with a video, and she got up and went back to her room to answer it. Lindsay was ready to flash, but suddenly received a message from Shen Sweet Pear. Stinking rascal, what for? Lindsay replied excitedly. Nasty, be serious, I'm asking what you're doing? Damn, you don't speak clearly yourself, causing the old man to get excited for nothing, turn around and you have to make it up to me, at least accompany me with a dozen fragrant kisses. Shen Sweet Pear was speechless. Although it wasn't the first time she had seen Lindsay's shamelessness, she was still stunned by it. How could a person be shameless to such an extent? Compensate your ass, what are you doing? Just finished dinner with Jiang Qingyu, oh, what you didn't do with me, she did with me. When she saw the message from Lindsay, Shen Sweet Pear was instantly offended. What do you mean what you didn't do with me, she did with me? It's not just having a hot pot. Making it seem as if she was a negative scum girl. Humph, I can also accompany you to eat hot pot tomorrow. Don't want to eat it, you didn't give it to me when I wanted it the most, and when you wanted to give it to me, sorry, it's late. Shen Sweet Pear giggled. This stinky rascal would always say something tie and leg breaking. What did he mean by saying that he didn't give it to him when he wanted it the most, and when he wanted to give it to her, he was late? Obviously it was a matter of a hot pot, saying such astringent feelings. What a stinking rascal. Stinking rascal, you are a bit more serious, okay, I am now annoyed. What are you bothered about? Say it out to make me happy. Hate, it's not my best friend. Your underground emperor of Hai Cheng's best friend? Aha! What's wrong with her? She had menstrual cramps, she was in so much pain that she was hospitalized, that's why I didn't accompany you to eat hot pot. Lin Zhe had never been a woman, however, he did know that some women had menstrual cramps that hurt like hell. That's serious? Yes, very serious. The hospital can't even cure it? It's useless, the uterus is cold, it has to be nourished. Then I'll treat her. Lin Zhe wasn't making it up. During those 3 years when he was incarcerated in Blue Star, he had learned some medical skills from that old man in order to pass the time. Treating a uterine cold was still very simple. Stinking hooligan, stop it, my best friend is very pretty, but her identity background is not simple, if you dare to be a hooligan, she'll get you killed in minutes. What? Very pretty? Then all the more reason for me to treat her, it's everyone's responsibility to save a beautiful woman. Lin Zhe replied excitedly. Shen Sweet Pear gasped and laughed. She quickly went out of the hospital room and threw a video over to Lin Zhe. The video just connected, and Shen Sweet Pear's sexy and beautiful face appeared in the cell phone screen. It should be said that she was really damn good looking. Especially that pair of eyes, watery eyes staring at you, as if in the discharge like. Extraordinarily charming and provocative. Come on, look at the legs. Lin Zhe was the first to speak. Shen Sweet Pear laughed and scolded, stinking rascal, you're going to die. Lin Zhe laughed. Then he said in a serious manner, to be honest, I really know some medical skills, I should be able to cure uterine cold. Shen Sweet Pear stopped laughing. Are you serious? Lin Zhe nodded. No, how come I didn't know you knew medical skills? There's a lot you don't know, remember, face value is just the least of my strengths. Put. Shen Sweet Pear giggled. Damn, why is she so flirty when she laughs? No wonder Lousy wanted to sleep with her. Stinky rascal, don't joke, my best friend is really not an ordinary person, if you mess up, she really might clean you up. Don't worry, I haven't slept with you yet, I can't afford to die. Shen Sweet Pear gave Lin Zhe a blank stare. Did you have fun eating hot pot with Jiang Qingyu at night? Happy, good company, why not? Lin Zhe laughed. Shen Sweet Pear's heart was instantly sour. Okay, then you're happy, I'm hanging up. Don't, show me the leg. Scram! Shen Sweet Pear laughed and scolded. Lin Zhe smiled and asked, right, have you heard Jiang Qingyu's new song yet? When this came out, Shen Sweet Pear was offended again. Of course she had listened to Shen Sweetie Pie's new song, after all, it was already on the hot search. But it was also because she had listened to it that Shen Sweetie was upset. Such a good song, this smelly rascal even gave it to Jiang Qingyu. Yes, Shen Sweet Pear was jealous. Stinking rascal, I don't care, you have to write me another song too. You're not a star, I'll write a hammer for you, wasting my energy. I don't care. Okay, 10 minutes of wet kisses for a song. Lin Zhe said with a smile. A kiss is a kiss. Lin Zhe got excited. When are you coming back? Tomorrow. Shen Sweet Pear said without any good humor. Okay, hang up. Saying this, Lin Zhe really hung up the video. Shen Sweet Pear was speechless. Lin Zhe didn't really want to hang up, but because Su Qingxue had sent him a message. I'm back, when are you coming over? Putting away her cell phone, Jiang Qingyue was still playing the video. Moreover, the dialect used was still dialect. It was probably a video from someone in the family. Lin Zhe used his mouth to tell her that he was leaving first, and Jiang Qingyu smiled and nodded. After leaving Jiang Qingyu's villa, Lin Zhe ran towards Su Qingxue's villa in a hurry. Chapter 51, Before You Wanted a Face. After entering the password and entering the villa, Lin Zhe saw Su Qingxue sitting on the sofa at a glance. There was no white shirt wrapped skirt meets silk fine heels, she was still wearing the long skirt from the afternoon. Lin Zhe twisted his head and wanted to leave. Damn, this is not a waste of his time. However, Lin Zhe didn't leave, in line with the principle of coming all the way here, he still sat next to Su Qingxue. Isn't it just for her to change her clothes? What's so difficult about that? Not to mention letting her change her clothes, even letting her undress. I'm afraid it wouldn't be difficult. How was the hot spring soap with Jizafeng this afternoon? Lindsay asked with a smile. I didn't soak with him, I didn't even get into the water. Su Qingxue hurriedly explained. Then next time let's both soak in the hot spring together, okay? Su Qingxue's pretty face flushed, then gently nodded. Right, what are you looking for me for? Lindsay asked with a smile. He felt that he would do Su Qingxue after he finished these trivial matters first. Did you compose Jiang Qingyue's song that was a big hit for her? Yes, I got it for her. Obviously, he had already known the result, but when he heard Lindsay say it himself, Su Qingxue's heart still had some sour feelings. Then can you help my company's artists maneuver an album? Money is not a problem. It's possible, but I can only help you write the songs and sing them once, you'll have to leave the rest to someone else. Lindsay nodded and said. Su Qingxue was delighted in her heart. Her purpose was to get Lindsay to help her write the song. She had thought that she had divorced Lindsay, and that she had hurt him so deeply that he would definitely not help her. But she never thought that he would agree so quickly. Lindsay, of course, is quick. He has no grudge against Su Qingxue, and besides, she has said that money is not a problem. Lindsay has even less grudge against money. Of course, the most important thing was that Lindsay really wanted to sleep with her. He could crave her body too much. You won't lie to me? Su Qingxue was a bit agitated. Lindsay pinched her thin waist and directly held her fragrant and soft body on his lap. Come on, look at my eyes and tell me, what do you see? Lindsay asked seriously. Su Qingxue was originally still a bit shy and uncomfortable by Lindsay. But after hearing Lindsay's words, she temporarily forgot about it, and instead seriously observed Lindsay's eyes. But as soon as she met Lindsay's eyes, Su Qingxue's pretty face flushed with a tantalizing blush. She shyly twisted her head to the side. There was no way, Lindsay's eyes were too scorching. Su Qingxue felt her heart being scalded. She said carelessly, I see sincerity. That's right, it's sincerity. In that case, then do you think I was lying to you just now? Lindsay originally wanted to say, no, I only have you in my eyes. But he felt that it was too damn greasy and too damn disgusting. This wasn't the way to cheat a canon. Although, he was originally cheating on a canon, it couldn't be this disgusting. Su Qingxue hurriedly shook her head. I actually didn't doubt what you said. I just kind of can't believe that you would agree so readily. Then do you know why I agreed so readily? Su Qingxue's heartbeat surged as she asked, why? Because I want to sleep with you. I thought that if I did that, you would definitely be moved to give yourself to me. Lindsay was frankly unlike words. There was no way around it. Anyway, he had no morals, no bottom line, and was shameless. Su Qingxue was ashamed and depressed. What she was ashamed of was that Lindsay, this asshole, was too bold and too direct. But she was depressed because she thought that Lindsay was willing to help himself because he was still deeply in love with her. As a result, after all that, it was because he wanted to sleep with himself. But that wasn't the point. The point was that when she heard that Lindsay wanted to sleep with herself, Su Qingxue immediately went to the situation that night when the two of them were in bed. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. To sleep or not to sleep? Lindsay looked at Su Qingxue with a smile. Su Qingxue's pretty face flushed as she said, no. Her voice carried a hint of petulance. Then you won't sleep, you change your clothes first and go. I want to see you in a white shirt with a hip skirt and neat silk fine heels. Lindsay laughed. This kind of thing could not be rushed, it had to be done slowly. Moreover, Lindsay enjoyed the process of teasing her. He didn't believe that he couldn't sleep with her under his shameless offense. Su Qingxue gave Lindsay a blank look and said, you like me wearing that so much? More than liking it, it can simply kill me. Su Qingxue was inexplicably a bit pleased in her heart. In the past when I often wore it like that, I didn't see you like it either. Before to face Put. Su Qingxue was amused by this. Martyr, the way she laughed really made people spring. You are quite shameless now, I can go and change it, but I haven't eaten at night, so you can cook me a noodle. Su Qingxue's tone carried a petulance she didn't realize. You actually haven't had dinner yet? No wonder when I hugged you just now, I felt that you CD. Su Qingxue was aggrieved and wanted to cry. In the evening, he actually went to the restaurant, but after he went to the restaurant, Jizafeng was talking about the foreign producer one after another. The words were hoping that he would come up with a sum of money to compensate the other party. Su Qingxue was really depressed. She could understand that Jizafeng did not want to offend the other party, after all, in the future may have to cooperate. She is also not unable to give up that little bit of money. But Su Qingxue had never heard of the reasoning behind the failure of cooperation to lose money. Later on, she didn't even eat, plus she was thinking about her appointment with Lin Zhe in the evening, so she hurriedly rushed back. Seeing Su Qingxue's aggravated look, Lin Zhe said, "Go change your clothes, I'll go cook you a noodle." Su Qingxue nodded her head repeatedly. After returning to her bedroom, Su Qingxue looked at the large bed, and she recalled that night when she was tossed around in bed 7 times by Lin Zhe. She completely blushed with shame. As a matter of fact, every time she laid on this bed in the past few days, she couldn't help but think of that night. Entering the closet, Su Qingxue picked out the clothes and stockings that Lin Zhe had named for her to wear. When she put the flesh silk into her snow-white and slender legs little by little, looking at her sexy body in the mirror, Su Qingxue's face became more and more delicate. She even couldn't help but mumble, Su Qingxue, why are you listening to that bastard so much? You don't really want him to sleep with you." That's what she said, but she was incredibly looking forward to Lin Zhe's reaction when he saw her dressed like this. It would definitely charm that bastard to death. When the noodles were almost done cooking, Su Qingxue came down from upstairs. The moment Lin Zhe saw her, his breathing became a bit irregular. White shirt, hip skirt, neat silk, and thin high heels. In fact, people dressed like this were everywhere on the streets. This was the typical dress of office workers. But I don't know why, but when Su Qingxue dressed like this, Lin Zhe's heart would become particularly excited. He really didn't know whether to say that he had a special fetish, or whether to say that Su Qingxue was too sexy when she dressed like this. When Su Qingxue saw that Lin Zhe's eyes were staring at her with that kind of heat, before she had time to be complacent, her heartbeat once again became irregular. The moment their eyes collided in the air, Su Qingxue shyly twisted her head away. This action of hers caused Lin Zhe to become more and more itchy. Damn, I must sleep with her tonight. Chapter 52. Let me give you a massage. When she once again ate the noodles made by Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Lin Zhe's cooking skills were good, it was practiced over the 3 years of marriage. Su Qingxue clearly remembered that when they first got married, Lin Zhe didn't even know how to fry an egg. But for his own sake, he practiced his cooking skills, and his meals became more and more delicious every day. And from the beginning, he didn't eat at home much, but later on, what he looked forward to the most every day was to go home and eat Lin Zhe's cooking. Or more accurately, to eat with Lin Zhe. Before she got divorced, Su Qingxue had eaten Lin Zhe's cooking countless times, and in her opinion, Lin Zhe's cooking was just delicious, and other than that, there didn't seem to be anything special about it. But now, when she ate Lin Zhe's cooking again, she kind of wanted to cry. She knew that she wasn't crying because she was able to eat Lin Zhe's cooking again. Rather, it was because when she ate Lin Zhe's cooking, it was as if she had all of a sudden gone back to before she had gotten divorced. Yes, she was now incredibly nostalgic for the time when she hadn't divorced Lin Zhe. "Why aren't you eating, waiting for me to feed you?" Lin Zhe suddenly asked with a smile. His words caused Su Qingxue's pretty face to blush. After 3 years of marriage, it wasn't that she hadn't been fed by Lin Zhe. "I remember one winter, I had a cold and was lying on the bed weakly. Lin Zhe boiled porridge for himself, smelling the fragrant millet pumpkin porridge. He wanted to eat it, but he didn't have much strength. Later on, he leaned in Lin Zhe's arms, he took a small spoon and fed himself 1 spoonful at a time. Moreover, he was afraid of scalding himself, and carefully blew on each spoon, waiting until the temperature was moderate before sending it into his mouth." Su Qingxue thought that with the passage of time, she had long forgotten these things. But she didn't expect that it would come back to her now. But then she kind of hated why her memory was so good, because these beautiful things that had happened were now like a piece of sandpaper when she recalled them, constantly grinding her heart. It made her heart ache like a knife twisting. "Don't want you to feed," Su Qingxue said with a small red face. With that, she ate. "Right, who did you ask me to write a song for in your company?" Lin Zhe asked in passing. He planned to listen to the other party's song path first, then so he could plagiarize a wave of similar songs. "Ji Sugwon, you met her in front of the hot spring pavilion this afternoon." "Alright, you eat first, I'll listen to what song path she's on first," Su Qingxue answered. Lin Zhe opened his cell phone and searched for Ji Sanswang. This sister looked very safe, no wonder he had no impression of her at all. But it had to be said that this sister sang well. She didn't sing the kind that tore her heart out, but rather took the bitter route. How can I put it? It was very able to go straight to the heart. After listening for a while, Lin Zhe turned off his cell phone, he had already figured out what song he wanted to copy. Can you write it? Su Qingxue asked curiously. Lindsay laughed, I can. I mean, you'd better combine her song path, bitter love songs aren't that easy to write. I know I won't hide it from you, I'm feeling it now. Su Qingxue was delighted in her heart. It was really unexpected that Lindsay was so talented in songwriting. The previous self was really blind, putting such a top talent at home as a home cook. What a waste. Then hurry up and write for her, the whole album is 10 songs, I'll give you $5 million, okay? Frankly speaking, this price was high. But Su Qingxue felt that Lindsay was worth it. After all, she had seen his talent. You still owe me $10 million. Lindsay laughed. Su Qingxue knew that the $10 million Lindsay was talking about was what she had promised to give him during the divorce. I'll transfer it to you together. No rush, you eat the noodles first. Su Qingxue answered. Right, are your feet tired? If it's tired, let me press it for you. Su Qingxue's pretty face blushed. She whispered, bastard, you wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to touch my feet. I'm acting so obvious? Put. Su Qingxue was amused. How come she didn't know guys were so nasty before? However, she did want Lindsay to help press it for a while. She laughed and directly stretched her feet in thin high heels from under the table to Lindsay's face. Lindsay looked down. The feet wrapped in flesh silk were wrapped in fine high heels, so damn sexy. Lindsay held her ankle and took off her high heels. When his hand just held Su Qingxue's feet, Su Qingxue's delicate body couldn't help but tremble lightly, and her white face was instantly scarlet. It couldn't be helped, Lindsay's palm was hot, so hot that her heartbeat lost its regularity. Su Qingxue didn't have the heart to eat the noodles. Lindsay mischievously tickled Su Qingxue on the center of her feet. Su Qingxue's delicate body trembled even more. She pouted and said, don't tickle, it's itchy. Lindsay glanced at her, but he saw Su Qingxue's snow-white teeth lightly biting her delicate red lips, and her eyes looked at herself with special grudges. Grass. No, who taught her to use her teeth to bite her red lips? This is not to kill people. Lindsay's heart was pounding because of her behavior. Seeing Su Qingxue not eating noodles, Lindsay took a deep breath and asked, still eating noodles? Su Qingxue shook her head. Don't want to eat. Then let's go to the sofa and press you for a while. Su Qingxue's eyes flowed as she said in a delicate voice, do you really want to give me a massage, or do you want to take the opportunity to touch me? Both want to. Hate, then I won't let you press me. Really not pressing? Lindsay asked as he looked at Su Qingxue with a smile. Su Qingxue didn't say anything. Honestly, she kind of wanted to. Before the divorce, Lindsay would also give himself a massage. Moreover, every time after he pressed, he himself would feel that all the tiredness had disappeared without a trace. But Su Qingxue was afraid that this asshole would play hooligan with herself after pressing. After a moment of silence, Su Qingxue suddenly said, put your shoes on for me. You really won't let me press it for you? Lindsay was a bit reluctant to let go. Marred, haven't touched it enough. How am I going to get to the couch if I don't put on my shoes? Is it hard to let you carry me there? Gladly. Anyway, she wasn't heavy, moreover, her body was fragrant and soft, of course Lindsay wanted to carry. Then you carry me. Su Qingxue opened her arms. Lindsay let go of her feet, then got up and walked to Su Qingxue's side, directly pinching her thin waist and hugging her up. Lindsay's movements were a bit violent, causing Su Qingxue to cry out in shock as she subconsciously hooked her arms around his neck. The two people's bodies instantly pressed together. As their eyes met, Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red. The redness was delicate. The redness made Lindsay's heart surge. When he felt Su Qingxue's fragrant and soft body, when he smelled the tantalizing aroma of her body, Lindsay swung. He said with a dry mouth and hoarse voice, Su Qingxue, I suddenly don't want to give you a massage. Originally, he still wanted to progress gradually, but Lindsay couldn't bear it anymore. Looking at Lindsay's burning eyes, Su Qingxue's heartbeat was like thunder as she asked, what do you want to do? Chapter 53. You're getting more and more daring now. Flesh silk short skirt with long legs, charming figure and cherry mouth. This was the most intuitive feeling Su Qingxue gave Lindsay at this moment. It was as if she was the most delicious food in the world, making Lindsay's heart surge and he couldn't wait to swallow her in one bite. Forcing himself to hold back his surging heart, Lindsay said with difficulty, I want to. Su Qingxue was not a 3-year-old child. Of course, she knew the meaning of Lin Zhe's word at this moment. Moreover, this word seemed like a 10,000-kilogram hammer hitting Su Qingxue's heart hard. Her heartbeat pounded. As a result, her pretty face reddened more and more delicately, and her moist eyes were covered with a thin layer of charming color. The temptation was overwhelming. Bastard, you're getting more and more dog-bold now. Humph, last time on the sofa I almost let you have your way. Quickly put me down, I want to walk by myself. Su Qingxue said in a delicate voice. Lin Zhe was tantalized. Where would he be willing to let her down? Let me hug it. After a while when you're with Jizafeng, I won't be able to hug it. I'm not going to be with her. In the past few days since Jizafeng came back, Su Qingxue always felt that something was wrong somewhere when she spent time with him. She clearly felt that she didn't seem to like Jizafeng that much now. Or, more accurately, she was getting more and more sick of being with him. Su Qingxue knew that perhaps it wouldn't take long before she would completely sever all ties with him. Su Qingxue, I want to kiss you. Lin Zhe ignored her words and instead said bluntly. Su Qingxue's pretty face reddened even more. Oomph, no kiss for you, asshole. Su Qingxue pouted. What the hell did she grow up on? It's not even if she's long and pretty, it's not even if she has a top figure, but her words are also so provocative. Obviously as a refusal words, but Lin Zhe was provoked by the top cannot. He kissed up in a hurry. Frankly speaking, Lin Zhe was not a person with poor self-control, it was really because he had been locked up in Blue Star for 3 years, suffering for 3 years, and now that it was not easy to have a chance to enjoy himself, of course he could not help it. The moment their lips collided together, a tingling sensation swept over each other's entire body in an instant. Lin Zhe directly pried open her red lips, his tongue drilled into her mouth and kissed her fragrant soft tongue. Su Qingxue's eyes were as white as green apricots, her brain was blank, and her whole body was dizzy. By the time Su Qingxue had a reaction, her fragrant soft body had already been pressed under Lin Zhe. This asshole was kissing himself, not to mention that his hand had already reached into his short hip hugging skirt at an unknown time. Su Qingxue wanted to push Lin Zhe away, but in her heart, a longing grew. Such a feeling made Su Qingxue confused. After her first taste of rain and clouds with Lin Zhe that night, although Su Qingxue's body ached for a few days, Su Qingxue couldn't deny that the feeling of going straight up to the clouds was really good. Honestly, she kind of liked that feeling. After kissing her until she was almost suffocating, Lin Zhe temporarily released her. Looking at Su Qingxue underneath her, her originally fair face had long since flushed with a tantalizing flush. Her moist eyes had even been completely filled with the color of desire. Four eyes met, desire colliding in the air. Without waiting for Lin Zhe to continue, Su Qingxue hooked her arms around Lin Zhe's neck and took the initiative to kiss up. She was even more impatient than Lin Zhe. Yes, she had already been completely ignited by Lin Zhe's kiss. Moreover, this time it was her who took the initiative to stretch out her soft, fragrant tongue. Lin Zhe blew up. Brothers who had eaten their mouths knew that you kissing someone else, and someone else kissing you, were two completely different concepts. Lin Zhe completely blew up his body, blood boiling, blew up his desire, completely ignited. He started to take off his clothes in a fiery hurry. He wasn't taking off his own, but Su Qingxue's. While kissing, he was taking off. As for Lin Zhe's clothes, his pants had long since disappeared. Damn, Lin Zhe regretted why he let her wear so much. Especially the stockings, it was so damn hard to take them off. Lin Zhe simply didn't take them off and directly ripped them open. But it should be said not to say, when tearing off Su Qingxue's sexy flesh silk, Lin Zhe was even more excited. He really didn't know before that tearing this stuff would be so exciting. It looked like it could be torn for fun more often in the future. Without the constraints of the flesh silk, everything became easier. Looking at Su Qingxue's charming appearance, Lin Zhe suddenly had bad thoughts. Even though he was even more anxious than Su Qingxue, he just wandered around the door, dead set on not going in. Su Qingxue was made itchy. She looked at Lin Zhe with her charming eyes, her voice was delicate and soft. You're bad. Grass. Lin Zhe couldn't top it, and directly had to enter the house. But just at this time, the knocking sound suddenly sounded. The sound was so loud that it seemed like it was going to tear down the door of the villa. Lin Zhe was so frightened by this sudden sound that he almost didn't die on the spot. Lin Zhe was furious. Who the hell is looking for death? He was about to eat meat, but he made such a mess. Lin Zhe did not want to pay attention to the person knocking on the door. Anyway, the door is strong enough, the other party cannot enter. The most important thing was to eat the meat first, but Su Qingxue refused to do so. She pushed Lin Zhe away and said in a panic, You go open the door. Don't mind him, let's continue. Lin Zhe didn't want to go open the door. Damn, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to eat meat next time. Asshole, what if it's my parents? Lin Zhe kissed her attractive red lips and said, Okay, I'll go and take a look, but even if your parents come today, they can't stop us, you go upstairs and wait for me first. Su Qingshue's pretty face flushed red as she answered, then quickly went upstairs. Lin Zhe glanced at his aggrieved brother, and immediately became furious and slapped it. Cursing, he said, Damn, you're still aggrieved, wait, I'll take you to eat meat later. After putting on his pants, Lin Zhe quickly walked to the door. The moment the door to the room was opened, Lin Zhe was speechless. Damn, he regretted opening the door. Stinking rascal, you're really at Su Qingshue's side of the house, let me ask you, why did you open the door so late? That's right, the one who appeared in front of Lin Zhe's eyes was Shin Sweet Pear. At the moment, she was looking at Lin Zhe with an unhappy face. The watery eyes even carried an anger that wanted to eat people. Nonsense, we are making out, you disturbed the good thing, why do you think I opened the door so late, I'm not allowed to wear pants? Lin Zhe said without a good mood. Shin Sweet Pear was still angry, but after hearing Lin Zhe's words, she immediately winks. Stinking rascal, you really dare to say anything, if Su Qingxue could make out with you, would she still divorce you? Lin Zhe gave her a blank look. Aren't you in the hospital? What's the point of coming back? Stinking rascal, wasn't it you who said you know some medical skills? What do you mean? Ask me to heal your bestie in the middle of the night? That's right. The truth of the matter was that after Lin Zhe hung up the phone, Shin Sweet Pear made a call to Jiang Chengyu. When she learned that Lin Zhe had already left her house, Shin Sweet Pear looked at the surveillance inside her villa again. She realized that Lin Zhe hadn't gone back. Shin Sweet Pear realized that Lin Zhe had gone to Su Qingxue. She didn't want to come back, but when she thought of Lin Zhe staying with Su Qingxue, she was so angry that she couldn't tense up, and then left her BFF behind and rushed back in a hurry. As for treating her best friend, she was originally going to bring Lin Zhe over tomorrow to give her a look at her best friend. Lin Zhe refused without saying anything. Not today, early tomorrow morning, you go first, I still have some business with Su Qingxue. Chapter 54, Then You Watch. Just kidding, now is the most critical moment for himself, moreover, the fragrant and soft Su Qingxue is still waiting for him on the bed, Lin Zhe doesn't want to go with her. Besides, if he really wanted to go with her at this time, it would be an absolute humiliation for Su Qingxue. Although Lin Zhe didn't like her, he wanted to sleep with her. If he pissed off Su Qingxue, he wouldn't be able to sleep with her in the future. Therefore, there was absolutely no way that Lin Zhe would let this happen. What do you have going on with Su Qingxue? Shin Sweet Pear questioned. Lin Zhe said in a credulous manner, Of course it's about Ji Sanchu's album. Shin Sweet Pear's eyes sank. You're going to write a song for Ji Sanshan? Can't I? No. I won't allow you to write songs for any artist from Su Qingxue's company. Shin Sweet Pear said in a domineering manner. Frankly speaking, she wasn't a petty person. She was afraid that after Lin Zhe displayed too much talent, what if Su Qingxue regretted divorcing Lin Zhe? At that time, with her character, she would definitely dump Black Moonlight to pursue Lin Zhe again. Shin Sweet Pear didn't want that to happen. If Su Qingxue was an ordinary person, Shin Sweet Pear wouldn't be worried about this, but the key is that she is long and stunning, her body is also very impressive, and Lin Zhe is an old colorful batch, so it's not likely that Su Qingxue will hook her finger and be able to hook him away. Damn, we're just in a partnership, who are you to stop me from making money? Lin Zhe said irritably. Humph, if you still want to sleep with me, you're not allowed to write. Lin Zhe was exasperated and laughed. Fine, if you want to let me sleep now, then I can promise you. Shin Sweet Pear laughed and scolded, Stinking rascal, you're going to die, I've given you a raise to 50 points, don't give an inch. I have to inch into your head, less nonsense, you go first, I am discussing with Su Qingxue to the most critical moment, by you so engaged, I am now suffocated to death. Humph, just don't go. Saying that, Shin Sweet Pear entered Su Qingxue's villa. When Lin Zhe first moved, Shin Sweet Pear didn't even enter Su Qingxue's villa, in her words, where Su Qingxue lives, dogs don't come in. But now, not only did she come in, but she also sat on the sofa with impunity. The worst thing was that the place where she was sitting was exactly where Lin Zhe had just tangled with Su Qingxue. If you looked closely, you could definitely see the water stains on the sofa. Lin Zhe was about to continue persuading her to leave,
but just then, Su Qingxue, who was wearing a long black dress, walked down from upstairs. The long black dress completely wrapped up her delicate figure, and apart from her face and arms, not a single bit of skin could be seen. But Lin Zhe was swinging a little again. Damn, how come everything she wears is so tantalizing? If it wasn't for the fact that Shen Sweetpear was still present, Lin Zhe would want to press Su Qingxue on the dining table right now. Well, we can try that later. This is my home, please get out. Su Qingxue said in a cold voice. Shen Sweetpear condescendingly retorted, I'm not leaving, have the guts to call the police to arrest me. Su Qingxue snorted lightly. You think I don't dare? Saying that, she took out her cell phone and started dialing the police. Shen Sweetpear was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Su Qingxue to actually dare to do this. Although even if the police came, they wouldn't be able to do anything to themselves, but if this were to be spread out, then how humiliating would she have to be? Just go, stinking rascal, let's go home and kiss. Shen Sweetpear held onto Lin Zhe's arm and said condescendingly. She was deliberately stimulating Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue's face sank, and her eyes were as cold as if they were quenched with ice. In fact, just now, when Shen Sweetpear slammed the door, Su Qingxue's desire was scared back, coupled with the upstairs with cold water to wash her face, she has been completely sober. Lin Zhe wants to go, then go. But now, when she saw how condescendingly Shen Tianli wanted to take Lin Zhe with her, not to mention going back to kiss Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue was instantly offended. He is divorced from Lin Zhe, but Lin Zhe is really a free agent now, and who he wants to kiss, that is his freedom. But Su Qingxue understood the reasoning, but she just couldn't restrain the anger in her heart. She wouldn't allow anyone to kiss Lin Zhe, not to mention kissing, even if she was looking at Shen Sweetpear holding Lin Zhe's arm right now. Su Qingxue was furious. Su Qingxue angrily rebuked, let go of Lin Zhe. Who am I to listen to you, anyway, you're all divorced, Lin Zhe is now mine. Shen Sweetpear said smugly. Looking at Su Qingxue's broken defense, she felt exhilarated. Seeing that not only did Shen Sweetpear not let go, but also, she spoke out to provoke herself, Su Qingxue became more and more enraged. She froze her face and said, Lin Zhe, let her go and let's continue what we just did. Lin Zhe's heart was delighted. He was really worried that Shen Sweetpear's arrival had caused Su Qingxue to lose interest, but he didn't expect that she would take the initiative to say something like this. Shen Sweetpear, go away, we have something serious to talk about. Lin Zhe said bluntly. Of course he wanted to sleep with Shen Sweetpear, but this living father had always stuck himself with scores. If he wanted to sleep with her, he didn't know how long it would take. But Su Qingxue was a ready-made little cutie. Both know what to choose. Seeing that Lin Zhe actually listened to Su Qingxue so much, Shen Sweetpear instantly broke her defenses. However, Shen Shuangli always felt that what Su Qingxue said to continue just now was not the same thing as what Lin Zhe had told him. If it was really just about writing a song for Ji San's Wang, Su Qingxue obviously wouldn't have seduced Lin Zhe with this matter. Furthermore, the temptation of this matter wasn't too great, far from the point where it could make Lin Zhe give up his desire to stay. In other words, the two of them definitely weren't discussing the matter of writing a song for Ji Sanso just now like Lin Zhe said. Could it be that the two were really making out just now like Lin Zhe said? But Shen Sweetpear quickly dismissed this idea of hers. Knowing that Su Qingxue had divorced Lin Zhe for Black Moonlight, it was obvious that the person she liked was that brainwashed Black Moonlight of hers, and since that was the case, how could she be making out with Lin Zhe? But what exactly was it that was so tempting to Lin Zhe? But no matter what it was, taking Lin Zhe away first was the way to go. If he really wanted to let him stay, how could he use Lin Zhe to stimulate Su Qingxue in the future? When she thought of this, Shen Sweetpear suddenly smiled and said, stinking rascal, don't I still owe you 10 wet kisses? You first come with me again, go home and I'll let you kiss. Lin Zhe was a little moved. What he was moved about wasn't the 10 wet kisses, but once the kisses opened up, wasn't that still up to him? But he didn't have time to make a stand yet. Su Qingxue then suddenly laughed coldly and said, Shen Sweetpear, want to stimulate me with this kind of brain-dead lie? You think it's as bearish as you are? Shen Sweetpear lifted her chest with a smug face. She smiled charmingly and said, thank you for the compliment, mine are quite big, anyway, Lin Zhe's touching them is very pleasurable, besides, think what I said is a lie? Fine, then you watch. Said. Shen Sweetpear suddenly hooked Lin Zhe's neck and pressed down on his head. In the next second, Shen Sweetpear's sexy flaming red lips pressed on Lin Zhe's lips. Chapter 55, Toolman. Su Qingxue exploded with anger.
She really didn't expect Shin Sweet Pear to be so shameless that she dared to forcibly kiss Lindsay in front of her. Although it wasn't the first time she had seen her kissing Lindsay, it was the first time she had done so at such a close distance. "Bitch, who told you to kiss Lindsay?" Su Qingxue roared in an almost snarling manner. Shin Sweet Pear's pretty face said triumphantly, "I'm willing, if you're not convinced, you can kiss too." She knew that it was impossible for Su Qingxue to kiss Lindsay as recklessly as she did. After all, she only had her white moonlight in her heart. But as soon as the words fell, Su Qingxue quickly took a few steps forward, pushed Shin Sweet Pear away, and in Lindsay's dumbfounded eyes, she hooked Lindsay's neck and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him. She kissed especially crazily. The soft fragrant tongue was even the first to drill into Lindsay's mouth, crazily squeezing the air in Lindsay's mouth. Shin Sweet Pear was dumbfounded. She was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't even dream of believing that Su Qingxue had actually kissed Lindsay. Moreover, it was so crazy that she was sticking her tongue out. But before she could be dumbfounded for a few seconds, a nameless rage instantly erupted from the bottom of her heart. Shin Sweet Pear exploded with anger. Not only was she angry, but also, the side of her heart was very hard. She felt like her heart was being viciously stabbed with a knife. Her face didn't know when it had turned pale, and she was even a little unsteady on her feet. That feeling of having a treasure that belonged to her taken away from her made Shin Jiangli feel the urge to kill Su Qingxue. Shin Sweet Pear regretted it. She regretted why she had kissed Lindsay in front of Su Qingxue. If she hadn't done so, she wouldn't have stimulated her to lose her mind and do such a thing. Shin Sweet Pear regretted wanting to smack herself in the mouth. Almost suffocating, Su Qingxue let go of Lindsay. She also gave Shin Sweet Pear a provocative look. However, she saw Shin Sweetie Pie's eyes erupting with fire and her face was pale, looking like she was badly irritated. Su Qingxue instantly felt so good. Kissing Lindsay just now had indeed been caused by Shin Sweetie Pie's vicious stimulation. But now, looking at Shin Sweetie Pie with such a broken defense, Su Qingxue suddenly remembered what Lindsay had said to herself when she was at the hot spring club. She had said that she had told herself to green Shin Sweetie Pie. At that time, when she heard Lindsay say this, Su Qingxue still thought that Lindsay was trying to take advantage of herself. But now, it seemed that Lindsay's words made sense. To be honest, Su Qingxue really didn't think that Shin Sweetie Pie would be irritated by her own actions to such an extent. But all of this was no longer important. What was important was that one had also found a way to counteract Shin Sweet Pea. Su Qingxue, you're shameless, you've already divorced Lindsay, what makes you still dare to kiss her? What, Lindsay is married to you? Su Qingxue sneered and asked back. One sentence caused Shin Sweet Pear to break her defenses more and more. More than breaking her defenses, she was simply about to explode with anger. How did Su Qingxue dare to say such words? How did she dare? Su Qingxue, you are shameless. Su Qingxue laughed. It was simply a smile like a flower. Looking at Shin Sweet Pear's broken generosity, she felt very cool. It had never been this cool. Lindsay, however, was a little confused. No, these two ancestors were using themselves as tools for fighting? But, what Lindsay wanted to say was, well done. Damn, I couldn't even dream of such a scene. I'm not capable of this. Hold it in, can't laugh. Looking at Su Qingxue's complacent appearance, the furious Shin Sweet Pear suddenly pulled Lindsay's arm and walked towards the outside. Su Qingxue didn't stop her. Although watching Lindsay leave her heart was more or less a bit of a lost feeling, but she was cool with it. Wait a moment. Lindsay hurriedly said. Shin Sweet Pear got angrier and angrier. Stinking rascal, what do you mean, you don't want to go? No, I'll leave after I have a word with Su Qingxue. Humph, then you hurry up. Don't worry, it'll be quick, you go wait for me outside first. Shin Sweet Pear happened to not want to see Su Qingxue either. Seeing her smug look, Shin Sweet Pear would think of the image of her kissing Lindsay just now. And thinking of that kind of image made her heart twist like a knife. After sending Shin Sweet Pear out of the villa, the moment the door was closed, Lindsay quickly wrapped Su Qingxue's fragrant and soft body into his arms. Su Qingxue was startled. No, this asshole is so bold now? Hugging whenever he wants to? Bastard, let go of me. Lindsay cursed and said, damn, just now when you used me to stimulate Shin Sweetie Pie, why didn't you let go of me? Now that Shin Sweetie Pie has been stimulated by you and you're cool with it, you want to cross the river and tear down the bridge? Humph, who let her stimulate me first? Yes, this matter is what she did wrong, however, it's all in the past, don't sleep too late at night, wait for me. Su Qingshue's pretty face blushed. She tilted her small head and looked at Lin Zhe and asked, "Bastard, what do you mean?" "Of course I'm sleeping with you." "Humph, not for you to sleep," Su Qingxue said with shame and anger. "Don't I'm suffocating now." "Serves you right." Lin Zhe was infuriated. He directly slapped her on her aroused honey buttocks. Su Qingxue gave a petulant grunt. She looked at Lin Zhe with aggression and said, "Bastard, you hit me, you haven't even hit me in 3 years of marriage." "Alright, I'm wrong, I'll give you a rub." Saying that, Lin Zhe lifted up her long skirt, his hand reached in and rubbed her. But just after rubbing for a while, Lin Zhe's eyes suddenly glared like bull's eyes. "Grass, Su Qingxue, you're not wearing any panties?" While he was talking, Lin Zhe had already touched a circle on her ass. So damned exciting. Su Qingshue's face was instantly scarlet, a delicate look. "Bastard, you don't touch it. I didn't mean to not wear it, really, after hearing Shen Sweetpear's voice, I was so infuriated that I forgot to wear it." "I thought you were seducing me." "You're talking nonsense, I didn't." Su Qingshue's pretty face flushed red as she retorted. Lin Zhe laughed, yes, you weren't seducing me, I was the one seducing you." "Humph, it would have been." Su Qingxue pouted with her soft red lips. Damn, how was she so seductive? Lin Zhe was a bit overwhelmed. He kissed up in a fiery rage. Su Qingshue's eyes glared like green apricots, and she leaned softly in Lin Zhe's arms. After kissing her for a while, when he let go of her, Su Qingshue's charming eyes were like silk, but with a few hints of resentment. "Bastard, you're getting more and more wanton." Lin Zhe gasped and said, "Damn, it's you who's getting more and more tantalizing, wait for me at night, do you hear me?" Su Qingshue's heart swam. What was wrong with herself? Why was she so happy after being complimented by this asshole? "Humph, don't want night, just want now." Su Qingshuo grunted and said. Grass. Chapter 56, Don't be angry. Grass. Lin Zhe was irritated. He really wants to now. But the moment he thought of Shen Tianli sticking to him like a piece of dogskin plaster. If he was interrupted by her in the middle of his work, Lin Zhe would definitely be able to go crazy. "Let's do it at night. Shen Sweetpear is like a piece of dogskin plaster right now. Wherever I go, she goes. If I force myself to stay, she's going to irritate you again. After she falls asleep, I'll come find you." "Humph, then I'll unlock the door and not let you in." "Fear not, I'll roll over the window." "Don't make it seem like cheating." "Isn't this more exciting?" Lin Zhe said with a smirk. Su Qingshuo glared at Lin Zhe. She was about to finish when Shen Sweetpear's voice came from outside. "Stinking rascal, aren't you guys done chatting yet?" Lin Zhe quickly planted a kiss on Su Qingshuo's delicate red lips and said, "Wait for me, I'll be right back." Saying that, he flashed out of the villa. Seeing Lin Zhe come out, Shen Sweetpear immediately took a few steps forward, holding his arm and said, "What did you talk to Su Qingshuo about? Chatted for so long. Kissing." If Lin Zhe had said such words before, Shen Sweetpear wouldn't have believed it to death. However, after seeing Su Qingshuo forcefully kissing him, Shen Sweetpear didn't dare to risk jumping to conclusions now. "Stinking rascal, you're not allowed to see Su Qingshuo in the future, do you hear me?" "On what grounds?" "I'm not allowed." "How old are you? Who do you think you are to control me?" Lin Zhe said irritably. "Martyr, he and she are only in a cooperative relationship, why do you care so much?" Shen Sweetpear was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. This stinking rascal even dared to disobey her own words. "I don't care, anyway, if you want to sleep with me in the future, then stay away from Su Qingshuo." "Fine, then I won't sleep with you, go away." Always dangling herself with this matter, really thinking she was a fish. Shen Sweetpear was anxious. "Stinking rascal, what do you mean, you're going to find Su Qingshuo?" "I want to find whoever I want, what do you care so much, can cooperate, cannot cooperate, pull down." Lin Zhe was trying to sleep with her, but the premise was that there weren't so many pussy things. Shen Sweetpear angry more and more want to vomit blood. She thought that she could easily pin down this rascal, but now it seemed that she was overthinking it. Looks like have to give him some sweetness, otherwise, he really want to go back to find Su Qingshuo words, then he can be angry to death. After making up his mind, Shen Sweetpear smiled and said, "Don't be angry, people are wrong, shouldn't be mean to you." Between words, she also shook Lin Zhe's arm. Lin Zhe was distracted by her. It's not even if she shook her arm. The key was how much it meant to rub her arm with a murder weapon. Damn, I'm pissed off right now, tell me, what should I do? Take a mouthful? Shin Sweet Pear said with a winking smile. I don't believe that he is still angry after eating his mouth. Go home and eat. Returned to Shin Sweet Pear's villa. Before she had time to speak, she was hooked by Lindsay's waist and sat on the sofa. By the time Shin Sweet Pear reacted, Lindsay's lips had already pressed on her delicate red lips. The tingling sensation stimulated Shin Jiangli's heart to beat wildly. She couldn't help but remember the last time she kissed Lindsay in the car. However, soon she couldn't remember. Because her head was dizzy from Lindsay's kiss, as if she was drunk. But unlike being drunk, she wasn't uncomfortable, but it was so exciting and comfortable. Shin Sweet Pear was a bit addicted. She hooked Lindsay's neck and started kissing back. Tongues tangled in each other's mouths. Only when she was almost suffocating did Lindsay reluctantly let go of her. Shin Sweet Pear was panting, her watery eyes carrying a tantalizing color of lust. Lindsay wasn't much better, panting like a cow, his eyes were even scarlet. Stinking rascal, is kissing me more comfortable than kissing Su Qingxue? Shin Sweet Pear gasped and asked. Bad, just now kissed too quickly, didn't feel it, why don't you, once more, let me feel it again, then I'll know which of you is more comfortable to kiss. Shin Sweet Pear looked at Lindsay with anger and laughter. This stinking rascal really could say anything to cheat a kiss. You're thinking beautifully, this ends tonight, I'm going to take a bath and go to bed. Lindsay had just gotten addicted to kissing, but it turned out that Shin Sweet Pear was about to retreat. He wanted to continue, but on second thought, Su Qingxue was still waiting for him at home. When he thought of Su Qingxue's marvelous figure, Lindsay decided to let Shin Sweet Pear go for the time being. After all, with her can only eat mouth, but with Su Qingxue can eat meat. In contrast, Lindsay wanted to eat meat more. After seeing Shin Sweet Pear off, Lindsay turned around and went back to his room. After cleaning himself up, Lindsay laid down on the bed and waited quietly. He was waiting for Shin Jiangli to fall asleep. He wasn't afraid that Shin Jiangli would know that he had gone to sleep with Su Qingxue, but he was afraid that she would come back to wreak havoc. Damn, Lindsay really didn't want to be interrupted when he was halfway there. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was already late at night. Lindsay rolled out of bed and left the room. He tiptoed up the stairs. Standing at the door of Shin Sweet Pear's room, he listened, and it was quiet inside. It must have been asleep. Lindsay turned around and went downstairs, quickly leaving the villa. Su Qingxue's villa was already dark, presumably already asleep. But Lindsay didn't care about that. He quickly entered Su Qingxue's villa and went straight to the room where Su Qingxue was sleeping. Su Qingxue was already asleep. After sending Lindsay away just now, she took a shower and laid down on the bed. Although Lindsay had said that he would let himself wait for her, Su Qingxue clearly knew that the probability was that he would not come. After all, Shin Sweet Pear would watch him to death. After there was no expectation in her heart, sleep came especially fast, and it didn't take long for Su Qingxue to enter dreamland. Lindsay stood by Su Qingxue's bedside and watched her fall asleep. He was really somewhat speechless. He had said that he would let her wait for him, but she was so good that she fell asleep. But even if she was asleep, Lindsay decided to wake her up. After all, the brother had already started to protest. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Lindsay quickly took off his clothes, then got on the bed and drilled into Su Qingxue's blanket. Su Qingxue woke up violently when she felt hot palms roaming over her body. She was about to scream in the next second. She thought that there was a bad guy coming from the side of the house, and this bad guy was preparing to molest herself. But just then, hot lips suddenly blocked her soft red lips. A familiar feeling hit her. It was Lindsay. For some reason, knowing that it was Lindsay, a great surprise instantly surged through Su Qingxue's heart. She wanted to speak, but Lindsay's lips were pressed hard against her own, and her tongue was even madly skimming the air in her mouth. Su Qingxue was dazed by the kiss. When she was almost suffocating, Lindsay let go of her. Su Qingxue gasped and said, "I thought you bastard wouldn't come. Take off your clothes." Lindsay didn't want to say a single word of superfluous nonsense. "Humph, you take them off for me." Su Qingxue grunted, her voice wintry beyond words. It couldn't be helped, she was swung by Lindsay's kiss. Lindsay's bones were getting crispy, he quickly got on with it. Without a moment's effort, Su Qingxue was the same as Lindsay. Lindsay gasped like a cow and pounced on her fragrant and soft body. Chapter 57, Of Course You Can Give It to Me. Eat up, brothers, eat up. Linza was thrilled to death. Even though he had just eaten it a few days ago, how can you have too much of this kind of thing? Moreover, that kind of soulful feeling Lindsay felt like he couldn't get enough of it for the rest of his life. He ate with great vigor. It couldn't be helped, this mouthful of meat was just too unpredictable, too soulful. In one night, Lindsay ate 4 meals of meat. Eating in bed, eating in the bathroom, eating on the dining table, and eating on the kitchen island. By the end of the meal, Lindsay was completely full and satisfied. He lay down on the bed with Su Qingxue in his arms. She was exhausted. Drenched in fragrant sweat, delicate like a flower. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fear of giving her a bad meal, Lindsay would still want to continue. She was really too tantalizing. Tired? Lindsay asked. Su Qingxue hummed petulantly and said, "Bastard, you tell me." Lindsay laughed. Still want to continue? A flash of panic instantly appeared on Su Qingxue's charming face. Bastard, are you done with this? I don't want to either, but you don't know how delicious you are. Lindsay stroked her stunningly beautiful face and laughed. Humph, I won't give you this asshole to sleep with in the future. What, didn't serve you well just now? Lindsay asked with a smile. Su Qingxue was shy and angry as she gave Lindsay a pink punch. But having just finished the battle, she was obviously limp and weak, and this pink punch was more like tickling Lindsay. Lindsay smiled and swept her fragrant and soft body into his arms. Su Qingxue was startled. She thought Lindsay was going to continue. Bastard, spare me. Su Qingxue was afraid. It was true that this kind of thing was cool, but the body really couldn't carry it after too many times. She felt a little pain again. The main reason was that this asshole had been too long. I really didn't know what kind of material he was made of. The reason why Su Qingxue felt that he was taking too long was because she heard her girlfriend say that this kind of thing lasted for half an hour, but this asshole took almost an hour every time. Moreover, not only did he take a long time, what's worse is that his brother was also that and that and that. It's really killing me. Don't worry, no more tossing. Lindsay said as he lit a cigarette afterward. Humph, I don't believe you. Lindsay laughed and said, really, I don't have the strength either. If I toss and turn, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk during the day. Bastard, you think I'll believe your bull? You said the same thing that night, and what happened? You slept with me 7 times. Do you know that I was in pain for 2 days afterward, or I bought medicine to cure it? I'm sorry, this matter is my fault, let me rub it for you. Su Qingxue was anxious and shy. Bastard, you, don't mess around. Lindsay laughed. See how scared you are, just teasing you. Su Qingxue glared at Lindsay. This asshole. Right, turn around and you buy a few stewardess uniforms. I'm not a flight attendant, buy that kind of clothes. When the words reached here, Su Qingxue reacted, her pretty face flushed as she gave Lindsay a pink punch. Bastard, you're dreaming, I'm not going to buy you that kind of clothes. Don't you have such a hot body, if you wear it, it'll definitely be tantalizing. Humph, you're dreaming, besides, what wouldn't be tantalizing for me to wear? Lindsay laughed, indeed, you're tantalizing even if you don't wear it, but if you don't want to buy it, then I'll let Chen Sweet Pear buy it, I guess she'll be happy to. Su Qingxue was instantly offended, she rolled over and rode on Lindsay's body. Angrily, she questioned, Bastard, you just finished sleeping with me, what do you mean by mentioning her? I don't want to mention it either, it's really because you didn't buy it for me. Lindsay said in an aggrieved manner. Su Qingxue was speechless. He clearly mentioned a very shameless suggestion. But now he even condescended to come up. Really shameless. Su Qingxue, are you going to buy it or not? Give a word. These words came out. Su Qingxue was so angry that she directly grabbed Lindsay's arm and bit him hard. Lindsay was in pain. Su Qingxue, are you a dog? Humph, who let you bastard gaslight me? Mard, I've seen you without clothes. What's wrong with wearing a stewardess uniform? Su Qingxue was shy and angry. Bastard, okay, you leave Shen Sweet Pear I will buy, at that time, not to mention stewardess uniforms, erotic lingerie I buy to wear to you, you do not like stockings and high heels? Then I can also buy a lot of them and wear them for you to see, moreover, just for you to see alone, okay? Grass. This is the start of using the beauty trick on herself? Time to say no, she was good at teasing people. Luckily, Lindsay was a scumbag, otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to withstand her teasing. It's better to forget it then. Su Qingxue instantly broke her defenses. No, she had said all the words to this point in order to please him. This asshole even rejected himself? Didn't he like himself? Why did he reject himself? Su Qingxue couldn't hold back. She suddenly felt so aggrieved. Bastard, don't you really like Shen Sweet Pear? Su Qingxue looked at Lin Zhe with reddened eyes and asked. No, since we divorced, I decided to seal my heart and lock my love. I'm afraid I won't have a heart for anyone else in this life. The reason I didn't leave her is because she's useful to me. Lin Zhe's words were not bull. This afternoon Lin Zhe accidentally learned, Shen Sweet Pear their family even pinch Green Bubble 7% of the shares. Lin Zhe didn't care about these shares, but in the future, when his own takeout software was online, he would need Green Bubble to pay for it. After all, he didn't have a payment license. If he left her now, what the hell would he do with his own takeaway software? Of course, there was another reason, and that was that he hadn't slept with Shen Sweet Pear yet. How could Lin Zhe let go? When she heard that Lin Zhe had decided to seal his heart and lock his love and would never fall in love with anyone again, Su Qingxue's heart instantly began to ache. She knew that she had hurt Lin Zhe too deeply. Otherwise, how could he have sealed his heart and locked his love? Su Qingxue wanted to say some words of apology, but the damage to Lin Zhe had already been done, so what was the point of saying sorry? Lin Zhe saw her self-blame. He said, you don't have to blame yourself, you can't be blamed for this kind of thing. After all, you are free, of course you have the right to pursue true love. Being comforted by Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue couldn't hold on any longer. She flopped down in Lin Zhe's arms and wailed and cried. After crying for a while, she suddenly choked and asked, what use is Shen Sweet Pear to you? Why did her mind jump around so much? Shouldn't she be crying and begging herself to sleep with her again? I'm going to start a company and I need to use the Shen family's connections. Lin Zhe said while directing his hands to roam around her body. The Shen family is powerful, but our Su family is a vegetarian? You want to use connections and I can't give them to you? Su Qingxue became more and more aggrieved. Lin Zhe smiled and tightened his arms around her fragrant and soft body. Of course you can give it to me, moreover, you even gave it to me 4 times tonight. Bastard, you just know how to lie to me. That night you lied to me that you were having a hard time with the divorce, then you lied away my innocence, and now in order to sleep with Shen Sweet Pear, you're starting to lie to me again. Su Qingxue choked and said. Hiss. How does she know that she wanted to sleep with Shen Sweet Pear? Could it be that she was acting obviously? Really didn't lie to you, the company I opened needs to use green bubbles to pay for it. Lin Zhe said seriously. Su Qingxue was stunned. What kind of company are you opening? Confidential, but I'll tell you when it opens. Then can I invest in you? Chapter 58, Treating Women as Air. Not right. Su Qingxue very have 12 points wrong. Why did she invest in herself for a good reason? Why? Lin Zhe asked his doubts. Su Qingxue shook her head and said, there is no reason, just simply want to help you. After all, we are husband and wife, and you have been expelled from the Lin family, no one to rely on. What, heartbroken for me? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. Su Qingxue was silent. She was indeed a little heartbroken for Lin Zhe. She was heartbroken that Lin Zhe had no one to rely on. Lin Zhe pinched her face and laughed. Su Qingxue, being heartbroken for a man is the beginning of bad luck. I'm not afraid. Alright, if I need to invest in the future, I'll look for you. Su Qingxue nodded. She said seriously, as long as you open your mouth, no matter how much, I will give it to you. Lin Zhe was stunned. Grass. This was a red flag. Past life experience told Lin Zhe that when a woman was willing to spend money on a man, when a woman was willing to unconditionally spend a large amount of money for a man, either she was a cutie, either she was in love with the other person, or she was a little cutie in love with the other person. Su Qingxue is obviously not a little cutie. In other words, she's in love with Lousy? Or was it that she hadn't realized until now that she was in love with Lousy? But either way, this was a terrible sign. Lin Zhe was a scum, but he only cheated his body, not his feelings, much less his money. No, can't stay with her any longer. If she saw into her heart, it would be a disaster for himself. Lin Zhe laughed. Okay, I'll remember, it's getting late, you go to sleep, I'll leave first. What? You're leaving? Su Qingxue was anxious. She didn't want to face such a big house alone. Well, the main reason is that I'm afraid that after Shin Sweet Pear finds out, she'll argue with you again, and if this gets out, it won't be good for your reputation, plus, you're so seductive, if I stay, I'm afraid that I won't be able to control my brother again. But I don't want to face such a big house alone. Su Qingxue said in a resigned manner. Let's do it this way, when you fall asleep, I'll leave again. Alright then. Lin Zhe turned off the bedside lamp. Su Qingxue snuggled into Lin Zhe's arms, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. For some reason, a feeling of happiness inexplicably grew in Su Qingxue's heart at this moment. It was a very strange feeling. But Su Qingxue liked this feeling, down to earth, serene and comfortable. Perhaps it was because she had been tossed around too hard by Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue fell asleep in no time at all. Only after Lin Zhe made sure that she was completely asleep did he roll over and get out of bed, then quickly disappeared into the night. The night was speechless. Shin Sweet Pear got up very early. After getting up, she wore yoga pants and did yoga for a while in the villa's living room. Shin Sweet Pear's body was very soft. All sorts of difficult movements were at her fingertips. Plus, the yoga pants clung to her skin, making some of the movements she did extraordinarily tantalizing. By the time the maid made breakfast, Shin Sweet Pear had already taken a shower and changed her clothes. She wore a long black slit dress today and didn't wear stockings, but her 2 snow-white slender thighs were hidden as she walked, making her even more sexy and tantalizing than if she had worn stockings. Lin Zhe hadn't gotten up yet. Perhaps it was because she liked Lin Zhe to eat breakfast with her, and now that she didn't see Lin Zhe, Shin Sweet Pear was inexplicably a bit uncomfortable. She decided to go and call Lin Zhe to get up. Pushing open the door of the room, Shin Shuangli saw Lin Zhe, who was soundly sleeping, at a glance. The sleeping Lin Zhe inexplicably made Shin Jiangli feel a bit cute. His skin was fair, his eyelashes were long, his nose was also very straight, and it was also a bit big. But not the kind of incongruous big, but just the right size. Shin Jiangli suddenly remembered a sentence she once saw. She said that a man with a big nose also has a big penis. Shin Sweet Pear's pretty face suddenly turned red. Her gaze fell on Lin Zhe's lips again. Lin Zhe's lips weren't thin or thick, but they looked soft. Shin Sweet Pear recalled the image of being kissed by Lin Zhe last night. She became more and more petulant. Just then, Lin Zhe suddenly said, "Have you seen enough?" The moment Shin Sweet Pear entered his room just now, Lin Zhe felt it. Although he had traveled across, Lin Zhe felt that his ability to perceive the outside world on the blue planet had traveled along with him. The reason why he pretended to be asleep was because he wanted to see what Shin Sweetie Pie wanted. Ah! Shin Sweetie Pie was startled. Stinking rascal, you want to scare me to death. Lin Zhe looked at her with a smile. Am I not supposed to speak? If I don't speak, are you going to kiss me? Shin Sweet Pear's pretty face reddened more and more. Because Lin Zhe was right about this. When she stared at Lin Zhe's lips just now, she did have an urge to kiss him. But how could Shin Sweet Pear admit such a thing? Stinking rascal, what are you babbling about? Hurry up and get up and eat, then come with me to my best friend's house. Saying this, Shin Sweet Pear was about to bolt. But Lin Zhe suddenly stretched out his hand, and with a slightly forceful tug, Shin Sweet Pear fell onto Lin Zhe's bed. Shin Sweet Pear was instantly confused. No, this smelly rascal is so bold now? He even dared to pull himself into his bed. Shin Jiangli was really afraid of being bullied by this smelly rascal. She hurriedly struggled to get up. Lin Zhe laughed, "Don't be afraid, I'm in sage mode now, I'm not interested in female, I just simply want to hug you." Stinking rascal, what is sage mode? Air. You can understand it as treating women as air after your desires are satisfied. Desire is satisfied? What do you mean, your desire is satisfied? Yeah, after looking for Su Qingxue last night, the two of us slept several times, it really exhausted me, otherwise, how could I not get up now? Put. Shin Sweet Pear winks and laughs. If Lin Zhe were to say that she and Su Qingxue had kissed or something, Shin Sweet Pear would have reluctantly believed it. But if Lin Zhe wanted to say that he slept with Su Qingxue, she wouldn't believe it. Although she and Su Qingxue are rivals, Shin Sweet Pear clearly knows that Su Qingxue is definitely not the kind of woman who is casual. Moreover, yesterday, while taking advantage of that black moonlight of Su Qingxue's harassing herself on the green bubble, Shin Sweet Pear also took the opportunity to poke around to find out how he was progressing with Su Qingxue. Even though that greasy man was saying that he was ice clear and clean, and that he and Su Qingxue were just holding hands. However, Shin Sweet Pear felt that 9 times out of 10, Su Qingxue wouldn't let him touch him. Stinking rascal, you really dare to say that? Shin Sweet Pear winks and said. Don't believe it, forget it, come let me hug for a while, don't worry, I'm just simply hugging, not doing anything. Shin Sweet Pear originally wanted to refuse. But then she remembered the situation last night when Su Qingxue forcefully kissed Lin Zhe. This matter made Shin Sweet Pear feel the danger. Forget it, let's give this smelly rascal some sweetness. 3 minutes, at most, I'll give you a hug for 3 minutes. Okay. Lin Zhe took her into his arms. Neither of the two spoke. It wasn't known how long had passed. Shin Sweet Pear suddenly drank in shame and anger. Stinking rascal, you're lying. Didn't you say that you're in some kind of sage mode now? Chapter 59, I'm a person who blushes when I talk to girls. Lin Zhe was embarrassed. He could be too embarrassed. He thought he was in sage mode. But his body was more honest than him. Shin Sweet Pear, I don't think I can be blamed for this. Lin Zhe said shamelessly. Shin Sweet Pear was infuriated and laughed. Stinking rascal, if you're not to blame, is it hard to blame me? Yes, blame you for being too pretty, blame you for being too sexy. Shin Sweet Pear winks and scolds, you can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth, let go of me. Lin Zhe smiled and let go of her. It wasn't that he was afraid that Shin Tianli would get angry, but he was afraid that if he hugged her any longer, his body would betray his brain and do something that would make his kidneys unable to handle. Lin Zhe didn't want his kidneys to go on strike at a young age. After all, there were still a lot of beautiful women in the world waiting to be comforted. Shin Sweet Pear didn't expect Lin Zhe to be so obedient. She winks and said, stinking rascal, usually I don't see you being so obedient. I don't want to, but I'm afraid that my kidneys can't handle it. Lin Zhe said with a depressed face. Damn, if it wasn't that last night's tossing was too hard, if it wasn't that his physique was too poor to cultivate that gong method taught by that old man in the prison, Lin Zhe would have to give her a look at her color right now. However, when the physique is a little better after learning that technique, a night not to mention 4 times, even if 9 times, Lin Zhe also have no fear. Shin Sweet Pear gave Lin Zhe a blank look. Less nonsense, get up and eat quickly. Can I have a mouthful first? You still owe me 9 wet kisses anyway. Shin Sweet Pear was stunned. Stinking rascal, when did I owe you 9 wet kisses? Last night when I was at Jiang Qingyu's house, you called me, didn't we agree that 10 wet kisses for a song? After coming back from Su Qingshue's house last night, we both kissed 1, so, still owe 9 didn't wrong you. Shin Sweet Pear was speechless. She had thought that it was a joke, but this smelly rascal had taken it seriously. See, Shin Sweet Pear does not speak, Lin Zhe said again, you grow so powerful, it will not be want to renege on it, you want to renege on it, then I will go to find Su Qingxue, let her free you to return. What? This asshole is going to find Su Qingxue? Shin Sweet Pear was a bit anxious at once. In the past, she definitely wouldn't have been in a hurry, but last night she had witnessed the image of Su Qingxue forcefully kissing Lin Zhe. In other words, if Lin Zhe, this smelly rascal, went to find Su Qingxue, maybe Su Qingxue would really kiss him. When she thought of the image of Su Qingxue kissing Lin Zhe last night, Shin Sweet Pear was furious and clenched her pink fists. No, can't let this stinking rascal go to Su Qingxue again. Stinking rascal, did I say I would renege on my debt? Lin Zhe laughed. He knew that he could easily pin her down with this move. Alright, come on, I'm ready, ravage me to your heart's content, don't ever pity me because I'm a fierce man. Shin Sweet Pear couldn't hold herself back, she rolled on the ground with laughter. When the laughter was almost over, Shin Sweet Pear then said, stinking rascal, you're shameless, I owe you, but I didn't say when I'll return it. I don't believe he dared to forcefully kiss himself. Lin Zhe smiled and said, it's fine, you casually owe, anyway, those 9 kisses are long interest, today is 9, tomorrow can be 10, the day after tomorrow is 20, however, if you give me a wake-up wet kiss every morning, then it is not long interest. Shin Sweet Pear couldn't laugh anymore. She was convinced, she really convinced the smelly rascal. Growing up so big, it was the first time I heard that a kiss could still grow interest. I'll give it back to you when you're done curing my bestie. Shin Sweet Pear didn't dare to return it to Lin Zhe right now. You know, it's in bed right now, what if she comes to feel it by this asshole's kiss? It would be terrible at that time. Good. Lin Zhe said with a smile. After eating breakfast, Shin Sweet Pear took Lin Zhe out of the villa. The two were about to get into the car. The door of the villa next door suddenly opened slowly, and then Su Qingxue was seen walking out with an extremely strange posture. When she saw Su Qingxue, Shin Sweet Pear immediately took Lin Zhe's arm and looked provocatively at Su Qingxue. If Su Qingxue had seen this scene before, she would have exploded with anger. But today, she wasn't angry. Su Qingxue is not only not angry, the heart is also a little bit pleased, and even eyes contemptuous look at Shen Sweetpear. In her opinion, you, Shen Sweetpear, can only hold Lin Zai's arm, while she, last night, was actually with Lin Zai, you and I exchanged. Compared to the two, holding her arm was just a child's play, so she wouldn't get angry. However, when she saw Lin Zai, this asshole, Su Qingxue's eyes immediately became resentful. It was all his fault. If it wasn't for him, could she walk in such an awkward position? Lin Zai read the meaning in Su Qingxue's eyes, and he used an awkward smile to cover up his emptiness. After getting into the cars separately, Shen Sweetpear quickly drove off. Lin Zai sent a message to Su Qingxue. I won't be so ruthless next time. Su Qingxue's message quickly came back. Bastard, you want to have a next time? I want to, your body is fragrant and soft, I haven't slept enough. When she received the message, Su Qingxue's pretty face blushed. This asshole was really getting more and more roguish. Humph, that's not for you to sleep with this asshole either. Although he didn't see Su Qingxue's expression at the moment, Lin Zai looked at the message she sent and always felt that it revealed a flavor of petulance between the lines. Then you sleep with me. You think beautifully. Not as beautiful as you. Su Qingxue instantly became complacent. Humph, asshole, don't let Shen Sweetpear kiss you. Pipe me. Lin Zai replied irritably. Damn, it's just that I slept with you a few times. Why do you care so much? Besides, he didn't care about her and Ji Zifeng's affairs. Isn't it good to be a pair of emotionless lovebirds? Su Qingxue was so angry that she didn't want to send Lin Zai a message back. But after a while, the exasperated her couldn't help but send one back to Lin Zai. Bastard, if you dare to let her touch you, I won't let you in the future. Then I won't touch. Su Qingxue was so angry that she broke her defense. This bastard, he only slept with himself last night, but now he turned his face away. What a beastly guy. While sending a message with Su Qingxue, Shen Sweetpear suddenly said, Stinking rascal, when you see my best friend later, you'd better converge some, don't look at her pretty, like a harmless little white flower, but her heart is ruthless, you mustn't flirt with her, or else, she may really pack you up, and the gods won't be able to save you at that time. Shen Sweetpear, look at what you said, I am a person who blushes when I say something to a girl, how can I molest someone? Shen Sweetpear laughed and scolded, you're really shameless. Where am I shameless? You are shameless from head to toe. Slander, Shen Sweetpear, you're slandering, I'm going to sue you. Shen Sweetpear's eyes flowed, winked and said, then you go and sue ah. Damn, count your ruthlessness, when you plant me in the future, see how I can clean you up. Shen Sweetpear's pretty face turned red. This stinking rascal. Chapter 60, Taking a Pinch. Su Qingxue had just arrived at the entrance of the company when she saw Ji Zifeng. He seemed to have just gotten off the bus. When she saw Ji Zifeng, Su Qingxue frowned slightly. She didn't want to see him. She was getting annoyed. The two messages that bastard Lin Zai had sent back to himself in the end had made Su Qingxue depressed until now. Ji Zifeng saw Su Qingxue, but his heart was happy. Qingxue, when you were walking just now, why were you limping? Are you injured? Let me take you to the hospital, I'll be heartbroken if you're like this. Su Qingxue's pretty face blushed, she said in a faint voice, no need, I'm fine. Can't you not blush? Because Ji Zifeng's words reminded her of the image of being bullied by that bastard Lin Zai last night. But Ji Zifeng thought it was his own relationship that made Su Qingxue blush, and he asked more and more affectionately, is it really okay? Su Qingxue's mood was already a bit irritated, and after hearing Ji Zifeng's words, she became more and more irritated. Is this person a little bit blind? He had said that he was fine, why did he still want to ask? Does he think he is not embarrassed enough? Su Qingxue asked in a cold voice, why did you take the bus to work? Oh, it's not for low-carbon traveling. Ji Zifeng said sheepishly. There was no way, he couldn't afford to fill up the gas. These words made Su Qingxue look at him highly. I didn't expect him to be so environmentally friendly. Low-carbon traveling is quite good. Su Qingxue said in a faint voice. With that, she was about to enter the company. Ji Zifeng hurriedly said, Qingxue, wait a moment. Why, is something wrong? Ji Zifeng nodded. It's still the matter on David's side, I communicated with him last night, he's particularly angry, and he's also threatened to boycott our company with some well-known producers outside the United Nations. Ji Zifeng was determined to use this matter to cheat a large sum of money from Su Qingxue. There was no way around it, he was now at the point of exhaustion. After failing to get money from Su Qingxue last night, Ji Zifeng went back to the hotel and called home, hoping that his parents would give him some support. But the mother cried and told Ji Zifeng family side is not a penny, the company has reached the point of near bankruptcy, many suppliers are forced to ask for money. Su Qingshue's eyebrows slightly knit. I really did not expect, just intention to cooperate, the other side is so unforgiving. Really want to be the other side of the joint other producers together boycott their own company words, but also really a problem. Su Qingxue wasn't afraid of the other party boycotting, the big deal was not to cooperate, anyway, there were a large number of excellent producers in China. But what she is worried about is that if this matter becomes a big deal and gets into the news, it will be a scandal for her company. Su Qingxue would never allow such a thing to happen. Forget it, just spend money to get rid of it. How much money can settle this matter? Su Qingxue asked in a cold voice. 5. Ji Zifeng's words hadn't even finished. It was interrupted by Su Qingxue. $500,000? Alright, go and get an advance from the finance and call the other party. Ji Zifeng's heart was instantly ecstatic, he originally wanted to say 50,000. He was afraid that Su Qingxue wouldn't give it if he said more, but he never thought that Su Qingxue would open her mouth and say $500,000. Damn, she was really rich. This strengthened Ji Zifeng's determination to take her down. Qingxue, don't worry, I will handle this matter. Su Qingxue was a little unhappy in her heart. Obviously she had spent $500,000 to settle this matter. What do you mean he will handle this matter well? If he could handle this matter well, he wouldn't have asked for $500,000 from himself. But now she was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Ji Zifeng. She just wanted to talk to letting that bastard Lin Zhe comfort himself. Right, Qingxue, there's one more thing. What is it? Shen Sweet Pear has been sending me messages for the past 2 days, seemingly trying to tease me. Ji Zifeng said in a depressed manner. That's right, he was using Shen Sweet Pear to arouse Su Qingshue's possessiveness towards him. He was certain that Su Qingxue wouldn't take this matter over Shen Sweetie Pie. Moreover, he believed that Su Qingxue would definitely explode with anger when she heard this. After all, Su Qingxue had said that they were arch-rivals, and that he was the one she liked. Got it. Dropping such a sentence, Su Qingxue turned around and entered the company. Ji Zifeng was dumbfounded. No, hearing that she was being teased by Shen Sweet Pear, shouldn't she be exploding with anger? But why did she react so calmly? Calm as if she was a stranger. Why did she get so angry every time Shen Tianli used Lin Zhe to stimulate her? Su Qingxue wouldn't be liking Lin Zhe, that right? Ji Zifeng panicked a little when this thought flashed by. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Su Qingxue likes Lao Zi, for Lao Zi even divorced Lin Zhe that, she just didn't react to it, when she reacts to it, she will definitely be furious. Right, it must be like this. After consoling himself in this way for a few moments, Ji Zifeng hurriedly entered the company and ran towards the finances. After Su Qingxue entered the office, the secretary hurriedly brought in a cup of coffee. While drinking the fragrant coffee, Su Qingxue glanced at her cell phone. That bastard Lin Zhe didn't continue to send himself messages. When a cup of coffee bottomed out, Su Qingxue asked her secretary to send in another cup. When the waiting coffee was delivered, Su Qingxue finally couldn't help herself and sent another message to Lin Zhe. Bastard, I'm in pain. Just don't believe that after she had sent such a message, with how much he liked her, he would definitely come to comfort her soon. But as a result, by the time the second cup of coffee was finished, Lin Zhe didn't even reply to the message. Su Qingxue completely broke her defenses. She decided that she would never ignore that bastard Lin Zhe again. But although it was so thought. However, after a while, after still not waiting for Lin Zhe's message, Su Qingxue suddenly remembered something, and she lifted up her long skirt. 2 sexy legs wrapped in black silk came into view. Su Qingxue deliberately picked a particularly provocative angle and then took a picture. After taking the picture, she sent it to Lin Zhe. She didn't believe that he wouldn't give her a message back. Not a moment after the message was sent, Su Qingxue's cell phone rang. It was Lin Zhe's message. The corners of her mouth rose slightly in triumph. Bastard, I don't believe I can't pin you down. Su Qingxue quickly opened the message from Lin Zhe. Ouch. Do you need me to go and rub it for you? Also, what did you just send me? How come the picture is so blurry? Please send a new one over. This time, the angle should be found sexier. It's best if you can take the high heels in with it. Put. Su Qingxue instantly laughed delicately. This asshole. Chapter 61, I'll say I'm curing you, do you believe me? The car stopped at the entrance of a luxurious and unimaginable villa. Before he even got out of the car, Lindsay saw a number of men in black standing in front of the villa. These people all look indifferent. Don't pretend with me. If you want to pretend with me, I have to you to death. A bit of social people, that flavor. Along with Shin Sweet Pear got out of the car, the two of them walked towards the villa's courtyard without slowing down. The villa's courtyard was built extraordinarily luxurious. Pavilions and pavilions, rockery and flowing water, the weather is extraordinary. A dozen servants were busy in the courtyard. After entering the living room, one of the servants said with a smile, "Miss Shin is here." Shin Sweet Pear nodded and asked, "Where is Eneen?" "Missy is upstairs." "How is her state today?" The maid shook her head and said, "Not very well." "Then I'll go take a look at her," Shin Sweet Pear said. The servant hurriedly stopped. "Miss Shin, you'd better not go up. Missy is in an extraordinarily bad mood today, and has already instructed that she doesn't want to see anyone. After all, tomorrow is the anniversary of her father's death. You'd better go back." "Forgot about this. Okay, turn around and tell your Eneen, just say I came by." That servant nodded. "Let's go, stinky rascal." Shin Sweet Pear rushed at Lindsay and said, "Come all the way here, walk a hammer, I'll go take a look." Shin Sweet Pear had said that this bosom friend of hers was the big sister of the underground world of Hai Chang, such a counterintuitive network of contacts. Of course Lindsay did not want to miss it. Shin Sweet Pear was anxious. "Stinking rascal, don't make a scene. Eneen's father suffered a bad accident 2 years ago and passed away accidentally. She grew up with her father bringing her up. The blow of this matter to her can be described as devastating. Every year on the anniversary of her father's death, she will lock herself up. At this time, if you go to touch her bad luck, the gods will not be able to save you." Lindsay's heart trembled. He thought of his own father. He was also brought up by his father. Everyone said that he was ruthless, but he had spoiled himself to the skies. So when he met an untimely and unexpected death at that time, the blow to himself was also devastating. Unexpectedly, this bosom friend of Shin Sweet Pear was so similar to her own experience. Lindsay was about to speak. A maid suddenly ran down from upstairs. She said with a panicked expression, "It's not good, Missy fainted." Shin Sweet Pear said in a deep voice, "Don't panic, Eneen has fainted before due to menstrual cramps. I'll go and take a look at her first." As she spoke, she led Lindsay quickly up the stairs. After the door to the room was pushed open, a girl in her 20s came into Lindsay's eyes. At the moment, she was lying on the bed with her eyes closed tightly and her face pale. The beauty was like a delicate flower that was about to wither. It made one's heart feel pity. It was really hard to imagine that such a delicate girl was the big sister of the underground world of Hai Chang. If Lindsay didn't know her identity beforehand, he would have thought that she was the schoolgirl of a certain university. Lindsay didn't appreciate it too much. He quickly pinched the girl's pulse and began to diagnose her. Looking at Lindsay pinching his bosom friend's pulse with a particularly professional look, Shin Sweet Pear was a little confused. No, this smelly rascal really knows how to heal? When did he learn the art of healing? He had investigated his past, how come he hadn't found out anything at all? Lindsay did know how to take a pulse. This was of course something he had learned from that old man during the 3 years that Blue Star had been incarcerated. That old man's medical skills were very powerful, but Lindsay hadn't actually learned much. At most, he had learned 30% of the other person's. However, that old man had said that Lindsay had good talent, and if he studied with him for 10 years, he would surely become a famous doctor of his generation. Unfortunately, God didn't give him that much time. After a diagnosis, Lindsay scattered his hands. "Stinking rascal, how is it?" "The pulse is stable, but there is a lack of qi in blood. Moreover, the liver is on fire, so I guess it's a fainting spell caused by excessive sadness, coupled with menstrual cramps." "Can you cure it?" "Of course, after all, I'm a person who, in addition to being handsome, my medical skills are not bad at all." Shin Sweet Pear was amused by this. "Then you hurry up and treat her." "Okay, you go out first." "Why should I go out?" "Cut the crap, if I tell you to go out, you go out," Lindsay said without a trace of anger. "Stinking rascal, you wouldn't want to take advantage of my bestie while you're at it." "Yeah, if you don't go out, how can I do it?" Shin Sweet Pear was speechless. "Alright, hurry up and go out, although I'm a hooligan, but I can't do things that take advantage of people." Shin Sweet Pear blankly glanced at Lindsay. She then turned around and went out of the room. Lindsay took out the acupuncture bag from his pocket, which he had bought on the way here. After opening it, Lindsay began to take off the other woman's skirt. Treating her uterine cold required the simultaneous application of needles at the 3 acupoints of Shimen, Guanyuan, and Zhongji. These 3 acupoints, however, were located about 5 inches below the navel. This was also why Lindsay wanted to let Shen Sweetpear go out. If he didn't let her go out, when he really wanted to take off the other person's skirt, she would definitely think that he was being a hooligan. Even though he was a hooligan. Frankly speaking, this wasn't the first time Lindsay had taken off a girl's skirt. Although it was only partially removed, and there was definitely no mosaic of parts to be seen. However, Lindsay's hands were still a little shaky. Not only were his hands shaking, even his breathing was a little messy, and his heartbeat was even faster as if he was on a rocket. Soon, the 3 acupuncture points were revealed. Looking at the other party's flat belly, like sheep's fat white jade-like skin, Lindsay's heartbeat became even more intense. Cursing himself for being unproductive, Lindsay hurriedly started treating the other party. He knew that he had to be quick, after all, the other party could wake up at any time. Once she woke up and saw this scene, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to wash himself. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Lindsay waved his hand and 3 silver needles were snapped into his hand. After that, he quickly stabbed them into the 3 acupoints. Along with the stabbing of the silver needles, the other party's delicate body trembled lightly. Lindsay constantly prayed that she would never wake up. The fear of what would come. Just as Lindsay was praying, the other party suddenly opened her eyes. The moment the 4 eyes met, an appalling aura instantly erupted from her eyes. What a powerful aura! Even though Lindsay had been a boss before, he had a palpitating feeling for a minute. "You're awake?" Lindsay asked sheepishly. "Who are you? Why are you in my room?" The other party's voice carried an air of nonchalance. Lindsay was about to explain. But the other party had already seen her skirt being taken down to her crotch bone. An even more lurid aura burst out from her eyes. "So what, if I were to say that I'm healing you, would you believe me?" The other party didn't say anything. Lindsay thought that she believed what she said, and immediately let out a sigh of relief. But just then, the other party suddenly snapped, "Come. Grass." Lindsay was irritated and hurriedly covered her mouth. With the mouth. Chapter 62, think of it as a consultation fee. The moment his lips collided together, Lindsay was confused. He was truly confused. No, how could he use his mouth? Shouldn't one be using one's hands? Even if the other party's lips were indeed sexy and soft, then one couldn't just go straight to the mouth. This was good, the matter of taking off her skirt one could still explain. But now that his lips were touching, he couldn't explain it clearly. Lindsay hurriedly spread his mouth. Song Nanin's black and white eyes instantly glared like green apricots. She hadn't even dreamed that she, who was at the helm of the underground world of Hai Chang, would one day be forcibly kissed by someone. This was her first kiss. But that was not the point. The point was what happened to that feeling of being electrocuted. Moreover, why was there a kind of tingling sensation all over his body, not to mention that even his brain was a little dizzy? Looking at the strange man's lips left his own lips, that kind of electric shock and tingling feeling also quickly disappeared. Song Nanin's consciousness gradually returned. So, she had just been forcibly kissed? A monstrous rage instantly bubbled up from the bottom of her heart. If she didn't kill this trash today, she wouldn't be called Song. She once again snapped, "Come." But as soon as the word left her mouth, Lindsay lowered his head and kissed again. Grass. Lindsay was confused. This damn mouth, how can it not listen to the command of the brain? What is this blind horse kiss? If it's Su Qingshui or Shen Sweetpear, then so be it. But in front of me, this is the big sister of the underground world of Haicheng, the existence of a minute can kill himself. Although Lindsay was not afraid of her, he could not deny that the other party's strength was indeed ferocious. And most importantly, this wasn't the blue planet. In other words, the other party could kill himself more simply than killing an ant. The feeling of electrocution once again hit her face, and Song Nanin's eyes were like green apricots again. This tingling sensation caused her heartbeat to inexplicably begin to accelerate. Lindsay hurriedly spread his mouth. Song Nanin inexplicably felt a little lost. This feeling instantly woke Song Nanin up. No, how could she have such a disgusting feeling? She grew angrier and angrier, even her beautiful eyes were spitting fire. Something with dog's guts, how dare you forcefully kiss yourself twice? Very well, the two Tibetan mastiffs chained to the side of the courtyard had food. Looking at Song Nanin's appalling eyes and feeling her strong aura, Lindsay knew that she was completely angry. He hurriedly explained, "Beauty, I'm here to treat you, and the treatment requires stabbing silver needles into the acupuncture points at the small of your back, so that's why I've taken off your skirt, and look, there are still silver needles sticking out of you." Song Nanin heard Lindsay's words and swept a glance at her lower abdomen, where there were indeed still 3 silver needles stuck. "Okay, even if you're here to cure me, I can forget about you taking off my skirt, so what about you kissing me? Is it also needed for healing?" Song Nanin asked with sharp words. "Kissing you, let's consider it as the diagnosis fee. Just die. Anyway, it's already been kissed." It was too late to say anything now. Song Nanin was exasperated and laughed. It was the first time she had seen this kind of guy who didn't know how to die. "What's your name?" "Lindsay." "So, you're the one who can cure my menstrual cramps," as Shin Sweet Pear said? After Shin Sweet Pear played the video with Lindsay last night, she told Song Nanin about Lindsay being able to cure her. "That's right. Where's Shin Sweet Pear?" "Outside the door. Tell her to come in." "I'm afraid that's not possible." "What do you mean?" "You're still in the middle of your treatment, wait until it's over. Remove the needle," Song Nanin ordered. She could believe that this unknowing thing in front of her was treating her, but she was still in pain at the small of her back without any relief. In other words, this was a fraud. "Not right now." "What do you mean?" "The treatment has only just begun, and if you pull out the silver needle now, it won't have any effect." Spoken as if continuing will have an effect. "Of course it does, wait for another 10 minutes, if you're still in this much pain, I'll be at your disposal." Lindsay had confidence in his medical skills. He had verified it on the Blue Star. At that time, a female prison guard also had menstrual cramps, and Lindsay had treated her. The effect was remarkable. Song Nanin snorted lightly. Of course she didn't believe Lindsay's words, so many doctors had treated herself for menstrual cramps, and I don't know how many medicines she drank, but none of them were of any use. Now he wanted to solve this matter with 3 silver needles? This is not bull. But right at this moment, a warm current suddenly grew in her belly. This warm current gave her body the feeling of being in the middle of a hot spring. A very magical feeling. Moreover, the most amazing thing was that Song Nanin clearly felt that the sharp pain in her belly was disappearing. Song Nanin's heart was jolted. She couldn't believe that this was true. Since the first time she came to her period until now, 7 or 8 years, she had seen an unknown number of doctors, ate an unknown number of medicines, but they were of little use. Song Nanin didn't believe that the guy in front of her would be able to cure her stubborn disease with 3 silver needles. But the facts are right in front of her eyes, so she can't help but not believe it. The warmth in her abdomen was getting hotter and hotter. Song Nanin had the feeling of being in the middle of a furnace. The whole person was warm, so uncomfortable. Moreover, the original pain in her abdomen was getting weaker and weaker. Until it disappeared. Song Nanin's eyes finally stopped being so sharp when she looked at Lindsay, and was replaced by shock. "You really know how to heal?" Song Nanin couldn't help but ask. "Didn't you already feel it?" Through the other party's eyes, Lindsay knew that his healing had worked. Song Nanin didn't say anything. Soon, the treatment ended and Lindsay pulled out the silver needle. "Alright, get out of bed and feel it, see if it still hurts." Song Nanin put on her skirt and rolled over to get out of bed. Standing on the ground and feeling it, the area of her belly really didn't hurt a bit anymore. Very well, since it didn't hurt anymore, then she could properly settle the account of this dog-courageous guy who had just forcibly kissed herself twice. "Say it, how do you want to die?" Song Nanin looked at Lindsay with sharp eyes. Forcibly kissing himself twice, shamelessly saying a word as if it was a consultation fee, just to make himself let go of him. What kind of daydreaming? Do you really think that Song Yenlua's nickname is for nothing? Damn. I knew this wouldn't end easily. Looking at the monstrous hatred bursting out from the other party's eyes, Lindsay said in a hurry, "You don't think I'll cure you in one go?" "What do you mean?" "It's very simple. With a uterine cold as severe as yours, you have to treat it for at least a while before it can be slowly cured, and it will backfire even worse if the healing process is interrupted. That is to say, if you want to continue to be in pain as if you were as good as dead in the future, right, then you're going to get me killed right now." Song Nanin was offended. The helmsman of the underground world of High City herself was actually taken by this guy who had the audacity to forcefully kiss her twice? Chapter 63 Seeing Your Performance. Although he had successfully pinned down Song Nanin, Lindsay's heart was exceptionally unhappy. Damn, if this was on the Blue Planet, why would he use such unorthodox means to pin down a woman? Of course, on the Blue Planet, ordinary women wouldn't dare to talk to themselves like this. From the looks of it, one had to develop one's power as soon as possible. The feeling of being a man with his tail between his legs was really unpleasant. But right now his company has just been formed. Want to be among the ranks of the Big Brother still need a period of time. Forget it, it's better to sleep over her, let her completely submit to herself. This could be a bit easier than struggling on one's own. After all, a thieving writer on the Blue Planet had once said that the stomach was the passageway to a man's mind, and the X-channel was the passageway to a woman's mind. As long as one could enter her body, why worry about not entering her heart? Although it was shameless to do so, the good thing was that Lindsay was originally a shameless person. After making up his mind, Lindsay smiled and said, "Beauty, don't be angry, the matter of kissing you, it's true that I did it wrong, I apologize to you, but I really didn't mean to do it. At that time, the two of us were so close to each other, moreover, your lips were so sexy and soft, I didn't resist your temptation for a while, so I kissed you." Song Nanin was ashamed and angry. What do you mean your lips are so sexy, so soft? After growing up so much, when that person saw himself, he had to respectfully call out Miss Song. Not to mention say a dirty word, even a joke do not dare. But only this dog thing in front of me, put shameless words so righteous. Shut up, I'm asking you, just how many times do I need to be treated before I can be completely cured? Frankly speaking, Song Nanin was really upset. She really wanted to kill this dog thing in front of her that was so egg-crusted to the point that it dared to forcibly kiss her. However, she wanted to cure her menstrual cramps even more. After all, this matter had seriously affected her life, not to mention that, moreover, every time she had her period, it hurt like hell. It was simply worse than death. It's impossible to say, some people can just be treated once, but some people can't even be treated 10 times. How is it considered completely cured? Of course, if it doesn't hurt anymore, it's cured. But I'm not in pain right now. Believe me, you don't hurt now, that's because I just finished curing you. If the subsequent treatments don't follow in time, after 3 days, you'll hurt even more. Lindsay continued to snub her. Song Nanin was so depressed that she didn't want to speak. She stared at Lindsay as if she wanted to see something broken on his face. What, don't believe me? You're so pretty, how could I lie to you? Besides, you're so powerful, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. Forgive you also dare not. From tomorrow onwards, come over every morning to give me treatment once, until I am cured. If you cure well, I can spare your horse. If within a month to return to me to cure not good, I do not mind to take you to feed the yard-side of the 2 Tibetan Mastiff. This is worthy of being a socialite, opening her mouth so ruthlessly. However, a month's time should be enough time for herself to sleep over her. Okay. You can roll. Wait a little. Say what you have to say and fart when you have to. When I come to treat you tomorrow, you'd better wear a short white silk skirt. Song Nanin looked at Lindsay with sharp eyes. What do you mean? What does this have to do with treating me? Nothing to do with it, but I like to watch. Dropping such a sentence, Lindsay flashed away. Song Nanin's eyes were like knives as she looked at Lindsay's back. She felt a bit of a wimp. She was at least the helmsman of the underground world in Hai Chang, but now she couldn't do anything about a dog that had kissed her twice. If this was spread out, where would she put her face? How would she still be able to mix on the road in the future? And how would she be able to deter that gang of subordinates? But this dog can cure their menstrual cramps. Just out of the room, I saw Shen Sweet Pear. At the moment, she was walking around anxiously. Honestly, she was worried about Lindsay. She wasn't worried that Lindsay couldn't cure her best friend's disease, she was worried that Lindsay, that old colorful bastard, would take advantage of her best friend and thus incur the trouble of killing her. The cure can only say that Lindsay's medical skills are not good, but the crime is not to death. But once take advantage of their own girlfriend's cheap words, that can be a dead end. After all, their own girlfriend's heart, how ruthless, Shen Sweet Pear is seen. Previously, she had an old subordinate, just because of talking with a finger pointed at her, she directly let someone cut the other hand. If Lindsay's old colorful guy sees that his girlfriend is so beautiful and takes advantage of her, then even the gods can't save him. As he was worried, Lindsay walked out. When Shen Sweet Pear watched him walk out unharmed, her hanging heart finally landed on the ground. She greeted him with quick steps. "Stinking rascal, are you all right?" Lindsay laughed. I'm so powerful, of course I'm fine. How's my bestie doing? Woke up. Shin Sweet Pear was overjoyed. You cured her? That's not so fast, it still needs to be treated for a while, but now she doesn't have pain anymore, you can go see her. Hearing Lindsay's words, Shin Sweet Pear became more and more excited. She was truly surprised that Lindsay could actually cure her best friend's illness. Although it would still take some time, it was better than not being cured. Wait for me for a while. Saying this, Shin Sweet Pear quickly entered Song Nanin's room. Lindsay was idle and bored, so he sent a message to Su Qingxue. Where are the legs? Su Qingxue was listening to Ji Zifeng's report. Just now, Ji Zifeng had withdrawn $500,000 from the finance and then called David. Now he was reporting this matter to himself. After listening to Ji Zifeng's report, Su Qingxue said in a faint voice, Okay, I know, you go and get busy. Qingxue, I want to treat you to a meal at noon, is that okay? I'm sorry about that meal last night, so I want to make up for it. After having money in his pocket, Ji Zifeng spoke with a hardened voice. No need, I have an appointment with an advertiser at noon to talk about endorsements for Ji Sanso. Then can I go with you? Don't think too much, I'm afraid they'll take the opportunity to pour alcohol into you. If I'm there, I can also block for you. Su Qingxue thought about it and felt that what Ji Zifeng said made sense. After all, he was now his own assistant, blocking a drink for himself was also part of the job. She was about to promise the other party. But her cell phone suddenly rang, the message was from Lindsay. Su Qingxue's heart was delighted. She hurriedly opened the message. When she saw the message from Lindsay, Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red. This stinking rascal. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her racing heart. Su Qingxue rushed at Ji Zifeng and said in a faint voice, No need, you go and do your business. Ji Zifeng was a bit irritated. Yet there was nothing he could do about it. Alright, then when you need me, feel free to call me. Su Qingxue nodded. After Ji Zifeng exited his office, Su Qingxue couldn't wait to start messaging Lindsay back. Bastard, accompany me to a meal at noon and I'll show you my legs. I also want to touch. Lindsay's message quickly came back. Su Qingxue's pretty face reddened more and more. She replied to Lindsay, Humph, let's see how you behave. Chapter 64, I'm a person who is ice clear and clean. When he received Su Qingxue's message, Lindsay swung. It couldn't be helped, the thought of Su Qingxue's two sexy legs wrapped in black silk excited him to no end. Give me the address. One Piece Fresh. Lindsay was speechless. Why is it One Piece Fresh again, can't we change it? Why? Su Qingxue quickly replied. I'm tired of eating. Then where do you want to eat? I don't know, you pick the place, I don't want to go to One Piece Fresh anyway. Okay, then I'll send you a message after I pick a place. Okay. Ending the conversation, Lindsay went downstairs. Song Nanin's villa was particularly lavishly decorated, but it gave off a feeling of deadness. Lindsay didn't like this kind of place, so he got up and left the villa. While waiting for Shin Sweet Pear, Lindsay had nothing to do, so he wrote a song for Ji Sanso. The song was copied from Blue Star's Too Compromised, and this kind of bitter song was suitable for Ji Sanso. Lindsay was really thankful for the years he spent forming a band on Blue Star, when he had to learn a lot of these sentimental love songs in order to pick up girls. The lyrics were copied very quickly, and it didn't take long to get them done. Lindsay originally wanted to give Ji Sanshan to copy later, but after thinking about it, he felt that it would be better to give that song to Jiang Qingyue. After all, later's popularity in Blue Star was obviously higher than Too Compassionate. Moreover, Lindsay himself felt that later was better than Too Compromising. However, Too Compromising was also very catchy, and I believe that with this song Ji Sanshan's fame would go to the next level. After copying Too Aggrieved, Shin Sweet Pear has not yet come out, Lindsay will give Jiang Qingyue to copy the later again. Just after copying it, he received a message from Su Qingxue, which was an address. Lindsay looked at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock. He then made a call to Shin Sweet Pear. Shin Sweetie picked up in seconds. Aya, smelly rascal, I forgot that you're still in Enin's villa, I'm really sorry, Enin's mood over here is a bit bad, why don't you go back first, I'll accompany her more. Okay. Well, I'll call you later. Okay. Hanging up the phone with each other, Lindsay drove towards the address sent by Su Qingxue. It was a private restaurant. Lindsay. Yang just arrived and saw Su Qingxue, who at the moment was standing at the entrance of the restaurant wearing a Her stunningly beautiful face and sexy figure made her attract a lot of people's eyes as she stood there. There were also a few who hit on her, but Su Qingxue had a cold face and ignored them. Lin Zhe got out of the car and quickly walked towards Su Qingxue. When she saw Lin Zhe, the corners of Su Qingxue's mouth rose slightly. She didn't know why. Anyway, when she saw Lin Zhe now, her mood became good. She wanted to see him. Long time waiting, right? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. No, I just came not long ago too. Alright, let's go in then. Su Qingxue answered obediently. What is today's meal? Talking to a beauty brand about Ji Sancho's endorsement. What, this kind of thing still needs you, the boss, to personally come out? Bosses don't just sit in their offices and count their money. Su Qingxue responded with a smile. I thought that for a girl as pretty as you look, a large number of old colorful lots would be willing to work with you. You think it's all you? Su Qingxue, this is a personal attack, be careful, I'll tell you to make false accusations. The moment these words came out, Su Qingxue stopped in her tracks. A pair of moist eyes looked straight at Lin Zhe, and she said in a delicate voice, Where did I frame you? Aren't you an old sex maniac? If you weren't an old sex maniac, would you have bullied me so much last night? Lin Zhe's heart swam. Nima. How come I didn't know how Su Qingxue could tease people before? Obviously it was a very normal sentence, but when she said it in that kind of delicate and soft voice, Lin Zhe felt that it was particularly provocative. Lin Zhe had the urge to do something bad with her. Su Qingxue, what should I do? I want to sleep with you again. Su Qingxue's pretty face blushed. She looked around and realized that there wasn't much of a crowd before she shamefully said, Bastard, don't be so shameless, okay, you didn't sleep enough yesterday. You're questioning my strength? Not talking to you, asshole. As she spoke, Su Qingxue quickened her pace. Lin Zhe followed with a smile. The box was empty. In other words, Party A's people hadn't arrived yet. Why haven't the people arrived yet? After the two of them took their seats, Lin Zhe asked. He was sitting next to Su Qingxue. The appointment was at 12 o'clock, it's only 11:40 now, the other party definitely won't arrive so early, after all, it's Party A. Tired of talking business? Lin Zhe casually asked. Su Qingxue's heart was delighted. Was this asshole caring about himself? Let's just say he liked himself for 7 years, how could he put it down so quickly? Tired, you used to give me massages when I came home, now, you don't even give me massages anymore. Su Qingxue pouted. Nonsense, didn't give you a foot massage last night? Su Qingxue's pretty face was red again. Bastard, don't think I don't know, you did that to touch my feet. Look at you, wrong me not, although I don't deny that your feet are really sexy looking, especially when wearing meat silk, but I am a person who is ice clear and pure, how could I possibly do such a nasty thing? Icy clean. How did he have the face to say such words? Su Qingxue was amused and laughed delicately. She really felt that Lin Zhe was completely different now from before. The previous her spoke gently, and her personality was also gentle. The current him didn't speak gently anymore, and his personality wasn't gentle either. But for some reason, Su Qingxue just felt that the current him was much more interesting than the previous him. She was more willing to stay with the current him. Have you done fewer nasty things? Don't think I don't know that you like my feet. The night we negotiated the divorce, you even used my feet to do bad things. Towards the end, Su Qingxue's pretty face was so red that it could drip water. I rub. Su Qingxue, no rehashing old scores. Seeing that her words had successfully stimulated Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue excitedly spat out her pink tongue and pouted, Just flip, I'll flip. Grass. Why is her spitting a pink tongue so sexy? Anyway, Lin Zhe's heartbeat surged as he was provoked by this action of hers, and even his breathing was a bit irregular. Su Qingxue, while Party A's people aren't here yet, why don't let's have a mouthful first. Su Qingxue's face was flushed. She glared at Lin Zhe. Bastard, don't be so shameless, okay, in case Party A's people suddenly how to come in to do it. She wasn't refusing. Rather, she was afraid that Party A's people would suddenly come in. There was a play. Lin Zhe's heart was delighted. Wait, I'll go and unlock the door. Saying it and doing it. Lin Zhe quickly got up and unlocked the door of the box. He quickly walked to Su Qingxue's front, pinched her small waist and hugged her to sit on his lap. Fiercely, he kissed Su Qingxue's delicate red lips. Chapter 65 Very good. When her lips were about to press against Su Qingshue's delicate red lips, Su Qingxue suddenly covered her lips with her hand. Lin Zhe kissed on the back of her hand. The moment the hot lips touched her skin, Su Qingshue's delicate body trembled. "Take your hand away," Lin Zhe urged. Damn, it was the time to commit a mouthful, but she was blocking it to prevent herself from kissing it. This was not asking for her life. Looking at Lin Zhe's fiery appearance, Su Qingshue's moist eyes looked at Lin Zhe with a touch of smugness. "Just know, what if I come to feel by this asshole kiss? On the way here I saw a 5-star hotel, why don't I book a room in advance?" Lin Zhe laughed. Su Qingxue was shocked. She knew that this kind of thing Lin Zhe, this asshole, did. She hurriedly begged in a soft voice, "Bastard, can you give it a few more days? I'm really a bit sore." Hearing her soft voice, Lin Zhe's heart swam. Damn, what the hell did she grow up eating? How could she tease people to such an extent that one sentence could make them swing so much? It was so tempting to press her down on the dining table. But Lin Zhe held back. Although he was in a hurry, it wasn't like he couldn't restrain himself. Besides, if he came by force, it would be more trouble than it was worth to cast a shadow on her. "Alright, then wait until you don't hurt anymore." Su Qingshue's pretty face flushed, then nodded. "Bastard, then can you let go of me? Damn, even if you don't allow a kiss, you can't even give a hug?" Put. Looking at Lin Zhe's aggrieved look, Su Qingxue laughed. When did this asshole become so cute? Looking at the way she laughed as delicately as a flower, Lin Zhe's breathing became a little unstable. He hurriedly said, "Don't laugh, when you laugh, I want to kiss you again." Su Qingxue asked smugly, "What, I seduce you when I smile?" "There's a word to describe it," Lin Zhe said with a smirk. "What word?" Su Qingxue asked curiously. Lin Zhe attached his lips to Su Qingxue's ear and said a word. Su Qingxue's pretty face flushed red and brushed Lin Zhe with 2 punches, then huffed, "Bastard, you're the one who's a." Lin Zhe lit a cigarette, between gulping down clouds, he laughed, "Well, I am quite a. I won't talk to you anymore, Partier's people are about to arrive, I'll go open the door." "I'll go, just in time to use the restroom," Lin Zhe said. Damn, he didn't want to go to the toilet either, it's really because he reacted when he hugged the fragrant and soft Su Qingxue just now. Moreover, he was now a little hot and dry, and needed to use cold water to wash his face and cool down his hot and dry heart. After opening the door of the compartment, Lin Zhe quickly went to the bathroom. After he extinguished his cigarette, he washed his face with cold water for a while, and only then did he suppress the heat. Damn it, in the future, when he wasn't sure Su Qingxue could be touched, he absolutely couldn't touch her. This is simply drawing fire to himself. After coming out of the bathroom, Lin Zhe went back to the box. Partier's people had already arrived. Inside the large box, besides Su Qingxue, there were 5 or 6 other people. When he saw them, Lin Zhe instantly sneered. Because amongst these people, Lin Zhe saw a maggot. That's right, Lin Zhe saw Lin Nan. In fact, when Su Qingxue talked about beauty cosmetics, Lin Zhe had a premonition. After all, the Lin family was the one that did daily cosmetics, and there were a few brands that did it successfully. Unexpectedly, she really was working with the Lin family. Lin Nan also saw Lin Zhe. When he saw him, Lin Nan was instantly enraged. Because he immediately recalled the image of Lin Zhe kissing his goddess and sweet pair in front of him, not to mention, he even recalled the image of Lin Zhe thus rewarding him with a slap. Thus, Lin Nan became even more furious. He sneered and said, "Yo, isn't this my big brother who was kicked out of the house, what, now here serving dishes to others?" When these words came out, Su Qingxue was violently shocked. As the boss, she of course knew that the object of this cooperation was a beauty brand under the Lin family. Moreover, it was something that was pretty much talked about before she and Lin Zhe were even divorced. But she had forgotten that Lin Zhe was also a member of the Lin family and, moreover, had already been kicked out of the Lin family. The main reason was that when she was talking about this project, she was fighting with Ji Zifeng and never neglected Lin Zhe. The Lin family had been so mean to Lin Zhe, but he was now working with someone from the Lin family, so one could only imagine how big a blow this would be to him. Su Qingxue cursed herself for being such a pig. How could she make such a stupid mistake? She cautiously glanced at Lin Zhe, but saw that he had an uncertain smile on his face. Su Qingxue suddenly became a little flustered. She knew Lin Zhe, she knew he was angry. Su Qingxue was about to speak, but Lin Nan said condescendingly, Come, gentlemen, I'll introduce you. This one is my elder brother, is also the Lin family's youngest master. From a young age, he was sold by the servants to the traffickers, and at the age of 16, he was retrieved by my parents, but his character is really trashy, and he was kicked out of the Lin family again by my parents. These words instantly caused the crowd to burst into laughter. Lin Nan became more and more complacent. He said triumphantly, Big brother, look at this ball of yours right now. It's simply a disgrace to our Lin family. How about this? The last time you kneeled down and apologized to me, maybe when I'm happy, I'll reward you with 100,000 or 80,000. It's better than you serving dishes to other people here. As soon as these words came out, there were people who chimed in, Mr. Lin, you can be really kind, that who? What are you standing there for? Hurry and come over to apologize to our Mr. Lin on your knees. Mr. Lin is really handsome and kind. If I had such a big brother, I wouldn't have the face to live in this world. Lin Zhe seemed as if he didn't hear these trash talk as he walked straight to Su Qingxue. You know that the object of this cooperation is the Lin family? Lin Zhe asked in a salty manner. Su Qingxue became more and more flustered. She wanted to explain, but she didn't know what she should say. After all, Lin Zhe was right, she did know beforehand that the object of her cooperation was the Lin family. One couldn't tell Lin Zhe that he had forgotten that he was also a member of the Lin family. That would hurt even harder. Very well. Lin Zhe smiled. Su Qingxue's heart was instantly stung. She wanted to cry. She wanted to apologize to Lin Zhe, she wanted to tell him that she really didn't mean to hurt him. But Lin Zhe didn't give her another chance to speak. Walking directly to Lin Nan, Lin Zhe he copied the ashtray in front of the table. Now I'll give you a chance, kneel down and apologize to me, otherwise, I don't mind letting your head explode. Lin Zhe said expressionlessly. Lin Nan instantly became furious. You have the balls to try smashing my old man. A family outcast, provoking himself 3 times, really thinking that he was a vegetarian? Besides, today, he had come to talk to Su Qingxue about cooperation. And Su Qingxue was the Su family's golden young lady. If Lin Zhe this dares to beat himself up today, not to mention that he won't let him go, for the sake of this cooperation, I'm afraid that the Su family won't even lightly forgive him. Good Lin Zhe said with a cold smile. As he spoke, Lin Zhe violently waved the ashtray in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it on Lin Nan's head. Chapter 66 I'm not angry. Pa! The ashtray in Lin Zhe's hand ruthlessly smashed onto Lin Nan's head. The ashtray made of glass instantly exploded. It splattered everywhere. Lin Nan fell to the ground with a miserable scream. Shocking blood seeped out of his head. The atmosphere within the box instantly became incomparably grave. The few trash who had just laughed at Lin Zhe were stunned into silence by this scene. This guy was too ruthless. Lin Zhe acted as if nothing had happened. He lit a cigarette, and between gulping down the clouds, Lin Zhe said in a salty manner, Come on, the person who just helped Lin Nan say that, kneel down and smack yourself 30 times, 1 less, and this maggot will be your downfall. Lin Zhe's voice was not loud, but it seemed like a thunderbolt, ringing in the ears of the crowd. Looking at Lin Zhe's appalling eyes, the crowd were to say one more word, hurriedly knelt on the ground in unison and began to madly whip themselves. The sound of slaps one after another echoed continuously in the box. 30 slaps ended, and Lin Zhe extinguished the cigarette in his hand. He looked condescendingly at Lin Nan, his eyes contemptuous as if he was looking at a maggot. Go back and bring a message to that old thing Lin Xiaotian, if you want to retaliate against me, just let your horse come. Dropping such a sentence, Lin Zhe turned around and left without even looking at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was anxious. She stood up and rushed at the screaming Lin Nan and said in a cold voice, Lin Nan, I'll make a note of the humiliation you inflicted on Lin Zhe today, and I'll get this breath back for Lin Zhe. If it wasn't for the fact that she was in a hurry to go and explain to Lin Zhe, right now Su Qingxue wanted to clean up these people. She had forgotten that Lin Zhe was also a member of the Lin family, but her intention was to come to seek cooperation, not to let Lin Nan humiliate Lin Zhe so recklessly. Hearing Su Qingxue's words, Lin Nan was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Su Qingxue would say such words. Looking at Su Qingxue's departing back, a wave of fear suddenly grew in Lin Nan's heart. This project with Su Qingxue was the Lin family's key project this year. Although the project did not have much money, the Lin family's intention was to get on the line with the Su family through this project. The most terrifying thing for Lin Nan was that this project was originally being talked about by other people, but in order to give himself gold, in order to let himself enter the board of directors in a more legitimate way, so he would let himself come to butt heads with Su Qingxue. but now he seems to have messed it up. When Su Qingxue chased out of the restaurant, Lin Zhe had already gotten into the car. Looking at the way Lin Zhe was about to leave, Su Qingxue became more and more terrified. Without even thinking, she directly blocked in front of Lin Zhe's car. Her eyes were red. Lin Zhe, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to cooperate with the Lin family. This project was something we started to talk about before we even got divorced. I admit that during that time, when I heard the news that Jizafeng was coming back, I had lost my head, and I completely forgot about the relationship between you and the Lin family. I apologize, I really know that I'm wrong. Don't worry, I'm not cooperating with the Lin family anymore, and today, you're suffering from the humiliation. I will also seek justice back for you. Lin Zhe was without a ripple. He opened the car window and poked his head out. He even smiled and said, "All right, Miss Su, I know, then please move aside." Miss Su. It was Miss Su again. When he had just gotten divorced, when he had brought Jizafeng and appeared in front of him, this was how he had addressed himself. Polite and distant. These days he had managed to start calling himself by his full name. Moreover, Su Qingxue clearly felt that the relationship between the two had eased quite a bit. But now because of his own stupidity, he was all of a sudden back to when he was just divorced. Su Qingxue's heart became harder and harder. She looked at Lin Zhe with reddened eyes and said, "Lin Zhe, I really know I'm wrong, don't be angry, okay, please." "Miss Su, I swear, I'm really not angry, can you get out of the way?" This was Lin Zhe's sincere words, he really wasn't angry. He just felt that Su Qingxue's cooperation with the Lin family made him a little nauseous. Su Qingxue couldn't hold back her tears. She looked at Lin Zhe with tears in her eyes. The choo-choo moving look was full of prayers for Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe got out of the car. He walked to Su Qingxue's front and said word by word, "Miss Su, I'll say it for the last time, I'm really not angry. Who you want to work with, that's your freedom and your right, just like you divorced me for Jizafeng. I respect your choices and decisions, so right now, can you get out of my way?" Su Qingxue's heart trembled, she was so sad that she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Bean-sized tears gushed out. Su Qingxue cried, Lin Zhe, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong, I shouldn't have cooperated with the Lin family, I really know I'm wrong. Miss Su, I'm asking you for the last time, can you get out of the way? Lin Zhe didn't want to waste any more time. Su Qingxue cried and shook her head. Lin Zhe didn't say another word, he turned around and got into the car, one foot of the gas went down, the car directly fell down from the road teeth. The ass of this valuable sedan of Shin sweet pair instantly knocked on the road, sending out an ear-splitting crash. When Su Qingxue saw this, she completely panicked. She thought that she only had to block Lin Zhe's way and then apologize properly to Lin Zhe, and this matter would be over. After all, he liked himself so much, and he was most afraid of crying. But now when she looked at Lin Zhe, who would rather crash his car than leave, Su Qingxue knew that she was afraid that she would lose Lin Zhe forever. She was like a knife, she didn't even have the strength to stand. She squatted on the ground and cried loudly. "Qingxue, you, what's wrong with you?" A panicked voice suddenly rang in Su Qingxue's ears. It was Jizafeng's voice. Su Qingxue looked up, and it was indeed Jizafeng. Looking at Su Qingxue's choleric appearance, Jizafeng said with a heartbroken face, "Qingxue, what's wrong with you?" With that, he went to hug Su Qingxue. Although Jizafeng didn't know what had happened, Su Qingxue was at her most sad time. It must be at this time when she desperately needed her hug. But he just opened his arms. Su Qingxue suddenly snapped, "Don't touch me." Jizafeng was instantly upset. "Damn, don't you like lousy? What's wrong with me hugging you?" But he dared to be angry, he was afraid of offending Su Qingxue. But at this moment, Jizafeng secretly swore that when he took Su Qingxue, he would definitely ravage her. Paralyzed, let her pretend to be innocent. Su Qingxue coldly asked, "What are you doing here?" "I came to pick you up, I'm afraid you'll drink too much and eat something unexpected," Jizafeng said fondly. Su Qingxue wiped away her tears as she stood up. "Since you're here, there are some things that I think it's time for us to make clear." Chapter 67, I don't like you anymore. Jizafeng was ecstatic in his heart. Because he knew that Su Qingxue was finally going to confess to himself. She was finally going to be with herself. Jizafeng was so excited that he had even made up his mind that after being with Su Qingxue later, he would first taste her sexy and delicate red lips. When she kissed her, he took the opportunity to take her to the hotel, and then played with her. He had been thinking about Su Qingxue's sexy and charming ketone body for a really long time. When he thought that Su Qingxue and Lin Zhe were married by agreement, and that Su Qingxue was afraid that she was still in her original condition up to now. Ji Zifeng's breathing became a little short in excitement. Damn, when the time comes, we must take more photos and videos to send to Lin Zhe so that he can enjoy the picture of Su Qingxue's pleasure under his body. I'm sure it will stimulate him to death. The more Ji Zifeng thought about it, the more excited he became. Su Qingxue's moist eyes looked at Ji Zifeng. She looked at this person that she had liked for a long time. The person in front of her was clearly still the same as she remembered, but Su Qingxue no longer had the feeling of her heart pounding. Yes, Su Qingxue finally realized clearly that she didn't like him anymore. She only realized it last night. To be precise, Su Qingxue was woken up by her own best friend. After Lin Zhe left last night, Su Qingxue didn't sleep. She thought a lot. She was thinking about Lin Zhe, about the things that had happened during the 3 years of her marriage with Lin Zhe, the images of being entwined in bed with Lin Zhe to the death. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. At around 5 in the morning, Su Qingxue made a call to her best friend. Her best friend is a scum girl. Before she was also very pure, but when she went to college, after seeing her first love rolling in bed with another woman, she changed her temperament drastically. She slagged a lot of people. The other party had just come out of the nightclub and was eating a roadside stall. Su Qingxue asked each other in a roundabout way, if a person's heart will always somehow think of another person, to see each other, the heart is happy, cannot see each other, when the loss, see each other and other women walking close to each other, the heart will be like a knife. I want to completely dominate the other side, want to let the other side only belong to themselves alone. At the end of the day, Su Qingxue asked her best friend why all this was happening. The girlfriend smiled and told Su Qingxue, of course, because like each other Moreover, it should be the kind that likes very much. The words of her best friend seemed like a thunderbolt, exploding in Su Qingxue's ears. Her brain was completely blank. When Su Qingxue's consciousness returned, her best friend had already hung up the phone. Su Qingxue didn't care, because all she could think about was the fact that she liked Lin Zhe. At first, when she first realized that she had fallen in love with Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue's heart was secretly happy, but soon she thought of the fact that she had divorced Lin Zhe for the sake of another man. At that moment, Su Qingxue suddenly became extraordinarily depressed. She knew that she had hurt Lin Zhe with this behavior. Moreover, it had hurt him very deeply. In fact, when she knew that she liked Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue wanted to call Lin Zhe directly. She wanted to tell him that she liked him. But then she remembered that a few hours ago, Lin Zhe had said that he was going to seal his heart and lock his love from now on, and that he would never like anyone again. At that moment Su Qingxue regretted to the point of collapse. Why did she divorce Lin Zhe? Why did she hurt him? Why did she only realize she liked him now? Later she called her best friend again. This time she told her best friend the whole story. She wanted her best friend to advise her. After listening to Su Qingxue's story, especially when she heard that she divorced Lin Zhe for the sake of other men, her best friend, being the top scum girl, couldn't help but spit on her. Su Qingxue cries and asks BFF what she should do. BFF tells Su Qingxue to pursue Lin Zhe again. Impressing him with her actual actions might be able to win him back. When she hung up the phone, she told Su Qingxue that if she loves someone, she shouldn't have 2 feet in the same boat. And don't play with your feelings. Anyone who plays with their feelings will, in the end, be played with by their feelings. So, Su Qingxue wanted to show her cards to Ji Zifeng. She wanted to tell him that she thanked him for appearing in her youth, but she didn't like him now. She was going to pursue the person she truly loved. Seeing Su Qingxue's delay in speaking, Ji Zifeng thought Su Qingxue was shy. He smiled and then went to hold Su Qingxue's hand. But the moment Su Qingxue saw his outstretched hand, she quickly took a few steps back in shock. "Don't touch me," she said sharply. Lin Zhe had said that he didn't like himself to be touched by others, not even by holding hands. Frankly speaking, this was the only thing Su Qingxue was thankful for. She was glad that she hadn't rushed to finalize her relationship with Ji Zifeng, not to mention that she hadn't let Ji Zifeng touch even a single finger of hers. As he watched Su Qingxue avoid herself as if she was avoiding the plague, Ji Zifeng broke his defenses somewhat again. He forced himself to hold back his inner anger and said with a smile, "Qingxue, we are going to be together, why don't you let me hold your hand?" Su Qingxue was stunned. "Together? Who wants to be together with you? You just said that there are some things you want to make clear to me, aren't you trying to confess to me?" Su Qingxue's face sank. The stunningly beautiful face was written with the color of dismay. Her voice was low and cold as she said, "I'm sorry, I never thought of confessing to you." What do you mean?" Ji Zifeng asked in a trembling voice. A bad thought grew and spread in the bottom of his heart. Jizafeng, do you know why I fell for you back then? Su Qingxue asked rhetorically. Hearing Su Qingxue's words, Jizafeng sighed in relief. He thought that Su Qingxue was going to tell herself that she didn't like herself, but liked Lin Zhe that. It was really scaring the hell out of him. Qingxue, to be honest, I don't know. Ji Zefeng said with a smile. How would he know why Su Qingxue would like himself? Besides, Jizafeng didn't want to chat with Su Qingxue about this nonsense right now. He just wanted to hurry up and finalize his relationship with her, then kiss her hard. Su Qingxue looked straight into his eyes and said seriously and earnestly, forget it, what's the point of saying this now, Jizafeng? I always thought that the person I like was you, so when you left the country, I was in pain. I was in pain to the point that I selfishly thought that if I were to get together with your arch-nemesis, you would not turn around and look at me. When I went to college, I knew that you and Lin Zhe are arch-rivals. He is better than you in every way. I know that you were very jealous of him, so I picked him and let him marry me. I thought that you would turn around and look at me when you knew about it, so I sent the news that I got a license with Lin Zhe to my circle of friends, only visible to you, but alas, it was me who thought too much. Su Qingxue paused when she said this. Jizafeng said with incomparable guilt, Qingxue, I'm sorry, I woke up too late, but the good thing is that we're both still young and there's still a lot of time in the future. Su Qingxue shook her head. I'm sorry, what I want to tell you is, Jizafeng, the rain that fell in youth has long since cleared because of Lin Zhe's appearance, so, Jizafeng, I don't like you anymore. Chapter 68, Do well, next year brother will give you a sister-in-law. Shocked. Stunned. Terrified. Wait, countless emotions instantly bubbled up from Jizafeng's heart. His body began to tremble. His breathing began to become rapid. His eyes were even more red. But it wasn't because of sadness, it was fear. Su Qingxue was now his only saving grace. But now Su Qingxue told him that she didn't like him anymore. Such an outcome, Ji Zefeng couldn't accept it. Qingxue, you're lying to me, aren't you? His voice was extraordinarily trembling. Jizafeng, I'm not someone who likes to joke around with my feelings. Ji Zefeng became more and more panicked. Qingxue, you can't do this to me. I gave up my career abroad for you. If even you don't want me, then I'll become nothing. These words were of course bull. Jizafeng had a career abroad. After he and Qingmei left the country, he relied on his family's financial support to know how to spend every day. The only reason why he said this was to provoke Su Qingxue's guilt. But he was wrong. Su Qingxue was never a soft-hearted person. After growing up, only Lin Zhe could sway her emotions. Other than Lin Zhe, no one could sway her emotions. Jizafeng, if you want to use this to make me feel guilty, then you're overthinking it. I do feel guilty, but not to you, but to Lin Zhe. He likes me so much, but I didn't look at my own heart clearly, thus hurting him. But you're right, we're both still young, and I'll have countless hours in the future to make it up to him. Jizafeng broke down. He completely broke down. It was Lin Zhe that again. Ever since he started college, he had been inferior to him in every way. Originally, he thought that Su Qingxue was the only thing he had won over him. But now, even Su Qingxue liked him. Ji Zefeng could not accept it. He couldn't accept it either. Qingxue, I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong, please, give me another chance, I really like you now. Ji Zefeng begged bitterly. He was so close to kneeling down for Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue wasn't moved in any way, she was even a little bored. Jizafeng, the matter of feelings, you know better than me, you should know that this kind of thing is the most reluctant not to come, for the sake of being a classmate, I don't want to say hard words, that's it, if you are willing to do so, you can continue to work in my company, but between us, there is absolutely no possibility. After saying these words, Su Qingxue turned around and got into the car. After watching Su Qingxue leave, Ji Zefeng completely broke down. He was so angry that he fiercely kicked a roadside tree. As a result, due to the excessive force, he yelled out in pain. Jizafeng broke down more and more. Lin Zhe, you step on a horse and wait for me, sooner or later, one day, I'll step on you, and Su Qingxue, you also wait for me, I'll make you kneel down and beg for me. Lin Zhe didn't know that Su Qingxue had all these things going on with Jizafeng. At the moment, he was eating at a roadside stall. Actually, frankly speaking, Lin Zhe loved eating at roadside stalls. When he was in Blue Star, he often went to eat at roadside stalls late at night. Especially when he had just taken over his father's mantle, the pressure was too much. He needed to vent. He had tried racing, tried rock climbing, and so on. But none of them were as good as going to a stall to eat late at night, looking at the crowded stalls, looking at the fascinating fireworks of the people. Lindsay would feel especially relaxed. At the moment, Lindsay was also enjoying himself. Although the flavor of the stalls couldn't even be considered food compared to the epine fresh. However, Lindsay was eating happily. After eating the meal, Lindsay put down $200 and then drove to his company. When he entered the office, he saw Chen Xingshan walking in with 2 bags full of lunchboxes. When he saw Lindsay, Chen Xingshan smiled and asked, "Brother Zay, have you eaten yet?" "I ordered a boxed lunch, let's have some together." "I've eaten, why are you guys only eating now?" Chen Xingshan smiled and said, "It can't be helped, Brother Zay, your task is heavy, we've been working since last night. In order to be able to complete the task you gave us on schedule, Brother Zay, we've now stayed at the company." Lindsay patted Chen Xingshan's shoulder. "Do a good job, next year brother will give you a sister-in-law." "Thank you, Brother Zay," Chen Xingshan said excitedly. Finding a girlfriend was his biggest dream right now. Lindsay laughed, "Go eat quickly, after you eat, call everyone to the conference room and have a brief meeting." Chen Xingshan nodded, and after carrying the boxed lunch into the company, Chen Xingshan suddenly reacted. Marrying a sister-in-law? What does that have to do with himself? Chen Xingshan, who reacted, was crying and laughing. Brother Zay is still as humorous as when he was in college. After waiting in the conference room for half an hour, 11 people plus Chen Xingshan entered the conference room. Lindsay's gaze slowly swept over the faces of everyone. "Introduce myself to everyone, my name is Lin Zay, with Chen Xingshan as the same classmate in the university. This company is my investment to open. From now on, you guys are my people, come on, first sign the confidentiality agreement. The confidentiality agreement is about our new development of this software, although I trust you all, but I always like to do things with courtesy first and then the army." Lin Zay threw a bunch of documents to Chen Xingshan. The confidentiality agreement was drafted with the help of Shin Sweet Pear's company's legal affairs by Lin Zay. "You distribute them." Chen Xingshan nodded. After everyone had signed the agreement, Chen Xingshan organized the signed agreement and handed it to Lin Zay. Lin Zay pinched the confidentiality agreement and said, "I'm a person who does things crisply, and I don't like to talk about nonsense. Gentlemen, follow me and get rich together. Perhaps you now think that I might be painting a cake for you, but time will prove everything I said today. Okay, adjourn the meeting. Chen Xingshan, you stay for a while." The crowd got up and left the meeting room. "Brother Zay, what are your instructions?" "From now on, I'll pay for all the food and drinks during your work. Keep the invoices and find me for reimbursement at any time." Chen Xingshan's heart was overjoyed as he nodded repeatedly. Brother Zay was as brash as ever. Following a boss like this is simply not too cool. "Right, Brother Zay, if there are skilled bulls, can I continue to recruit them?" "Nonsense, of course you can, you are the minister of the technical department, you have the final say on everything in the technical department. In fact, you can recruit whatever talent you want, and you can set the salary." Chen Xingshan became more and more excited. "Brother Zay, if there's nothing else, then I'll go back to work." "Go." After sending Chen Xingshan away, Lin Zay also got up and fled. Just after leaving the building, a police car that came whistling stopped in front of Lin Zay. 3 uniformed police officers got out of the car. A man at the head asked in a cold voice, "You're Lin Zay?" "Yes." "All right, come with us." Chapter 69, So What If It's Your Own? Hospital. Lin Nan has just finished bandaging. His head was bandaged like a dumpling. Lin Xiaotian and Jean Suilian looked at their son with pain in their eyes. "Son, does it hurt?" Jean Suilian asked in pain. Lin Nan said pitifully, it hurts like hell." Jean Suilian was instantly enraged. "Lin Xiaotian, I tell you, this time, we must make Lin Zay that pay the price of blood. See what kind of beating he gave our son." "Don't worry, I have already called the police, that is now estimated to have been brought to the police station. The son's side of the injury report has also come out. There was nothing, but I let the doctor to the little south into a concussion. This time he waited to put the bottom of the jail sit through it," Lin Xiaotian said with a gloomy face. Lin Nan was ecstatic in his heart. Even if he, Lin Zay, was his own son, so what? Even if he was an adopted son, so what? Now mom and dad were still not towards themselves? "Mom and dad, why don't we just forget it? He's at least my big brother. If we put him in jail, it's still our Lin family's face that will be lost," Lin Nan said in a pretense of generosity. Jean Suilian looked at Lin Nan with a heartbroken face and said, "Baby son, you're just too generous. That's why you let that stomp on your nose. Besides, He's already been kicked out of the Lin family now. Even if he's in jail, the loss is not our Lin family's. That's right, that has already been kicked out of our family Lin family. Even if he dies now, he has nothing to do with our Lin family. Moreover, I have already greeted him. After that goes in, there will be good fruit for him to eat. Lin Nan was about to scream out in excitement. Luckily, he was deathly pinching his thighs, otherwise, he would have screamed out long ago. Mom and Dad, Big Brother won't be made to die. Whatever, dead is dead. Jean Shuilian said with a disgusted face. Mom and Dad, then can I turn around and go see him? He is my big brother after all. Xiaonan, you're just too kind. What's there to see in such a trashy thing? Lin Nan wanted to laugh more and more. He is not that kind, he just wants to see how miserable Lin Zhe that is. The three people were talking. The door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged man in his 30s strutted in. Who is Lin Xiaotian? The other party asked expressionlessly. I am, you're one. My name is Fan Wenbing, my boss is Bai Daolong. The other party said in a cold voice. Lin Xiaotian was startled. Bai Daolong was the top dude in Haichang. The Lin family dreamed of climbing into the relationship. Unexpectedly, people took the initiative to come to the door. Could it be that they wanted to cooperate with the Lin family? Lin Xiaotian was ecstatic in his heart. He respectfully asked, Mr. Fan, I'm Lin Xiaotian, I don't know what instructions young Bai has? Young Master Bai has said that he wants you to drop the charges against Lin Zhe. Fan Wenbing said in a cold voice. Lin Xiaotian was dumbfounded. Jean Shuilian was dumbfounded. Lin Nan was shocked. No, what's the situation? When did that know such a heaven-defying big shot like Bai Daolong? Hear that? Fan Wenbing drank in a cold voice. Here. I'll give you 5 minutes. Bai Xiao is at the door of the police station right now. After 5 minutes, if he doesn't see Lin Zhe, you're on your own. Dropping such a sentence, Fan Wenbing turned around and fled. The three people in the ward were completely confused. Dad, what the hell is going on? That beast. How could my big brother know Bai Daolong? Lin Nan asked fearfully. Couldn't he not be timidly frightened? A few days ago that kissed Chen sweet pear in front of his face. Today at noon, Su Qingxue let slip that she would seek justice for Lin Zhe. Now there is a Bai Daolong. The three topmost families in Haichang had gathered. Not to mention them joining forces, any one of them killing themselves would be easier than killing an ant. Lin Xiaotian, however, had a gloomy expression on his face. On the surface, his emotions didn't seem to change much. However, in the bottom of his heart, he had already set off huge waves. Yes, Lin Xiaotian even more than Lin Nan did not expect that Lin Zhe that would climb the big tree of Bai Daolong. Jean Shuilian suddenly said at this time, Lin Xiaotian, you say that 1T take advantage of the opportunity to retaliate against us, right? He dares. Lin Xiaotian pretended to be disdainful and said, at that time when he was driven away, it was raining so heavily, he knelt in the rain and begged us not to drive him away, so it is clear that his heart is eager for a family, as long as I give him a little bit of sweetness, even if he climbs up the big tree of the White Road Dragon, and how can it be? Still have to beg us, let him go home? Jean Shuilian very quite panicked. After all, she clearly remembered that she was not less scolded Lin Zhe. But now after hearing Lin Xiaotian's words, the panic she felt just now instantly disappeared without a trace. She said smugly, you call the police station site first, let that come out, and then call it who rolled home for a meal. Once Lin Nan heard that he had to make Lin Zhe go home for dinner, he was instantly offended. If Lin Xiaotian and Jean Shuilian knew what he had done all these years, they were afraid that they would kill themselves. Mom and Dad, if Big Brother comes home, should I leave first? I'm afraid he'll see me and beat me up again. Lin Nan said in a resigned voice. When Jean Shuilian heard this, she was instantly heartbroken. She quickly said, Xiaonan, don't be afraid, let's do this. Lin Xiaotian, you call it out first, then you turn around and look for him for a bit, give him some sweetness. It's best to poke around and find out about his relationship with Bai Daolong, and if they are really on good terms, then pretend to agree to let him come home, and then let him pull the strings for us with the Bai family. Lin Xiaotian felt that this method of Jean Shuilian's was good, so he nodded his head and then started to call the police station. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaotian began to figure out when he would go find Lin Zhe and ask him to pull strings for him and the Bai family. Mom and Dad, you guys say, will Big Brother rely on his good relationship with the Bai family and then purposely not come out so that we can go apologize to him? Lin Nan suddenly said. Lin Xiaotian said disdainfully, he's thinking of eating, being able to let him come out is already for the sake of Bai Daoxiao, otherwise, wait for the bottom of the prison to sit through. That's right, a punk who was expelled from the family, how dare he pinpoint us? He's nothing.
Jean Shuilian agreed.
As he was talking, Lin Xiaotian's cell phone suddenly rang.
The call was from someone over at the police station, and Lin Xiaotian picked it up.
Old Lua, what's wrong? Lin Xiaotian asked.
The other party was the deputy director of the police department.
Mr. Lin, do you have time? What is it? Why don't you come over in person? What's going on? Lin Xiaotian questioned irritably.
Lin Zhe said that unless you kneel down and apologize to him today, there's no way he'll leave the police station.
Chapter 70. What are you?
Lin Zhe was smoking in the interrogation room. The cigarettes belonged to a deputy director surnamed Lu, who had also lit them for him, Lin Zhe.
It couldn't be helped that after Lin Zhe came in, everything he had on him was temporarily confiscated.
Originally, when he heard that he could leave, Lin Zhe was relieved. It looked like either Su Qingxue or Shen Sweetpear had saved himself. But after he asked the deputy director surnamed Lu, he realized that it was Lin Xiaotian who called him to let himself go. Lin Zhe clearly knew that with Lin Xiaotian's temperament there was absolutely no way he would take the initiative to let himself go. That is to say, someone has greeted Lin Xiaotian, or more accurately, someone forced Lin Xiaotian to do so. And the huge sea city can let Lin Xiaotian compromise, is the Su family, Shen family, and Bai family. Although he didn't know who had done it, Lin Zhe knew that Lin Xiaotian was now in a passive position. That was why he had asked this deputy director surnamed Lu to call Lin Xiaotian and tell him to roll over and apologize to himself on his knees.
Lin Zhe knew that he would come.
Although he still didn't know if it was Shen Sweetpear or Su Qingxue who had made the move, no matter who it was someone Lin Xiaotian couldn't afford to offend. When a cigarette was finished, the door to the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open. The one who came in was not a policeman, but a young man with extraordinary clothes. The deputy director surnamed Lu instantly became incredibly respectful when he saw the other party.
Young Bai, what are your instructions? A single sentence named the other party.
Although it wasn't his full name, but to be able to make a deputy director so respectful, I'm afraid there was only one in the vast high city, and that was Bai Daolong.
You go out first, I'll have a chat with Lin Zhe.
The other party hurriedly nodded and retreated.
Why don't you go?
Lin Zhe smiled and said, waiting for Lin Xiaotian to come over and apologize to me on his knees.
You're vindictive, but isn't Lin Xiaotian your father? He doesn't even treat me as a son, why should I treat him as a father? So it was you who forced Lin Xiaotian to release me?
Bai Daolong nodded.
That's right. Want to talk to me about Jiang Qingyue? Lin Zhe asked again.
Bai Daolong froze for a moment, then smiled and said, you're smarter than I thought, so guess why I saved you? 2 reasons, either, you are asking me to help you chase after Jiang Qingyu, or, you want me to stay away from Jiang Qingyu. I personally prefer the first reason. If you want me to stay away from Jiang Qingyu, with your status background, there is no need for me to owe me a favor. Bai Daolong began to applaud. He smiled and said, you're smarter than I thought. Lin Zhe, however, ignored him and continued, if I guessed correctly, it should be Jiang Qingyue's manager who told you about my existence.
Bai Daolong couldn't laugh anymore.
Lin Zhe's cleverness was once again beyond his expectations. But it was clear that when he had investigated Lin Zhe, he had come to the conclusion that he was nothing more than a waste of space. That was why he was thinking of saving him once, so that he would owe him a heavenly favor, and then so that he could use it for himself.
At Bai Daolong's level, using threats was just too degrading.
He was a self-respecting person. Besides, instead of threatening Lin Zhe to leave Jiang Qingyu, it would be better to make him his own horseman. However, what Bai Daolong did not expect was that Lin Zhe's cleverness surprised him, and made him realize that this young man was not easy to pin down. Well, not laughing anymore, that means I guessed right, looks like I'll have to change Jiang Qingyu's agent when I turn around. Lin Zhe said in a salty manner. There's no need to change it, because whoever you change it to will listen to me in the end.
That's right too.
Alright, since you already know my intentions, then, I won't beat around the bush. I like Jiang Qingyu very much, but after chasing after her for 2 years, there hasn't been any progress, and she has a good attitude towards you, so I think, you should be able to help me.
Lin Zhe smiled.
But Bai Daolong, what should I do? I also really want to sleep with Jiang Qingyu. Bai Daolong's face sank, and an appalling murderous aura burst out from his eyes.
The temperature in the interrogation room instantly plummeted.
Lin Zhe, don't seek death, Jiang Qingyu can only be mine. Bai Daolong, you're dropping the ball a bit, you're at least the #1 young man in Haichang, but now you're even threatening me. What, you don't have confidence in yourself?
Bai Daolong was instantly set up by Lin Zhe. Frankly speaking, if he could, Bai Daolong didn't want to threaten Lin Zhe. But really, he had learned from Jiang Qingyue's agent that Lin Zhe was the person that Jiang Qingyue had liked for years. Now Lin Zhe was telling himself that he also wanted to sleep with Jiang Qingyue. With Jiang Qingyue's fondness for him, it wouldn't be a matter of minutes? So, Bai Daolong was in a hurry. Of course he had ways to deal with Lin Zhe. But what he wanted was Jiang Qingyue's heart. Even if he got Lin Zhe killed, what was the point of not getting Jiang Qingyue's heart? Smoking? Bai Daolong suddenly asked. Just pinched it. Bai Daolong lit a cigarette for himself, then smoked it slowly and methodically. But before he could take a few puffs, Bai Daolong threw the cigarette on the ground and stomped hard with his foot. He stood up. Give me 3 months, within 3 months, you don't sleep with her, after 3 months, if I haven't chased her yet, I'll quit. Okay. Lin Zhe said with a smile. The reason why he agreed to him was because he had at least helped himself once. This face Lin Zhe could give him. However, although he promised Bai Daolong not to sleep with Jiang Qingyue, Lin Zhe didn't promise Bai Daolong not to kiss Jiang Qingyue. Bai Daolong nodded and turned around to flash. He walked away crisply, but Lin Zhe was in deep thought. He had thought that the number one young man in Hai Chang was a playboy, but he hadn't realized that he was much more dangerous than he had thought. Not long after Bai Daolong had left, the door to the interrogation room was pushed open again. Lin Zhe then saw the deputy director surnamed Lu accompanied by an angry middle-aged man walking in. The person who came was no other than Lin Zhe's cheap old man, Lin Xiaotian. However, when he saw him, Lin Zhe suddenly felt that he was very similar to Lin Nanchang. Especially those eyes, they were practically carved out of the same mold. Just as Lin Zhe was looking at him, Lin Xiaotian was also looking at Lin Zhe angrily. Kneel down for me. Lin Xiaotian was still a bit terrified when he came. He was even thinking of playing an emotional card with Lin Zhe to get him to let himself off the hook. After all, Bai Daolong was still in the police station. But after coming, Lin Xiaotian unexpectedly learned that Bai Daolong had already left. Then he was still afraid of a ball. Lin Zhe was happy. This was obviously knowing that Bai Daolong was gone, so he was being tough again. Lin Zhe was about to speak. But just then, a cold voice suddenly came in from the doorway of the interrogation room. Lin Xiaotian, what kind of a thing are you? How dare you make Lin Zhe kneel down for you? Chapter 71, I knew you were pretending. Lin Xiaotian was furious. Surprisingly, someone dared to call himself something. Moreover, the one who spoke was still a woman. Are you tired of living? Daring to call me Lin Xiaotian something, and what are you? Lin Xiaotian responded with disdain. As he spoke, he quickly turned around. Rather, he wanted to see if it was that thing that didn't know how to die that dared to speak out of turn. But in the next second, his face, which was still furious, instantly turned pale. A color of fear even appeared in his eyes. Miss Shin, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Lin Xiaotian said in a trembling voice. When he saw the scene, Lin Zhe laughed coldly. He turned his head and swept a glance. However, he saw a beautiful shadow standing playfully in the doorway. Her delicate face was extraordinarily cold, and even her watery eyes were covered in human frost. The whole person looked particularly stern, not at all like the usual charming appearance. Who else could it be if not Shin Sweet Pear? Why are you here? Lin Zhe asked. Shin Sweet Pear smiled delicately and said, I called you, and the one who answered the phone was a police officer who told me about you, so I rushed over. This word came out. Lin Xiaotian's heart trembled violently. From Lin Zhe's conversation with Shin Sweet Pear, he could hear that the relationship between the two was extraordinary. Lin Xiaotian couldn't help but glance at Lin Zhe. How did this beast know so many big shots now? Not only had he climbed into a relationship with Bai Daolong, but now he also had such an extraordinary relationship with the Shin family's daughter. But Lin Xiaotian wasn't scared at all because Lin Zhe knew so many powerful people. He was even a little bit delighted. It was because he felt that as long as he gave Lin Zhe some sweetness, then he would help him get hitched to the Bai family's Yushin family. And once the Lin family got hitched to these two families, then prosperity would be just around the corner. Thinking about this, Lin Xiaotian hurriedly laughed. Lin Zhe, today this matter is what I did wrong, let you suffer. In fact, my intention is also want to let you brothers get along well, don't hurt the peace again. That's why I thought to give you a little lesson. Moreover, I also told the police to lock you up for a while and then let you go. Lin Zhe smiled. From being taken away from the entrance of the company to entering the police station and then entering the interrogation room, what he had suffered was not as simple as locking him up for a while. If it wasn't for Bai Dalong's sudden intervention, a few police officers were afraid that they would have already laid their hands on themselves just now. Lin Xiaotian saw Lin Zhe smile. He thought his words had worked. In his heart, he couldn't help but say in triumph, still as stupid as before, as long as I say a few nice words, I'll be tricked into finding my way out. Lin Xiaotian's thoughts had just flashed by when Lin Zhe suddenly stopped laughing. Not only did he stop laughing, instead his eyes suddenly became incomparably sharp as he looked at Lin Xiaotian. The moment Lin Xiaotian locked eyes with Lin Zhe, he only felt an appalling sense of oppression come over him. That aura actually caused Lin Xiaotian to feel fear in his heart. What the hell is going on here? How could I be afraid of Lin Zhe this? It must be because of the presence of the Shen family's daughter, that's why I'm afraid. Thinking about this, Lin Xiaotian secretly sighed in relief. Shen Sweet Pear also felt the appalling aura that flowed out of Lin Zhe's eyes. Her heart thumped. This smelly rascal had lived a pretty shabby life in the Lin family before. Moreover, it was said that he was very afraid of Lin Xiaotian. But now, why were his eyes so frightening? Could it be that it was caused by resentment because he had been mistreated by the Lin family too much? It must be like this. From the looks of it, I'll have to treat this smelly rascal a little better in the future. Just then, Lin Zhe suddenly sneered and said, Lin Xiaotian, do you think that I'm still as stupid as before, that if you casually say a couple of good words, I'll be so moved that I'll hate to give you my life? Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Lin Xiaotian unhappy secretly said, if it is not afraid of pissing off the Shen family's golden girl words, you think I will talk to you about this nonsense? However, although the heart is like this, but Lin Xiaotian is full of smiles and said, son, see you say this, I really know wrong. Lin Zhe said with a cold smile, what, you want to play the emotional card? Lin Xiaotian, what kind of a thing are you, either kneel down and apologize or get lost. It's already 5:47, if Lin Zhe doesn't leave here at 6 o'clock, Lin Xiaotian, the piece of land that your Lin family has recently wanted to take, our Shen family will make a move. Shen Sweet Pear chimed in. Her words carried a strong flavor of threat. When it was time to say no, Shen Sweetness Pear was known to take people down. Lin Xiaotian's heart was shaken. He was truly surprised that Shen Sweet Pear would help Lin Zhe to such an extent. The piece of land in her mouth was the Lin family's key project for the second half of the year. If it was developed well, it could make several $100 million. If the Shen family really want to fight for it, the Lin family not only dare not fight for it, but also obediently withdraw. Secretly cursed Lin Zhe some words and so on, Lin Xiaotian originally wanted to soften, but looking at Lin Zhe's condescending appearance, Lin Xiaotian's heart instantly sprang up a monstrous anger. Who had been driven out of the family by himself now dared to hold himself. Honestly speaking, at this moment, Lin Xiaotian really wanted to get Lin Zhe killed. But he held back, because he couldn't afford to offend this $1,000 lady of the Shen family. Enduring the anger and suffocation in his heart, Lin Xiaotian knelt down. He said, almost gritting his teeth, Lin Zhe, I'm sorry, what happened today, I did wrong, I hope you can forgive me. No forgiveness, but, you can get lost. Lin Zhe said expressionlessly. Forgive? What daydreaming? There's no rush, wait a little longer. There would be a day when the Lin family would be destroyed. Lin Xiaotian gave Lin Zhe a spiteful look in his eyes and got up and left the interrogation room. Once he left, the atmosphere in the interrogation room instantly became relaxed. Lin Zhe, who had just had sharp and frightening eyes, suddenly became aggrieved and looked at Shen Sweet Pear. Come, let brother give you a hug. Shen Sweet Pear winks and says, stinking rascal, you're really good at acting, just now you were so powerful, how come you become so aggrieved now? Acting a hammer, I just feel aggrieved. It's obvious that Lin Nan provoked me first, then I beat him up, but Lin Xiaotian is our father, indiscriminately let the police arrest me. Saying that, Lin Zhe's eyes suddenly turned red. Shen Sweet Pear's heart swam. She had just suspected that Lin Zhe was trying to trick himself into hugging, but now after hearing his words, especially when she saw that his reddened eyes, Shen Sweet Pear realized that he was really aggrieved. In fact, think about it, is biological father so favor a foster son, to whom I'm afraid will not feel good. Must be this time he not only feel aggrieved, but also very sad. Then he gave him a hug, words, may really be able to comfort to his wounded heart. Shen Sweet Pear took a few steps forward and took the initiative to hug Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe held her sexy body tightly in his arms. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said, Shen Sweetie Pear, you're a really sexy and nice person. Shen Sweet Pear was amused by these words. She was about to speak, but her delicate body suddenly trembled, and her charming face was even more flushed with a tantalizing flush. Shin Sweetpear said with shame and anger, "Stinking rascal, I knew you were pretending, take your claws away from my butt." Chapter 72, I have an idea. I touched it with my own skill, why should I let go? Lindsay said with a straight face. Put. Shin Sweetpear was defeated by Lindsay's shamelessness. Her watery eyes carried thick spring water as she looked at Lindsay with a dimpled smile. Shameless thing, any more touches of my ass will make you spend the night here today. Damn, ruthless chick. Snap. Lindsay gave her honey ass a slap. MMM. A tantalizing sound erupted from Shin Sweetpear's nostrils. Lindsay's heart and mind swam. He looked at Shin Sweetpear and asked with a smile, "When will you honor the things you promised me today?" "What things?" Shin Sweetpear asked with a charming smile. She was playing dumb. Of course she remembered what she had promised Lindsay. Lindsay wrapped his arms around her fragrant and soft body and said, "Damn, in the morning, you said that you'd let me eat my mouth after I treated your bestie." "Yeah? Don't remember." Shin Sweetie Pie said, shaking her head. "Stop shaking, I'm dizzy." Shin Sweetpear giggled. Only, she soon couldn't laugh anymore. Because, Lindsay kissed up. Damn, her lips were really soft and soulful. Shin Tianli wanted to push Lindsay away. But the feeling of being electrocuted was just too soulful. It made her heart beat wildly, not to mention that her body felt so stimulated. Shin Tianli liked this kind of stimulating feeling. Perhaps it is a bit addicted to being kissed by Lindsay, she even took the initiative to hook Lindsay's neck and began to kiss back. I don't know how long I kissed him. A sudden knock on the door instantly woke up the two of them. Shin Sweetpear's pretty face flushed red and pushed Lindsay away. Lindsay glanced at her, her pretty face flushed, her charming eyes like silk. It was so damn provocative. The one who knocked on the door was a police officer. "What's up?" Lindsay asked with some irritation. Damn, it was so hard to kiss Shin Sweetpear, but now he was being disturbed. "There's a lady surnamed Sue looking for you outside," the other party said in a deep voice. "Surnamed Sue? Isn't that Su Qingxue? Why did she come?" "Got it." Lindsay dismissed the other party. He wanted to kiss Shin Sweetpear again. For one thing, he hadn't kissed her enough just now, and secondly, when he kissed her, his hand could also take the opportunity to do something else. Shin Sweetpear escaped from Lindsay's embrace, she didn't dare to let Lindsay kiss her again. If she kissed him again, something would happen. After all, when she was kissed by Lindsay just now, Shin Sweetpear clearly felt a longing growing in her body. Moreover, this longing was devouring her sanity madly. If she was kissed by Lindsay again, something would definitely happen. Shin Sweetpear didn't want to give her innocence to this stinking rascal so soon. "Stinking hooligan, agreed that you can only kiss once a day, just now I already gave you a kiss." Shin Sweetpear protested. Lindsay laughed and said, "Then I'll advance for tomorrow, I won't kiss tomorrow." Shin Sweetpear looked at Lindsay with tears and laughter. This stinking rascal was really shameless. It was the first time I heard that kissing could be paid in advance. Shin Sweetpear laughed and scolded, "Stinking rascal, you want to be beautiful, you go and send Su Qingxue away first, I'll see how you behave and then decide whether to let you kiss or not." Okay. After Lindsay got back what belonged to him, the two of them went out of the police station together. Su Qingxue was standing in front of her luxury car that was worth a lot of money, it should be said or not, she did look very top-notch. Even though she was only wearing a simple skirt, when she stood there, her beauty was such that people couldn't take their eyes off her. When she saw Lindsay, Su Qingxue looked a little excited. Half an hour ago, she had called Lindsay and wanted to have a good chat with him, but the person who answered the phone was a police officer. Only then did Su Qingxue realize that Lindsay had been made to go to the police station by Lin Xiaotian because of the violent beating of Lin Nan at noon. Su Qingxue was anxious, she rushed over. She was even afraid that Lin Yang would be wronged, and she even called some of the higher-ups in the police. Moreover, she didn't even know how many red lights she ran in order to rush over earlier. Su Qingxue hadn't been in a place like this before, but he knew that Lin Xiaotian definitely wouldn't let Lindsay off lightly. After all, he had kicked Lindsay out of his house for that adopted son. She thought that after she saw Lindsay later, no matter how much she had to pay, she had to rescue him, and then give him a good hug and comfort him. However, her excitement after seeing Lindsay hadn't lasted long before she saw Shin Sweetpear. Su Qingxue's excitement instantly disappeared without a trace, and she had the feeling of being doused with a large bucket of ice water in front of her. From top to bottom, inside and out, she was cold. Sadness, never before seen sadness enveloped Su Qingxue. She felt like her heart was being stabbed madly with a knife. It hurt so much that she barely stood still. Su Qingxue, you're late, Lin Zhe was rescued by me. Shen Sweet Pear said with a charming smile. Her double entendre, she was demonstrating. Su Qingxue became more and more sad. So sad that she wanted her to cry. Originally, she still had a lot of words she wanted to say to Lin Zhe. But at this moment, she couldn't say anything. She forced a smile and said, "It's good that you came out." With that, Su Qingxue turned around and got into the car. After leaving the police station, Su Qingxue's tears could no longer be strained. She cried bitterly while driving. You said that you loved someone you shouldn't have loved. Su Qingxue became more and more sad when her cell phone rang. This song was given to her by Lin Zhe. After Su Qingxue recorded it, she purposely made it ring. The phone call was from the top slag girl best friend. Su Qingxue cried and picked it up. Where is it? How are things? The BFF asked. Qianqian, where are you? Su Qingxue cried and asked. Su Qingxue's best friend was called Zhao Qianqian. Qingxue, what's wrong with you? I'm at home. Then can I come to you? Come on, but no crying and driving, be safe. Su Qingxue answered and hung up with each other. Half an hour later, Su Qingxue arrived at Zhao Qingqing's house. She was crying with pear blossoms and was heartbroken. What's wrong? Zhao Qianqian asked, heartbroken. Su Qingxue didn't hide anything, she cried and told Zhao Qianqian what happened. Zhao Qianqian was one of the few people who knew that she was married to Lin Zhe, but she also knew why she was married to Lin Zhe. When she heard that Su Qingxue had actually cooperated with the Lin family, Zhao Qianqian immediately felt that her head was as big as a bucket. This BFF of hers was specializing in picking out Lin Zhe's minefields to step on. I really didn't do it on purpose, I had just gotten in touch with Jizafeng during that time, and all that was on my mind was being with him, so I ignored Lin Zhe's feelings. Su Qingxue cried and explained. Baby, it's useless for you to explain to me, the point is that no matter what the reason is, the damage you've done to Lin Zhe has already been done. Su Qingxue cried and asked, Qianqian, do you think I'm really going to lose Lin Zhe? It's hard to say, first you divorced Lin Zhe for Jizafeng, which was already a harm to Lin Zhe, and now you're working with the Lin family, giving me, I'm not willing to take care of you anymore. Su Qingxue cried even harder. Don't cry first, let me ask you, do you really want to get Lin Zhe back? Su Qingxue nodded vigorously. This matter is not easy. Does Lin Zhe have a special favorite place for you? Su Qingxue choked and said, he wants to sleep with me, and he likes my legs a lot. Put. Zhao Qianqian was amused by this. Lin Zhe looks so gentle, I didn't expect to be so Thai, but this face of yours, this body of yours, a woman like me would want to sleep with you, let alone a man. Su Qingxue cried again. Qianqian, I'm so upset, can you be more decent? Stop crying, I have a way for you to get Lin Zhe back. Su Qingxue was stunned. She looked at Zhao Qianqian with tearful eyes and hurriedly asked, what way? Chapter 73. He's pretty good at it. Seduce him. Zhao Qianqian said succinctly. Su Qingxue was stunned. Seduce him? That's right, doesn't he like your legs and want to sleep with you? Then you should play to your strengths, exude your charm, and seduce him to his heart's content. But he doesn't even want to take care of me right now. Su Qingxue said with a bleak look. Idiot, he's ignoring you right now because you did do a bad job and broke his heart, but that's not the same thing as him liking your legs and wanting to sleep with you, trust me, I can understand men too well. Does it really work? This beautiful woman, are you questioning my ability? Do you want me to personally show you? Su Qingxue was dumbfounded. No, how can this be demonstrated? Zhao Qianqian, however, had already picked up her cell phone. She flipped through the green bubbles for half a day, and finally pointed to an avatar that showed her abs and said, fitness trainer, has always looked at me poorly, every time I go to work out, look at me with my nose not my eyes, let you see how strong the top scum girl's kung fu is today. As she spoke, Zhao Qianqian clicked on the other person's avatar. She cleared her throat, and then said in a voice that was particularly pinchy that gave Su Qingxue goosebumps all over her body, Geizhai, what to do, want to roll on your abs? Qianqian, you are so disgusting. Zhao Qianqian laughed, right, I also feel disgusting, but it's just that men eat this. The words just fell. Zhao Qianqian's green bubble sounded a message tone. The message was from that fitness coach. How do I roll? Zhao Qianxian showed Su Qingxue the message. How's it going? Took it. Su Qingxue looked at Zhao Qianxian with a confused face. This took it? Don't believe me? Then you wait, without any surprises, he's going to start bombarding me with messages soon. Was saying. The other party sent another message over. You stepped on a horse and wouldn't have lost the truth or dare. Zhao Qianxian, don't tease me. Return the message. If you don't return the message, I'll go find you now. Zhao Qianxian tastelessly put her cell phone out. See, men are like this. But Lin Zhe isn't this kind of person. Su Qingxue retorted. Zhao Qianxian laughed. It's true that Lin Zhe isn't this kind of person, but can't help it that you're beautiful and your body is so sexy, but if you know how to utilize your advantages, sooner or later, he'll have to be seduced by you to the point where he can't wait to give his life to you. Then how do you think I should seduce him? Su Qingxue asked offhandedly. Zhao Qianxian was stunned. She was a bit surprised. This always cool and reserved best friend of hers would actually ask this question. It looked like she really wanted to be with Lin Zhe. You really want to be with him? Su Qingxue nodded with red eyes. I want to. Before I got divorced, I thought that the person I liked was Jizafeng. After all, you know that he's always been my white moonlight, but when I waited until after the divorce, when I watched Lin Zhe get close to other girls, I was really going crazy, but when Jizafeng got close to other girls, I didn't have any feelings at all. In fact, this morning, when I asked you about it, I've already realized that I might like Lin Zhe, but I didn't dare to be sure. It looks like Lin Zhe didn't serve you for nothing these 3 years. Zhao Qianxian lamented. Su Qingxue nodded. He did treat me very well. I remember one time when I was sick, he was even more uncomfortable than I was, and stayed by my side all night long to take care of me. Before the words were finished, Su Qingxue's tears overflowed once again. At that time, she didn't think that Lin Zhe's care for her was so remarkable, but when she really waited until she lost him, Su Qingxue realized that these things that seemed meaningless to her at that time, at this moment, had become the things that she wanted the most. Listening to Su Qingxue's narration, a touch of envy appeared in Zhao Qianxian's eyes. Qingxue, do you still remember? There was a time when your car broke down in the middle of the night, Lin Zhe couldn't contact you and called me. At that time, you didn't even know how anxious he was, as if the most beloved supreme treasure of his life was lost. At that time, I really envied you, envied that you had a boy who was filled with your heart and eyes. Su Qingxue's tears became more and more rampant. How could she not remember? She remembered that at that time, when Lin Zhe had found her, she was waiting for a trailer by the side of the road. It was cold in the middle of winter, and Lin Zhe directly took off his down jacket and forced it on himself, then hugged himself without saying a word. At that time, Su Qingxue clearly felt his body trembling badly, and she knew that it was because of fear. It was also that time that Su Qingxue clearly heard her heartbeat for the first time. Su Qingxue's vision was completely blurred. There were many things that one really couldn't think about, and the more one thought about it, the harder it became. Let me ask you, did you let Jizafeng touch it? Zhao Qianxian suddenly asked. Su Qingxue wiped her tears and hurriedly shook her head and said, No, I haven't let any man other than Lin Zhe touch it, my fingers haven't even been touched. What do you mean, you let Lin Zhe touch it? Su Qingxue's pretty face flushed. Zhao Qianxian's question irritated her so much that she forgot to cry. But Su Qingxue didn't want to hide from her best friend. Well, let him touch it, she said slightly shyly. Zhao Qianxian was instantly like a chicken blood. Come on, expand on it, how did you touch it? Was it holding hands? Or kissed? Or rolled on the bed? Su Qingxue became more and more bashful. She wasn't a bashful person, but these questions from her best friend were just too stimulating. Both. Su Qingxue's voice was as small as a mosquito's leg. Zhao Qianxian became more and more excited. Lin Zhe is awesome, he ate you without saying a word. Tell me, when was it that he ate you? The day I filed for divorce, I had already said goodbye, but after he squatted on the ground and cried, when he got up, his head hit the ground, and then his whole person seemed to be a different person, pestering me. I was dizzy from his kisses, so I gave him sleep. When she said this, Su Qingxue's petite shyness was itching to find a crack in the ground. However, everything that happened that day kept coming back to her mind. This dog Lin Zhe is something. Qianxian, don't talk about sarcasm, quickly tell me how exactly I should seduce him. Zhao Qianxian laughed, the way I told you doesn't he like your legs? Then show your legs, seduce him, wear stockings of all colors and styles, seduce him. And what if he wants to sleep with me? Do I give him sleep too? What, you want him to sleep? Zhao Qianxian smiled and teased. Su Qingshue's pretty face flushed red and didn't say anything. But silence was sometimes a default. Zhao Qianxian was irritated. No, you really want to let him sleep? Is it being addicted to him being slept with? He is quite good at sleeping. Su Qingxue whispered. Chapter 74 Afraid of Getting Drunk. Zhao Qianxian looked at Su Qingxue with ambiguous eyes. How much will it be? Su Qingxue jolted awake.
No, what was she saying? Her cheeks were as red as the evening sun in the sky.
Qianxian, stop it, I'm dying of embarrassment.
Zhao Qianxian said with a smile, it's already been slept on, what's so hard about it? Listen to me, starting tonight, you wear sexy stockings and take a picture and throw it to him.
But what if he doesn't reply to me?
Why are you so lack of confidence? You really don't know how sexy and provocative you are.
Su Qingshue's pretty face blushed.
Of course she knew how sexy her body was, especially when wearing stockings with thin heels. After all, Lin Zhe had already proved it with his actions.
Qianxian, would this trick be a bit too the thigh? Too natty? Su Qingxue nodded with a red face.
Zhao Qianxian laughed, being flirty with someone you like, that's called flirtation, believe me, love over time isn't just an idiom.
Su Qingxue understood in a second, her face instantly flushed with a tantalizing flush. That's right sister, other than divorcing Lin Zhe for Ji Zifeng and working with the Lin family, you didn't do anything else to hurt Lin Zhe, did you?
Don't think there's anything else I don't know about. And then if Lin Zhe doesn't take care of you, you'll cry with me again.
Zhao Qianxian asked curiously. Su Qingxue was instantly silent.
It was because she suddenly remembered the sports car that she had once given to Ji Zifeng. Honestly, she now really wanted to go back to the day she sent Ji Zifeng the sports car and smack herself hard.
Why were you in such a hurry to give him a sports car? Couldn't you have made sure of each other's feelings before sending it? Why are you silent? It's hard to believe that you've done other things that hurt Lin Zhe? Zhao Qianxian asked.
Su Qingxue said in a depressed voice, after Ji Zifeng came back, I sent him a sports car.
Zhao Qianxian was shocked. Does Lin Zhe know about this? Su Qingxue nodded in a difficult manner. He knows. Zhao Qianxian looked at Su Qingxue with a speechless expression.
Not sister, what do you think? I know you have money, a sports car is nothing to you, but you've been married to Lin Zhe for 3 years, you haven't even given Lin Zhe a gift, right? No wonder Lin Zhe doesn't want to take care of you right now, give it to me, I don't want to take care of you either.
Su Qingxue wanted to cry again.
Qianxian, I really didn't do it on purpose, at that time I thought I liked Ji Zifeng, so I bought the sports car in advance, but when I really gave the car to him, I regretted it then.
Zhao Qianxian sighed helplessly.
You are simply stabbing Lin Zhe's heart with a knife. Ji Zifeng if ordinary people also even if, but on the contrary, he is still Lin Zhe's nemesis, moreover, is still everywhere not as Lin Zhe's nemesis, as a result, you for Ji Zifeng ruthlessly smacked Lin Zhe a big mouth. Zhao Qianxian and Su Qingxue were not in the same university, but she, Su Qingxue, was a bosom friend, so all these things Su Qingxue had told her.
Su Qingxue's tears instantly seemed like a flood that broke the dike.
She was already very sad, but her best friend's words were like knives, stabbing into her heart. Su Qingxue knew that it wasn't her best friend's fault, it was really her own fault. Looking at Su Qingxue's crying in pain, Zhao Qianxian said with a heartbroken heart, don't cry, although you have done so many out of the ordinary things, but the good thing is that your body is still innocent, moreover, you have only let Lin Zhe touch it, this is a blessing amongst misfortunes, listen to me, from now on, break it off completely with Ji Zifeng. There is no man who would like his own woman to get close to another member of the opposite sex. I've already made it clear to Ji Zifeng, it's impossible for me to beat him to death.
Su Qingxue cried and said.
Well, making it clear isn't enough, take back the gifts given to him as well.
Su Qingxue cried and nodded her head.
Even if her best friend didn't say this, she would still ask for it back. Although it was in poor taste to do so, she didn't want to cause Lin Zhe any pain.
Besides giving him gifts, what else did you do to Ji Zifeng?
He didn't have a place to stay, so I gave him a presidential suite in our family hotel.
Zhao Qianxian was shocked. You're really good to him, have you been to his room?
Su Qingxue hurriedly shook her head.
You haven't brought Ji Zifeng back to your home with Lin Zhe either, right?
No, he wanted to go but I didn't let him.
Zhao Qianxian sighed in relief.
Good, you didn't make a mistake of principle, it's not irreparable, okay, no crying, listen to me next. Su Qingxue hurriedly wiped away her tears.
From now on, gather yourself, use your beauty, go seduce him, he will take the bait. Su Qingxue nodded. At the same time, Lin Zhe went back to Shen Sweetpear's villa after having a meal with her. Shen Sweetpear was afraid that Lin Zhe would continue to kiss her, so she went back to her room early. Lin Zhe had his own things to do, so he didn't bother her. After returning to his room, Lin Zhe first recorded a song that he sang to himself. Although he had broken up with Su Qingxue now. However, the money that should be earned still had to be earned. Lin Zhe was an adult and wouldn't give up on making money just because of this. After it was done, Lin Zhe didn't send it to Su Qingxue right away. He planned to have it sent to Ji Sanso later. After dealing with Ji Sansuan, Lin Zhe played and sang the song again, then sent the recorded video to Jiang Qingyu. Jiang Qingyu had just hung up on Bai Daolong and was in a bit of an annoyed mood. Yes, Bai Daolong had confessed to her on the phone again. Moreover, this time it was more direct than any other time in the past. But once again, Jiang Qingyu rejected him and told him that she had someone she liked. She didn't tell Bai Daolong that the person she liked was Lin Zhe, not because she didn't want to, but because she was afraid of bringing unnecessary trouble to Lin Zhe. She knew that Bai Daolong had a prominent family background and was a complete horizontal presence in Haicheng. While being annoyed, Jiang Qingyu received a small video from Lin Zhe. She quickly clicked on it. When Lin Zhe's moving voice rang out, Jiang Qingyu instantly forgot all her boredom and she began to listen to the song carefully. But when she finished listening to a song, she was already in tears. She was so sad, her heart hurt so much. But she wasn't sad for herself, she was sad for Lin Zhe. Just how deeply he had been hurt to be able to write such heartfelt lyrics. She wanted to comfort Lin Zhe. So she replied to Lin Zhe. Do you want to drink? I want to, but I'm afraid of getting drunk. Lin Zhe quickly recovered. Jiang Qingyu replied in confusion, getting drunk is getting drunk, what's there to be afraid of? The main thing is that I'm afraid of getting drunk and wanting to kiss you. Jiang Qingyu's pretty face flushed and her heartbeat surged. She felt like her heart was really going to jump out of her chest. Her fingers trembled as she replied to Lin Zhe, it's not likely that if I get drunk, I'll want to kiss you too. Holy! There's still this good thing? Lin Zhe, who was preparing to squat in a horse stance, instantly became energized. He quickly got up and ran towards Jiang Qingyu's villa. Chapter 75. Who was prettier, me or her? The moment the door of the villa was opened, Lin Zhe was robbed of his sight by Jiang Qingyu's attire. Dressed in a milky white silk nightgown, although she had wrapped her body tightly, the silk fabric that clung to her petite body perfectly outlined her sexy and hot figure. Luscious and buoyant. Lin Zhe knew that Jiang Qingyu had a good figure, but he didn't expect that her figure was so good to such an extent. It was practically on par with Su Qingxue's. Especially her small waist, it was so thin that it was really tantalizing. Lin Zhe especially wanted to feel it with a pinch of his hand. However, what attracted Lin Zhe's eyes the most was Jiang Qingyu's lips. Her lips were beautifully shaped, and moreover, there were lip beads. The red lips were dainty, forming an extremely enviable contrast with her fair cheeks, especially when she spoke. The movement of her pink tongue inadvertently crossing her lips was simply tantalizing. I don't know why, she obviously looked pure and innocent, but at the moment, she was giving off a feeling of being pure and lustful. Lin Zhe hadn't drank yet, but he had a feeling of dizziness. When she saw Lin Zhe, Jiang Qingyu smiled shyly. In front of outsiders, she was always that lonely and proud, just like the bright moon in the sky, so that people didn't dare to give birth to the slightest blasphemy. However, when facing Lin Zhe, especially when looking at Lin Zhe, Jiang Qingyu always had a shy demeanor. She didn't want to be like this either. It was really because when she thought about the last message she had just sent to Lin Zhe, Jiang Qingyu's heart was beating wildly. Lin Zhe laughed and said, Jiang Qingyu, you're going a bit overboard. Jiang Qingyu's heart thumped violently. She asked cautiously, how did I go overboard? Beauty is a bit excessive. Lin Zhe threw out an earthy sentiment. Put. Jiang Qingyu instantly smiled like a flower. The heavy fruits began to tremble with her titillating shyness. Damn, it was killing me. Lin Zhe swallowed his saliva. After entering the living room, Jiang Qingyu laughed, Lin Zhe, the wine is in the wine cellar on the negative floor, there's a place there where you can smoke a cigar and listen to music, do we want to go there to drink? It's fine. Lin Zhe said with a smile. As Jiang Qingyu went down to the negative floor, Lin Zhe instantly fell in love with the place. There was a gym, a movie theater, a wine cellar, and so on, with all sorts of facilities. The wine cellar was huge, with many different kinds of wine stored inside. What do you want to drink? Zhang Qingyue asked with a smile. What do you like to drink? I like to drink some red wine, however, I don't drink very well. Lindsay laughed. That would be great. Zhang Qingyue cocked her little head and looked at Lindsay with a puzzled expression. Obviously, she didn't understand why Lindsay would say something like that when she heard that she wasn't a good drinker. You don't say. It was kind of cute for her to act in such a small way. Lindsay smiled and explained, if you don't get drunk, how else can I kiss you? Boom! Zhang Qingyu's pretty face instantly flushed crimson, and her heart beat even faster. She pretended not to have heard Lindsay's words, then turned around and took a red wine. I'll open it. Lindsay said. Zhang Qingyu handed the red wine to Lindsay with her hands full. As Lindsay took the red wine, his fingers touched Zhang Qingyu's fingers. Zhang Qingyu's small face became more and more scarlet. She hurriedly retracted her hand. Seeing this, Lindsay laughed and said, Why are you so nervous? Making it seem like I'm going to eat you. No, you're not going to eat me. Zhang Qingyu hurriedly said. What she wanted to tell Lindsay was, I'm not nervous, I just have a fast heartbeat when I see you. But that was something she didn't dare to say. Then why are you so nervous, or are you saying that you want to eat me? Put. Zhang Qingyu giggled. Lindsay was also too amusing. After the red wine was opened, Lindsay went to the cigar bar next door along with Zhang Qingyu. There were a lot of cigars stored here. Zhang Qingyu, you smoke cigars? Lindsay casually asked. Zhang Qingyue was in a hurry. She hurriedly explained, No, I don't smoke, I've endorsed cigars before, then the brand sent a lot of them, and I don't have any male friends, so I kept them. Zhang Qingyu didn't want to leave any bad impression on Lindsay. This brand site is so powerful, usually cigar endorsers are male, but they chose a female, using contrast to market, I guess, the effect should be very good. Zhang Qingyue nodded. They are selling quite well, do you want to smoke them? You can try. Zhang Qingyue was attentive as if she was a virtuous little stepford wife, hurriedly getting up to get a cigar for Lindsay, and then squatted on the ground again and attentively began to serve the cigar to Lindsay. As she squatted on the floor, the silk nightgown became tighter and tighter. The sexy figure was completely outlined. Lindsay looked at her for a few moments and then moved his eyes aside. It wasn't that he didn't want to look, but Zhang Qingyue's killing power was a bit too great. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to restrain himself if he continued to look. If she was Su Qingxue and Shen Sweet Pear, of course Lindsay wouldn't be polite, but she was Zhang Qingyue, and the relationship between the two of them hadn't reached a point where Lindsay could be reckless. The main thing is that Lindsay doesn't want to be called to the police by her for sexual harassment. The cigar was quickly lit. Lindsay sat on the comfortable sofa like a grandpa, crossing his legs. He took a sip of red wine and smoked a cigar. Soothing. Zhang Qingyu had also seen many people smoking cigars, but there had never been anyone who made her feel as elegant and handsome as Lindsay. By the way, have you listened to the new song yet? Lindsay asked in passing. Zhang Qingyu nodded. It's very good, but it's a bit sad to hear mine. Lindsay's heart stuttered. What, have you been in love? No, I haven't talked about it, I just think your lyrics are so well written. Zhang Qingyu hurriedly explained. Lindsay sighed in relief. He didn't want a woman that someone else had touched. I see, come on, drink. Lindsay laughed. Zhang Qingyu hurriedly raised her glass. When a glass of wine went down, Zhang Qingyue's pretty face was flushed, not to mention that her eyes became a bit mesmerized. Her alcohol consumption was really not good. However, when her eyes were mesmerized, her whole person looked a bit charming. It was especially seductive. The four eyes met. Zhang Qingyue suddenly smiled delicately. Lindsay, you're really handsome. Finished, she was really drunk. Otherwise, there was absolutely no way she could have said such bold words. Lindsay laughed, I know, but you're also very beautiful. Then who is more beautiful between Su Qingxue and I? How can I say it, each has their own beauty. This was not bull, but Lindsay felt that the two really had their own beauty. If Su Qingxue was a delicate rose, then Zhang Qingyue was a pure snow lotus. However, this snow lotus was a bit titillating right now. Zhang Qingyue was obviously not satisfied with this answer from Lindsay. She took Lindsay's arm and shook it. If you want to say I'm beautiful, then I'll give you a kiss. Chapter 76, I Can Still Drink. Lindsay was irritated. Of course he wanted to kiss Jiang Qingyu, just now when he saw that her delicate red lips at the door Lindsay wanted to kiss. So, Lindsay laughed, "Tonight, you are even more charming than her." Jiang Qingyu was satisfied. She stood up with a delicate smile, then stumbled over to Lindsay. "Be careful," Lindsay warned. As soon as the words left her mouth, Jiang Qingyu fell into Lindsay's embrace. The first thing Lindsay felt when his delicate body entered his arms was a tantalizing aroma. That aroma madly tantalized his heart. But what was even more stimulating than that fragrance was Jiang Qingyu's fragrant and soft ketone body. Damn, it's killing people. How could her body be so soft? Lindsay remembered the saying that women are all made of water. Jiang Qingyu hooked Lindsay's neck and said with a delicate smile, "Since I'm more beautiful than her and you're divorced from her now, do you want to be with me? When the time comes, not only can I let you kiss me, but I can also let you do other things as well. Secretly, I can tell you that my body isn't any worse than Su Qingxue's." Lindsay laughed and asked, "What does being together mean?" "Be my boyfriend, if the feelings arrive, we can get married, don't worry, I won't be like Su Qingxue, married, and still thinking about other people, I'll be good to you for the rest of your life." Lindsay couldn't laugh anymore. He even had a big cold heart. Being a scumbag without a moral bottom line. Lindsay had always practiced the principle of not taking the initiative, not rejecting, and not taking responsibility. But now Jiang Qingyu even wanted to be with herself, and, in the future, to marry herself. How could this make Lindsay agree? It wasn't that Jiang Qingyu didn't deserve to be with herself, didn't deserve to marry herself, but Lindsay clearly knew that once she got married, then she would have to give up the whole forest. This was something that was clearly intolerable for Lindsay. Lindsay smiled and said, "Jiang Qingyu, you've had too much to drink, let me send you up to rest." "No, you promise me." Jiang Qingyu shook her sexy torso and pouted. "Let's wait until you're sober." Lindsay was horribly calm now. Jiang Qingyu was unhappy, pouting her sexy red lips and looking at Lindsay aggressively. "Do you still like Su Qingxue?" "Don't like it," Lindsay said frankly. "Then why aren't you with me?" "Because I'm scum." Lindsay laughed and said, "A scum who only scums and doesn't take responsibility." "Then you scum me, I don't want you to be responsible either." Holy. Jiang Qingyu's transformation was a bit fast. But Lindsay knew that she was drunk and that's why she said such words. Although Lindsay was a scumbag, he didn't want to be a scumbag who took advantage of people. He preferred "you love me." Moreover, that kind of thing was only the most comfortable when it was you and me. "Jiang Qingyu, you're drunk." "Not at all, I can still drink." Saying this, she directly picked up Lindsay's wine glass and poured the wine that had just been poured in the glass into her mouth in one gulp. Lindsay was stimulated. The wine came quickly, and Jiang Qingyu's entire body curled up in Lindsay's arms, as meek as a cat. "Lindsay, my heart is so hard, will you rub it for me?" As she spoke, Jiang Qingyu grabbed Lindsay's hand and was about to place it on her heart. Lindsay was viciously irritated. He hurriedly pulled his hand out of Jiang Qingyu's hand. If he put it there, he himself would definitely slag her off tonight. "Jiang Qingyu, you're drunk, let me help you upstairs to rest." Don't help, wanna hold, you hold me upstairs." "Okay." Lindsay intercepted and picked her up, walking towards the upstairs. Jiang Qingyu hooked her hands around Lindsay's neck and looked at him with a smile like a flower. "Lindsay, you're really handsome, can I kiss you?" "Stop it," Lindsay said hurriedly. But Jiang Qingyu didn't care about that. She directly kissed Lindsay on the knot of his throat. Lindsay was about to explode from the excitement of her move. He hurriedly increased his pace. After placing Jiang Qingyu on the bed, Lindsay turned around and went into the bathroom before splashing cold water on his face. It was simply killing him. Didn't know that you couldn't just kiss the knot in a man's throat? After staying in the bathroom for quite a while, not knowing how much cold water he had wasted, only then did Lindsay finally suppress the evil fire within him. After he exited the bathroom, he swept a glance at Jiang Qingyu. She was surprisingly already asleep. But that wasn't the point was that her silk nightgown had lifted her up to her thighs. The two snow-white legs were thus recklessly exposed to Lindsay's line of sight. Nima. The evil flames that Lindsay had managed to suppress once again became stirred up. He didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly fled. But what Lindsay didn't know was that not long after he left, Jiang Chengyu, who had originally fallen asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. She had clearly been drunk before, but at the moment her eyes were exceptionally clear and bright. There wasn't even a hint of drunkenness. Staring at the ceiling for a while, Jiang Chengyu sighed slightly. She muttered, "It looks like Lindsay still has Su Qingxue in his heart. Wanting to take him down is not an easy thing." After returning to Shen Sweet Pear's villa, Lindsay's heart completely settled down. He began to tie up his horse stance. This was something he had to do every night. Lindsay wanted to make his physique stronger as soon as possible. Then practiced the gongfu that the old man had taught him. After gritting his teeth for more than an hour, Lindsay collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. After simply resting for a while, he entered the bathroom drenched in sweat. After taking a shower, Lindsay remembered what Jiang Qingyu had said to him this evening as he lay down on his bed. Honestly speaking, Jiang Qingyu's behavior made Lindsay feel a hint of danger. Having crossed over, he only wanted to go for his kidneys, not his heart. But now Jiang Qingyu even wanted to walk her heart with herself. This was something absolutely impossible for Lindsay. It looked like he would have to keep a little distance from her as much as possible in the future. Although Jiang Qingyu was beautiful and had a sexy body, Lindsay did want to sleep with her. But if he had to go through the motions, then Lindsay could not sleep with her. After all, 9 times out of 10, the consequences of sleeping with her would have to be with her. Lindsay didn't want to give up a forest for a tree. After making up his mind, Lindsay also felt the urge to sleep. Between sleeping and not sleeping, Lindsay's cell phone suddenly dinged. It was the green bubble's beep. Lindsay was awakened. He opened green bubble. The message was surprisingly from Su Qingxue. It seemed to be a picture. Lindsay clicked on Su Qingxue's avatar. The next second, Lindsay's eyes glared like bull's eyes. Grass. Chapter 77. I'm here to wake you up. It's the Cheongsam. It's a Cheongsam with a slit. It's a Cheongsam with a slit up to the edge of the thigh. It is a Cheongsam that is slit to the edge of the thigh, revealing 2 legs wrapped in white silk. The edge of the white silk was tightly strangled on the thighs. Lindsay remembered a saying. When white silk strangles the flesh, it's hard for an immortal to save it. But this wasn't the most extreme. The most extreme thing was that she was wearing thin high heels. But the heels weren't on her feet, they were hooked on her toes. It seemed to fall off. This is a bit too much of a sexy horse. Su Qingxue in the photo did not show her face. But through the familiar background of the photo, Lindsay knew that the person in the photo must be her. Lindsay's heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably, and his breathing became a bit rapid. He regretted it. Why did he get angry with Su Qingxue for a good reason? If she wants to cooperate with the Lin family, then she can cooperate, it's none of his business. If she wanted to cooperate with the Lin family, then she could do it. Otherwise, why look at the photos and lick the screen like this? I really want to send her a message back. But although Lindsay has always been shameless, if he returns the message at this time, his intention to sleep with others is too obvious. It might make Su Qingxue resentful. Forget it, let's find a chance to message her back tomorrow. After making up his mind, Lin Yang got up and went into the bathroom. Don't think too much, he wasn't going to do shameless things, he was going to take a shower. That kind of shameless thing, Lindsay didn't care to do. Half an hour later, Lindsay walked out of the bathroom tastelessly. Right after Lindsay entered the bathroom, Su Qingxue stared apprehensively at Lindsay's dialogue box. She was expecting Lindsay's message to come back with a reply the next second. Unfortunately, she waited for a long time without waiting. Su Qingxue's mood changed from initial apprehension to final loss. She lay on her bed lost, tears silently crossing the corners of her eyes. She really regretted it. She regretted why she was brain dead and divorced Lindsay. She regretted why she was so brainwashed to cooperate with the Lin family. If she hadn't divorced and hadn't cooperated with the Lin family, why would she be so upset right now? Those subsequent emotions were like sandpaper, constantly scrubbing her heart, making her tears more and more raging. Su Qingxue cried and sent a message to Zhao Chanqian. Lindsay didn't reply to me. Zhao Chanqian, who was at the nightclub picking up a male model, was a little speechless when she saw Su Qingxue's message. This BFF of hers was so beautiful, her body was so sexy, and her family background was an illustrious mess. She should have been the object of countless people chasing after her, but now she had become a licking dog. Moreover, it is still a licking dog that suffers from loss. Zhao Chanshan helplessly replied, that can only mean that you hurt him too deeply. However, don't be discouraged, tomorrow night continue to send him photos with a larger scale. After Su Qingxue received her best friend's message, she felt that what she said made sense, so she wiped away her tears and replied to her best friend, I will. Just after the message was sent, Su Qingxue received a message from Ji Zifeng. She now felt sick to her stomach at the sight of Ji Zifeng's name. She hated Ji Zifeng, but she hated herself even more. Qingxue, I'm so drunk, it's so hard, can you come and keep me company? If you don't come, I want to jump off the stairs right now. After seeing the message, Su Qingxue became more and more upset. He had actually started threatening himself already. Ji Zifeng, firstly, check out of your room tomorrow morning, I won't provide you with accommodation anymore. Secondly, the sports car will be driven to the company tomorrow, you won't need to drive it anymore in the future. As for what you said about jumping off the building, whatever. When he received Su Qingxue's message, Ji Zifeng's heart was instantly ecstatic. He knew that she still had some feelings for himself and wouldn't stand by and watch himself jump off a building. Ji Zifeng had already made up his mind, as long as Su Qingxue dared to come to where he lived, then he would take her even if he had to use force. At that time, he recorded a video to show Lin Zhe that. When he thought of this, he excitedly opened the message. But the next second, Ji Zifeng instantly collapsed. He angrily smashed his cell phone. Su Qingxue, you forced me to do this, sooner or later, I will make you kneel at my crotch and beg for forgiveness. Ji Zifeng roared angrily. The knight was speechless. The next morning early in the morning when Lin Zhe was still sleeping, he felt someone enter his room. He quickly opened his eyes. What met his eyes was a wonderful woman wearing light pink yoga pants. Who else could it be if not Shen Sweet Pear? Those yoga pants clung to her skin, perfectly outlining her slim and slender legs. Lin Zhe licked his lips and laughed, Shen Sweet Pear, are you here to send me wake-up kisses? Shen Sweet Pear winks and says, you're wanting to be beautiful, I'm here to wake you up. What time is it? It's more than 8 o'clock. Lin Zhe was somewhat speechless. What's the rush, let me sleep some more. Did you forget that you still have to treat my best friend's body today? As soon as these words came out, Lin Zhe's mind immediately conjured up Song Nanin's stunningly beautiful face. Not only did he think of her stunningly beautiful face, he also thought of her bare and flat belly. Lin Zhe had no more sleepiness. He smiled and said, come on, give me a kiss and I'll get up. Shen Sweet Pear winks and says, you're going to die, you just know how to kiss your mouth every day, you only have 60 points now, wait until you get 100 points sometime. Yesterday when she was kissed by Lin Zhe in the interrogation room, Shen Sweet Pear obviously felt her sanity sinking. It wasn't clear whether it was because this bastard was too good at kissing, or whether she liked being kissed by him. But no matter what the reason was, anyway, it was a danger sign. Shen Sweet Pear was afraid that if she continued to be kissed by him, she would really not be able to restrain her heart, and thus be eaten clean by this smelly rascal. Shen Sweet Pear, just give me a score, when you fall in love with me in the future, when you want to be with me, I will also give you a score, when will I agree to you when you get 10,000 points? Put. Shen Sweet Pear giggled as if she had heard a heavenly joke. The flowery branches trembled. Stinking rascal, let's hear it, how are you going to grade me? Lin Zhe smiled and said, don't worry, I'm not as ruthless as you, when the time comes to kiss once, I'll give you 1 point, sleep once, I'll give you 2 points. Shen Sweet Pear was speechless. This smelly rascal just said that if he liked him and, if he wanted to be with him, he would have to get 10,000 points. If according to what he said, 1 point for kissing and 2 points for sleeping with him, then he wouldn't be able to get 10,000 points in his life. When she thought of this, Shen Sweet Pear was upset. Stinking rascal, then don't worry, there's absolutely no way I'll fall for you, so you won't have a chance to score me. Lin Zhe lit a cigarette, and between gulping down the clouds, he said with a smile, remember what you look like now, and also remember what you say now, we'll see. We'll see. Chapter 78, Am I Not Handsome Enough? After eating just breakfast, Shen Sweet Pear drove Lin Zhe towards Song Nanin's villa. Stinking rascal, after you left yesterday, my best friend poked around with me for half a day for information about you, did you offend her? On the way there, Shen Sweet Pear suddenly asked. Lin Zhe laughed, couldn't it be that she saw that I was handsome and then saw color and then asked you about me? Shen Sweet Pear giggled delicately. This stinking rascal could really go against the grain. This kind of shameless words also dared to speak out. You laugh a hammer ah, am I not flirty enough, or not handsome enough? Ha 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 ha. Shen Sweet Pear laughed her ass off. She laughed and nodded vigorously. Stinking rascal, you're right, you are indeed flirty, and, also, very handsome. That would be a no-brainer, so, what has she been prying into me with you? Shin Pear smiled and said, your family background, everything about you. You told her everything? Nonsense, of course I said it. You're confused. In case she really likes me and wants to snatch me away from you, you mustn't regret it to death? Shin Pear's heart trembled. This bastard was so handsome. Not only was he handsome, but he was also funny, and most importantly, he knew medical skills. With such conditions, just ask which girl wouldn't like it. When she thought of her own best friend snatching Lindsay away from her, Shin Pear's mood was extraordinarily upset. However, on second thought, she thought that her own best friend was extremely discerning, and even if Lindsay was handsome, funny, and knew how to practice medicine, it was impossible for her to fall for him. When she thought of this, Shin Pear sighed in relief. Stinking rascal, you're overthinking it. It's absolutely impossible for my best friend to fall for you. Then what is she doing prying into my information? Lindsay continued to snub Shin Pear. Shin Pear was completely unable to laugh. Yeah, what was Song Nanin doing prying into Lindsay's information for good reason? Lindsay couldn't help but snicker in his heart when he saw Shin Sweetie Pie's face change. He continued, what do you think it means when a woman, a beautiful woman, becomes curious about a man, a handsome man? Shin Pear completely stopped laughing. Her face became extremely grave. Yes, what did it mean when a woman began to be curious about a man? Even though Shin Pear had never been in love, she clearly knew that it meant that the woman at least had a crush on the man. Otherwise, there was absolutely no way she would have pried into the other person's information. Lindsay wanted to laugh more and more. Shin Pear was clearly not an idiot, but she was fooled by her own words. Lindsay knew that this was all her possessiveness at work. She had now taken herself as her person, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to fool her. Moreover, the funniest thing was that she had claimed that Su Qingxue was super possessive, but now it seemed that her possessiveness wasn't that bad. Lindsay was refreshed. Soon, Song Nanin's villa arrived. Stinking rascal, I'm warning you, don't tease Song Nanin, she's not something you can mess with. In addition, after treating her, hurry up and leave, do you hear me? Then what if she wants to stay and have lunch with me? As you know, her identity and background is not bad, I can't afford to mess with her. Lindsay continued to irritate her. Shin Pear was a little annoyed. If she had known that it would turn out like this, she shouldn't have brought Lindsay to treat Song Nanin yesterday. Now it was good, it was too late to say anything. When I'm done, I'll come pick you up. If it wasn't for the fact that there were still things waiting for her to deal with in the company, Shin Pear really didn't want to leave. Actually, Song Nanin is so pretty, I'm still a bit moved. If you let me have a mouthful now, I probably won't be moved. Lindsay said with a smile. Shin Pear laughed and scolded, stinking rascal, you're really shameless, after saying half a day you're trying to trick me into kissing your mouth. Alright, just take it that I'm cheating you. Alright, you go and get busy, I'm going to find Song Nanin. Saying that, Lindsay was about to get off. Shin Pear was in a hurry. She tugged on Lindsay's arm. She was really afraid that Lindsay, the smelly hooligan, was going to tease her bosom friend. He was so handsome, and he was so funny and humorous. There was no chance that he would really be able to tease his own bestie. Stinking rascal, I can let you have a kiss, but you have to promise me that you are not allowed to have any contact with Song Nanin other than treatment, and even more so, you are not allowed to tease her. Lindsay wanted to laugh. Look brother, picking up girls is really not difficult at all. That depends on your performance. Shin Pear hummed delicately and asked, are you kissing or not? The words came out. Lindsay directly pinched her thin waist and carried her from the main car into his arms. Before Shin Pear could react, she was kissed by Lindsay. The sensation of electrocution hit her. Shin Pear clearly felt her sanity sinking. That soul-stirring feeling made her hook her neck around Lindsay's neck and start actively responding. I don't know how long they kissed each other, and only when they were about to suffocate did they reluctantly let go of each other. Shin Pear's body softened into a puddle of fragrant mud, paralyzed in Lindsay's arms. She looked at Lindsay with charming eyes. Stinking rascal, kiss too, remember what you promised me. Shin Pear gasped and said. Lindsay pinched her cheeks. Alright, you're going in, be safe on your way. Honestly, Lindsay still wanted to continue kissing. But he also clearly knew that even if he continued kissing, Shin Pear wouldn't be able to let herself sleep with her. Moreover, if he continued to kiss, it was still himself who would have a hard time. Shin Sweet Pear answered obediently. After seeing Lindsay off, Shin Shuangli calmed down for a while before she suppressed her agitated heart. After driving away, she didn't go directly to the company, but first returned to the villa. She was there to change her clothes. Song Nanin was practicing boxing. Today, she wore a pair of black shark pants plus a white t-shirt. When he saw her, Lindsay was jolted. The place that should be big was big, big and amazing. The place that should be thin was thin, thin and titillating. The place that should be warped was warped, warped and soulful. Lindsay's gaze quickly fell on her face. The fair melon face was beautifully curved, the arched yawning nose was lightly powdered, and the moist red lips were soft at first glance. However, the most colorful thing was her eyes, which were as pretty as a blooming peach blossom. When I saw her yesterday, although she was also pretty, she was pale, like a flower that was about to wither, far less than the stunning feeling that she brought to people after her face normalized today. What to do? Want to sleep with her? Good morning. Lindsay smiled and greeted. Song Nanin ignored Lindsay. Frankly speaking, Song Nanin didn't want to see Lindsay. As soon as she saw him, she remembered how this dog took off her skirt yesterday, not to mention, but also, forcibly kissed her. If it wasn't for the fact that she was counting on him to cure her, she really wanted to kill him. Seeing that Song Nanin didn't care about himself, Lindsay wasn't in a hurry. He smiled and asked, Song Nanin, may I ask if you're still treating today? Nonsense, why did I ask you to come here if I'm not going to be treated? Song Nanin asked back irritably. Fine then, you take off your clothes. Chapter 79, Come with me. Song Nanin looked at Lindsay in a furious rage of fury. The appalling eyes contained a monstrous murderous aura. What did you say? Song Nanin asked word for word. It was as if she was going to get Lindsay killed if he said one word incorrectly. Lindsay said in a nonchalant manner, if you don't take off your clothes, where do you want me to stick the needle in you? Song Nanin glared angrily at Lindsay. This dog had to say things so ambiguously. Lying on the bed, Song Nanin first covered her lower half with a thin blanket before she took off her shark pants downwards. Lindsay was a bit speechless. Damn, originally wanted to appreciate her beautiful legs in shark pants, but now it's fine, you can't even see a hair. He took out a silver needle in displeasure and stabbed into her acupoints. Song Nanin had thought that today's treatment would be the same as yesterday's, and the place where her belly was would be boiling hot, but the silver needle had been stabbed in for a while, but there was still no reaction. Why isn't my lower abdomen as warm as it was yesterday? Song Nanin asked in a faint voice. Nonsense, yesterday was when you were in the most pain, so the effect was the best. Now that you're not in that much pain, when you treat it, the reaction is naturally not as great. Lindsay believed in bull. Song Nanin glared at Lindsay and stopped talking. Lindsay smiled and said, do you want to get better faster? What do you mean? Actually, the best treatment plan is to stick needles while I massage your legs. Dog thing, if you want to touch my legs, just say so. Song Nanin angrily shouted. Huh, she's quite smart. Nonsense, I'm actually pressing acupoints by pressing your legs. The reason why you have menstrual cramps is because of the uterine cold, which seems to have nothing to do with the legs, but, as the saying goes, pulling one hair affects the whole body. Pressing the legs will accelerate your blood circulation, and together with the treatment of acupuncture, it'll have an unexpected effect. Lindsay said in a serious manner. Song Nanin snorted coldly and said, you die this death, there is no way I will let you touch any part of my body. She is not to believe Lindsay's words, but long so big, in addition to yesterday by this dog thing took away the first kiss, she has not had with any opposite sex skin touch it. So bad to fool ah. Lindsay pretended to be regretful and said, alright, since you don't want to get better faster, then we'll just stick needles in. After being silent with each other for a while, Song Nanin suddenly asked, let me ask you, where did you learn your medical skills from? Yesterday, when Lindsay treated himself, Song Nanin thought that he was the disciple of some Chinese medicine master, but then she learned from Shin Sweetie Pie that he turned out to be a family outcast, not to mention that he was also divorced from Su Qing Xue. I was sold to a village by my family's servants when I was a child, and there was an old man in that village who was a veterinarian, and seeing that I was handsome and of good character, he passed his mantle on to me. Lindsay resisted his urge to laugh and said, what? A veterinarian? Song Nanin instantly broke her defenses. Hoping that after half a day's messing around that she was actually letting a veterinarian heal her? Dog thing, you pull out the needle for me. Song Iris said angrily. Looking at her broken defense, Lindsay secretly snickered. What a simple chick. Lindsay pretended to be upset and questioned, What, looking down on us veterinarians? Song Nanin was unable to speak at this dislike. It wasn't that she looked down on veterinarians, but she felt that it was really weird to have her own veterinarian treat her. Lindsay continued to say with a straight face, besides, what's wrong with a veterinarian? It's fine if he can cure you. I'm asking you if the treatment I'm giving you has any effect. Song Nanin became more and more speechless. Apologize to me. Song Nanin was silent for a while and said in a hard tone, I'm sorry. I'm telling you, Song Nanin, it's just that you're pretty, otherwise, this isn't over today. Oily mouth. Song Nanin said unhappily. Lindsay smiled and said, Song Nanin, being a big sister is actually quite tiring, right? None of your business. You people are really dog-eyed. What do you mean? Doesn't know what's good for you. Anger flashed in Song Nanin's eyes. This dog, how dare he call himself illiterate? What, did I say it wrong? As the doctor who treats you, I can't even care about you? No need. Song Nanin said without a trace of anger. Marred, her guardedness was a bit heavy. How can I pick her up? Originally, he had thought of utilizing her identity to stir up a flirtation, and in the meantime, close the distance between each other. But I didn't expect that she would be so uncooperative. Song Nanin, I advise you to better cooperate with me. After all, I found that in addition to Gonghan, your mental pressure is also particularly high. The current you is like a tightly taut string. Maybe when the time comes, this string is broken, then it will be bad. These words came out. A flash of pain flashed across Song Nanin's eyes. It couldn't be helped, Lindsay had spoken to her pain. Ever since her father had left, she herself had been forced to take over this huge society. Several of the bosses had treated themselves with respect on the surface, but in reality, they had all gone against the grain. There were even people who did bad things under their own banner that were outrageous to the gods and people. It wasn't that Song Nanin didn't want to eradicate these trash. But the helpless thing is, these people are in collusion with each other. They just tested them a few days ago, and all they got was the result of them holding together to resist themselves. Such a situation caused Song Nanin to be so stressed that she couldn't sleep the whole night. When he saw Song Nanin's reaction, Lindsay was happy. He wasn't happy because he saw Song Nanin in pain, but he was finally right on her frequency. It was good to be able to match her frequency. How about it? The club isn't easy to manage, right? Lindsay said with the demeanor of a person who had been there before. Song Nanin hummed. Speaking as if you've been the boss. Lindsay laughed and said, it doesn't matter if I've been one or not, what matters is that you can't go on like this. Let me ask you, are you taking sleeping pills every night now to fall asleep? Lindsay wasn't so much a divine planner, but Song Nanin had sleeping pills placed right at the head of her bed. So what if it is? In fact, I have a method that can relieve your stress, so that you can be able to fall asleep without relying on drugs. What method? Song Nanin subconsciously pursued. Her biggest pain right now, aside from her menstrual cramps, was that she couldn't sleep. It wasn't that she didn't want to sleep, but the pressure on the mental level was too great, making it impossible for her to sleep. There were times when it was clear that she was already sleepy and her eyes were fighting, but she just had trouble falling asleep. And the consequence of not being able to sleep was that it made her upset and her physical condition got worse and worse. Lindsay pulled out the silver needles from her body. Smiling, he said, come with me, I'll take you to get high. Chapter 80. Cut the crap and get in the car. Your so-called having a good time is bringing me here to ride a motorcycle? Song Nanin looked at Lindsay with a disappointed face. Originally, when Lindsay said that he was going to bring himself here to have a good time, Song Nanin's heart was actually a bit expectant. Because when he came, Lindsay had said that he would definitely let himself get high to the sky. Moreover, after getting high, she would definitely be able to sleep. But when she arrived, Song Nanin realized that the so-called having a good time was riding a motorcycle. Disappointed, she was now nothing but disappointed. It wasn't like Song Nanin hadn't tried all sorts of exciting sports since she started having insomnia. For example, driving a car, bungee jumping, even riding a roller coaster and so on. Unfortunately, all of them were of little use. Lindsay smiled and said, that's right, get on. If it's just a motorcycle ride, then I'm sorry, you're on your own. Cut the crap and get on. I said, I don't want to ride a motorcycle, and I don't want to ride the same bike as you even more. Song Nanin said in a deep voice. She was already not interested in riding a motorcycle, plus the seat of the motorcycle was so small that it was already crowded for one person to sit on it, let alone two people. If she really rode a motorcycle with this dog, then her body would inevitably be pressed together. Song Nanin didn't want to be close to Lin Zhe's body. After all, in the middle of summer, each other's clothes weren't wearing much. Song Nanin, you're not afraid of riding a motorcycle, are you? Don't use agitation on me, I don't eat your set. Then you don't eat that? Lin Zhe asked with a smirk. Song Nanin glared angrily at Lin Zhe. She suspected that this dog was taking advantage of herself. But she didn't have any evidence herself. Alright, get in the car. If you don't get in the car all the words, be careful I'll hug you up. Dog courageous thing, you hug me a little try. Song Nanin said angrily. Lin Zhe laughed as he threw the motorcycle in front of Song Nanin with a tail swing. Before Song Nanin could react, she felt a strong hand hooking onto her small waist, and then her entire body was airborne. By the time Song Nanin came back to her senses, she was already sitting on the motorcycle. Her two slender legs in shark pants were pressed against Lin Zhe's legs, not to mention, but also, her body was pressed against Lin Zhe's back. Song Nanin was enraged. This dog's guts, he really dared to hug himself. She was about to get angry. But Lin Zhe suddenly refueled, and the motorcycle instantly rushed towards the mountains as if it was an arrow off the string. Ah! Song Nanin couldn't help but scream. Caught off guard, the inertia of the motorcycle slammed Song Nanin's body into Lin Zhe's back. Shy and angry, she gave Lin Zhe a pink punch. Lin Zhe said loudly, "You'd better hold me tight because I'm going to speed up." "You're dreaming." Lin Zhe laughed and suddenly accelerated. Song Nanin had initially grasped the handrail on the back of the motorcycle with both hands and, as much as she could, separated her body from Lin Zhe's body by a little distance. However, as the speed of the car got faster and faster, and as the mountain road got steeper and steeper, Song Nanin's heartbeat finally started to get faster. It couldn't be helped that the mountain road was narrow and next to it was a cliff. The slightest carelessness would result in a fall. And once they fell, then what was waiting for each other? Song Nanin was clear in her heart. But it was also because of this clarity that her heartbeat began to accelerate. She finally couldn't carry it anymore and flopped down on Lin Zhe's back, her hands clasping Lin Zhe's waist with a death grip. "Dog thing, slow down," Song Nanin said loudly. Lin Zhe ignored her. Not only did he not slow down, he continued to accelerate. The motorcycle seemed like an arrow as it raced furiously down the steep and winding mountain road. As the wind whistled past her ears, Song Nanin clearly heard her long-lost heartbeat. Song Nanin finally knew the reason why she had previously felt tasteless no matter if it was car racing or bungee jumping. It was because that was all done within the bounds of safety. The racing car was in the track, and Song Nanin knew that even if it flipped over, she wouldn't be able to die. And bungee jumping was even more protected by safety ropes. But now, the mountain road was steep and next to it was a cliff. Once the car rolled over, it was certain death. There is no second possibility. Excitement, never before seen excitement swept through Song Nanin's body and mind. Her heartbeat was frantic, she was breathing heavily. But her eyes, which were as beautiful as peach blossoms, were exceptionally translucent. Yes, Song Nanin kind of liked this feeling of excitement. Because this feeling made her clearly realize that she was still alive. "Speed up the car a bit more," Song Nanin shouted excitedly. The corners of Lin Zhe's mouth rose slightly, he knew she would like it. The speed of the car continued to rage. Not only was the speed of the car raging, but also, the motorcycle was wandering around the edge of the cliff. Once Lin Zhe's direction was not well controlled, he would instantly fall off the cliff. Song Nanin felt even more stimulated, so stimulated that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Her eyes closed tightly and she hugged Lin Zhe even tighter. Each other's bodies were already completely pressed together. But Song Nanin didn't realize it, or more accurately, she didn't care anymore. At this moment she only wanted to vent. Yes, she was venting. Along with this kind of stimulation, let her clearly feel, her heart's boredom, agitation and so on, countless garbage emotions are being thrown behind. In its place was excitement, euphoria, freshness, thrill, and so on. Just as Song Nanin was getting addicted, Lin Zhe suddenly braked the car to a halt halfway up the mountain. "Why did you stop?" Song Nanin questioned irritably. Lin Zhe twisted his head and asked with a smirk, "Do you want to have more fun?" "What do you mean?" "You drive and I'll sit behind you." Song Nanin was shocked in her heart. She herself didn't have such heaven-defying car skills as this dog. "Don't be afraid, I'll control the direction for you, you just twist the gas to the bottom." "But..." Song Nanin's words hadn't even finished, Lindsay had already backhanded and hooked her thin waist, carrying her from the backseat to the front seat. Song Nanin was about 1 meter 7 in height, but she looked exceptionally petite in Lindsay's 1 meter 88 arms. When she felt Lindsay's sturdy chest, Song Nanin's pretty face inexplicably blushed. "What are you waiting for? Cheer up," Lindsay said with a smirk in Song Nanin's ear. Along with the hot breath that Lindsay exhaled as he spoke hitting Song Nanin's ears, her pretty white face reddened more and more. Secretly cursing a dog, Song Nanin took a deep breath and started twisting the gas pedal. She wanted to slowly accelerate, but Lindsay had already taken hold of her jade hand without knowing what, and he clutched her hand and suddenly accelerated. Next to her was the white mist-shrouded cliff. The tires of the car were less than 30 centimeters away from the cliff, while the car was going as fast as a cannonball. The thrill of this onslaught made Song Nanin unable to stop herself from yelling. Song Nanin was not a timid person, but what was in front of her was too exciting. Lindsay said in her ear, "Song Nanin, you can scream louder." Chapter 81, Are You a Dog? When she arrived at the top of the mountain, Song Nanin was drenched in fragrant sweat and her legs were weak. However, the expression on her stunningly beautiful face was relaxed, and her eyes, whose beauty seemed to be peach blossoms, were even more translucent. "Cool." Lindsay lit a cigarette and asked with a smile between gulping down the clouds. Song Nanin gave Lindsay a blank look. How come when anything came out of this dog's mouth, it always carried a nasty flavor? But Song Nanin couldn't deny that she was indeed very cool. It was a never-before-experienced high, from the outside to the inside. She laid down on the grass with reckless abandon, looking at the blue sky and white clouds reminiscing about what she had just done. Lindsay lay beside her. The two of them were very close, but Song Nanin didn't dodge. She even turned her head to look at Lindsay and asked, "Your car skills are good, what, did you also learn from that veterinary medicine?" Lindsay smiled. "That's not true, the car skills were learned to vent the bitterness in my heart after being kicked out of the Lin family." This statement was of course bull-ting. One couldn't tell her that his car skills were practiced on the Blue Star. At that time, Lindsay was under a lot of pressure. He was just like Song Nanin now, so stressed that he lost sleep throughout the night. In order to vent these pressures, he learned to ride a motorcycle. But Lindsay didn't just ride randomly, he specialized in choosing places with dangerous terrain to ride. This was also why he would bring Song Nanin to ride a motorcycle. Because he knew that this method worked. However, what worked even better was going to roadside stalls to eat. But this kind of behavior wasn't suitable for the current Song Nanin yet. "Just how much did you do to hurt the world before you were kicked out of the house?" Song Nanin asked again. Lindsay smiled. "Perhaps." "Do you hate the Lin family?" Song Nanin asked again. "Do you think so?" Song Nanin fell silent. She didn't have the experience of being abandoned, but yesterday, when she heard Shin Sweet Pear say that the Lin family had kicked Lindsay out of their home for an adopted son, Song Nanin didn't have any extra feelings other than feeling that it was absurd. But now when she heard Lindsay say these words in a light-hearted manner, there was an inexplicable feeling of displeasure in her heart. It wasn't that she felt that Lindsay was upsetting her, but, rather, what the Lin family was doing was making her a little upset. "When you cure me, I can help you take revenge," Song Nanin said after a moment of contemplation. The outside world said that Song Nanin was ruthless, and, moreover, had given her the nickname Song Yanwang. Regarding this point, Song Nanin didn't deny it. That was because she knew that in this society, if she wasn't a bit ruthless, she would have been torn to pieces long ago. But she wasn't a person who didn't know how to be grateful. She felt that Lindsay had cured her illness, so she should return the favor to him in a reasonable manner. Moreover, cleaning up the Lin family was not a difficult task for her. Although she couldn't do anything to bring down the Lin family on an economic level, it was still easy to use some dark means to make the Lin family disappear from this world. "No need, I still prefer to do this kind of thing myself," Lindsay said in a salty manner. The exhilaration that came from destroying the Lin family with his own hands was not something that could be compared to someone else's help. Besides, this matter wasn't difficult for Lindsay. Therefore, Lindsay declined Song Nanin's kindness. This statement made Song Nanin quite surprised. She had thought that since she was willing to help him take revenge, then he would definitely let himself help. But she didn't expect that he would turn himself down. Honestly, she was a bit upset. But she didn't know why she was upset. "Whatever, anyway, don't come begging me after you can't do it yourself at that time," Song Nanin said irritably. Lindsay laughed. Song Nanin, you're kinda cute when you're angry. What? Cute? This dog thing was blind. Obviously, when he was angry, he would make people incomparably afraid. How did it become cute when it came to him? Song Nanin glared at Lindsay. Dog thing, if you dare to molest me again, believe it or not, I'll have someone throw you into the moat and feed you to the wangbang now. Not a big person, but not a small temper. Dog thing, you're the one who's small. Song Nanin said angrily. She was most annoyed with people treating her as a small child. Weren't those few bosses in the club bullying themselves for not being too old, so they were in cahoots? Whether I'm little or not, you'll find out later. Lindsay laughed. Song Nanin's pretty face reddened and she kicked Lindsay in anger. This dog, playing hooligan with himself again. Song Nanin, if you want to try kicking me again, believe it or not, I'll kiss you. Lindsay said irritably. Although the kick she gave didn't hurt at all, Lindsay didn't like being kicked. Of course, more importantly, he did kind of want to kiss her. As for what the consequences would be after kissing her. Who cares, let's kiss her first. What if Song Nanin came to feel something from being kissed? In the wild mountains, it's exciting to think about doing shy things. Song Nanin looked at Lindsay with a murderous look and said, Dog thing, try touching me. Yesterday's kiss by this dog thing is still fresh in my mind, and now he even wants to kiss himself again. Does he really think he's made of clay? As soon as his words fell, Lindsay rolled over on her fragrant and soft body. Song Nanin was ashamed and angry. No, this dog thing to really? Doesn't he know what fear is? Dog thing, don't seek death. Song Nanin shouted angrily. Lindsay smiled and said, if you want to die, you can die, but if you die under the peony flower, you can die as a ghost. Song Nanin was stunned. Before accepting her father's mantle, Song Nanin was still a university student studying literature, specializing in poetry and songs. She felt that Lindsay's words were a bit flirty. Yet it carried the ultimate sense of flirtation. Song Nanin suddenly thought of a word, suave. She inexplicably felt that Lindsay had a bit of this kind of temperament. When she had learned this idiom in the past, Song Nanin really didn't understand what it meant. But at this moment, she suddenly understood. Lindsay had thought that his behavior would make Song Nanin angry, but she was now frozen. Although he didn't know why she froze, but it was a rare opportunity. Without even thinking, Lindsay directly kissed her delicate red lips. MMM. A tantalizing sound spilled out from Song Nanin's nostrils. She didn't do it on purpose. It was really that the moment their lips touched each other, Song Nanin felt an electrifying sensation. That feeling stimulated her to let out that note that made her feel a little ashamed herself. Lindsay, however, was stimulated by that note. He was already a little excited, and now he was getting more and more excited. He was so excited that he began to attack the city. But just at this moment, a sharp pain suddenly hit him. Lindsay let go of Song Nanin's lips and cursed, Song Nanin, are you a dog? Yes, he had been bitten by Song Nanin. Deserved it. Song Nanin scolded with a pretty red face. Lindsay was offended. He kissed hard again. Chapter 82. An enemy's enemy is a friend. It was already past 10 in the morning when Jizafing woke up. He was woken up by the hotel staff. Jizafing cursed and opened the door, and when he looked at the 4 or 5 hotel staff standing outside the door, he was completely sober. Hello sir, we are the staff of the hotel. We now regret to inform you that your room fee has expired this morning. If you continue to stay in this room, then, please go and renew your room fee now. Jizafing was getting more and more upset. When Su Qingxue told herself last night that she wouldn't be renewing her room fee, Jizafing thought that she was joking. After all, being classmates, Jizafing didn't believe that Su Qingxue would do such a desperate thing. But now when he heard the other party say these words, Jizafing believed it. He now believed that Su Qingxue that was really trying to drive himself away. Not just pay money? Lousy pay is it, as for you guys to come knocking on the door early in the morning? Jizafeng questioned with displeasure. The reason why he was talking so tough was because he had cheated away $500,000 from Su Qingxue yesterday. Sir, sorry for disturbing you. If you want to renew your subscription, may I ask how long will you renew it for? Renew for a month first. Jizafeng said irritably. Okay, the total is 2,100,000. May I ask how you will pay? How much? Jizafeng's eyes widened. He had thought that this hotel would last for $3,000 a day. But he never expected that it would cost 70,000 a day. 2,100,000. It don't live anymore.
Dropping such a sentence, Ji Zifeng closed the door with his backhand. A few minutes later, Ji Zifeng walked out of the room with his suitcase. Those few staff members accompanied him all the way, as if they were afraid that Ji Zifeng would refuse to leave. When he left the hotel, Ji Zifeng was about to walk towards the sports car. Last night, Su Qingxue said that she would let herself return the sports car to her, but Ji Zifeng didn't want to return it to her. But Ji Zifeng didn't want to give it back to her. It was a $7 million sports car, and if he really wanted to give it back, he might not be able to afford it in his own life. But the next second, Ji Zifeng was dumbfounded. The sports car that was originally parked in the hotel's parking lot had disappeared. Ji Zifeng realized that in all likelihood, it was Su Qingxue who did this. After all, she was the only one who dared to do this. But all of this was no longer important. What was important was that Ji Zifeng was going to explode with anger. How did Su Qingxue dare? How did she have the nerve to give herself something and ask for it back? Ji Zifeng's guess was correct. The sports car was indeed towed away by Su Qingxue. Moreover, she sold it directly. For Su Qingxue, this was an uncommon stain in her life. Every time she thought about it, she was so sad that she wanted to cry. Instead of keeping it, it was better to sell it before it was too late. Grass, brother Feng, when did you come back? Just as Ji Zifeng was breaking down, a surprised voice entered his ears. Ji Zifeng followed the voice and looked, but he saw an extremely lewd-looking guy come into his eyes. This guy looked familiar. Wait a minute, isn't this guy his college friend, Ji Buchang? At that time, he was his own horseman. Grass, Ji Buchang, long time no see. Ji Zifeng said with feigned excitement. Ah, who says it's not, brother Feng, aren't you abroad? When did you come back? I just came back yesterday. I was about to contact you. I didn't expect to meet you here. We are really destined to meet. Ji Zifeng laughed. Ji Buchang grinned. It's indeed fate, brother Feng. Where are you planning to go with your suitcase? Oh, to change a hotel. This hotel service is not good. Peak brother powerful, this is our Haicheng, one of the best hotels, and, were Su Qingxue their family, right peak brother, you contact Su Qingxue did not? She is not like you like to die? When he heard the name Su Qingxue, Ji Zifeng's fists instantly clenched. However, he smiled and said, she's the one who booked the hotel for me. In fact, I didn't intend to come back, but she seduced me every now and then, so I came back. Ji Buchang looked at Ji Zifeng with an envious face. Brother Feng, you're awesome, being able to let a beauty like Su Qingxue seduce you, I'm envious. Envious hammer ah, just a woman. Ji Zifeng said in mock disdain. Ji Buchang became even more envious. Brother Feng, where are you planning to go? I'll take you there. You're not busy? Not busy, besides, even if I'm busy, it's not as important as accompanying you, brother Feng. Ji Zifeng was cool. That's fine, first take me to find a hotel, I'll treat you to dinner at noon, we'll have a good chat. Okay. Ji Buchang laughed. Ji Buchang was driving a $1 million SUV. But Ji Zifeng clearly remembered that Ji Buchang's family's conditions were average. How could he afford to drive such an expensive car? Ji Buchang, you've gotten rich, you can afford to drive such an expensive car. Ji Zifeng laughed. Brother Feng, don't laugh at me, this is my boss's car. By the way, brother Feng, do you remember that trash Lindsay? The moment Ji Zifeng heard the name Lindsay, he wanted to curse. If it wasn't for these words, how could Su Qingxue cut off her relationship with herself? Well, remember, what's the point of mentioning him for a good reason? My current boss is that Trash's younger brother. It's funny to say that the Lin family kicked the biological son of Lindsay out of the house for the sake of my boss, their adopted son. Ji Zifeng was delighted. There's more to this? Ji Buchang nodded and said, my boss doesn't get along with that trash Lindsay, he hates to get Lindsay killed. Ji Zifeng's heart was again delighted. He himself couldn't wait to get that Lindsay killed, so since that was the case, was it a good idea to defect to Ji Buchang's boss? After all, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. By the way, brother Feng, are you coming back this time to be with Su Qingxue? Ji Zifeng didn't want others to know that he had been kicked out by Su Qingxue. He smiled and said, tell me more. Ji Buchang said with an envious face, it's still you, brother Feng, you're great, if Su Qingxue wants to like me, I can't wait to kneel down and lick her. Out of breath. Ji Buchang grinned. Brother Feng,
are you coming back this time to prepare to inherit the family business? I don't want to nibble on my old age. Ji Zefeng said sheepishly. Then what are you going to do? I haven't thought about it yet. Then you don't have to come to our company. I remember when I was in college, you and Lindsay that trash is a deadly rival. Just based on this layer of relationship, my boss will certainly appreciate you. Ji Zefeng was waiting for these words. He pretended to be indifferent and said, that's fine, it actually doesn't matter what kind of work I do for me, the key is to be able to play with you again. Ji Buqiang said with that excitement, Brother Feng, then I'll take you to meet my boss. Walk. Chapter 83 Dogs, Don't Play Dead. As she gasped and pushed Lindsay away, Song Nanin looked at him with shame and anger. This dog thing really has the nerve of a dog. Even if he kissed him, he even put his hand inside his own clothes and touched him. Fortunately, I found out early. If I found out late, I'm afraid that I would have already been eaten by this bastard. After all, just now, he was kissed by this asshole and indeed already had feelings. Dog thing, you really want to die? Song Nanin said angrily. Lindsay lit a cigarette and smoked a few puffs before he slowly said, then you'll have to get mine killed. The words just fell. Song Nanin huffed and pinched Lindsay's neck with her hand. Lindsay looked at her with a smirk and even recklessly spat a smoke ring towards her. Song Nanin was choking and she pushed even harder. Honestly, she looked like she was exerting herself, but, having just been kissed, her hands and feet were weak, so even if she exerted her milk strength, she didn't have much strength. Still, Lindsay cooperated and started breathing heavily, rolling her eyes, and even symbolically struggled a few times. Yes, Lindsay was ready to tease her a bit. Soon, Lindsay didn't move. Not only did he not move, but his eyes were closed tightly, and his arms fell limply to the ground. Song Nanin was cool. She shook off Lindsay with one hand. Humph, dog, let's see if you still dare to kiss me casually in the future. Lindsay didn't respond. Song Nanin kicked him in displeasure. Dog thing, don't play dead. Lindsay still didn't respond. Song Nanin froze for a moment. This dog thing wouldn't have been strangled to death by me. As this thought flashed by, Song Nanin hurriedly put her finger on Lindsay's human center. There was no breathing. Such a discovery hit Song Nanin hard as if it was a bolt of lightning. She panicked. Although Song Nanin was indeed angry after being kissed by Lindsay. But she didn't really want to kill him. The reason why she pinched him just now was just to get rid of her anger. Now, when she saw Lindsay die in front of her, the anger in Song Nanin's heart had long disappeared without a trace. Instead, it was replaced by remorse. Song Nanin's bowels are green with remorse. He had only kissed himself a few times and touched himself for a while. Why did he pinch him? If I hadn't pinched him, why would I have pinched him to death? After a while, Song Nanin's mind suddenly recalled the first aid method she had once learned. Without any unnecessary nonsense, she rolled over and rode on top of Lindsay's body, clasped her hands together, and began to quickly press on Lindsay's heart area. After pressing for a while, she bent down and cupped Lindsay's chin to perform artificial respiration. Was breathing. Song Nanin suddenly felt a wet thing burrow into her mouth. It was the tongue. She shuddered and hurriedly left Lindsay's mouth. Then she quickly looked at Lindsay. But she saw that this dog was looking at her with a bad smile on his face. Song Nanin was ashamed and angry. She realized that she had been tricked by this dog thing. How did he dare? Song Nanin was so angry that without saying a word, she began to violently beat Lindsay. Her pink fists were like rain, and they landed frantically on Lindsay's body. It was like she wouldn't stop until she killed Lindsay. Lindsay didn't stop her, it didn't hurt anyway. Besides, he had just lied to her, so it was only right that he let her hit him a few times to get rid of his anger. Lindsay looked at Song Nanin with a smile. I didn't expect her to look quite smart, but in reality she was an idiot. She actually believed that she had been strangled by her. After fighting for a while, Song Nanin got tired of fighting. She stood up angrily and walked towards the bottom of the mountain. She didn't want to see Lindsay for a second now. The moment she saw this dog, she would be reminded of the stupid things she had just done. Lindsay hurriedly got up and blocked her path. Get out of the way. Song Nanin shouted angrily. Lindsay laughed, you've pinched and punched, we're considered even. Scram, who's getting even with you? Lindsay unscrupulously pinched her cheeks and said with a smile, all right, don't be angry, I'll send you back. Song Nanin became even more angry. It wasn't even if this dog said kiss, now he dared to pinch her cheeks. If this continues, will he dare to climb into his bed casually? No, we need to find a way to cure him. Suddenly, Song Nanin remembered that there was a prison on the second floor of her villa. That prison was personally ordered by herself to build. Its purpose is to punish some disobedient subordinates. But that wasn't the point was that if this dog was locked up inside for a few days, then would he not dare to act out in the future? Thinking about this, Song Nanin was instantly excited. She was genuinely excited, just the thought of putting Lin Zhe into that cage and then the way he would kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Song Nanin was trembling with excitement. "Humph, send me home," Song Nanin said, forcibly suppressing her inner excitement. "Get in the car." An hour later, the two returned to Song Nanin's villa. "I won't bother with you about today's matter, but it's almost dinner time, you have to accompany me for a meal." Song Nanin's tone was somewhat arrogant. Eh? What the hell? This had been kissed and obeyed by herself? Otherwise, why would she suddenly invite herself to eat with her? Okay. Lin Zhe agreed painfully. Anyway, Shin Sweetpear hadn't contacted herself, so she was probably still busy. If he left, he would still be eating alone. Instead of that, it would be better to eat with Song Nanin. Entering the villa. A lot of food had already been placed on the large dining table. Several servants were standing respectfully at the table. "You take your seat first, I'll go get a bottle of wine," Song Nanin said in a faint voice. Okay. Not long after she had just taken her seat, Song Nanin appeared in front of Lin Zhe with a bottle of wine. Thanking the servants for their help, Song Nanin personally poured a glass of wine for Lin Zhe. "A toast to you, thank you for curing me. Count on you having a bit of a conscience." Lin Zhe laughed. They drank a glass of wine for each other. Song Nanin suddenly smiled coldly and asked, "Dog thing, kissing me one after another, do you really think this is over?" The moment these words came out, the several servants standing by the side instantly widened their eyes. What situation? Missy was actually kissed by this person in front of her? Moreover, it wasn't even once? Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Why, do you feel that you have suffered? How about, you kiss back?" Kiss back? Dog thing, you think beautifully, I'll let you know what it means to regret it. What do you mean? Song Nanin said smugly, "Nothing means, it's just that I put something in the wine I just gave you to drink." What, you don't feel soft all over now, and your head is dizzy? Lin Zhe's face changed drastically. Song Nanin, are you trying to poison old me to death? Don't worry, I can't die, but I'm just letting you sleep for a while, only, when you wake up, you're going to be locked up in a cage by me. Song Nanin said excitedly. Lin Zhe raised his middle finger at Song Nanin. Then he fell headfirst onto the dining table. Chapter 84 Brother Lin Zhe, I was wrong. Song Nanin was excited. Her body was trembling with excitement. When she used to read novels, Song Nanin was especially excited every time she saw the hero or heroine locking each other up in a cage. It was also because of this that she had built this cage. Although the initial purpose of building this cage was to clean out the disobedient henchmen. But unexpectedly, before the henchmen could even think of enjoying it, they let Lin Zhe enjoy it first. But that wasn't the point. The point was that looking at Lin Zhe lying on the ground, Song Nanin felt that this matter was more exciting to her than she had imagined. The thought of Lin Zhe waking up later, kneeling down, and begging for mercy, Song Nanin's blood began to boil. After staring at Lin Zhe for a while, Song Nanin was about to exit the cage, then sit on the sofa and wait for him to wake up. But just as she turned around, a sneering voice suddenly came from behind her. So, you painstakingly drugged me with ecstasy, and its purpose was to get me here? This sudden voice instantly caused Song Nanin to jolt. She quickly turned around. She then saw Lin Zhe looking at herself with a mocking expression. How did you wake up so quickly? The ecstasy was personally administered by herself, and according to the dosage, he would have to be unconscious for at least 2 hours. But I didn't expect that it was less than 10 minutes before he woke up. Is it possible that I didn't drink it at all? Lin Zhe sneered and asked back. You're bolting me, I clearly watched you drink it in with my own eyes. Just because you saw it with your own eyes, does it have to be true? Song Nanin was too irritated to speak. She couldn't believe that what Lin Zhe said was true. But the facts in front of her couldn't be disbelieved. What, didn't expect it? Song Nanin, what do you think would happen if you were locked up here? Lin Zhe suddenly asked with a smirk. Song Nanin was violently startled. Bastard, if you dare to lock me up here, I'll definitely get you killed. As she spoke, Song Nanin quickly retreated towards the outside of the cage. She sensed a hint of danger. But Lin Zhe was even faster. Song Nanin had just reached the doorway of the cage when Lin Zhe had already gotten out of the cage ahead of her. By the time Song Nanin tried to get out, Lin Zhe had already backhanded the door of the cage shut. Song Nanin was in a hurry. She couldn't help but be anxious. When she had gotten Lin Zhe down earlier, she had instructed the servants that no one was allowed to come down without her orders. In addition, the room where the cage was placed was extremely well soundproofed, so even if she shouted her throat out inside, no one outside would hear her. In other words, if he was really locked up in the cage by this dog Lin Zhe, the only thing he could do was to beg him to let him out. Otherwise, there was no way he could get out. Just as Song Nanin was anxious, Lin Zhe had already locked the door of the cage. It was over. Song Nanin's heart instantly fell to the bottom. She looked at Lin Zhe with fury. Dog thing, open the door for me. Yo, Miss Song, is this how you usually beg? Lin Zhe sneered. Song Nanin was speechless with dislike. Although she couldn't wait to get Lin Zhe killed right now, she also clearly knew that in this situation right now, if she were to fight hard, it would only be more unfavorable to her. It would be better to beg this bastard first and let him let himself out. When she got out, it wouldn't be too late to clean him up. Thinking about it, Song Nanin held back her anger. Song Nanin held back her anger and said, "Okay, I was wrong, I'll apologize to you." Not sincere enough. Song Nanin was so angry that she wanted to bite Lin Zhe to death. She swore that later on, after this dog let himself out, she would definitely bite him to death. After making up her mind, Song Nanin said with a smile on her face, "Lin Zhe, I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong, please, let me out." Sincere is enough, but the smile is so fake. Song Nanin was so angry that she was about to explode, but she was smiling extremely daintily. Yes, just dainty. Lin Zhe didn't expect that the way she smiled would be so provocative. From the looks of it, she should be allowed to smile more in the future. Can you let me out? Song Nanin said pitifully. Come on, call out brother to listen, maybe I'll let you out once I'm in a good mood. Song Nanin held back her heart that wanted to get Lin Zhe killed. She said in a delicate voice, brother Lin Zhe, please, let me out, Enin really knows it's wrong. Grass. Don't say it, her petulant voice was really damned provocative. But fortunately, Lin Zhe was strong-willed. He said with a smile, no way, Song Nanin, you just stay inside. After dropping such a sentence, Lin Zhe quickly flashed away. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue teasing her, but Lin Zhe was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he really wouldn't be able to resist releasing her. Song Nanin had broken her defense, she had completely broken her defense. In order to go out, she had already lowered herself so much, and even called him brother with such a shameful voice, but he was so good that he was actually teasing her. The moment the door to the room was shut, Song Nanin broke out in a curse, Lin Zhe, I will definitely get you killed. Someone come, let me out. Lin Zhe stood outside the door. He knew that Song Nanin had broken her defense and would definitely break into a fit of cursing, but he surprisingly didn't hear a single sound. He had to say that the soundproofing of this house was really damn good. After coming out from the -2 floors, Lin Zhe rushed to the maid and said, inform her that Missy is going to have a good rest, no one is allowed to disturb her. The servant hurriedly nodded his head. Lin Zhe smiled as he raised his head and left. At the same time, Su Qingxue was preparing to go home after coming out of the company. She was in a frustrated mood today and had no desire to work at all. She was ready to go home and rest for a while, then continue seducing Lin Zhe at night. But just after leaving the company, she ran into Ji Zifeng. When she saw her, Su Qingxue's face became a little unsightly. Because the moment she saw her, Su Qingxue would remember the stupid thing she had done. Although Ji Zifeng hadn't done anything wrong, Su Qingxue couldn't pass the hurdle in her own heart. What are you doing here? Ji Zifeng said with a sad face, Qingxue, I came to say goodbye to you. No need, you can leave if you want, it has nothing to do with me. I know, Qingxue, can we have dinner? Not interested. Su Qingxue said in a cold voice. Please Qingxue, I just want to have a meal with you before I leave, I don't have any ill intentions, I know you like Lin Zhe, if you're willing to have a meal with me, then I'm willing to tell you a secret about Lin Zhe, if you know the secret, then I guarantee that Lin Zhe will be with you. Su Qingxue was delighted in her heart. She wanted to be with Lin Zhe, she wanted it too much. What secret? I'll tell you when we eat, I'm not trying to blackmail you with this, but I really want to have a meal with you, plus mainly this isn't the place to talk. Su Qingxue hesitated and said in a cold voice, "Come with me." Ji Zifeng was ecstatic in his heart. Getting into Su Qingxue's car, Ji Zifeng, who sat in the back row, took out his cell phone and started sending messages. "Ji Buchang, does this medicine really work?" "Brother phone, don't worry, it definitely works. I've already slept several times by relying on this medicine." Deleted the message and put away the cell phone. Ji Zifeng looked out the window. His eyes were malicious and sinister. Chapter 85, I'm really envious of Lin Zhe. Time went back to 2 hours ago. Ji Buchang brought Ji Zifeng was at the hospital to meet Lin Nan. Lin Nan's injuries had almost healed. In fact, he could be discharged from the hospital, but he still put on a very difficult look and relied on the hospital not to leave. The purpose of doing this is of course to remind his parents that all of this about himself is caused by Lin Zhe, that is. His purpose was achieved. Lin mother now already hates Lin Zhe with a gnashing of teeth, threatening to get Lin Zhe that death. And although Lin Xiaotian didn't say anything after he went back yesterday, from the look of his gloomy face, he also hated Lin Zhe to the bone. Lin Nan tentatively mentioned Lin Zhe's name, and what he got in return was Lin Xiaotian snarling and yelling that Lin Zhe was a man, and that no one was allowed to mention that name in the future. Lin Nan was refreshed. When he met Ji Zifeng, Lin Nan was somewhat disdainful. He was most annoyed with this kind of returnee. However, when he learned that Ji Zifeng was actually a sworn enemy of Lin Zhe from college, and that Su Qingxue, whom Lin Zhe liked, even liked Ji Zifeng, Lin Nan became interested in Ji Zifeng. Especially when he knew that Su Qingxue had divorced Lin Zhe for Ji Zifeng, Lin Nan was so happy that he wanted to explode. With a wave of his hand, he let Ji Zifeng join his company and become his personal assistant, with a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan in bonuses. Ji Zifeng was secretly happy. Originally, things would have ended here, but in the end, just as Ji Zifeng was about to leave, Lin Nan asked Ji Buchang if he had gotten back what he wanted. From the conversation between the two, Ji Zifeng accidentally learned that the thing Lin Nan had asked Ji Buchang to take was actually a charming drug. And it was said to be very effective. Lin Nan had already relied on this stuff to sleep with an unknown number of girls. After Ji Zifeng heard this, a vicious plan formed in his mind. The car stopped at the entrance of Yipin Fresh. The location was chosen by Su Qingxue. The reason why she came here to eat, to put it bluntly, Su Qingxue didn't particularly trust Ji Zifeng right now. She was afraid that some accidents would happen if she dined alone. And Yipin Xian was her own family's restaurant, so even if there was an accident, the staff in the restaurant would be the first to offer help. The box was still the same box that Ji Zifeng had dined in on the day he returned. At that time, the costume to welcome Ji Zifeng back had long disappeared without a trace, but Su Qingxue was still a little sad in her heart when she stepped into this box. Because she remembered Lin Zhe's reaction when he saw the dress up inside the box. After being seated, Ji Zifeng handed Su Qingxue the menu. He softly said, "Qingxue, whatever you want to eat, feel free to order. I'm treating you today, so be sure to give me a chance." Ji Zifeng sat still in the same seat he sat in the night he returned to China. And Su Qingxue didn't sit next to him, she sat opposite Ji Zifeng. Lin Zhe had said that he didn't like women who had been touched by others, not even holding hands. Su Qingxue had now carved this into her bones. The reason why she was so far away from Ji Zifeng was because she was afraid that in case she was pinching food or something, her limbs would have a touch. "Whatever, why am I not hungry? Then I'll make the call." Su Qingxue nodded. Ji Zifeng began to order the food. He ordered some hard dishes and, moreover, ordered a lot of them. Su Qingxue didn't stop him either. At this moment, she only wanted to know what exactly was the secret Ji Zifeng had said about Lin Zhe. Soon, the dishes were ordered. The waiter retreated. Su Qingxue then asked, "What exactly is the secret you said about Lin Zhe?" Frankly speaking, if Ji Zifeng hadn't used this to hang himself, there was absolutely no way he would have come to dinner with him. Su Qingxue thought very clearly, as long as Ji Zifeng told himself the secret about Lin Zhe, then he would get up and leave. There would be no more involvement with Ji Zifeng. Ji Zifeng smiled bitterly and said, "Qingxue, can we eat first? I promise that after we eat, I will definitely tell you." Su Qingxue's face sank. She did not like this feeling of being threatened. Ji Zifeng could see Su Qingxue's displeasure, so he hurriedly explained, "Qingxue, I'm not threatening you, I really want to have a meal alone with you. You may think that this is a bit hypocritical of me, but Qingxue, what I want to tell you is that I really like you. I'm not afraid to laugh at you. The first time I saw you at the university, I fell in love with you, but your family background is too prominent." I can't match you, so I can only hide all this in the bottom of my heart. When you married Lin Zhe, sent a friend's circle of the marriage certificate I saw. At that time, my heart is like a knife. Do you know why I want to go abroad? Because I don't deserve you, because I want to make a personal appearance, because... Ji Zifeng wanted to continue. But Su Qingxue interrupted him with a wave of her hand. The past has passed, I don't want to hear this anymore. Frankly speaking, whether what Ji Zifeng said was true or false no longer had any meaning to Su Qingxue. At the moment, she only wanted to be with Lin Zhe. Ji Zifeng didn't expect Su Qingxue to interrupt his words. He had thought of using these lies to evoke Su Qingxue's memories, preferably to evoke the fondness she once had for herself. But he didn't expect that Su Qingxue didn't want to listen. Ji Zifeng was very upset. But he didn't show it. Anyway, it wouldn't be long before Su Qingxue would be actively begging for pleasure at her own crotch. The moment he thought of that kind of image, Ji Zifeng's mood instantly stirred. He couldn't help but glance at Su Qingxue's attire at the moment. She was wearing a pure black dress. The dress wrapped up her sexy torso, but her neck was snow white and slender, just like a swan's neck. It was really sexy and provocative. Ji Zifeng's heart swam. He could not wait to drug Su Qingxue somewhat. Well, you're right, the past is the past, don't mention it. Qingxue, when did you fall in love with Lin Zhe? Ji Zifeng changed the topic. When she heard about Lin Zhe, a bright color flashed in Su Qingxue's eyes. Moreover, her stunningly beautiful cheeks also became softer. When he saw Su Qingxue's reaction, Ji Zifeng's nails pinched into his flesh in jealousy. By what right? What right did Lin Zhe, that person, have to be able to obtain Su Qingxue's favor? I don't know, maybe it's because he took care of me in every way that made me fall in love with him, or maybe it's because of his silent dedication to me that made me fall in love with him, or maybe it's other moments. Ji Zifeng said with an envious face, I really envy Lin Zhe. As he spoke, Ji Zifeng placed a cup of water in front of Su Qingxue. Then does Lin Zhe know that you like him? Ji Zifeng asked without moving. Su Qingxue shook her head. She picked up the cup of water and drank it. Su Qingxue was indeed a little thirsty, and she was in a terrible mood from last night until now. The bad mood had caused her to not take in a single drop of water. When he saw Su Qingxue drink the water into her mouth little by little, Ji Zifeng's heart was about to jump out of his throat in excitement. Chapter 86, The Trick. Yes, this cup of water Ji Zifeng had already drugged it. He had placed it when Su Qingxue was gently recounting her love for Lin Zhe. The drug was only the size of a baby's fingernail cap and dissolved quickly when it met water. At that time, Su Qingxue was immersed in the situation of her liking Lin Zhe, and completely failed to notice all of this. But all of this was no longer important. What was important was that she had already drunk half a cup of water. Ji Zifeng took advantage of the moment. He lowered his head and laughed silently. He knew that it was a done deal. After today, Su Qingxue would completely belong to himself and would be completely reduced to his puppet. Because Ji Zifeng had already made up his mind that when he slept with her later, he would record the whole thing. When the time came to use these things to blackmail Su Qingxue, I don't believe she would dare to disobey. The moment he thought that Su Qingxue would soon become his puppet, his slave, his dog, his ATM, and so on, Ji Zifeng was trembling with excitement. Qingxue, when are you going to let Lin Zhe know about all this? Ji Zifeng asked, holding back his excitement. It would take a bit of time for the medicine to kick in. Before then, Ji Zifeng wouldn't dare to reveal the slightest hint of a break. After all, this Epine Fresh was the Su family's property. Before getting Su Qingxue, if she escaped, the fate that awaited him would be absolutely miserable. Ji Zifeng didn't want such a thing to happen. This is my business, it has nothing to do with you, and there is no need to tell you this. Su Qingxue said in a cold voice. She felt that Ji Zifeng's words were a bit much. She didn't like it. Ji Zifeng almost couldn't tense up when he was disliked. He ruthlessly pinched his thighs a few times before suppressing his anger. Now was not the time to get angry. He was waiting for Su Qingxue's pandering medicine to kick in, and he was waiting for Su Qingxue to take the initiative to tease herself after she couldn't help herself. From what Lin Nan said, once these drugs kicked in, even a chaste woman couldn't handle it. The dishes were served quickly. After all, it was the eldest lady who had personally descended, who would dare to be slow. When the first dish came up, Su Qingxue felt that her body was slightly hot. She didn't think much about it and thought that it was caused by a bit of heat in the box. So while the waitress was serving the dishes, Su Qingxue asked her to lower the temperature of the air conditioner a bit. Ji Zifeng was also a bit hot, but he was caused by excitement. He knew that the charming drug in Su Qingshue's body had started to kick in. He knew even more that once this medicine started to kick in, soon Su Qingxue wouldn't be able to carry it. Several dishes were quickly served. Su Qingxue, however, felt more and more out of place. Her body was getting hotter and hotter, moreover, a longing was growing in her heart. Her mind constantly flashed through the images of being entwined with Lin Zhe to the death, and these images seemed to be like winks, constantly stimulating Su Qingshue's heart. Her fair face had begun to turn scarlet, and her breathing had become a little messy. She felt that her body was not only hot, but also, there were hundreds of bugs crawling as if they were crawling on her body. It itched all over her body. Her legs began to unconsciously twist and rub together. Ji Zefeng took it all in. His hand holding the chopsticks was trembling with excitement. He knew that the charming drug in Su Qingshue's body had begun to accelerate. He knew even more that it wouldn't be long before Su Qingshuo couldn't carry on and then began to actively beg for pleasure. Qingshuo, what's wrong with you? Ji Zefeng asked with feigned concern. Su Qingshuo waved her hand and said, nothing. The words were said this way, but Su Qingshuo knew that her body was not right. It was not a normal reaction. Although she did not know why her body was reacting like this. But reason told her that she should leave immediately. As soon as this thought appeared, Su Qingshuo quickly stood up. But just as she took a step, Su Qingshuo felt her feet soften and almost fell to the ground. Su Qingshuo strongly supported herself on the dining table, and only then did she barely manage to stand still. But just as she stabilized, she fell into the chair again. At this moment, her body had already softened into a puddle of fragrant mud. Her face was flushed and her eyes were like silk. Her delicate red lips were like a stranded small fish. Ji Zefeng's heart swam. He really didn't expect that Su Qingshue's charming look was so soul-stirring. Her eyes, not to mention, that one red lip simply made Ji Zefeng want to explode. An extremely evil thought even popped up in his mind. He really kind of couldn't wait, but on his mouth, he asked with incomparable concern, Qingshuo, what's wrong with you? Why do I feel that you're a bit off? Too much excitement caused his voice to tremble. Go call a waitress in. Su Qingshuo clenched her shell teeth and said. The words were said this way, but her complexion became more and more delicate, especially the seductive color in those eyes that almost swallowed Ji Zefeng. Yes, the longing in Su Qingshue's heart was getting stronger and stronger. Reason was being devoured madly by that longing. How could Ji Zefeng go and call the waiter? He clearly knew that the charming drug in Su Qingshue's body had completely kicked in. Not only did he not go and call the waiter, instead, he quickly got up and walked towards Su Qingshuo. He knew that the time had come. As long as he let himself touch her, then she would never be able to escape again. But as Ji Zefeng walked towards Su Qingshuo suddenly copied a dinner knife. She placed the knife against her snow-white neck. Don't come over, go call the waiter. Ji Zefeng was stunned. This was already Thai like this, how could she still have any sense at all? Ji Zefeng didn't dare to come hard. He was really afraid that Su Qingshuo would stab herself. It would be terrible when the time came. Qingshuo, you take it easy, what's wrong with you? Shut up, quick, open up and call the waiter in. Su Qingshuo gritted her teeth and said with difficulty. Her sanity was getting weaker and weaker. The longing in her heart was getting stronger and stronger. If Lin Zhe was present right now, Su Qingshuo would definitely not hesitate to jump into his arms and then crazily eat him. But Lin Zhe wasn't there. Su Qingshuo could only clench her teeth and hold on. Alright, wait for me for a while. Ji Zefeng quickly got up and left the box. But he wasn't going to call the waiter. Instead, he brought the waiter aside. Qingshuo told me to tell you guys that no matter what happens later, you're not allowed to come in, do you hear me? That waiter had seen his family's eldest lady and Ji Zefeng a few times. Hearing Ji Zefeng's words, he nodded. Ji Zefeng proudly turned around and returned to the box. The scene in front of him made his heart wildly happy. However, he saw that Su Qingshuo had already placed the dinner knife aside. At this moment, her face was flushed and her eyes were already consumed by desire. When she saw Ji Zefeng, Su Qingshuo suddenly smiled charmingly. This smile almost seduced Ji Zefeng's soul. He was about to explode. He couldn't hold it in any longer, panting like a cow as he was about to pounce towards Su Qingshuo. But the next second, Ji Zefeng suddenly couldn't move. Chapter 87 Violent Beating. Ji Zefeng certainly couldn't move. because someone had tackled his hair. When the sharp pain hit him, Ji Zifeng quickly turned back. He wanted to see which person dared to grab his hair so viciously. Ji Zifeng felt like his scalp was going to be ripped off by the other party. As a result, just as he turned back, he was instantly enraged. Surprisingly, it was Lin Zhe. The person Ji Zifeng had never even dreamed of. That's right, it was Lin Zhe. After coming out of Song Nanin's villa, Lin Zhe had wanted to go back to Shen Sweet Pear's villa. He was going to continue writing songs for the two big stars. But just as he got into the car, he received a call from Shen Sweet Pear. She asked Lin Zhe to come and pick her up at Ipin Fresh. As a result, Lin Zhe had just arrived when he heard Ji Zifeng say what he had just said to the waiter. His intuition told him that this trash Ji Zifeng was going to do something bad. He then hurriedly followed him in. As expected, this trash had drugged Su Qingxue. Yes, Lin Zhe could tell at a glance that Su Qingxue, who was writhing her sexy keto body at the moment, had been drugged. Moreover, it was also intended to force Su Qingxue in such a way. Therefore, Lin Zhe did not even think about it and tackled him by the hair. "Lin Zhe, you big shot, let go of me," Ji Zifeng growled. The moment these words came out, Lin Zhe directly slapped an ear. Although Su Qingxue liked Ji Zifeng, this trash wanted to use such tactics to force his way into Su Qingxue. Since he had encountered it, then Lin Zhe couldn't just ignore it. Slap! An ear-piercing crunch sounded in the large box. Ji Zifeng instantly felt a fiery pain in his head. He angrily cursed, "Lin Zhe, you paralyzed, the person Su Qingxue likes is Lao Zi, she was the one who let Lao Zi drug her, she wants to play with Lao Zi, it's none of your business, get lost." As soon as the words fell, Lin Zhe became even more furious and grabbed his hair. He lashed out violently. As soon as he did, he slammed Ji Zifeng, this piece of trash, onto the ground. For what this trash said, Lin Zhe didn't believe a single punctuation mark. After all, Su Qingxue wasn't the kind of woman who was a watery woman, so there was absolutely no way she would take the initiative to let Ji Zifeng drug her. Just as Ji Zifeng was about to struggle to his feet and try to fight back, Lin Zhe had already kicked him hard in the head. "Ah!" Ji Zifeng screamed in pain. But Lin Zhe didn't intend to stop there. His feet kept kicking hard at Ji Zifeng's head. At first, Ji Zifeng tried to struggle, and his mouth was constantly cursing. As a result, after 7 or 8 kicks from Lin Zhe, Ji Zifeng wimped out. He held his head and screamed. Lin Zhe was about to continue beating him. But at that moment, Su Qingxue suddenly staggered to her feet as she stumbled towards Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe glanced at her. However, he saw that her eyes were scarlet and full of titillating lust. Lin Zhe knew that Su Qingxue had been poisoned, and if he didn't save her, he was afraid that something would happen. Leaving Ji Zifeng's trash behind, Lin Zhe quickly took a few steps forward and swept Su Qingxue into his arms. Just after holding her fragrant, soft and hot body, Su Qingxue struggled. You let go of me. I want to find Lin Zhe, I want to find Lin Zhe, you let go of me." Su Qingxue grunted. While saying that, she also pushed Lin Zhe. It was a pity that she didn't have an ounce of strength anywhere right now. When she pushed Lin Zhe, her strength was as small as if she was a baby. Lin Zhe was stunned. Wasn't the person she liked Ji Zifeng? How could she be looking for herself when she had been poisoned by the enchanting poison? But this was no longer important. What was important was that at this moment, Su Qingxue was like a water snake, writhing her sexy keto body in Lin Zhe's arms. Lin Zhe was instantly enraged. He hurriedly picked up Su Qingxue and placed her on the sofa of the box. Don't think too much, Lin Zhe was planning to use the silver needle to treat her first. At the very least, he would first control the enchanting poison in her body and then go to the hospital for proper treatment. Although he didn't know if the silver needle could suppress the charming poison in her body, he had to try it first. However, Lin Zhe's hand had just left Su Qingxue's body when Su Qingxue unrelentingly hooked onto Lin Zhe's neck. Her eyes looked straight at Lin Zhe, then she suddenly smiled charmingly and said, You're Lin Zhe, you're Lin Zhe, I can smell your flavor." Lin Zhe was startled. Su Qingxue, however, said with a charming smile, "Lin Zhe, I'm so uncomfortable, I want to sleep, let's sleep, okay, don't you like to sleep with me the most, will you sleep with me, please, sleep with me." Grass. That delicate and soft voice, that delicate face, that can drown people in spring water. Who could top this trample? Lin Zhe forcefully wrenched Su Qingxue's fingers apart. He gasped and was about to throw Ji Zifeng out of the box. Whether it was treated with silver needles or some other way, Lindsay didn't want this trash to exist. But when he turned around, where was Jizafling's shadow? It must be that just now, while he was hugging Su Qingxue, that trash ran away. Lindsay couldn't care less about this right now. He hurriedly ran to the door of the box and unlocked the door of the box. After doing all this, Lindsay quickly returned to Su Qingxue's side. He had just taken out the bag of silver needles. Su Qingxue then stretched out her snow-white jade arms to hook his neck again. Lindsay, sleep okay, let's sleep, I want to sleep with you, sleep with me okay? I'm really hard. Saying that, she started kissing Lindsay indiscriminately regardless. Su Qingxue, don't move. Lindsay gasped and hurriedly said. He was quite eager to sleep with her. But he didn't want to sleep with Su Qingxue in a delirious state after she was hit by the enchanting poison. If he was teased by her like this again, Lindsay really couldn't carry on. I want to sleep, I want to sleep with, will you sleep with me like you did a few times before? I'll sleep for you, I want to sleep for you, sleep me, sleep me. As she spoke, Su Qingxue had already sat up from the sofa. She seemed like an octopus, wrapping herself around Lindsay's body. Her delicate red lips were frantically kissing Lindsay's neck and cheeks. Lindsay was about to explode from her. He really wanted to treat her. The moment he was about to push Su Qingxue away again, Su Qingxue's red lips suddenly kissed him on his lips. Her delicate red lips were extraordinarily hot. Those hot red lips instantly caused Lindsay to tremble. He was scalded. But Su Qingxue was addicted. It was as if she was a stranded little fish that was frantically drawing in moisture with her fragrant tongue. Lindsay couldn't top it. He really couldn't top it. He began to respond. He responded even more frantically than Su Qingxue. It couldn't be helped, he was completely ignited. I don't know when the two of them had rolled on the ground. But no one cared. Su Qingxue was also completely ignited. She seemed like a dynamite barrel, completely ignited. It also completely exploded. Lindsay, just a little faster. Su Qingxue grunted. Her voice was so charming that it simply killed her. Chapter 88, It's useless for you to be angry. It's over, completely over. 4 times or 5 times. Lindsay had already forgotten. Anyway, many times. After it was over, Su Qingxue, dripping with sweat, paralyzed on Lindsay's body. Lindsay lit a cigarette. No one spoke to each other. There was no other sound in the large box other than each other's gasps. Did you know you were drugged? Lindsay suddenly asked. Su Qingxue answered. In a cold voice, she said, I won't let him go. It looked like she already knew who had drugged her. Is it still hard? Su Qingxue pouted, it's hard. It's already over. Why is she still speaking in such a provocative tone? Where does it hurt? It hurts, you asshole is too hard. You're the one who told me to hurry up. Lindsay said irritably. Su Qingxue's pretty face blushed and said, hate it, don't say it again, I'm not actually angry. There's no point in you getting angry, it's already happened anyway. Su Qingxue huffed and gave Lindsay a pink punch. Humph, can't you say a couple of nice words? Then you have to go find Jizafeng. Don't mention that trash again. Su Qingxue said in a cold voice. There was an oozing coldness in her watery eyes. It could be seen that she was angry. What, don't like him anymore? Lindsay snickered. Su Qingxue nodded. Do you know why he drugged me? Nonsense, of course he wanted to sleep with you, but you've been together for so long and you didn't even let him? Su Qingxue was so angry that she directly bit Lindsay on the lips. Don't eat if you can't talk with a good mouth, I've told you many times, I haven't even let him touch my hand, how could I let him sleep? Lindsay laughed. Then won't he cry to death? Humph, it's none of my business, it's better if he dies. Su Qingxue said angrily. The moment she thought that Jizafeng dared to drug herself, Su Qingxue couldn't wait to get him killed right now. Hating someone so much but you weren't in love the other day. Lindsay wasn't intentionally flirting with Su Qingxue. He was just curious. Why did Su Qingxue suddenly dislike Jizafeng for good reason? Su Qingxue was so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground. She was really out of her mind the other day. She was afraid that Lindsay would continue to say something irritating. Then she hurriedly blocked Lindsay's lips with her delicate red lips. Grass. Lin Zhe was stimulated. No way. She still wants it? After kissing for a while, Su Qingxue then released Lin Zhe with a pretty red face. Bastard, don't say the thing about me liking him again. This thing has now become a stain on my life. Just thinking about it makes me want to smack myself. When the words hadn't even finished, Su Qingxue's eyes were red. She was truly regretful. No, I'm really curious, did he do something that the heavens and the earth are angry about? Why do you suddenly dislike him? Lin Zhe said. Su Qingxue shook her head. I always thought that I liked him, but ever since I divorced you, I didn't feel good anywhere, and then I talked to my best friend about these things, and under my best friend's guidance, it dawned on me that, as it turns out, I didn't like him a long time ago. Yesterday after you left, I was very sad. Then I met Jizafeng. I made it clear to him that I don't like him anymore, and the hotel I got for him won't let him stay anymore, and the sports car I bought for him, I already sold this morning, and I donated all the money from the sale. That's why he couldn't wait to drug me today, presumably because he wanted to get me that way. Lin Zhe was stunned. Never in a million years did he expect that Su Qingxue would take back all the sports cars that she had given to Jizafeng. No wonder that trash Jizafeng had drugged her. Lin Zhe also remembered that Shen Sweetpear had once said that Jizafeng couldn't hang around abroad and that his family was going bankrupt. That's why he returned home. It looks like he didn't drug Su Qingxue to sleep with her. It was estimated that he wanted to use this matter to hold Su Qingxue. He didn't want to get you as simple as that. What do you mean? Their family is about to go bankrupt, moreover, he can't hang around abroad. Lin Zhe said. Su Qingxue's face sank. No wonder Jizafeng took the initiative to contact himself at that time. No wonder he was acting so attentive. He himself had really thought that he was the prodigal son returning at that time. But now that he thought about it, he was clearly treating himself as prey. If he was really with him, with how much he liked him back then, he would definitely help him unconditionally. At that time, maybe all of the Su family's assets would be counted by him. Moreover, it was fortunate that Lin Zhe had come today. If Lin Zhe hadn't come, then he would have. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue suddenly felt a wave of fear. What, scared? Lin Zhe asked. Su Qingxue nodded. I still overestimated his character. By the way, how did you know all this? Shen Sweetpear told me. In fact, I came to Ipin fresh today. I also came to pick her up. However, count your luck, otherwise, I'm afraid that you've already been spoiled by him now, not to mention that it's unlikely that you've also been photographed in a video. By the time he takes these to blackmail you, even if you want to get rid of him, it's also impossible. Su Qingxue was getting more and more scared. What Lin Zhe had just said was not without the possibility of it happening. It was that she was lucky that Lin Zhe had bumped into that trash trying to bully her. If she was a little less lucky, she would have definitely been trashed by him by now. If he really took a video and used it as blackmail, at that time, if he asked himself to do anything, I'm afraid I wouldn't dare to refuse. Su Qingxue's face turned pale without knowing what. She hugged Lin Zhe tightly in fear. Don't hug so tightly, I've managed to calm down so easily. Lin Zhe protested. Su Qingxue, however, acted as if she hadn't heard him. She looked at Lin Zhe with reddened eyes. Bastard, let me ask you, do you want to sleep with me every day? What do you mean? The reason why I made it clear to that trash Jizafeng that I don't like him anymore, 1. Because I really don't like him anymore, I don't have a single feeling for him anymore. In fact, the day he came back, I felt that something wasn't right, but I didn't think much about it, and the second reason is because I found out that I've fallen in love with you, Lin Zhe. I wasn't joking, I've really fallen in love with you. And seeing you getting close to Shen Sweetpear, I was going crazy with jealousy. Su Qingxue paused for a moment. She even kissed Lin Zhe. Then she said in a delicate voice, Lin Zhe, let's remarry. This time I'll announce to the whole world that you're my husband, and I'll give you everything I have, no matter if it's my body or my heart, I'll give it to you. I'm so pretty, so sexy, as long as we remarry. If you like my stewardess uniform, I'll wear it for you to see. If you like me to wear stockings, I'll wear it for you to see. I'll satisfy you in whatever position you like, and if you don't like my legs, I'll play with them for you every day. Speaking here, Su Qingxue looked at Lin Zhe with bright eyes. Get remarried to me, okay? Chapter 89. You're free. So am I. What? Remarriage? Lin Zhe smiled. There was no denying that Su Qingxue was stunningly beautiful, and also, her body was good to the point of explosion. However, remarriage is absolutely impossible. If you remarry him, then how can you sleep with Shen Sweetpear? How can you sleep with Song Nanin? As for Jiang Qingyue, Lindsay doesn't want to sleep with her for the time being. Because after sleeping with her, she would have to be with herself. This was something that Lindsay couldn't accept even if he killed himself. Being a top scum, how could he give up an entire forest for a tree? Not good. Lindsay said bluntly. Su Qingxue froze. She thought that she already knew that she regretted it, and had clearly stated that she liked Lindsay a lot, and that she would also give her heart to him. Then, with his fondness for herself, he would definitely be impatient to say yes. However, she didn't expect that Lindsay would reject herself. Moreover, the rejection was so crisp and clear, he didn't even consider it for a second. Sadness, overwhelming sadness seemed like a giant net instantly enveloping Su Qingxue. Her eyes, which had just been shining brightly, were now being extinguished a little bit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until it completely dimmed. Then it crawled with sadness again. She looked at Lindsay with eyes full of sadness. Why? Her heart was trembling, her voice was trembling. She wasn't questioning Lindsay, she just wanted to know why he just suddenly didn't want her anymore. What I told you the other night, I won't love anyone anymore. Lindsay extinguished the cigarette in his hand. His tone was calm as if he was talking about someone else. But Su Qingxue was getting harder and harder. Her eyes were red and her tears began to spill out. She knew that she had completely hurt him by divorcing Lindsay for Ji Feng. She thought back to the morning of the divorce. Lindsay had actually retained himself. He said he didn't want a divorce. But what did she say? She had angrily forced him to divorce. Then he compromised. But then told himself that once he divorced, he wouldn't want him anymore. Even if he got down on his knees and begged him, he wouldn't even look at himself. It turned out that what he said at that time was not angry words. Su Qingxue cried. Tears were raging. She didn't want to cry. But she really couldn't help it. Why was she so stupid at that time? Why did she have to rush to divorce Lindsay? Why did she have to divorce Lindsay for that trash? Why? Lindsay, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. At that time, I really didn't know my heart, that's why I divorced you, and also, I said so many words that hurt you, I. In the latter words, Su Qingxue couldn't say any more. She sobbed uncontrollably. She really knew it was wrong and really regretted it. Lindsay shook his head and said, no need to be sorry, Su Qingxue, frankly speaking, at that time, when you divorced me for Ji Feng, I wasn't angry and I didn't mean to blame you. What I said, you were free, you have the right to pursue happiness, of course, I'm free as well, understand what I mean? This was Lindsay's sincere words. He had never blamed Su Qingxue for divorcing himself for Ji Feng. Because he wasn't the original owner. He didn't have any feelings for her. How could Su Qingxue not understand the meaning of Lindsay's words? She knew that she had still hurt Lindsay too deeply. So much so that he didn't want to give himself a chance anymore now. Remorse. The remorse of wanting to whip herself to death surfaced in Su Qingxue's heart. Su Qingxue cried even more miserably. Lindsay, I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong, don't want me, okay, please, don't want me. Her eyes were desperate, her voice fragile. Okay, don't cry, it's getting late, let me send you home first, or do you want to stay by yourself for a while? Lindsay didn't want to continue discussing this matter with her. I want to go home. Su Qingxue hurriedly said. Then go. Su Qingxue cried and nodded. She climbed up from Lindsay's body with great difficulty and was about to head outside. Wait. Lindsay hurriedly called out to her. Kidding aside, she was now cloaked in hair, and her clothes were still messy. If she went out, what would the employees of Epine Fresh think when they saw her? Su Qingxue looked at him with tearful eyes. There was a foxiness in her eyes. Lindsay explained, simply clean up your outfit. Su Qingxue then reacted. She gave Lindsay a grateful look, then hurriedly began to tidy up her appearance. Only when she was almost cleaned up did Lindsay take her out of the box. On the way back, no one spoke to each other. Lindsay was calculating how to explain that he didn't go to pick her up when he saw Shen Sweet Pear later on. When he slept with Su Qingxue in the afternoon, Lindsay deliberately turned off his phone for fear of being disturbed. He hadn't even turned it on until now, so I guess that Shen Sweet Pear had already made countless phone calls. Su Qingxue wanted to talk, but she didn't know what else she could say. She was so lost right now. She didn't know what she should do next. Or more accurately, she didn't know what to do with her life. Su Qingxue had never known that Lin Zhe would be so important to her to such an extent. So much so that when she lost him, she would be so devastated. Soon, the car steadily stopped at the entrance of Su Qingxue's villa. "When you go back, take a good shower and then rest, I'm leaving first," Lin Zhe urged before he got out of the car. Su Qingxue looked at him blearily. Her lips quirked as if she wanted to say something else. But she didn't say anything. She watched as Lin Zhe got out of the car and then walked toward Shen Sweetpear's villa. Su Qingxue was only less than 50 meters away from Shen Sweetpear's villa. However, at this moment, Su Qingxue felt that she was so far away from Shen Jiangli's villa. It was as if they were separated by the Milky Way. Su Qingxue knew that her own villa was still so close to Shen Jiangli's villa. What was far away was the distance between herself and Lin Zhe. When she thought that Lin Zhe didn't want her anymore, Su Qingxue's tears couldn't hold back again. She cried and sent a message to her best friend. She asked her to come to her house. After the message was sent, Su Qingxue cried and went back to the villa. Lin Zhe's mood was also a bit sad. He was sad because he was afraid that he would never be able to sleep with Su Qingxue again. After all, the two of them had now made things so clear. Lin Zhe hated himself a little. Why couldn't he pretend to agree with her and wait until he had slept enough to show his cards? Alas. Forget it. Next, let's rate Shen Sweetpear first. The moment he thought of Shen Tianli's charming face and sexy body, the sadness in Lin Zhe's heart instantly disappeared into thin air. The sadness in Lin Zhe's heart instantly disappeared without a trace. It was replaced by excitement. He excitedly accelerated his pace. Chapter 90, Doing Business First. Shen Sweetpear was calling Lin Zhe. Ever since Lin Zhe answered the phone at noon, he had completely disappeared. During that time, Shen Jiangli had called Lin Zhe no less than 100 times and sent countless messages. But Lin Zhe hadn't responded in any way. Honestly speaking, Shen Sweetpear was a bit flustered. She wasn't worried that Lin Zhe would do something. He was so flirtatious, so she believed that he wouldn't get into trouble easily. She was worried that Lin Zhe was with Su Qingxue. She was even more worried that Su Qingxue had compelled Lin Zhe to leave her. Although Su Qingxue is a dead ringer for her, she recognizes that Su Qingxue is a dead ringer for her. But Shen Sweetpear also admitted, Su Qingxue, no matter is the face value, or body, are their own a big strong enemy. If she really compelled Lin Zhe to leave herself, Lin Zhe would in all probability be moved. After all, he had liked Su Qingxue for 7 years. The moment she thought of Lin Zhe being seduced away by Su Qingxue, Shen Sweetpear's mood was extraordinarily unpleasant. Just as she had once again failed to get through to Lin Zhe and threw her cell phone on the sofa in annoyance, Lin Zhe appeared in Shen Sweetpear's eyes. Shen Sweetpear was delighted in her heart. She winkingly smiled and said, "Yo, this master, you're still willing to come back?" Looking at the sexy and beautiful Shen Sweetpear in front of him, Lin Zhe said in a credulous manner, "Oh, I came back to move things." When he came back just now, he thought very clearly. Instead of waiting for Shen Sweetpear to question where he had gone, it would be better to strike first. Kill her by surprise. Lin Zhe knew that Shen Sweetie needed herself to continue stimulating Su Qingxue right now. She would definitely not let herself go. That was why he dared to say this. The smile on Shen Sweetie Pie's face froze. "Stinking rascal, what do you mean?" "Oh, Su Qingxue broke off with his Black Moonlight and wants me to return to her side." You agreed?" Shen Sweetpear asked in a trembling voice. She knew that Su Qingxue broke off with her Black Moonlight. Moreover, it was broken yesterday. Being Su Qingxue's nemesis, Shen Sweetpear was watching Su Qingxue's every move. That was why she was worried about Lin Zhe being seduced by Su Qingxue just now. Lin Zhe resisted the urge to laugh as he nodded and said, "Why don't you agree?" Su Qingxue said that as long as I go back, she'll give me sleep. Shen Sweetpear instantly exploded with anger. She wasn't angry with Lin Zhe. She was angry at Su Qingxue. How dare she say such shameless words? "Stinking rascal, you're not allowed to leave." Shen Sweetpear hurriedly stopped it. Lin Zhe asked back, "What, you want to sleep for me?" The meaning of these words was already obvious. "If you don't give me sleep, then I'll leave." Shen Sweetpear of course heard it. She was a little anxious. Lin Zhe had said before that the reason why he had scored him was purely because he wanted to use such a method to hang him. Shen Sweetpear did indeed intend to do so. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for her to give Lin Zhe sleep. But the problem was, if she didn't give him sleep now, he was going to go find Su Qingxue. How would she be able to stimulate Su Qingxue with him in the future? No way. Determined not to let this smelly rascal leave himself. Thinking about this, Shen Sweetpear smiled charmingly and said, "Stinking rascal, you haven't gotten to 100 points yet. Let's put it this way, although I can't give you sleep right away, I can give you money." Lin Zhe wanted to laugh more and more. He felt that he could really be an absolute genius. Not only did he succeed in making Shen Sweetpear not question where he had been all afternoon, but he was also able to get a sum of money from her. "How much can you give me?" Lin Zhe asked. Of course he was sleeping with Shen Sweetpear. Such a sexy cutie. Wouldn't want to sleep. However, Lin Zhe also clearly knew that it was absolutely impossible for her to let himself sleep now. Besides, compared to sleeping with her, Lin Zhe wanted to make money. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, he knew better than anyone else that having money was the only way to have everything. Seeing that Lin Zhe seemed to be moved, Shen Sweetpear hurriedly said, "I'll give you $50 million. She wanted to say $10 million, but she felt that this figure was a bit too little. After all, the last time she had made a move, it was $100 million. "See you later." Lin Zhe dropped such a sentence, turned around and walked towards his room. Damn, only $50 million. You're just sending a beggar away. Although he was indeed begging for food. Seeing this, Shen Sweetpear hurriedly chased after him. "Stinking rascal, how much do you want?" She knew that Lin Zhe was not satisfied with the conditions he had just offered. Lin Zhe didn't say a word. He wasn't going to take the initiative to open this mouth. He was going to make Shen Sweetpear beg for money. Seeing that Lin Zhe didn't say anything, Shen Sweetpear thought that she had just made Lin Zhe angry with her figures. Then she hurriedly winks and says, "Stinking rascal, the money thing can continue to be discussed." Lin Zhe entered the bedroom without a word. Shen Sweetpear followed closely behind. Lin Zhe began to pack things without saying a word. Shen Sweetpear became more and more anxious. She hurriedly stopped Lin Zhe. "Stinking rascal, I said that the matter of money can be discussed." Shen Sweetpear held Lin Zhe's arm and pouted. Lin Zhe's mouth was a bit dry. Although he had only finished playing poker with Su Qingxue in the afternoon. But the seductive power of Shen Sweetpear was really not comparable to ordinary people. Besides, when he was being held by her arm, Lin Zhe felt like he was suffocating from the squeeze on his arm. That soul-stirring feeling stimulated his heartbeat to burst. "Discuss a hammer, I gave you the opportunity, it's you who didn't cherish it. Not only did you not cherish it, but also, you humiliated me. People are wrong, well, this way, you give me another chance, I promise I won't let you down." Shen Sweetpear pouted. Lin Zhe sat on the bed. He recklessly hooked Shen Sweetpear's waist and held her sexy body in his arms. "Alright, seeing as you're so beautiful, then I'll give you another chance, make an offer, if you can't satisfy me this time, then I'll leave now." Shen Sweetpear didn't notice at all that Lin Zhe's hands were already roaming around her body. At the moment, she was struggling with how much she should offer Lin Zhe. If she offered him less, he would definitely not be satisfied. But if she drove more, then she would be too much of a loss. "What, making it difficult for you?" Lin Zhe asked with deliberate displeasure. "Hate. You have to let people think about it." "Fine, you think about it, there's no rush," Lin Zhe said with a smile. As he spoke, his hand had already burrowed inside Shen Sweetpear's skirt. When he touched her skin, Lin Zhe became more and more excited. Should I say no, her skin was really good. Just like Su Qingxue's, it was particularly smooth and elastic. I really don't know what they both grew up eating. After dwelling on it for a while, Shen Sweetpear winks and says, "Let's do it this way, I'll give you 200 million, but we have to sign a contract." Lin Zhe's heart was delighted. "What contract?" "It's simple, after signing the contract, you're my person, no matter how Su Qingxue seduces you in the future, you're not allowed to be with her. And don't simply be together, just directly write that you can't remarry her." Lin Zhe laughed. Shen Sweetpear was ecstatic in her heart. She had originally planned to do this, but was afraid that if she went too far, Lin Zhe wouldn't agree to herself. But she didn't expect that Lin Zhe would take the initiative to mention it. "Stinking rascal, this is what you said." "Well, I said it." "Then I'll go draft the contract." Lin Zhe said with a smile, "The contract thing is not urgent, let's do the business first." "What business?" Shen Sweetpear asked in confusion. The words just fell. Lindsay suddenly pressed her underneath him. Chapter 91, I'm already beautiful and kind-hearted. Shen Tianli was shocked. This smelly rascal was too wanton and shameless. Not to mention that he took his own money, but now he also wants to get his own person? To be honest, she was a little flustered. I don't know why, perhaps it was because Lindsay had gotten a little addicted to kissing her the first few times. Now every time she was pressed by Lindsay, or held in her arms, a longing would somehow grow in her heart. She longed for Lindsay to kiss her. It was precisely because of this that Shen Jiangli panicked. Because every time she was kissed by this smelly rascal, she would come to feel it. This morning in front of Song Nanin's villa, she was kissed by this smelly hooligan, causing herself to go home and change her clothes. Shen Sweet Pear was afraid that if she was kissed by him, she really might not be able to hold it. Stinking rascal, you are not allowed to kiss me. Shen Sweet Pear protested. Only, her voice was exceptionally delicate. It sounded just like pampering. Lindsay gently scraped on her yao nose and said with a smile, all right, then I won't kiss you. Frankly speaking, Lindsay didn't want to kiss her. It's not that he didn't want to, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on to the kiss, and his kidneys would suffer. After all, he had just finished playing poker with Su Qingxue in the afternoon. Moreover, there were so many times. He was afraid that if he continued like this, his kidneys would go on strike early. Shen Sweet Pear breathed a sigh of relief. However, the side of her heart was inexplicably somewhat lost again. She hummed delicately and said, stinking rascal, you are not allowed to hug me casually in the future, much less press me under you. Lindsay pretended to be upset and slapped her on her honeyed buttocks. Damn, I've promised not to kiss you, but you're so good, how dare you stomp on your nose and make so many demands, or do you want me to kiss you? To be fair, Lindsay basically didn't use much force on that slap. However, Shen Sweet Pear still couldn't help but let out a delicate cry. Her pretty face flushed red as she said, I don't want you stinking rascal to kiss me, you hurry up and let go of me, I'll take you to a big meal at night. Are you that kind? Humph, I was originally a beautiful person with a good heart, besides, that night originally promised to take you to eat hot pot, as a result of letting you off the hook, I was a little upset in my heart, please eat a big meal as also should be. Lindsay smiled. You are really beautiful and kind-hearted how to do, want to kiss you to death, kiss you to pass out, and then take the opportunity to sleep with you. Shen Sweet Pear cried and laughed as she looked at Lindsay. Why didn't she realize before that this rascal was still a pervert? What does it mean to kiss yourself to the point of fainting? And then took the opportunity to sleep with herself. Shen Sweet Pear thought she would hate this kind of behavior from Lindsay. But when she thought about it, she felt that she didn't hate it. Even the side of the heart also inexplicably have a trace of expectation. Shen Sweet Pear smiled charmingly and said, stinking rascal, you hate it, I don't want to be slept with by you when I'm unconscious, how boring is that? Lindsay's heart swam. Then I'll sleep with you when I kiss you unconscious, okay? Not good. Nima, this isn't allowed either, then I'll tie you up, and when you don't listen, I'll whip you with a leather whip. Boom. Shen Sweet Pear felt as if she had been hit by something strange. She instantly became somewhat excited. Stinking rascal, you're so perverted. This is perverted? I have even more perverted ones. Humph, then tell me. Shen Sweet Pear asked with some excitement. Seeing this, Lindsay couldn't help but secretly say in his heart, holy, this doesn't have any strange attributes. Looking at her delicate face, Lindsay attached his mouth to her ear and said a few words with a smile. Shen Sweet Pear's pretty face became more and more delicate. She cursed in shame, stinking rascal, you're so perverted. But although the words were said this way, but in her heart, Shen Tianli had already begun to fantasize about the scene that Lindsay had just said in her ear. In her heart, she couldn't help but secretly say, are candles really that amazing? Looking at Shen Sweet Pear's contemplative look, Lindsay laughed and asked, why, have you already started fantasizing? Shen Shuangli was so ashamed that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. She was really a pig's head. Why did she have to think about this in front of this stinking rascal? Stinking rascal, I'm not that kind of person, and, you walk away from me, I'm going to be crushed to death by you. Saying that, Shen Sweet Pear was bashful and started to push Lindsay. Lindsay laughed and sat up smoothly. Shen Sweet Pear rolled over and got off the bed, and hurriedly dodged away as if fleeing for her life. At the same time, when Zhao Qianqian arrived at Su Qingxue's villa, Su Qingxue had already drunk half a bottle of red wine. She was not a person who liked to drink. But at this moment, she really wanted to get drunk. She wanted to use alcohol to paralyze herself and make herself temporarily forget the fact that Lindsay didn't want her. When she saw Zhao Qianxian, Su Qingxue was like an aggrieved child who had finally seen her backer. Her tears erupted at once. Zhao Qianxian was a bit anxious. "Ancestor, what are you crying for? A good reason. What happened with Lindsay?" "He doesn't want me, Lindsay, he doesn't want me," Su Qingxue cried. Zhao Qianxian was somewhat helpless. She knew that Su Qingxue was being so mean to herself, and she definitely had nothing to do with Lindsay. "What's going on?" Zhao Qianxian hurriedly asked. Su Qingxue cried and said, "I already made it clear with Jizafeng that trash yesterday that I don't like him anymore. I kicked him out of the hotel today as well, and then took back the sports car that was given to him, but he asked me to have dinner at noon today." "Well, then what? You said yes? Just in time for Linza to see it? So he got upset?" Su Qingxue cried and shook her head. "It's not like that. Jizafeng, that piece of trash, told me that he knows a secret of Lindsay's. As long as he tells me the secret, Lindsay will definitely be with me. I was moved, so I took him to Ipin Fresh." You continue. "But after arriving at One Piece Fresh, that trash even gave me a charming drug." Zhao Qianxian was violently shocked. She quickly pursued, "You were gotten by him?" "No, it was Lindsay who saved me at the critical moment. He detoxified me." Zhao Qianxian instantly had a feeling of having survived a robbery. She patted her chest and said, "Scared me to death. It's a good thing you didn't let that trash touch you, but you're really stupid enough. How could you believe his lies?" Su Qingxue cried and said, "I didn't want to believe it either, but I really wanted to be with Lindsay. I was actually very wary of him, that's why I brought him to Ipin Fresh." "What happened after Lindsay detoxified you?" Su Qingxue cried a little breathless and said, "I showed my cards to him. I told him that I don't like Jizafeng anymore. The person I like now is him. I want to remarry him. But Lindsay rejected me. Qianxian, I'm really desperate now. I really don't know what I should do." Zhao Qianxian fell silent. Chapter 92, You have too little confidence in yourself too. Being a scum girl. Being a top scum girl. She hadn't gone through this kind of thing too often. Zhao Qianxian was heartbroken for her best friend. After knowing her for so many years, she had never seen her cry so miserably. "Did you ask him the reason?" Su Qingxue cried and nodded. "He said that after I divorced him, he wouldn't be in love with anyone else. I know I hurt him a lot over that trash divorcing him. I apologized to him. He said he wasn't angry, and said that I was free and had the right to pursue my own happiness, but he was also free." Listening to Su Qingxue's account, Zhao Qianxian sighed helplessly. It looked like this best friend of his had indeed hurt Lindsay very deeply. So much so that it made him all never fall in love with anyone ever again. However, in order to comfort Su Qingxue, Zhao Qianxian said, "Didn't Lindsay like you for 7 years? Why is he so heartless now?" Su Qingxue, however, cried and continued, "It's my fault. In fact, the morning of the divorce, Lindsay retained me. He said he didn't want to divorce me, but I was in my head at that time. There was only that garbage in my heart. I was very angry and threatened him, and then he compromised. Only, he told me that if I regretted it after the divorce, there was absolutely no way he could turn back. Even if I begged him on my knees, he wouldn't look at me, and he would not give me a second glance. He won't even look at me. Qianxian, I really regret it. You say, what should I do?" Zhao Qianxian was shocked. She didn't think that there was such a place between her best friend and Lindsay. She sighed helplessly. Honestly, Zhao Qianxian was also a little unsure of what to do now. If her best friend hadn't done these things, it would have been fine. But on the contrary, her previous maneuvers had completely blocked her back way. Looking at Su Qingxue's eyes that had started to redden and swell, Zhao Qianxian said, saying, "Don't cry first, wipe your tears." Su Qingxue obediently wiped her tears. "Why don't I have a chat with Lindsay? Where does he live now?" "He lives in Shen Sweet Pear's villa next door." Su Qingxue choked and said. Zhao Qianxian was shocked again. How could he be hanging out with Shen Sweet Pear and not know that Shen Sweet Pear is your nemesis? It was Shen Sweet Pear who let him live in. What does that Shen Sweet Pear mean, trying to use Lindsay to irritate you? Su Qingxue nodded with reddened eyes. Does Lindsay know that you and Shen Sweet Pear are mortal enemies? He knows. Zhao Qianxian instantly exploded. No, since he knows, then he still cooperated with Shen Sweetie Pie to irritate you? Is he sick in the head? Or does he want to sleep with that Shen Sweet Pear? Su Qingxue hurriedly said, "Don't talk about him like that, he also has his own hardships." She didn't want to hear anyone denigrate Lindsay. Not even her own good girlfriends. Zhao Chanxian said irritably, what kind of a cockamamie bitterness does he have? Isn't it just that he looked at Shen Sweet Pear as beautiful and, with a sexy body, that's why he approached Shen Sweet Pear? No, at first, it was Shen Sweet Pear who spent money to invite him to act, but then he got a company of his own and needed the Shen family's payment system, so that's why he approached Shen Sweet Pear. Su Qingxue explained. What kind of company did he start? I don't know, but he said that he would tell me when it opened. Zhao Chanxian fell silent. She didn't think that Su Qingxue's matter with Lin Zhe would even involve Shen Sweet Pear. Originally, if it was just her own best friend and Lin Zhe, then she could still compel her best friend to put down her face to seduce Lin Zhe. Anyway, Lin Zhe is also greedy for his own girlfriend's body. The big deal is to let him sleep a few more times, sleep on the addiction again. Men are animals that think about the lower half of their bodies. But now, after Shen Jiangli joined, things became complicated at once. After all, whether Shen Sweet Pear is face value, or body, or family background, are not inferior to the existence of their own girlfriends. Moreover, from the aspect of seduction, Shen Sweet Pear seems to be even better. Not to say that Su Qingxue is not attractive, but the kind of temperament of the Shen Sweet Pear is a little flirty that man can top off. Shanxian, you say I should do in the end? Su Qingxue asked with difficulty. Or go last night I told you that route, he is not want to sleep with you, then let him sleep, at that time you give him sleep while doubling the good to him, time is long, he will naturally have feelings for you, besides, do so, also just can stimulate Shen Sweet Pear that. But does this work? Definitely works, think about it, why does he want to sleep with you? It's not because you're pretty and have a sexy body, maybe he's already addicted to it now. Su Qingxue was silent. What, think this method can't get on? Zhao Qianshan asked. No, I'm thinking about what reason I should use to approach him next. Zhao Qianshan laughed and said, I really don't know if you want to win back his heart, or you're already addicted to being slept with by her. I thought that you'd be reserved for a bit, but as a result, you're already thinking about how to approach him now. Su Qingxue's pretty face blushed. Shanxian, don't mock me, I want to win back his heart. Okay, just take it as I believe it, actually getting close to wanting him is also very simple. You casually find an excuse, for example, you tell him that there are still his things by the house, so that he can come and move them away, wait until he comes, you dress up sexier, at that time, it's only strange that he can carry it off. Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. As long as Lin Zhe came and saw how sexy he was, he would definitely not be able to hold it. But Su Qingxue thought for a second. Lin Zhe was such an honorable person, what if he couldn't control himself? When she thought of this, Su Qingxue immediately said with some depression, but what if he can resist? Zhao Qianshan was somewhat speechless. My Miss Su, you are on their own face value and figure how no confidence if I grow into you like this, and you have a hot sexy body words, now Haicheng big and small dude has long been swish kneeling in front of me waiting for me to favor, and again, he can really carry it, you will not seduce him Su Qingxue instantly became a little excited. That's right. If Lin Zhe could really hold it, then he would seduce her. When she thought of this, the sadness in Su Qingxue's heart was swept away. Her mood immediately became a lot more relaxed. Shanxian, thank you, without you, I really don't know what to do. You're welcome, who let us be BFFs, it's not too late, hurry up and send a message to Lin Zhe, tell him to come back at night to pick up his things, at that time put on your sexiest clothes and charm him to death. Su Qingxue nodded. Picking up her cell phone, she started to send a message to Lin Zhe. Chapter 93. What a coincidence. The message was quickly edited, but Su Qingxue was slow to click send. What, shy? Zhao Qianshan asked with a smile. Su Qingxue's pretty face blushed. No. Then why didn't you send a message? When I was eating fresh in the afternoon, he detoxified me and wanted me 4 or 5 times, so I definitely don't have the energy now. Su Qingxue said in shame. It was also that the person sitting in front of her was Zhao Qianshan, her best friend who she couldn't talk to. Otherwise, Su Qingxue couldn't say these words. Holy, Lin Zhe is that fierce? Zhao Qianshan had a face of disbelief. Su Qingxue grew more and more petulant. Yet, she still nodded her head. Was Lin Zhe fierce? Su Qingxue felt that he was fierce. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hidden pain every time. Zhao Qianshan instantly became interested. How fierce? She asked with a smile. Su Qingxue was a bit ashamed. Despite being the best of girlfriends, Su Qingxue still wasn't used to sharing such too personal things with her. Tell me, please. Su Qingxue said helplessly, the day I divorced him, I was slept with by him 7 times, the night before yesterday I was slept with by him 5 times, and then this afternoon I was slept with by him 4 or 5 times, and he was especially ruthless every time, as if he wanted to get me killed. When she reached the end, Su Qingxue was so shy that she wanted to find a crack in the ground. Why did she tell her best friend about this? Really? Zhao Qianqian had a face of disbelief. With our relationship, there's no need for me to lie to you. TSK, I finally know why I said let you seduce Lin Zhe. You hesitated, not all hesitated, Su Qingxue. I now strongly suspect that it's not that Lin Zhe wants to sleep with you, it's that you're addicted to letting him sleep with you. Zhao Qianqian said with a smirk. Su Qingxue bashfully retorted, I didn't. The words were said this way, but her mind couldn't help but think about what Zhao Qianqian said. Because she realized that she did seem to like that feeling a bit. Especially when Lin Zhe was being ruthless every time, Su Qingxue felt that the tip of her heart was tingling. Still saying you don't have it, look at the way you were fuming just now. Zhao Qianqian laughed, but the truth, Qingxue, this is actually not a bad thing. A man who can make you addicted is not something that anyone can meet. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that we are girlfriends, I would have wanted to try out Lin Zhe's car skills. You dare. Su Qingxue glared at Zhao Qianqian. Yo, look at this scared look, is it still the beautiful President Su Qingxue that I know who does things in a thunderous manner? Zhao Qianqian laughed and joked. Cut the crap, Lin Zhe is mine, whoever snatches it from me, I'll flip out with whoever. Su Qingxue's face was extraordinarily serious. Zhao Qianqian wanted to say a few words to hit her, but seeing that her mood had managed to stabilize, she dismissed the idea. She smiled and said, alright, keep that mindset, it's not just a Lin Zhe, go seduce him recklessly, go sleep with him, sooner or later he'll be addicted to being slept with by you. Su Qingxue didn't say anything. However, her mind was already calculating how she could better seduce Lin Zhe. By the way, how are you going to clean up that piece of trash called Jizafeng? Zhao Qianqian suddenly asked. It was only then that Su Qingxue remembered that trash. Her face suddenly went cold. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Su Qingxue quickly made a call. Soon, the call went through. Uncle He, 2 things. Su Qingxue said in a cold voice. Big miss, you say. First, buy a villa in this villa area I'm currently living in, preferably one that can be next to me, and second, clean up a piece of trash called Jizafeng for me, he was my college classmate back then. Roger that, Missy, how do you want me to clean him up? Scrap him. Su Qingxue said in a murderous manner. Understood. Zhao Qianqian was shocked in her heart, she almost forgot that her own BFF wasn't a good person. She hurriedly and completely dismissed the idea of trying Lin Zhe's car skills. Lin Zhe didn't know what was happening on Su Qingxue's side. If he knew, he would definitely be able to kneel down and kowtow to Su Qingxue. This was simply a female bodhisattva. At this moment, Lin Zhe was eating Western food with Shin Sweet Pear. Lin Zhe didn't really have any feelings for this Western food stuff. However, he had used up too much energy in the afternoon, and he urgently needed to eat meat to make up for it. Therefore, he not only ordered the tomahawk steak, but also ordered oysters and other great tonic things. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't sell cashews here, otherwise, Lin Zhe would have ordered a whole lot of them. He was in need of a good tonic. Shin Sweet Pear was somewhat speechless as she listened to Lin Zhe order those things. Those who didn't know, still thought that this stinking rascal was now out of it. Stinking rascal, how weak are you? Shin Sweet Pear teased with a charming smile. Lin Zhe gave her a blank look. Damn, when I sleep with you later, you'll know if I'm weak or not. Shin Sweet Pear's pretty face reddened. She kicked Lin Zhe with her high heels under the table. Laughing, she scolded, stinking rascal, pay attention, this is a public place, it's not by the side of the house. Fine, then wait until we get home, I'll let you try. Lin Zhe said with a smile. Shin Sweet Pear gave Lin Zhe a blank stare. But she was long and gorgeous, even when she rolled her eyes, she had a kind of flavorful and seductive feeling. I really didn't know to what extent she would tantalize people when her charm was in full swing in bed. Honestly, Lin Zhe was really looking forward to it. The meal was quickly served. Lin Zhe was really hungry. He had played poker with Su Qingxue off and on for 3 to 4 hours in the afternoon. It was well known that playing poker was an extremely physically demanding thing. The oysters had just been served up and Lin Zhe couldn't wait to get them into his mouth. Hey, slow down, I'm not stealing it from you. Shin Sweet Pear said with a winking smile. Nonsense, of course you don't need to grab it with me, you're not the one who contributed anyway. Shin Sweetpear's fair face instantly turned red. Stinking rascal, you're annoying. Lindsay laughed and scolded, damn, scolding me for hating it with your mouth, then why are you handing me oysters? To put it bluntly, it's not that you want me to be more powerful, so that you can get high in the future. Originally thought that Shin Sweetpear would refute his own words. But who would have thought that Shin Sweetpear would smile and say, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Saying that, she also gave Lindsay a provocative look. Nima. It should be said that Shin Sweetpear was really good at flirting with people. Lindsay was actually already in sage mode now. But he was still provoked by the words that Shin Shuangli had just said, as well as her provocative eyes, which made his heart skip a beat. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid that his kidneys wouldn't be able to handle it, Lindsay really wanted to pull her to the stairwell and ravage her. Let this demon feel her ferocity properly. By the way, you wrote another song for Jiang Qingyu? Shin Sweetpear suddenly asked. Jiang Qingyu had sent herself the second song Lindsay had written for her in the afternoon. Honestly, it was very good. So good that it made Shin Sweetpear regret signing Jiang Qingyu more and more. It wasn't that she was afraid that Jiang Qingyu would take her career to the next level with her new album. Rather, it was that Shin Jiangli had clearly sensed that Jiang Qingyu seemed to like Lindsay a little bit. This was an extremely dangerous signal for Shin Sweetpear. Lindsay nodded and was about to speak. Suddenly a voice filled with surprise was heard saying, Lindsay, Mr. Su, what a coincidence. Chapter 94 Rejecting Her. When she heard the voice, Shin Sweetpear's face did not look good. What a fear of what comes. That's right, the one who spoke was none other than Jiang Qingyu. At this moment, she was wearing huge sunglasses, covering half of her face tightly. People could not see her true face, however, the sexy red lips under the sunglasses were exceptionally provocative. In addition to Jiang Qingyu, there was also her agent Zhao Tailan. Lindsay smiled and asked, it's quite a coincidence, did you guys just come, or have you already finished eating? Frankly speaking, ever since he learned that Jiang Qingyu wanted to go off with him last night, Lindsay didn't want to sleep with her that much now. Although she had later made it clear that she could allow herself to slag her without responsibility. But the lessons he had learned from his 2 lifetimes told Lindsay to never trust women casually. They had a stunningly beautiful face on top and were the best at deceiving people. Just came can we join together? Jiang Qingyu asked with a smile. Although he couldn't see her eyes, Lindsay knew that she was smiling. Yes, Jiang Qingyu was smiling. Smiling with arched eyebrows. Being able to meet Lindsay in this not-so-low-class Western restaurant, Jiang Qingyu felt that this was her destiny with Lindsay. Although she had confided in Lindsay last night and was rejected by Lindsay. But Jiang Qingyu wasn't frustrated. Because she knew that Lindsay had been deeply hurt by Su Qingxue. So much so that he didn't dare to trust anyone easily now. Jiang Qingyu believed that by giving Lindsay a little time, along with her own good pursuit of him, he would sooner or later fall in love with himself. By then, he would definitely be with himself. Jiang Qingyu had confidence in her face and body. Lindsay nodded and was about to agree. It was just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks anyway. Although he wasn't going to sleep with Jiang Qingyu now, that didn't stop Lindsay from being willing to eat with her. Who didn't like looking at beautiful women? Especially a stunning beauty like Jiang Qingyu. But before Lindsay's words had a chance to speak, he heard Shin Sweetpear laugh. Qingyu, I'm really sorry, I'm afraid I can't do it today because I'm discussing the company's business with Lindsay, forgive me. If there was no Lindsay at this meal, then Shin Sweetie Pie would definitely welcome Jiang Qingyu to eat with her. But now that there was Lindsay, that wouldn't do. Shin Sweetie Pie didn't want Jiang Qingyu to have too much contact with Lindsay. As if Jiang Qingyu hadn't heard Shin Sweetpear's words, her eyes burned as she looked at Lindsay. It seemed like she was waiting for Lindsay's answer. Lindsay didn't move and glanced at Shin Sweetie Pie. This demon's eyes carried a strong flavor of threat. Even though she didn't say anything, it seemed like she had said everything. Lindsay smiled. It's fine, it's pretty much been discussed, let's eat here. Lindsay certainly didn't have to eat this meal with Jiang Qingyu. The reason why he wanted to sing against Shin Sweetpear was because Lindsay clearly felt that Shin Sweetpear wanted to take control of himself. It could be seen from the fact that she had just taken it upon herself to reject Jiang Qingyu. Lindsay detested this feeling. Crossing over, no one should want to control him, let alone control his life. Shin Sweetpear was upset. This smelly rascal had gone so far as to sing against herself for the sake of Jiang Qingyu. Very well, in the future, she wouldn't even give this smelly rascal a kiss. However, after being upset, Shin Sweetpear didn't refute Lindsay's words. After all, Lindsay had opened his mouth. If he continued to refuse, he would be too unseemly. Is it really okay? It won't disturb your business talk, right? Zhang Qingyue looked a little excited. She couldn't help but be excited. Because she didn't expect that Lindsay would dare to go against Shin Sweetpear for himself. He can't have me in his heart. When she thought about it, Zhang Qingyue became more and more excited. Lindsay laughed. It's fine if we talk about it later. Seeing Lindsay promise, Zhang Qingyue happily said, then this meal is on me, Lindsay, Mr. Su, give me a chance. It's okay. Lindsay laughed. Shin Sweetpear, however, laughed and said, as the boss, how can I let my employees pay the bill? What do you want to eat? You guys just order whatever you want, I'll pay the bill. It's just so happily decided. Joking aside, he had said that he would treat Lindsay to a big meal. If he let Zhang Qingyue pay the bill, then what was he? Alright, thank you, Mr. Su. As she spoke, Zhang Qingyue sat across from Lindsay, just like Shin Sweetpear. And Zhao Tailan sat next to Lindsay. After taking her seat, Zhang Qingyue handed the menu to Lindsay. Lindsay, will you order for me? Her voice carried a bit of a petulant flavor. Okay. Lindsay laughed. He turned his head and rushed to the waiter, a lobster, a fillet, a bottle of red wine, and the rest of the dishes you can match as you see fit. Sister Lan, whatever you want to eat, feel free to order. Listening to the dishes Lindsay ordered for himself, Zhang Qingyue became happier and happier. She felt that Lindsay was treating herself differently. But Shin Sweetpear was not happy. She really didn't expect that the always lonely and arrogant Zhang Qingyue was just like a little girl in front of Lindsay. What she didn't expect was that she even had some green tea attributes. When she ordered a dish, she could have ordered it herself, but she had to let Lindsay order it. Wasn't she just trying to tell herself that Lindsay was unusual for her? That's right, Shin Sweetpear was upset. She felt that Zhang Qingyue was nakedly seducing Lindsay in front of her. Soon, the dishes were ordered. After the waiter retreated, Zhang Qingyue took off her sunglasses. A stunningly beautiful face was instantly revealed. Lindsay, thank you for writing that song for me. I've already had a professional team arrange it. You say, when the time comes, should I put it online as well? Can. Although her first song had already succeeded in whetting the appetite of her fans, Lindsay believed that with the second song, the appetite of Zhang Qingyue's fans would be whetted to an unprecedented height. At that time, once the new album was released, it would definitely explode. Zhang Qingyue answered obediently. She smiled with arched eyebrows and said, well, I'll listen to you. After dinner later, can you come home with me and help me record it? I want to do the same as last time, and post it online after I sing it. Okay. Lindsay said painfully. Zhang Qingyue grew happier and happier. I'll go too, it's just as well, I want to hear the live version too. Shin Sweetpear suddenly laughed. Want to be alone with Lindsay and then take the opportunity to seduce him? What daydreaming! Zhang Qingyue, however, said with difficulty, Mr. Shin, I'm sorry, it's not that I don't want to sing live for you, it's just that, if there are too many people, I'm a little bit unable to let go of it, I'm afraid it will affect my performance. Shin Sweetpear gasped and laughed. Too many people affect her performance? Then how did she sing in the singing competition before? She was obviously plotting against Lindsay and was afraid that she would spoil her good deed. Well. Shin Sweetpear didn't say anything else. Instead, she picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Lindsay. Stinking rascal, reject her and I'll give you a kiss at home. Chapter 95, How dare you? Lindsay wanted to laugh. At first, she had pulled herself together in order to irritate Su Qingxue. But now the boomerang was stuck on herself. What a female bodhisattva who got herself into the game. Lindsay replied to her, don't think too much, I'm just going to record a song for him, and after I finish, I'll go back. The truth is that he had only played poker with Su Qingxue so many times in the afternoon, Lindsay didn't dare to continue wasting ZD, or else, high or low, he promised her. Oomph, not allowed to go, otherwise, I'm going to get angry, and won't even give you a kiss in the future. Damn, threatening me? Hinged on the fact that Lindsay didn't like what he was doing. Shin Sweetpear hurriedly replied, stinking rascal, can't it be that I want to be kissed by you? Nima. She was able to tease people. Lindsay smiled and replied, "How about this? I'll take you with me later, and we'll go home together when we're done." Shin Sweet Pear gave Lindsay a sly look in her eyes. Then she replied, "All right then." After eating just a meal, Lindsay asked, "Jang Changyu, how did you guys get here?" "Sister Lan drove me here." "Then I'll see you at the villa." Lindsay laughed. Jang Changyu had wanted to invite Lindsay to ride in a car with her, but since Lindsay had said so, then she could only smile and say, "Okay ah." After leaving the restaurant, Lindsay got into Shin Sweet Pear's car, while Jiang Changyu followed Zhao Tailan into the car. On the way back, Shin Sweet Pear was clearly a little unhappy. "Shin Sweet Pear, like me?" Lindsay asked with a smirk. One sentence amused the gloomy-faced Shin Sweet Pear. She winkingly said, "Stinking rascal, you are really daring to say that." Shin Sweet Pear really felt that Lindsay's words were hilarious. It was true that she and he were close now. But this was all based on the need to irritate Su Qingshui. In other words, if there was a day when she didn't need him to irritate Su Qingshui anymore, she would kick him out straight away. This was something that Shin Sweetie Pie had already decided from the start. "Then why don't you let me go record a video for Jiang Qingyue?" I just think that you are the one I paid to come here, why should you help her with these things?" "But when I signed the contract, I said that I would be in charge of her career." "Her career doesn't include small things like recording videos, besides, isn't there Zhao Tailan?" "I did sign her along with her." Lindsay laughed and said, "Okay, you're just being tough." You're the one who's tough." "Bull, I have the softest mouth on my body." Shin Sweet Pear's pretty face turned red, and she laughed and scolded, "Stinking rascal." Soon, returned to the villa. Jiang Qingyue was already waiting inside the villa. Her speed was quite fast. When she saw Shin Sweet Pear, Jiang Qingyue was slightly stunned. Obviously, she hadn't expected that Shin Jiangli would come over with Lindsay. But it was clear that she had already rejected her. Yes, Jiang Qingyu's heart was a little unhappy. She still wanted to take advantage of the time when Lindsay was recording a video for herself to cultivate a relationship with Lindsay. How could she cultivate it if Shin Sweetie Pie was there? However, since Shin Sweet Pear had already come over, Jiang Qingyue couldn't kick her out openly. She welcomed Lindsay and Shin Sweet Pear into the villa. "Lindsay, Mr. Shin, what would you like to drink?" "No drink, hurry up and start recording, I can't wait to hear the scene," Shin Sweet Pear said with a smile. These words were of course bull. Shin Sweet Pear's real purpose was to hurry up and finish the recording and hurry up and take Lindsay to Flash. She didn't want Lindsay to stay with Jiang Qingyue for one more second. "Lindsay, if you want to drink it, then go get it yourself, anyway, you're familiar with my house." Jiang Qingyue laughed. These words made Shin Sweet Pear a little offended. She felt that Jiang Qingyue was demonstrating in such a way. Lindsay nodded and said, "All right, let's start recording." Jiang Qingyue answered obediently. Setting up his cell phone, Lindsay began to play the guitar. Jiang Qingyue started singing with Lindsay's accompaniment. "Later I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you've long since gone away and disappeared into the sea of people. Then I finally realized in tears. There are some people that once you miss them, you'll never see them again." Shin Tianli had thought to finish the recording as soon as possible and then take Lindsay with her. But the moment Jiang Qingyue opened her mouth, she was stunned. This singing was too good. Soon, she was immersed in the emotions brought on by the song. When the song ended, Lindsay quickly turned off the recording. Jiang Qingyue's eyes were red. Shin Sweet Pear's eyes were also red. Obviously, one was singing into it, and the other was listening to it. Shin Sweet Pear couldn't help but start clapping. "Jiang Qingyu, I was right to sign you, this album of yours will definitely explode. It's Lindsay who's great, the lyrics are well written and the tunes are good." Jiang Qingyu also smiled and said. Shin Sweet Pear had no objections to this, she nodded and said, "Indeed. Nice compliment, continue next time." Lindsay laughed. Jiang Qingyue smiled and went through the video to make sure there was nothing wrong with it, then she uploaded it to her social software. After seeing her finish, Shin Sweet Pear got up and said, "It's getting late, Jiang Qingyu, you rest early." Just now, Jiang Qingyu sang that Shin Sweet Pear was indeed touched. But it was also because she was moved that she didn't want Lindsay to stay with her any longer. It was because Shin Sweet Pear realized that Jiang Qingyu was especially charming when she sang. Especially those beautiful peach blossom eyes, as if they were discharging electricity. A girl like herself couldn't resist it, let alone Lindsay, this old sex maniac.
Zhang Qingyue obviously still wanted to talk to Lin Zhe more, but Shen Sweetpear had said so.
She couldn't say anything else.
Okay, then, Mr. Shen, Lin Zhe, you guys also take an early rest.
Shen Sweetie Pie answered.
Zhang Qingyue sent the two of them out of the villa.
Only after watching Lin Zhe enter Shen Sweetnie's villa with her did Zhang Qingyue reluctantly turn around and head back to the villa. The large villa was instantly cold and quiet.
Zhang Qingyue felt lonely for the first time.
I didn't expect Zhang Qingyue to sing so well, no wonder she wanted to make an album. Just after returning to the villa, Shen Sweetpear lamented.
Lin Zhe laughed, it's really good, the first time I heard her sing, people went numb, she was practically born to sing.
Hey, stinky rascal, I've complimented, just stop it, what's the point of messing with my mind?
Shen Sweetpear had a displeased face.
According to your meaning, am I not allowed to compliment anyone other than you in the future?
That's right.
Then I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed, I'm a person with a good heart who likes to compliment people the most. Stinking rascal, how dare you?
Shen Sweetpear said with displeasure.
Lin Zhe smiled and said, okay, then I'll compliment them behind your back.
Shen Sweetpear was so angry that she grabbed Lin Zhe's arm and bit it. The bite was quite hard.
Lin Zhe got upset and backhanded her body onto the sofa.
Then the palm of his hand viciously smacked her honey buttocks.
Chapter 96, Don't Come In Without My Order. Then I finally learned how to love.
Unfortunately, you're long gone and disappeared in the sea.
Then I finally realized in my tears. There are some people that once you miss them, you'll never see them again. Su Qingxue was listening to a song. Her social media was following Zhang Qingyue.
So when Zhang Qingyue had just released her latest news, Su Qingxue saw it. Seeing that Zhang Qingyue was posting a new song, Su Qingxue couldn't wait to click in. Because she knew that it was written by Lin Zhe for Zhang Qingyue.
When Zhang Qingyue's moving voice sang the first line, Su Qingxue's heart trembled.
And then her eyes started to redden. Because she felt that the lyrics were written about her current state of mind. With Lin Zhe and the divorce, she was blind and couldn't recognize her own heart.
It wasn't until the divorce was finalized that she realized it. However, Lin Zhe didn't want her anymore.
It was hard, suffocatingly hard for Su Qingxue to start crying in pain.
She cried, Lin Zhe, I'll get you back, no matter how much it costs, I'll definitely get you back. Achoo. Lin Zhe sneezed. Who's thinking about me? Lin Zhe ignored it. He glanced at Shen Sweetpear. At the moment, she was lying on the sofa. Just now, she was quite unruly.
As a result, she immediately wimped out after being slapped twice on the ass by Lin Zhe.
Lin Zhe couldn't see her face and didn't know what her expression was. But what the hell?
Anyway, Lin Zhe had already made up his mind that he must teach her a good lesson today. Let's see if she dares to bite herself in the future.
Wrong yet? Lin Zhe asked, pretending to be fierce.
Shen Sweetpear said in a muffled voice, wrong. Her voice was extremely small, similar to a mosquito's leg.
Damn, you didn't eat, speak louder.
Wrong. Shen Sweetpear's voice raised a few points.
However, how come her voice still had a hint of a tremolo in it? Wrong where? No, shouldn't have bitten you. Will you dare to do it again? No, I don't dare. What if you bite me again? You, do whatever you want. Damn, if you dare to bite me again, beware I'll hit you harder, do you hear me? Here. Count on you to be sensible.
As he spoke, Lin Zhe let go of her. Shen Sweetpear got up without a word and quickly ran towards the upstairs with her head down. There was no way around it, she was now blushing.
Shen Sweetpear didn't know what was wrong with her.
According to the rules, she should be very angry. But not only did she not get angry, instead, she inexplicably had some other emotions. After she returned to the bedroom, Shen Tianli buried her head in the comforter. She touched her face, and it was really hot.
Humph, stinking rascal. Lin Zhe also went back to the bedroom.
He started squatting horse stance.
The night was speechless.
The next day Lin Zhe woke up quite early. He had eaten a lot of meat last night, and his physical energy had been well replenished. Shen Sweetpear had just finished her workout. At the moment, she was drenched in fragrant sweat and was exceptionally delicate.
However, what attracted Lin Zhe's eyes more was her yoga pants. Unrivaled sexiness. Damn, it was killing me.
When she saw Lin Zhe, Shen Sweetpear's pretty face flushed.
It was because she remembered again the situation last night when Lindsay hit her honey buttocks. "Good morning." Lindsay laughed. "Humph, stinking rascal. Cursing early in the morning, what, looking for a beating again?" Lindsay shook his palm and said. Shin Sweetpear's pretty face became more and more scarlet. "Humph, rascal, ignore you, I'm going to take a shower, later you drive yourself to Weeneen's house, I'm going to the airport to pick up someone." "What, your white moonlight is back too?" "Put." Shin Sweetpear giggled. "I'm not Su Qingxue, but the person I picked up is indeed a guy." "Still saying it's not a white moonlight?" "Of course not, but it's just a playmate from childhood, I don't like him." "Then why did you pick him up?" "Our family is on good terms with theirs, my dad called this morning and asked me to pick him up." "Okay, I'll say it first, no matter if it's a playmate since childhood or not, or a white moonlight or not, you'd better not let him touch you, even if it's holding hands." Shin Sweetpear winks and asks, "What, like me? Possessiveness so strong ah?" "No, I'm a person with a cleanliness fetish, once a woman that someone else has touched, I have no interest at all." Shin Sweetpear blankly glanced at Lindsay. I don't know why, when she heard that she denied liking herself, Shin Sweetpear's heart was a little upset. That kind of a very marvelous feeling, the whole heart side of the sour, but also some loss. It said that Shin Jiangli had never produced such emotions. But she did not say anything. After eating the meal, the two of them went their separate ways. When Lindsay was leaving, Lindsay instructed Shin Sweetpear to remember to transfer money to herself. She had promised to give Lindsay 200 million yesterday. Shin Sweetpear gave Lindsay a blank look and said she knew. When he arrived at Song Nanin's villa, her bodyguard looked at Lindsay with some strange eyes. Lindsay didn't think much of it and directly entered Song Nanin's villa. "Has your lady gotten up yet?" Lindsay rushed to the maid and asked. The servant hurriedly said, "Miss is still in the basement, she didn't come out all night last night." Holy! Lindsay was stunned. He had thought that during dinner yesterday, the maid would definitely go to the basement to look for Song Nanin. It would just be a matter of releasing her at that time. But he never expected that the maid hadn't gone to look for her. In other words, Song Nanin was still locked up in that cage? When he thought of this, Lindsay hurriedly walked towards the basement. When he opened the room where the cage was placed, Lindsay saw Song Nanin at a glance. She was indeed still locked up in the cage. At the moment, she was lying on the floor of the cage. Her slender figure made her look somewhat pitiful. When she saw Lindsay, she lightly swept a glance at him. The look in her eyes was what was called a ghostly look. Lindsay smiled sheepishly. "Can't you not feel guilty, locking people up here for more than 10 hours? "Good morning, Miss Song, how did you sleep last night?" "Don't worry, I'll let you out now." As he spoke, Lindsay picked up the key that was placed at the door yesterday. After the lock was opened, Lindsay smiled, "Miss Song, you can come out now." "Don't have the strength, you carry me out," Song Nanin said in a faint voice. Lindsay didn't think much about it, he opened the door of the cage and walked in. But the next second, Lindsay suddenly heard footsteps. He quickly turned around. But he saw a bodyguard quickly unlock the door of the cage. Grass. What a situation. "Missy, do you need me to step in?" That bodyguard respectfully asked. "No need, no one is allowed to come in without my order." "Yes, sir." That bodyguard retreated. "Song Nanin, what do you want?" Lindsay asked. Song Nanin looked at Lindsay with fierce eyes. "Get you killed." The words just fell. She then pounced towards Lindsay. Chapter 97, Speak Out to Make Me Happy. Yes, Song Nanin was angry. So angry that she almost exploded. For the first time in her life, she had been locked up in a cage as if she were a dog. And, for 6 hours. If it wasn't for the maid at home realizing that something was wrong, she was afraid that she would still be locked inside. If she didn't teach this dog a lesson today, she was afraid that she wouldn't know how many eyes the Horse King had. Song Nanin was extraordinarily fierce when she pounced on her. In addition to her fierce eyes, she was also extraordinarily ruthless when she struck. Coming up, she kicked towards Lindsay's crotch. Grass. This is ruthless. Lindsay quickly dodged. But despite having dodged it, Lindsay was still upset. It was clearly her who first wanted to lock herself inside this cage. Luckily, he was powerful and killed her back. Otherwise, he would have been the one locked in this cage. If you want to be angry, it is also yourself who is angry. She has no face to be angry. Even if she was angry, she still hit so hard. Just as Song Nanin kicked at her vitals again, Lindsay hooked her ankle with his backhand. Before Song Nanin could react, she was pressed against the wall of the cage by Lindsay's hooked waist. The two people's bodies were tightly pressed together. Lindsay's lips were even less than 10 centimeters from Song Nanin's lips. The moment their eyes met, Lindsay clearly saw the monstrous anger in Song Nanin's eyes. Damn, she was still upset. However, it should be said that even when this good-looking person is angry, she looks especially charming. Lindsay smiled and said, "What, very angry? Damn, deserved it, who let you try to lock me in yesterday?" Song Nanin looked at Lindsay with a fury on her pink face. She really wanted to bite this dog to death right now. Locking herself inside for 6 long hours, not only did she not have a word of apology, but she even scolded herself for deserving it. If it wasn't for the fact that her legs were clamped down by this bastard, Song Nanin really wanted to ruthlessly use her knees to hit this bastard's vitals. Too angry. Get angry again, kid, old man kiss you. Lindsay said as he stared at Song Nanin's sexy lips. Damn, her lips were really sexy. Moreover, when kissed, they were extraordinarily delicate. Lindsay especially wanted to kiss. Song Nanin was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Not only did this dog not apologize to himself, but now he even dared to kiss himself. If a tiger doesn't give out, does he really think he's a sick cat? Dog thing, have the guts to try kissing me. Song Nanin gritted her teeth and said. She swore that this dog thing dared to kiss herself today. Then she would dare to kill her. As for her own illness, pain was fine. Lindsay's heart was delighted. I really didn't expect Song Nanin to say something like this. This was simply a female bodhisattva. To hesitate for even a second more would be disrespectful to a female bodhisattva. Lindsay directly hugged her fragrant and soft body in his arms and then kissed her. Song Nanin was dumbfounded. Her pretty peach blossom-like eyes instantly glared like green apricots. She didn't know if she was dumbfounded by Lindsay's sudden kissing up, or if she was dumbfounded by Lindsay's kiss. In short, she was dumbfounded. But Lindsay wasn't dumbfounded. The kiss he gave was so ferocious. Even his tongue went in. Song Nanin's delicate body trembled as she snapped back to her senses. Her eyes were shy and angry as she glared at Lindsay, and her hands vigorously began to push him. But Lindsay's was in the middle of a kiss, how could he be pushed away by her? At first Song Nanin still had the strength to push Lindsay, but slowly, her body went soft. She didn't have the slightest bit of strength, not to mention, moreover, it seemed that Lindsay's kiss was on top of her head. So then, her hands slowly started to hook around Lindsay's neck and started to kiss back. Lindsay felt it the first time. He was stimulated. He was viciously stimulated. It was a well-known fact that when eating from the mouth, once the other person started responding, the feeling of pleasure would explode. Lindsay was feeling like this right now. He felt like he was going to explode. He kissed even more frantically. Only when he was almost suffocating did Lindsay reluctantly let go of the other person. The two of them didn't know when they were already lying on the ground. To be precise, it was Song Nanin who was lying on the ground while Lindsay was pressed on top of her. Song Nanin gasped and glared at Lindsay. Still angry? Lindsay asked, panting. Song Nanin hummed petulantly and didn't say anything. She felt that she should be angry. But in fact, there wasn't a single bit of anger left in her heart. Song Nanin didn't know why. Normally, if someone looked at her a few times, she would hate to gouge out the other person's eyes. But now that she had been kissed like this by this asshole, she was surprisingly not angry. Dog thing, apologize to me. Lindsay smiled and said, I'm sorry. Song Nanin was relieved. If you dare to lock me up again in the future, I'll kill you. Notice that she wasn't talking about kissing her and locking her up. It looked like the kissing her thing didn't make her angry. Lindsay smiled. Okay, next time we'll lock in together and kiss you for a night. Song Nanin's pretty face reddened. Why was this dog so shameless? Moreover, such shameless words came out of his mouth. Really shameless. But for some reason, the side of her heart was inexplicably a bit expectant. How did you go out last night? Lindsay asked with a smile. Song Nanin glared at Lindsay. Dog thing, you still have the face to say that? I didn't eat last night, the servants felt something was wrong, so they looked for me. Damn, no wonder your bodyguard had that weird look in his eyes when he saw me this morning. I thought it was because I had become handsome again, that's why. Put. Song Nanin was amused. How could anyone be shameless to such an extent? She had sort of grown to know it. Song Nanin rarely laughed. In the few days Lindsay had known her, she basically hadn't laughed much. But Lindsay had to admit that the way she smiled was really damn charming. Not to mention the curved eyebrows, but also, it was as if there were stars exploding in those beautiful eyes. Extraordinarily charming. Song Nanin, has anyone ever told you that the way you smile is really charming? Lindsay laughed. The moment these words came out, Song Nanin stopped smiling. Her eyes swept Lindsay harshly, then she pushed Lindsay away. Lindsay casually laid down on the ground. His mind was calculating where to take Song Nanin later. Yes, Lindsay wanted to take her. Anyway, she didn't object to her kissing her now. As long as she was willing to go out with him like she did yesterday, then he was confident in taking her. With that in mind, Lindsay smiled and asked, "Why, how was your rest last night?" "Dog thing, don't mention last night to me, I'm getting annoyed." "What went wrong? Say it to make me happy." Song Nanin was so angry that she directly kicked Lindsay. Chapter 98, Cashing in on promises. Waiting until Song Nanin's anger had almost subsided, only then did Lindsay continue to ask, "What's going on?" It's not those bosses, they joined forces last night to try to get me to hand over a few casinos under my name and let them manage them. To put it bluntly, they want to take advantage of the opportunity to seize the assets that belong to me. Song Nanin said without any good humor. "You gave it? How could that be? Those few casinos are my most profitable industry right now. With billions of dollars in revenue a year, how could I possibly give it to them?" Lindsay smiled and said, "I'm afraid that the casino is just the first step to test you, their real purpose must be to empty you." Song Nanin looked at Lindsay with surprise. I didn't expect him to see so thoroughly. "That's right, they are trying to hollow me out." "Then what do you do? Hardcore?" Lindsay asked with a smile. Song Nanin, however, was silent. Honestly speaking, it was impossible to tough it out. It wasn't that Song Nanin was afraid of them. Rather, she clearly knew that those few people were now in collusion, and their strength was completely crushing her existence. If they were to fight hard, they would only be defeated. Whether or not she would be alive at that time was an unknown. Blankly glancing at Lindsay, Song Nanin said irritably, "I'm not that brain dead, they are now in collusion. If I were to fight hard, I would only die faster." Lindsay lit a cigarette. After taking a few puffs, he smiled and said, "It's actually not that hard to crack their collusion." "What do you mean, you have a way?" Lindsay nodded. "What method?" Song Nanin quickly asked. She had already let this matter upset her and made it difficult for her to sleep or eat. Song Nanin dreamed of solving these awful things. "Give me a kiss and I'll tell you." Lindsay laughed. Song Nanin kicked Lindsay fiercely. It was really enough. She was already upset enough because of the club. But this asshole was still in the mood to molest himself. If it wasn't for the fact that she was still counting on him to cure her, she would want to kill him right now. "Song Nanin, I really didn't tease you, but I really have a way to solve this matter. Believe me, a kiss will let you rest easy. If I were you, not to mention kissing, I would have hated to give my body to you." Song Nanin glared angrily at Lindsay. She didn't believe his bull. In Song Nanin's opinion, Lindsay was just lying about his kisses. It wasn't that Song Nanin looked down on Lindsay, but he was a family outcast, not to mention that he was kicked by Suqing Xue. Such a person could have a furtive law. Seeing that Song Nanin didn't believe his words, Lindsay wasn't in a hurry. He smiled and said, "How about this? I'll say it first, and after you hear it, if you think I didn't lie to you, let me give you a kiss, okay?" Okay, but dog thing, I'll say it in advance, if you dare to amuse me, I really might get you killed, so you'd better think it over." Lindsay ignored Song Nanin's threat. He smiled and asked, "Do you know about raising parasites?" "What do you mean?" "They want to hollow you out right now. It's nothing more than wanting to compete for the position of the society's leader, and since that's the case, then give it to them." Song Nanin laughed in exasperation at this. This was his so-called crack? If he was willing to give the society to them, why would he be so worried that he couldn't sleep the whole night? Song Nanin was about to reprimand Lindsay. But Lindsay smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry, I haven't finished talking yet. Let go if you have a fart." Song Nanin said without a trace of anger. Lindsay continued, what I mean is, if they like power so much, then give it to them. You can gather them together and announce to them that you're going to pick someone from the few of them to be the second in command of the society, and if the second in command does a good job in the future, you can step down and give way. So, you want them to fight internally? Song Nanin's eyes were filled with shock. That's right, you can set a condition, for example, for a period of half a year, whoever earns more money, this second in command position will be given to whoever. Believe me, this method will make them fight over their heads, and when they have a great deal of vitality, that's when you will step in to reap the rewards. Song Nanin was startled again. But what if they don't fall for it? Lindsay snorted lightly. Everything has to be done in name only. A robbed boss is bound to be disobedient, but if it's you who gives up the throne, then it's a different story. Song Nanin was too shocked to speak. She looked at Lindsay with complicated eyes. Originally, she thought that this guy was just trying to trick the kiss just now. But she didn't expect that he actually had a method. Moreover, it was still such a brilliant method. How about it, is it worth a kiss? Lindsay asked with a smile. I'll verify the method you said first. Can. Song Nanin took out her cell phone and started dialing. Soon, the call went through. Inform the four of them that in half an hour, come to my villa for a meeting, I have something major to announce. Saying that, she hung up the phone. When he received Shin Sweet Pear's call, Lindsay was drinking tea on the negative floor of Song Nanin's villa. Song Nanin had gone to have a meeting with those so-called bosses. Lindsay was waiting for her. Seeing that it was Shin Sweet Pear's call, Lindsay picked it up. Stinking rascal, have you finished treating In yet? Not yet, what's wrong? Accompany me to have a meal with my hairdresser at noon. No go. Lindsay refused. He was most annoyed by this kind of accompanying people to eat. Shin Sweet Pear mouthed that the other party wasn't her white moonlight, nor was he someone she liked. But Lindsay was afraid that the other party had thoughts about her. He would say a few words during the meal. With his own character, he definitely couldn't endure it. If she really wanted to beat the other party, Shin Sweet Pear would have a hard time being in the middle. It was better not to go. Stinking rascal, why? Damn, to see you guys show love? Lindsay said deliberately. Put. Shin Sweet Pear giggled. What, jealous? I'll eat your ass. Shin Sweet Pear winks and says, alright, don't be angry, I'm not letting you come to be jealous, to be precise, I'm letting the other party come to be jealous. After we finish eating, I'll transfer money to you. What does it mean? Don't mention it, he disgustingly confessed to me, I told him that I have a boyfriend. Lindsay was happy. Shin Sweet Pear was not happy. Stinking hooligan, you laugh a hammer, I'm disgusted to death. If it's not the relationship between the two families is good, I really want to smoke him. You will be merciful to accompany me, to the end of the day, I'll give you to eat the mouth. This is a good deal. Okay, the address will be sent to me later. Shin Sweet Pear was happy. Well, I'll send it to you later. They hung up with each other. Lindsay continued to drink tea. When the pot of tea reached the bottom, Song Nanin appeared. Her entire body was flashing her eyebrows and she was extraordinarily excited. Lindsay knew that it was done. Done? Song Nanin nodded her head repeatedly in excitement. The moment those guys heard that I was going to get a second in command, their eyes went red, each one of them rubbing their fists together. Dog, how the hell did you come up with such a solution? Want to know? Song Nanin nodded again. Come, you come closer, I'll tell you. Song Nanin walked quickly to Lindsay's front. In the next second, Lindsay hooked her into his arms. Dog, what do you want? Song Nanin asked hastily as her heart panicked. Of course it's to make you fulfill your promise. Saying that, Lindsay kissed up. Chapter 99 Master of Face Changing. Before Song Nanin could dodge, Lindsay's lips were ruthlessly pressed onto her sexy and delicate red lips. A tantalizing sound erupted from her nostrils. Song Nanin's heart swam. She, who had originally pushed Lindsay away, slowly closed her eyes and began to respond. For one thing, she was a person who kept her word, and for another, she did kind of like this feeling. As she panted and let go of each other, Song Nanin reddened her pretty face and said, Dog thing, now that I've fulfilled my promise to you, now you can tell me how you wanted to get to this law. It's not something you can think of if you don't have a brain? Lindsay said with a smile. Although he wasn't kissing Song Nanin anymore, his hands were still roaming around her body. Dog, are you calling me stupid? Being able to say something like that means you're not stupid. Song Nanin hummed. Dog thing, let me ask you, what if those few people fight for the second leader and the society is in turmoil? Are you afraid that the scene will get out of control? Song Nanin was slightly stunned. She didn't expect this dog to be so smart. With a single glance, he saw what he was worried about. I do have worries in this regard. I'm afraid that the scene will get out of control. I'm afraid that the society will be torn apart by them. Lindsay laughed. Then don't worry, didn't you take half a year as the deadline? Within these half a year, their main task is to make money and then pull each other's footsteps, and all you have to do is to cultivate your forces, wait until they are fighting to the death. That's when they are at their weakest. At that time, they will directly get them killed. As the saying goes, one day at a time. It's okay for these people to not be under your control. It's okay, just cultivate a few people who are under your control. Lindsay spoke lightly. But what Song Nanin heard was shocking. She looked at Lindsay in a daze. Frankly speaking, if Song Nanin didn't know everything about Lindsay's past, she really doubted that Lindsay had been a boss before. This ruthlessness, this calculating, it really didn't seem like something that someone who hadn't experienced it could think of. Don't look at me so imploringly, or else I'll want to kiss you again. Lindsay said with a smirk. Your beauty, you haven't treated me today, hurry up and treat me. Okay, you lie up. What? Right here? Song Nanin looked at the long table in front of her with a speechless face. Cut the crap, I still want to drink some tea. Anyway, it's the same wherever the treatment is, hurry up. Song Nanin glared at Lindsay. This dog, more and more not treating himself as a human being. Surprisingly, he wanted to let himself lie on the table for treatment. But Song Nanin still lay on it. She took off her shark pants down a little bit, and her snow-white flat belly appeared in Lindsay's eyes. Lindsay numbly stabbed the silver needles into the acupuncture points and then continued to drink tea. Dog thing, do you have any more exciting items? Song Nanin suddenly asked. Lindsay smiled and said, what, yesterday's motorcycle worked. Song Nanin answered. After experiencing that extreme sport with Lindsay yesterday, Song Nanin's body and mind were extraordinarily relaxed. She fell asleep without the aid of drugs last night. Have you ever played bungee jumping? Nonsense, of course I've played with it, however, the height is only a few dozen meters, I'm a bit scared if it's too high. That's great, I've heard that there's a new super high bungee jump of more than 200 meters in Haichang, do you want to go and experience it? Lindsay swiped this news last night when he was playing with his cell phone. At that time, he thought of taking Song Nanin to have some fun. Song Nanin's heart trembled. More than 200 meters, more than 60 stories high. Just thinking about it was exciting. Not to mention experiencing it in person. Fine, you accompany me. You're thinking beautifully. Humph, no matter, anyway, it's you who suggested it, when the time comes, you'll accompany me to jump together. Bounce with me? It wasn't impossible. Lindsay smiled and said, okay, I'll hold you and jump together at that time. Then when will you take me? Tomorrow. Good, then it's a deal, if you dare to stand me up, be careful I'll clean you up. As soon as these words came out, Lindsay directly slapped her on the ass. Damn it, I'll clean you up first. Song Nanin's pretty face flushed red as she was slapped. She glared at Lindsay and didn't say anything. When the treatment was about to end, Lindsay received an address from Shin Sweet Pear. After glancing at it, Lindsay was speechless. Damn, it's Ipin fresh again. Is there no other place to eat in this Haichang? After putting away his cell phone and pulling out the silver needles from Song Nanin's body, Lindsay said, remember to wear yoga pants tomorrow, I'll hold you and go bungee jumping then. Dog thing, you're leaving? Or else what? I'll stay and have a meal with you? Lindsay asked with a smile. Humph, it's not impossible. She didn't know why, but Song Nanin felt that she seemed to be a bit dependent on Lindsay right now. It was probably caused by the fact that he had helped himself out of a big trouble. So she wanted to eat with Lindsay's. So ugly looking, but thinking is quite beautiful. Lindsay spat. Song Nanin was shy and angry. Get lost, hurry up and get lost, don't let me see you. Lindsay smiled and pinched her pink cheeks and laughed, then I'll leave first. Song Nanin shyly twisted her head to the side. Lindsay smiled and flashed away. When they arrived at Ipin Fresh, Shin Sweet Pear had just gotten out of the car. A greasy-headed guy jumped down from the passenger seat of her car. Stinking rascal, this way. Shin Sweet Pear smiled and waved at Lindsay. She hadn't seen Lindsay for a morning, not to mention, she really missed him a bit. Lindsay smiled, then wrapped Shin Sweetpear into his arms. Shin Sweetpear was shocked. This rascal was too bold. How could he embrace himself in front of his own little friend? But on second thought, she seemed to have asked Lindsay to play the role of boyfriend. Since that was the case, then him hugging himself was obviously in line with that status. Thinking about this, Shin Sweetpear smiled and hooked Lindsay's waist, then rushed to that greasy guy said, "Lindsay, he is the hair little I told you, Jung Haochan, this is my boyfriend, Lindsay." Lindsay reached out his hand and smiled, "Hello, my name is Lindsay." "Hello, Jung Haochan," Jung Haochan said with a smile. The two shook hands briefly. "Let's go inside and chat." Shin Sweetpear laughed. Lindsay nodded. Putting his arm around Shin Sweetpear, he walked towards the restaurant. Jung Haochan, who was following in the footsteps of the two of them, looked at the scene with eyes that were so grudging. So grudging that they were about to spit fire. At this moment, Lindsay suddenly turned his head to look at Jung Haochan. Jung Haochan, who had just had grudging eyes, suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person. He was looking at Lindsay with a bright smile. Lindsay also smiled. Only, when he turned around, in his heart, he disdainfully said secretly, "What a master of face changing." Chapter 100, wishing you 100 years of happiness. Waiting for a break in the serving of food. Lindsay lit a cigarette. Jung Haochan suddenly smiled and asked, "Brother, what do you do?" "Currently unemployed, and am eating Shin Sweetpear's soft rice." Lindsay laughed. As he spoke, Lindsay's hand had already placed itself unscrupulously on Shin Sweetpear's leg and touched it. Shin Sweetpear's delicate body trembled. She winkingly glared at Lindsay before gently smacking the back of his hand. It was expected that she would pull away from his hand. But who had thought that Shin Sweetpear would not do so? Lindsay laughed and touched with more and more abandon. Jung Haochan didn't know about the two people's small movements under the table. After he heard Lindsay's words, he sighed and said with an envious face, "I really envy you, brother. Unlike me, I can only rely on myself to fight." Listening to this green tea speech, Lindsay kind of wanted to laugh. According to Shin Sweetpear, this hairy little girl of hers was now working as a trainee in the stealing country. Basically, he doesn't have much income and relies on his family for relief. I really don't know where he got the face to say such things. But Lindsay was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He smiled and said, "It can't be helped, who let Shin Sweetpear like me." Jung Haochan's fists under the table clenched. But with a few aggravated expressions on his face, he said, "Yeah, being able to make sweetie like you can really be the luckiest thing in life, unlike me, who has no one to love and no one to love me." No way, Lindsay wanted to vomit. Is this dude's brain stupid from being a trainee? Lindsay glanced at Shin Sweetpear. But he saw that she also had a speechless look on her face. Lindsay was about to speak. Jung Haochan, however, suddenly stood up. "I'm going to the restroom." When he said this, his expression was that of a broken man. It was as if he had suffered a heavenly grievance. After witnessing him leave, Lindsay couldn't hold back any longer, and he laughed out loud. "No, Shin Sweetpear, is this hairy boy of yours sick in the head? Who is he showing it to by looking like he has suffered a great deal of grievances?" Shin Sweetpear was also somewhat speechless. "I don't know, he was actually quite manly before, but since he went to stealing country to become a trainee, now he's become more feminine than even me." Lindsay was amused by this. "Stinking rascal, stop touching." Shin Sweetpear suddenly pouted. "Damn, you've let him sit in the passenger seat, what's wrong with me touching it?" Shin Sweetpear was stunned, and then asked with a charming smile, "What, jealous?" "No, what I mean is, you guys have a good relationship, maybe you'll be holding his hand, being embraced by him, or even doing other things at some point. When that time comes, I'll surely draw away quickly, so I'll hurry up and touch more while I'm at it." Shin Sweetpear was offended. "Hey, smelly rascal, you think I'm Su Qingxue? Jung Haochan is not my white moonlight." But Su Qingxue didn't let Ji Zifeng sit in her passenger seat either. Lindsay said with a smirk. Shin Sweetpear was stunned. Lindsay continued, "Don't get me wrong, I really don't mind." This was Lindsay's sincere words, he really didn't mind this. But what he just said was also true. Once Shin Tianli held hands and hugged someone else, he would quickly pull away from this ambiguous relationship. As a scum with no morals and no bottom line, he naturally had to be scummy and clear. Two people are talking. Jung Haochan suddenly pushed open the door of the box and walked in. His eyes were red, and he looked like he had been crying. Grass. Is this his way of trying to get Shin Sweetie Pie's attention? But this drama is really a bit too much, right? After Zhang Haochen sat back down, he looked at Shin Jiangli blearily. He seemed to be waiting for Shin Jiangli to ask something. However, Shin Jiangli did not say anything. Of course, Shin Jiangli saw Zhang Haochen's red eyes. If shelved in the accident, she more or less will also ask a sentence. After all, the two people are hair small, is considered to grow up together. Although these years are few and far between, can also be regarded as a friend. But now she did not want to ask at all. Because she was also speechless about Zhang Haochen's behavior. And no one scolded him, good reason to cry a hammer-ah. Zhang Haochen looked at Shin Sweet Pear for a while and saw that Shin Sweet Pear didn't say anything. His eyes became redder and redder. Zhang Haochen had thought that Shin Jiangli would at least ask what was wrong with her, and then she would say a few words of complaint. Then she would definitely feel sorry for herself. Then he took the opportunity to jump into her arms and cry. In this way to provoke her relationship with Lin Zhe. After all, no one wants to see their girlfriend jump into someone else's arms. But to his surprise, Shin Sweet Pear didn't say anything. Zhang Haochen couldn't hold himself back. He stood up once again. Sweetie, I wish you and Lin Zhe 100 years of happiness. As for me, I just want to find a corner where no one is to have a good cry right now. Lin Zhe instantly got goosebumps. So disgusting. Really disgusting. He was even more disgusting than Ji Zhe Feng. How did he manage to say such disgusting words in a serious manner? After dropping such a sentence, Zhang Haochen walked towards the outside of the box. Only, his pace was really slow enough. It had been a while before he moved a few steps. Yes, Zhang Haochen was waiting for Shin Jiangli to call out to him. He believed that Shin Jiangli would call out to himself. After all, each other is a little hair, in reason, she will call out to herself. However, Shin Jiangli was already speechless. Completely speechless. What kind of thing did she bring to eat with Lin Zhe? Zhang Haochen waited for quite a while, but he couldn't wait for Shin Sweet Pear to stay. In a fit of rage, he cried and left the box. Only, after leaving the box, Zhang Haochen's tears instantly disappeared without a trace. It was replaced by resentment. It looks like Shin Sweet Pear doesn't eat this trick. It doesn't matter, then I'll change my trick. Anyway, Shin Sweet Pear, you can only be mine. Zhang Haochen's eyes flashed with a crazy light. After Zhang Haochen left, Shin Sweet Pear suddenly took Lin Zhe's arm and pouted, "Stinking rascal, except for you, I won't let anyone sit in my passenger seat in the future." Lin Zhe was speechless. Shin Sweet Pear, I really don't mind this. You don't mind, that's your business, but I have to pay attention to in case you're really pissed off, who will still help me stimulate Su Qingshu Shin Sweet Pear said with a charming smile. Lin Zhe became more and more speechless. Right, when will you transfer money to me? After dinner, I'll go transfer money to you. Moreover, the gift I promised you has arrived. You said it's the Child of the Wind? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. Shin Sweet Pear winks and nods her head. Lin Zhe was happy. Okay, hurry up and eat. After dinner, take you to experience my car skills. Good. Shin Sweet Pear laughed. The wine and food were quickly served. Shin Sweet Pear turned into a virtuous little dainty wife, constantly waiting for Lin Zhe to eat. Lin Zhe was like a grandpa, and he was enjoying himself. After eating, the two were about to leave. Lin Zhe's cell phone suddenly rang. It was the beep of a message. The message was from Su Qingshu. Lin Zhe opened it. There are still some of your things at home, when are you coming to move them? Chapter 101 I refuse. Lin Zhe was slightly stunned. It looked like yesterday's rejection of Su Qingshu's remarriage had completely killed her. And then wanted to completely cut ties with herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent herself such a message. However, Lin Zhe wasn't depressed, nor did he feel bad. After all, he really didn't have any feelings for Su Qingshu. The only affection he had for her was probably craving her body. In fact, frankly speaking, Lin Zhe could have pretended to agree to her request for remarriage and then taken the opportunity to sleep with her a few more times. But Lin Yang felt that this kind of behavior was just too low. He still preferred this way of you know my ill intentions and I know your pretense of reserve. Then they hit it off with each other. Whose message? Shin Sweet Pear asked curiously. None of your business. Lin Zhe gave her a blank look and said. He really disliked this feeling of being pried into his privacy. Shin Sweetpear hummed and walked quickly towards the outside. As Lindsay walked, he messaged Su Qingxue back. No need, throw them all away, the ones I didn't take away should all be unwanted trash stuff. When she received Lindsay's message, Su Qingxue was a little excited. Her hands were trembling with excitement. She had wanted to send Lindsay another message at night and then ask him to come to the villa. At that time, she wore something sexy and seduced him properly. If he didn't want to sleep with himself, then he could sleep with her. But when she opened the message and saw the content, Su Qingxue's face instantly became incomparably pale. The pale as if instantly sick. Not only was her face pale, even her body was trembling. Heartache like a knife twisting instantly swept through her entire body. The pain caused Su Qingxue to become unsteady, and she squatted on the ground. Her tears were like a flood that broke the dike. She cried out in pain. She thought that she used this way to work, but she didn't expect that Lindsay would not even want to see himself now. After coming out of the restaurant, Lindsay just got into the car himself, and Shin Sweetpear followed along. You're not driving? Lindsay asked. Shin Sweetpear winks and says, that car is dirty, I'm not going to want it, so I can only rub your car. Lindsay was speechless. Shin Sweetpear, I'll say it again, I really don't care about this, I'm just saying some ugly words up front, that's all. Shin Sweetpear fastened her seatbelt. She said with a delicate smile, yes, I believe what you said and know that you're being most generous, still going to the bank or not? She claimed to believe what she said. But her perfunctory words were telling Lindsay that she didn't even believe the punctuation of her own words. Yes, Shin Sweetpear didn't believe what Lindsay had just said about him not minding someone else sitting in his co-pilot's seat. However, Shin Shuangli didn't feel that Lindsay was being careful. On the contrary, she had a feeling of joy. Because she felt that a man would only mind the distance between her and the opposite sex if he cared about someone. In other words, Lindsay must care about himself, that's why he didn't want someone else to sit in his passenger seat. Lindsay didn't want to explain. She could think what she wanted to think. Besides, the first order of business was to go to the bank to transfer the money and then go collect his gift. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Lin Yang slammed his foot on the gas and the car ran towards the bank. It's still the same bank as last time. After Shin Sweetpear neatly transferred the account to Lindsay, she said, stinking rascal, I've already let someone draft a good agreement, now go with me to the company to sign the agreement, and by the way, collect your gift. Okay. Lindsay looked at the balance on his account and said with a smile. With these 200 million, plus the 100 million that Shin Sweetpear had given himself before, he was now considered a rich man worth 300 million. And with this amount of money, the company's initial development should be enough. Waiting until they raise the stage, they can successfully finance. On the way back to the company, Shin Sweetpear couldn't help but ask again, stinking rascal, just now when you were at Iping Fresh, was it Su Qingxue who sent you a message? Lindsay nodded. What did she say? Shin Sweetpear asked again. She didn't want to be so nosy. But she was really curious. She was curious about what exactly Su Qingxue had sent Lindsay. Want to know? Lindsay asked with a smile. Don't want to. Frankly speaking, of course she wanted to know. But as soon as she saw Lindsay's smile so tight, Shin Sweetpear knew that this smelly rascal definitely wasn't holding back any good farts. Shin Jiangli was sure that once she just said she wanted to, then he would definitely take the opportunity to put forward a shameless condition. Probably let himself kiss him again. Shin Tianli didn't dare to let Lindsay kiss her right now. The main reason was that this smelly rascal was too good at kissing. Every time she was kissed by him, Shin Sweetpear felt that her legs were so soft, and moreover, she still had to change her clothes. I can't believe you didn't fall for it. Put. Shin Sweetpear couldn't tense up. She laughed out loud. Laughing so much that her clothes felt like they were going to be burst. Lindsay's eyes went straight as he watched. Shin Sweetpear saw it, she slapped Lindsay's arm and said with a wink, stinking rascal, what are you looking at, drive well, in the future when you conquer me, don't say it's to look at it, touch it all. Grass. This demon. Can I kiss? Lindsay asked with a smirk. Shin Sweetpear burst out laughing and slapped Lindsay's arm again. Lindsay originally thought that Shin Sweetpear wouldn't answer this question of his. But who would have thought that she would smile like a flower and say, I can? Lindsay's heart and mind swirled, and even his breathing was a bit irregular. Damn, I really wanted to take her earlier. Soon, returned to the company. After entering Shin Sweetpear's office together, Shin Sweetpear handed a document to Lindsay. Lindsay swept a glance, but the cover of the document was written with an adoption agreement. Grass. What is the situation? Lindsay quickly opened the document. He roughly browsed some, but see the content of the inside clearly written, he was Shin-sweet pair adoption. The cost is $300 million, the period is 1 year. During this period, he cannot do any sorry Shin-sweet pair things, including but not limited to with other women ambiguous, kissing, bed and so on. The end of the contract was especially marked, especially not to remarry Su Qingxue. If he violated it, he would need to compensate her for $1 billion. After browsing through the agreement, Lindsay was speechless. Not being able to remarry Su Qingxue, Lindsay could agree. But cannot do things to apologize to her, especially with the other sex holding hands and kissing the bed. These things, Lindsay killed do not agree. Damn, he still wanted to sleep with Song Nanin. Moreover, she was already a third of the way there, so as long as he put in more effort, he would be able to successfully sleep with her. If he signed this agreement now, wasn't he pushing himself into the fire pit? When he thought of this, Lindsay threw the agreement onto his desk. Shin-sweet pair, I refuse to sign this disempowering agreement. Chapter 102, You Can't Exclude Me. Shin-sweet pair was not happy. He had spent $300 million to support this rascal for a year, so he should have been so happy that he was eager to sign. But I didn't expect that this smelly rascal would refuse to sign. What, you still want to be with Su Qingxue? Shin-sweet pair asked unhappily. Don't want to. Then why don't you sign? Nonsense, I don't want to be with Su Qingxue, and I don't have the intention of remarrying her, but I want to sleep with someone else. If I sign it, I'll still sleep my ass off. Shin-sweet pair was speechless. It was really the first time she had seen such a frank old colorful batch. Come on, let me hear, who do you want to sleep with? Song Nanin ah. Put. Shin-sweet pair burst out laughing. Her body bent into a shrimp as she laughed. Lindsay, but if he had said something about Zhang Qingyu, Shin-sweet pair wouldn't have laughed like this. But he was talking about Song Nanin. Stinking rascal, you really dare to say anything. If you want to say sleeping with Zhang Qingyu or Su Qingxue, or even me, I think it's possible, but on the contrary, you're talking about Song Nanin. Do you think you can sleep with her? Are you looking for death? Shin-sweet pair said with a smile. Then you stay out of it. Fine, then I'll accept Song Nanin, will you sign? No. Shin-sweet pair did not smile. Stinking rascal, who else do you want to sleep with? Many more, anyway, I can't sign this agreement of yours. Okay, then you refund the money, and I won't let you sign it. Shin-sweet pair said with displeasure. I don't believe that this method can't pin down this smelly hooligan. Lindsay laughed. It was as if he had heard a big joke. Shin-sweet pair, the money that I swindled with my skills, do you think I'll return it to you? Tell me straight, if you want money or not, you can take whatever you want with your life. Shin-sweet pair was furious and kicked towards Lindsay. What, you want me to beat your ass again? Lindsay asked with a smirk. Shin-sweet pair's pretty face instantly reddened into a ripe strawberry. She glared at Lindsay in shame and anger. This smelly rascal was really shameless. Yes, Shin-sweet pair remembered the situation last night when she was spanked by Lindsay. Her heartbeat had no choice but to become exceptionally fast. She subconsciously wanted to say, then you hit it. That's right, she was inexplicably a bit eager to be spanked by Lindsay. It was mainly because that kind of feeling made her very topsy-turvy. But Shin-sweet pair held back, she didn't have the heart to say it. Because it was too shameful. She feigned anger and glared at Lindsay, then retracted her foot. Stinking rascal, how on earth are you willing to sign this agreement? Shin-sweet pair huffed. It's simple, there's only one article, if I don't remarry Su Qingxue, I'll sign it, but if there's one more article, I won't sign it. Shin-sweet pair glared at Lindsay. This stinking rascal was really good at holding people. Knowing that this was what she cared about the most right now. Alright, I'll have the legal affairs redraft the contract. Wait. Lindsay suddenly said. What again? By the way, let's add a clause, during the period of being adopted by you, I'm not allowed to touch you either, I'm not allowed to hold hands with you, kiss you, or go to bed with you, violator, I'll compensate you $5 billion. Lindsay intentionally stimulated Shin-sweet pair. Shin-sweet pair was really stimulated. Stinking rascal, what do you mean? Nothing means, just don't want to hold hands with you, don't want to kiss you, and don't want to go to bed with you. Lindsay continued to tease her. Shen Sweet Pear couldn't help it. This smelly rascal didn't know how many times he had kissed himself, moreover, his whole body had almost been touched by him. But now he even said that he didn't want to hold hands with himself, didn't want to kiss himself, and didn't want to go to bed with himself. Although Shen Sweet Pear had no intention of sleeping with Lindsay either, she was furious when she thought that this asshole even wanted to sleep with her own best friend, but didn't want to sleep with herself. Where did she fall short? Shen Sweet Pear was so angry that she directly kicked Lindsay. She didn't care if Lindsay wanted to beat his own ass. Lindsay didn't dodge and let her kick her. The kick didn't hurt anyway. Snap. Shen Sweet Pear had just finished kicking when Lindsay directly slapped her on the ass. Shen Sweet Pear instantly wilted. She who had just been furious suddenly lost her temper, not to mention that her face was also red. Damn, lousy, didn't want to sleep with you, it's even if you don't show your gratitude, but you even dared to hit me. Humph, who are you to single me out? Nonsense, you won't let me sleep either. Say it as if Song Nanny let you sleep. Lindsay smirked and said, that can't be said. I don't care, I can't be excluded anyway. Grass. This was truly a female bodhisattva. Alright, then you won't be excluded. Humph, you're a good boy, I'll go find the legal department. This matter is actually a phone call on the line. But Shen Sweet Pear's heart was beating especially fast right now, she needed to calm down. Lindsay smiled and let go of her. However, when he let go of her, Lindsay couldn't help but pat her ass again. Shen Sweet Pear's pretty face flushed red as she glared at Lindsay and scolded with a pout, stinking rascal. After leaving the office, Shen Sweet Pear walked towards the bathroom. She was ready to wash her face and let her wildly beating heart cool down a bit. But just after walking a few steps, Shen Sweet Pear suddenly reacted. No, how could she rush to let that smelly rascal sleep with her? Brain dead. She wanted to go back and find Lindsay to theorize about it. But she was afraid that Lindsay would make even more excessive demands later. Shen Sweet Pear thought about it and thought it was better to forget about it. It was better to do more than less, and she didn't intend to let him sleep anyway. After seeing Shen Shuangli off, Lindsay smiled. He had thought that Shen Shuangli was the kind of girl who was very smart, but he had not expected that he would not be able to hold back after being stimulated by himself for just a few sentences. At the same time, after Su Qingxue finished crying, she washed her face. At this moment, she was searching on her cell phone on how to get her husband's heart back. The answers on the internet were strange. However, Su Qingxue quickly summarized a few points. 1. Be good to your husband. This was something Su Qingxue was already doing. She had asked her men to buy herself a villa, which was what she wanted to give to Lindsay. Secondly, to throw yourself at his favor. Su Qingxue began to ponder what exactly Lindsay liked. But after 3 years of marriage, she was blind in the eyes and heart, and in her heart there was only that trash Jizafeng. I don't know what Lindsay really likes. When she thought about it, Su Qingxue wanted to cry again. Why was she so stupid in those years? How could she not see Lindsay's goodness? As she was having a hard time, Su Qingxue suddenly remembered her best friend's words. She said that since Lindsay craved her body, then give him sleep. Let him get addicted to sleeping with her, and then completely unable to leave her. Su Qingxue then remembered that the purpose of her sending a message to Lindsay at noon for him to come home to get something was to get him to sleep. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue took a deep breath, she opened Green Bubble and started to send a message to Lindsay. Lindsay, I want to sleep with you, come home and sleep with me, okay? Chapter 103, I have something to do, I'm leaving first. After the message was sent, Su Qingxue realized with hindsight that her face was particularly hot. Looking at the message she sent on the screen, she was suddenly ashamed and wanted to find a crack in the ground. What she had sent was too revealing. Would it make Lin Yang think that she was a Thai woman? But Su Qingxue thought on second thought, she was pursuing her husband, since that was the case, so what if she was a bit more explicit? Besides, her best friend Zhao Qianqian had also said that being Thai with one's favorite wasn't called being Thai, it was erotic. Su Qingxue began to anxiously wait for Lindsay to message her back. She felt that she had said her words to this point, Lindsay would definitely be moved. Su Qingxue had already begun to calculate what battle robe she was going to wear to greet Lindsay later. Well, the word battle robe was something Zhao Qianqian had told herself. Compared to Su Qingxue's bashfulness, Lindsay's heart was beating wildly at the moment. He was excited, he was especially excited. His heart was beating wildly with excitement and he was breathing rapidly. Of course he wanted to sleep with Su Qingxue. So the moment he received the message, he suddenly stood up. In the next second, he was going to walk towards the outside of Shin Sweet Pear's office. After leaving Shin Sweet Pear's company, Lindsay sent her a message. Something came up, leaving first. Afterwards, Lindsay drove frantically towards Su Qingshue's villa. Along the way, he had already thought about what position he would use to sleep with Su Qingxue. The more he thought about it, the more excited Lindsay became. The speed of the car drove that fast. Half an hour later, Lindsay's car quickly drove into the villa. After turning a few corners, Su Qingshue's villa was right in front of him. Lindsay became more and more excited. Because he knew that Su Qingxue was definitely already lying on the bed waiting for herself. The car had just stopped at the entrance of Su Qingshue's villa. Lindsay quickly got out of the car and ran towards the villa. After entering the password for the electronic lock, Lindsay smoothly entered the villa. He really couldn't wait any longer. It had been 2 days since he had finished playing poker with Su Qingxue at Yupingxian the day before yesterday. As an old colorful guy, Lindsay missed the taste of that kind of bone-crushing sensation too much. At this moment, Su Qingxue was anxiously waiting for Lindsay's arrival. She didn't know how many steps she had already taken within the living room. Just as she was waiting with incomparable anxiety, she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. This villa of her own, from the time she bought it until now, it had always been the two of them, herself and Lindsay, living in it. Su Qingxue didn't like crowds, so she hadn't even hired a maid. In other words, the only people who knew the electronic lock code were herself and Lindsay. Su Qingxue quickly turned around. When she clearly saw Lindsay, Su Qingshue's eyes reddened with excitement. She was really excited. Because she thought that Lindsay wouldn't come. But she didn't expect that he had come. Having not seen Lindsay for 2 days, Su Qingshuo now super missed him. In the past, when she wasn't divorced, although Su Qingshuo occasionally thought about Lindsay every time she traveled, she had never missed him as much as she did now. Lindsay was also very excited. At the moment, Su Qingshuo is wearing a purple silk nightgown. The fabric of the nightgown is not a lot, and can only cover her upper body, that is to say, her 2 snow-white sexy legs are so recklessly exposed in the air, but also exposed in Lindsay's line of sight. Lindsay had been craving for her body, especially for Su Qingshue's 2 snow-white sexy straight and long legs, and now after seeing them, he was breathing a little too hard in excitement. 4 eyes met. Su Qingshuo saw lurid lustful colors in Lindsay's eyes. She was scalded by Lindsay's eyes and then lowered her head a little shamefully. Lindsay was about to explode from this shy gesture that she did without thinking. Without any unnecessary nonsense, he quickly took a few steps forward and directly wrapped Su Qingshue's fragrant and soft body into his arms. Damn, people had said that they would let themselves come back to sleep with her. Then of course Lindsay wouldn't be reserved. Besides, he was just an old colorful guy who didn't know what it meant to be reserved. When she felt Lindsay's firm chest, Su Qingshuo became more and more excited. She even wanted to cry a little. She didn't expect that she could still be held in Lindsay's arms. Before she was divorced, she had actually been hugged by Lindsay in this way, but at that time, she had never felt anything other than peace of mind. Moreover, at that time, Lindsay was extremely restrained, and even though he was hugging himself, he didn't dare to come close to his own body. Unlike now, he hugged himself very tightly, so tightly that he almost embedded himself into his body. But frankly speaking, Su Qingshuo liked the feeling of Lindsay embracing himself at this moment. Being hugged so hard by him, Su Qingshuo didn't feel a single bit of discomfort. She was not only at ease, but she was also thrilled, and excited, and shy, and even expectant. Damn it, Su Qingshuo, you're trying to kill me. Lindsay gasped and said. He didn't want to be so unproductive either. It was really Su Qingshuo who was too life-threatening. She was obviously only 25 years old, but her body development was so unbelievable. The big and the warped were not ambiguous at all. Otherwise, Lindsay wouldn't be so obsessed with his body. You have to know that Lindsay wasn't a beginner who hadn't played poker with a woman. Boom! Lindsay's words seemed like a meal of winks, ruthlessly smashing into Su Qingshuo's heart, smashing her heart and also smashing her spring heart. The shyness she had just felt instantly disappeared without a trace. She raised her head, her watery eyes seemed like hooks, looking straight at Lindsay. Lindsay, I miss you so much. She pouted. Her voice was softer than ever, soft as if it was water, constantly watering Lindsay's heart, constantly making Lindsay's desire swell. He hugged Su Qingshuo even tighter. Yes? How much do you want it? Very much, very much, very much. I'm thinking about you when I eat, I'm thinking about you when I sleep, and I'm thinking about you when I'm fidgeting. I've never thought about someone so much before. Su Qingshue's tone became fiery. Her eyes also became blazing. Lindsay smiled and said, thinking so much, that I have to give you a good pain today. His hands were already restlessly roaming around Su Qingshue's delicate body. Su Qingxue felt it. She felt Lindsay's scalding palms. Her skin was scalded. Her heart was also scalded. Her eyes became watery and misty, not to mention, moreover, they became particularly mesmerized. Enough, really enough. Lindsay was aroused, can no longer hold back. He is going to explode. In Su Qingshue's expectant eyes, he pressed on Su Qingshue's moist and soft red lips in a hurry. Chapter 104, Taking Advantage of the Fire. It's thoughts. It's kissing. It was lingering. Lindsay was ignited. Su Qingshuo was also ignited. Kissing each other was crazy. Hating to swallow each other into their bellies. Only when they really needed to change their breath did they reluctantly let go of each other. I don't know when the two of them were already lying on the sofa. So the purpose of the first message you sent me was also to get me to come back and sleep with you? Lindsay asked as he panted like a cow. Su Qingshuo nodded vigorously. Panting, she explained, I wanted you, but I didn't know what method to use to ask you to come back, so I found that excuse. I didn't want you to really move your stuff out of the house, Su Qingshue's words hadn't finished. Then there was no more chance to speak. Because Lindsay once again blocked her sexy red lips with his mouth. Su Qingshuo hooked onto Lindsay's neck and began to respond frantically. She realized that she didn't know if she was really addicted to being slept on by Lindsay as her girlfriend had said. Anyway, she really loved being kissed by Lindsay. Being kissed madly by him. Being pressed underneath him and kissed madly. Again, I don't know how long the kissing went on. Each other had already laid down on the big fluffy bed from the sofa in the living room. Each other's clothes have long been taken off cleanly when they went upstairs. Su Qingshue's body was as white as ever, glowing white and sexy. Lindsay had been completely ignited. Su Qingshuo was also ignited. There was no unnecessary nonsense, the battle was fought. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. From day to night. From the bed to the bathroom and back again. Su Qingshuo was tired. She completely paralyzed on top of Lindsay. Each other's bodies had long been wet with sweat. But Su Qingshuo was still holding Lindsay tightly, she couldn't let go. She was afraid that if she let go, Lindsay would disappear. After resting for a while, Su Qingshuo was very attentive and took a cigarette for Lindsay, then lit it again for Lindsay. While Lindsay was gulping down the smoke, Su Qingshuo suddenly said, Lindsay, I still want to seriously apologize to you. Apologize for what? Lindsay asked as he stroked her sexy legs. Apologize to you for all the stupid things I did before. I know I hurt you very deeply over Jizafeng divorcing you. Su Qingshuo pouted. Will you forgive me? Well, I forgive you, it's all in the past anyway. Lindsay smiled and said. Frankly speaking, this matter was not on Lindsay's mind at all. It wasn't like he liked Su Qingshuo anyway. Naturally, he didn't hold a grudge against her for divorcing himself for Jizafeng. Su Qingshuo was genuinely ecstatic. She thought that Lindsay wasn't angry with himself anymore. Then she hurriedly climbed upwards, her eyes excitedly looked at Lindsay and said, Then can we remarry? Don't worry, I've already seen my heart clearly, I only like you alone now, I will never hurt you for anyone else again, as long as after the remarriage, I'm your person, what you want, I'll give you what you want, how do you want to sleep with me, I'll give you all the sleep you want, okay? She really wanted to remarry Lindsay too much. She wanted to see Lindsay every day. She wanted to be able to lie in his arms and sleep when she slept. She even wanted to give Lindsay 2 babies. But the smile on Lindsay's face was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn, one was really stupid too. Knowing that she now had her heart set on remarrying herself, but why didn't he remember? Yes, Lindsay didn't want to remarry. He was a scum. His creed in life was, no initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. Moreover, he didn't like Su Qingshuo. How could he give up an entire forest for her? Before a cigarette was finished, Lindsay directly extinguished it. He rolled over and sat up, then looked straight at Su Qingshuo and said, I'm sorry, Su Qingshuo, as I said, it's impossible to remarry you. Of course Lindsay knew what the consequences of saying this would be. But he still said it. It wasn't true that he was a scum, but he preferred scum to be clear and explicit. Su Qingshue's face instantly turned pale. Just now, when Lin Zhe slept with himself, he clearly shouted with a mouthful of baby, shouting with affection. Moreover, he had said that he wasn't angry with himself for divorcing him for someone else. Therefore, Su Qingxue thought that he would promise himself. But unexpectedly, he once again rejected himself. At this moment, Su Qingxue suddenly felt that she was really cheap, shamelessly rushing up to let others sleep. She really wanted to cry. But she held back, she didn't want to cry in front of Lin Zhe. You go. Su Qingshue's voice suddenly became extraordinarily cold. Fine. Lin Zhe rolled over and got out of bed, walking while putting on his clothes. When she heard the sound of the door closing coming from downstairs, Su Qingxue couldn't hold herself together any longer. She flopped down on the bed and cried bitterly. Su Qingxue, you really deserve it. She cried. After coming out of Su Qingshue's villa, Lin Zhe saw at a glance that the lights were on in Shen Sweetnie's villa next door. It looked like Shen Sweetie Pie had already returned. Lin Zhe turned on the machine. Yes, for fear of being disturbed by others, while playing poker with Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe turned off his phone. There were a lot of messages. In addition to Shen Sweet Pear's, surprisingly, there was also Lin Xiaotian's. Most of Shen Sweet Pear's messages were inquiring about where Lin Zhe had gone. Lin Xiaotian's was a bit more interesting. Is it you who told the Shen family to grab that piece of land? I'm telling you, if you don't get that piece of land back, you won't be able to enter the Lin family's door in this life. Lin Zhe sneered. He has called himself a man, and he still wants him to help him? Is he brainwashed? Besides, to be so cruel to his own son, but to be that attached to an adopted son. Is it really something that people can do? Suddenly, Lin Zhe remembered that the last time he saw Lin Xiaotian, he realized that he and Lin Nan's eyes looked particularly similar. A bold thought appeared in Lin Zhe's mind. Lin Nan couldn't be Lin Xiaotian's illegitimate son, could he? Otherwise, how could they look so much alike, and also, how could he spoil an adopted son so much? No, turn around and find a chance to give those two to do a DNA comparison to go. If Lin Nan was really his illegitimate son, then this would be interesting. Just as he was thinking, Lin Zhe's cell phone suddenly rang. He thought it was Shen Sweet Pear calling, so he picked it up smoothly. Did you see the message I sent you? Lin Xiaotian's snarling voice came from the phone. Lin Zhe had wanted to just hang up the phone. He didn't want to say a word to this trash. But Lin Zhe's eyes rolled and he seemed to think of something. Lin Zhe said in a nonchalant manner, see. Then what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and make the Shen family return the land, do you hear me, or else I'll kill you. Lin Xiaotian roared. Lin Zhe sneered. 500 million. What do you mean? It's simple, give me 500 million, I'll make the Shen family return the land to you, otherwise, in the future, whatever business you do, I'll make the Shen family rob you of whatever business you do. Chapter 105, You Are Your Retribution. Lin Xiaotian instantly exploded with anger. He was truly going to explode. He had never dreamed that one day, his own son would say such words to himself. Are you looking for death? Lin Xiaotian roared. Lin Zhe said in a cold voice, I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it, if I don't get the answer I want, then your Lin family's business is off the table. With that, Lin Zhe hung up the phone. Lin Zhe knew that Lin Xiaotian would agree. He might not believe what he said, but he didn't dare to gamble. After all, he had seen how well Shen Sweetie Pie defended herself. After waiting for less than 3 minutes, Lin Xiaotian's call came again. Lin Zhe waited until he was about to hang up, and only then did he unhurriedly pick it up. Son, just now my attitude was bad, I apologize to you, but you can't do this to my father me, at least you are also a member of the Lin family, our Lin family earns money, don't you also have something to spend? Lin Xiaotian's attitude was instantly soft and unlikable. But Lin Zhe wanted to laugh. This was knowing that he couldn't pinch himself, and then started playing the emotional card again. But unfortunately, Lin Zhe was no longer the Lin Zhe from before. He wouldn't soften his heart just because he said 2 nice words. Lin Xiaotian, firstly, I've severed my relationship with your Lin family, which means that you're not my father, and secondly, there's less than a minute left, so you'd better let me get a satisfactory answer. Lin Xiaotian on the other end of the phone once again exploded with anger. He had already lowered his attitude to talk to this person, but this person was good, but he was still so ruthless. He couldn't tense up anymore. You treat me like this, aren't you afraid of retribution? Retribution? Lin Xiaotian, when you guys mistreated me, weren't you afraid of retribution? When you kicked me out of the house, aren't you afraid of retribution?
Now mentioning retribution to me, then let me tell you, this is your retribution, but remember, everything has just begun.
Ah. Lin Xiaotian growled. Less horse crap, I'll ask you for the last time, to pay or not to pay? You step on the horse dream.
Lin Zhe directly hung up the phone. Lin Xiaotian's phone called again. Lin Zhe directly hung up and pulled black. There was nothing to say to this kind of trash. Anyway, in the end, he would come begging for himself. After returning to Shen Sweetpear's villa, when the ever-exuberant Shen Sweetpear saw Lin Zhe, she turned her head and walked towards the upper floors.
Aha! What's the situation?
Lin Zhe quickly caught up with her, hooked her slender waist and swept her into his arms. Shen Sweetpear, after seeing me, it's not even if you don't greet me with a smile on your face, but even with ignoring me.
Stinking rascal, let go of me.
Shen Sweetpear said angrily. Yes, Shen Sweetpear was angry. She had thought that Lin Zhe was up to something, which was why she had left her company in a hurry. But when she came back and saw that Lin Zhe's car was actually parked in front of Su Qingshue's villa, Shen Sweetpear realized that Lin Zhe's so-called something was actually going to look for Su Qingxue. She was immediately offended. She huffed and puffed and called Lin Zhe, wanting to question him, but who would have thought that he turned off his phone? Shen Sweetpear became more and more upset. Therefore, when she saw Lin Zhe, she didn't want to pay any attention to him at all.
Lin Zhe laughed and asked, "What, taking gun pills? Stinking rascal, let me ask you, what did you do this afternoon?"
Oh.
Went looking for Su Qingxue.
Lin Zhe said frankly. Shen Sweetpear gasped and gave Lin Zhe a pink punch.
Humph, why did you look for her? Ah, people have divorced you for another man, why are you so?
Shen Sweetpear originally wanted to say Lin Zhe, you so cheap ah. But this word she did not dare to say, she was afraid that Lin Zhe was angry.
Lin Zhe smiled.
Just say how she got angry. It turned out that she knew that she was looking for Su Qingxue. Oh, I looked for her to go to sleep. Lin Zhe said frankly.
The moment these words came out,
Shen Sweetpear, who had just been furious, suddenly burst out laughing with a poof. She was amused by Lin Zhe's words. She laughed and scolded, "Stinking rascal, you really dare to say anything?
What, you don't believe me?"
I don't believe you, but if you say that you're looking for Su Qingxue for a kiss, I can barely believe it, but if you want to say that you're sleeping with her, do you think that's possible?
If Su Qingxue really lets you sleep, why would she divorce you? Lin Zhe was happy.
You see, this world is like this. You tell the truth, but instead no one believes you.
Well, I actually went to ask for the bill.
This was believed by Shen Sweetpear.
How much does she still owe you? $15 million. And did you get it?
No, not only did I not ask for it, but instead I gave her back over $1 billion. Lin Zhe said in a very depressed manner.
Shen Sweetpear laughed and scolded, "Stinking rascal, are you addicted to bragging?
Your whole body totaled only 300 million, and you still have the nerve to say that you gave Su Qingxue more than $1 billion. Oops, being recognized by you, so embarrassing." As he spoke, Lin Zhe hugged Shen Sweetpear and sat on the sofa.
It's not like Su Qingxue doesn't have money, why doesn't she pay you back? I don't know.
How about this, I'll give you that $15 million, so you don't have to go looking for her in the future. Shen Sweetpear said with a charming smile. She didn't know why, right now, as long as Lin Zhe got closer to other members of the opposite sex, especially when he got closer to Su Qingxue, Shen Sweetpear was extraordinarily angry. What you've given me is already enough, how can I possibly ask for more money from you? So what, anyway, you have been adopted by me, oh yeah, I brought back the contract, you hurry to sign it for me. Saying that, Shen Sweetpear left Lin Zhe's embrace. Without a moment's effort, she walked over with a contract. Lin Zhe looked at the content of the contract, and sure enough, the only thing left now was that he couldn't remarry Su Qingxue.
Without any unnecessary nonsense, Lin Zhe neatly signed his name. Just after signing, Shen Sweetpear drew away the contract.
She said triumphantly, "Stinking rascal, from now on, you're my man."
Well, then you have to love me well.
Lin Zhe leaned into her arms and said in a manner.
Shen Sweetpear laughed out loud.
She stroked Lin Zhe's head and said, "Don't worry, as long as you're good and obedient, I promise to treat you well."
By the way, did you let people take away the Lin family's land?
Yes, they dared to bully you so much, of course I had to teach them a lesson.
Lindsay hooked her thin waist and said, "Shin sweet pear, you're so good that you want me to give my body in return. Please, let me give my body in return." Shin sweet pear said with a delicate smile, "Your want of beauty, don't forget, you only have 60 points now, when to get 100 points then say it." Lindsay irritably slapped her ass. Shin sweet pear let out a chortle. Her pretty face flushed as she glared at Lindsay. Lindsay's heart and mind swam. Damn, if it wasn't for the fact that he had only tossed her around in the afternoon, Lindsay really wanted to press her down on the sofa and give her a good kiss. It couldn't be helped, her eyes were too damn provocative. The two of them were talking. Lindsay's cell phone suddenly rang. The call was from Jiang Qingyu and Lindsay picked it up. He didn't have time to speak. Just as he heard it, Jiang Qingyu asked in a trembling voice, "Lindsay, can you come over here?" Chapter 106 Reward. "Jiang Qingyu, what's wrong with you?" Lindsay hurriedly asked. "There's a crazy fan who somehow knows where I live. Just now he knocked on my door frantically. I notified the property, but the property came over to check and didn't find the other party. I thought the other party had left. Just now, he knocked on my door frantically again and said that when I don't open the door, he'll sneak into my house while I'm asleep. Lindsay, I'm a little scared right now." When he was in Blue Star, Lindsay did hear about some crazy fans who would often do some particularly crazy things in order to get up close and personal with their idols. Lindsay had even heard of a fan who hid under his idol's bed in order to get in contact with his idol. It was terrifying to think about. "Don't be afraid, I'll go over now," Lindsay hurriedly said. Jiang Qingyu on the other end of the phone nodded repeatedly. "Then hurry up, I'm really scared." Jiang Qingyu's voice was tinged with a few moments of crying. Lindsay answered. After hanging up the phone, he said, "Jiang Qingyu was being chased by fans to the side of her house. I'm going to take a look." "I'll go with you," Shin sweet pear hurriedly said. Although she didn't like the fact that Lindsay had too much contact with Jiang Qingyu, the matter at hand wasn't a joke. After the fans really rushed to Jiang Qingyu's side of the house, God knows what would happen. As Jiang Qingyu's boss, Shin sweet pear had to go and take a look at it for all intents and purposes. Lindsay nodded. The two of them quickly went out of the villa. Standing at the entrance of Jiang Qingyu's villa, it wasn't long after pressing the doorbell that Lindsay saw Jiang Qingyu appear in his eyes. After seeing Lindsay, Jiang Qingyu was as if she had seen her savior. She took 3 steps and did not care that Shin sweet pear was still there and directly jumped into Lindsay's arms. Lindsay felt her body trembling uncontrollably, and it looked like she was really frightened. "Jiang Qingyu, don't be afraid, it's all right," Jiang Qingyu answered obediently. It was not known if it was because of holding Lindsay or if Lindsay's comforting had worked. In short, she was in a much better state now. At the very least, her body wasn't trembling anymore. Shin sweet pear knew that Jiang Qingyu was extremely scared right now, which was why she was hugging Lindsay. However, the side of her heart was just extremely upset. She had the urge to push Jiang Qingyu away. But Shin sweet pear held back. "Qingyu, is there surveillance in your house?" Shin sweet pear asked. Jiang Qingyu said, "There is." "Then can I take a look at the surveillance?" What Shin sweetie pie meant was that Jiang Qingyu could let go of Lindsay. But Jiang Qingyu said in a soft voice, "Mr. Shin, can you do it later?" I'm still a little scared right now." Shin sweet pear became more and more upset. She felt that Jiang Qingyu was just taking advantage of Lindsay while she had the chance. "What do you mean she's still a little scared right now?" She had been hugging Lindsay for several minutes. Even if she was scared, it should be almost time. Shin sweet pear poked Lindsay's arm with her finger. Lindsay looked at her. But he saw Shin sweet pear puffing up and saying with her mouth, "Let her go, or I'm going to get angry." The huffing and puffing Shin sweet pear was like a puffer fish, making Lindsay want to laugh. He laughed silently, then rushed to Jiang Qingyu and said, "Jiang Qingyu, take me to take a look at the CCTV, if you can, leave this matter to the police." "I'm afraid, can you carry me back?" Jiang Qingyu asked in a small voice. She buried her small head deep in Lindsay's chest. Shin sweet pear exploded at the sound of that. She poked Lindsay's arm again. But she saw to it that she crossed her arms and said with her mouth, "No hugging her, if you hug her, I won't even give you a hug in the future." Lindsay smiled and pinched her cheeks, saying wordlessly, "Stop it, I'll reward you later." "What reward?" "You'll know later." "Humph, then you're not allowed to touch her," Shin sweet pear said with a mouthful. "Damn, I'm not a hooligan." "Put." Shin sweet pear couldn't hold back her laughter. Lindsay glared at her and held Jiang Qingyue back to the villa. The surveillance footage showed that there was indeed a person who wandered around the entrance of Jiang Qingyue's villa for quite a while before jumping over the wall into the villa's compound. The other person was wearing a mask and sunglasses, which surrounded his face tightly, making it impossible to see what he looked like. Lindsay looked at him for a while, then he knew that it was useless to call the police about this. There was no way, the other party had wrapped himself too tightly, his facial features were nothing, the police probably couldn't find out. Do we need to call the police? Shen Sweetpear asked. Lindsay shook his head and said, it's useless to call the police, you didn't see the other party wrap themselves so tightly, this is obviously prepared. Then what now? Shen Sweetpear asked again. The words came out. Jiang Qingyue suddenly said pitifully, Lindsay, can you stay with me? I'm really scared, I'm afraid that after I fall asleep, the other party will really sneak into my villa, as he said. Lindsay was about to speak. However, Shen Sweetpear took the lead and said, let's do it this way, Qingyue, you'll go and stay at my house, I'll say hello to your property and ask them to secretly send a few people to keep an eye on it, so that once the other party reveals himself, you can take advantage of the opportunity to take him down, and then you can come back when this matter is resolved. Honestly, Shen Sweetpear didn't really want Jiang Qingyue to live in her villa. But it was better than Lindsay living in her villa. She clearly felt that Jiang Qingyue was a bit fond of Lindsay. If they were to be left alone, a lone man and woman, God knows what would happen. After all, Jiang Qingyue was beautiful, and Lindsay was still an old colorful man. Well, I think this method Shen Sweetpear said is good, Jiang Qingyue, you'll temporarily live in Shen Sweetpear's villa. Lindsay said. Jiang Qingyue hesitated for a moment and said, all right then. After discussing the matter, the three of them went back to Shen Sweetpear's villa together. Mr. Shen, I've caused you trouble. Jiang Qingyue was ashamed to say. It's okay, you are at least my employee, I deserve to solve some troublesome things, you rest for a while, I'll make a call to the property. Jiang Qingyue hurriedly nodded. Taking advantage of the gap between Shen Sweetpear's phone call, Jiang Qingyue rushed to Lindsay and asked, Lindsay, which room are you staying in? Lindsay gave Jiang Qingyue a finger. Can I stay next door to you then? Don't think too much, I'm just afraid that if something happens, I can seek your help in the first place. Lindsay laughed, of course. Jiang Qingyue smiled happily. Just then, her green bubble rang. Jiang Qingyue opened the green bubble. The message was from someone whose note was cousin. Sis, do we still need to act? No need, don't come over for the next few days, find a place to play for a few days. Okay. Jiang Qingyue deleted the message. Just then, Shen Sweetpear suddenly shouted, Lindsay, come here for a moment. Lindsay followed Shen Sweetie into the room. Shen Sweetie Pie closed the door to the room. Humph, stinking rascal, you said you'd give me a reward, now, where's the reward? Lindsay smiled and asked, you really want it? Nonsense, of course I want it. Then close your eyes. Shen Sweetpear obediently closed her eyes. Lindsay laughed silently, then kissed her towards her sexy red lips. Chapter 107 When did you become mouthy? After sloppily kissing Shen Sweetpear's rosy lips, Lindsay let go of her. Damn, it's really because he just finished playing poker with Su Qingxue in the afternoon, and now he doesn't dare to toss and turn, otherwise, how could he just kiss her so simply? But even so, Shen Sweetpear was still stimulated and her delicate body trembled lightly. She opened her eyes and saw that Lindsay was looking at her with a smile. Shen Sweetpear glared at Lindsay with shame and anger. Stinking rascal, it's obviously a reward for me, why are you rewarding yourself? Lindsay gave Shen Sweetpear a blank look and said, say it as if you don't want me to kiss. You're annoying. Shen Sweetpear, when did you become so mouthy, obviously like it so much, but have to put on an angry look, if you want to be like this, I won't kiss you in the future Shen Sweetpear cried and laughed as she looked at Lindsay. This rascal was really shameless as always. However, when she heard Lindsay say that he would never kiss her again, Shen Tianli's heart was inexplicably a bit flustered. She was shocked by this emotion of hers. No way, I'm so looking forward to being kissed by this smelly rascal now? What, scared? Humph, I can't wait for you not to kiss me. Shen Sweetpear said with her mouth full. Fine, then I won't kiss in the future. Shen Sweetpear didn't believe Lindsay's bull, to know, he was this old colorful guy, and she was so pretty and had such a sexy body, she didn't believe that this stinking hooligan could hold back. Stinking rascal, this is what you said, whoever kisses me in the future, who is a dog. Woof woof woof. Lindsay barked 3 times, then pecked at Shen Sweetpear's red lips again. Shen Sweetpear giggled. Stinking rascal, you're shameless. What do you need face for? It can't be a meal. I used to be too shameless, that's why I lived such a failed life. It makes sense, right? After Jiang Qingyu lives in, you pay attention to me, no eye contact with her, not to mention not to hug her and kiss her. Shen Sweet Pear lowered her voice and said. Pipe me. Just control, anyway, if you let me see you flirting with Jiang Qingyu, see how I'll clean you up. Dropping such a sentence, Shen Sweet Pear turned around and flashed away. It's not certain who will clean up who. Lin Zhe said in a salty manner. Shen Sweet Pear heard it and she turned her head to glare at Lin Zhe. Dinner was eaten as takeout. Lin Zhe had eaten more than 2 pounds of beef in order to replenish his physical energy, plus a number of various tonic ingredients. During the meal, Lin Zhe sat with Shen Sweet Pear, and Jiang Qingyu sat across from Lin Zhe. Originally a very normal meal, but because after Jiang Qingyu gave Lin Zhe the first chopsticks of food, it started to become wrong. It was as if Shen Jiangli and Jiang Qingyu had gotten into a fight. When Jiang Qingyu gave Lin Zhe a piece of meat, then Shen Sweet Pear would also give Lin Zhe a piece of meat. Lin Zhe could clearly smell the smell of gunpowder. But the two of them were laughing, as if nothing had happened. Damn, they were all acting. However, it should be said that Lin Zhe ate very well. After eating the meal, they chatted with each other for a while, and then went to their respective rooms. Lin Zhe started to do horse stances. That old man said that when the horse stance could last for 3 hours, then he could practice the kung fu he taught him. Lin Zhe actually didn't want to practice it at all, but that old man said that after practicing it, it would make his body extraordinarily strong, not to mention that it would make his brother extraordinarily ferocious, and he would fight until dawn. When he was in Blue Star Prison, Lin Zhe didn't learn it because it wouldn't be of much use if he did, but now Lin Zhe wanted to learn it. It didn't matter if his brother became extraordinarily fierce or whatever, the main thing was that he wanted to make his body stronger. After gritting his teeth and holding on for more than an hour, Lin Zhe was paralyzed with exhaustion. This was not a human thing to do. It was even more tiring than playing poker with Su Qingshui all afternoon. He was speechless for the rest of the night. The next day, when he woke up, he saw Shen Sweet Pear working out with Jiang Qingyu. The two of them were wearing yoga classes. Shen Sweet Pear wore a light pink color, while Jiang Qingyu wore black. Although the colors were different, however, their bodies were the same, just as hot and sexy. Lin Zhe was still a bit drowsy, but when he saw the scene, he instantly woke up. Not only awake, but also excited. Damn, if I had both of them at the same time, how awesome would it be? No, for the sake of my brother's happiness, I have to work hard. As he was thinking, Lin Zhe suddenly thought that Jiang Qingyu couldn't sleep, because after she did, she was going to rely on himself. Forget it, it's still Shen Sweet Pear and Song Nanin. At most, add Su Qingshui. Why did I think of Su Qingshui? She's even more difficult than Jiang Qingyu right now, but why did I think of her? Lin Zhe was a bit confused. Good morning, Lin Zhe. Jiang Qingyu smiled and greeted him. Lin Zhe smiled and nodded. How did you sleep last night? Jiang Qingyu asked again. Not too bad, how about you? I'm okay too. Jiang Qingyu laughed. That's good. Jiang Qingyu smiled and asked, Lin Zhe, do you have something today? Yes, why do you have something to do? The later arrangement is finished, I want you to come with me to take a look, after all, you're the original, you have the most say. I can't in the morning, let's do it in the afternoon. Lin Zhe said. Seeing that Lin Yang agreed, Jiang Qingyu smiled with arched eyebrows and said, okay then I'll contact you in the afternoon. Lin Yang answered. Shen Sweet Pear didn't say anything because she was very upset. Just now, looking at Jiang Qingyu's smiling face when she was talking to Lin Zhe, as well as her tone of voice with pettiness when she was talking, all made Shen Sweet Pear clearly realize that Jiang Qingyu really liked Lin Zhe. Although she had a premonition before, when she clearly saw it now, it gave Shen Sweet Pear an instant sense of crisis. This feeling made her want to do something. Shen Sydney knew that she had to do something as well. After eating her breakfast, Shen Shirley said, Lin Zhe, I'll send you there later. Shen Jiangli was actually quite busy these days. In addition to Jiang Qingyu, there were many other artists in the company. Their future Shen Sweet Pear was responsible for. The reason why she wanted to send Lin Zhe was because Shen Sweet Pear had something to say to Lin Zhe. Okay. Lin Zhe agreed. He didn't really want to drive anyway. After getting into Shen Sweetie Pear's car, Shen Sweetie Pear slammed her foot down on the gas and the car scurried out of the villa. Say, what do you want to tell me? Lindsay asked with a smile while touching Shin Sweetpear's sexy legs wrapped in flesh silk. Shin Sweetpear smiled charmingly and said, "Stinking rascal, how do you know that I have something to say to you? Ah? It's written on your face. Humph, count on you to be sensible. Say it, what is it? If you cancel your contract with Jiang Qingyue, will you support me?" Chapter 108, let's jump together. Yes, Shin Sweetpear wanted to terminate her contract with Jiang Qingyue. Although this thought had been there before, what really made Shin Sweetpear make up her mind was the expression on Jiang Qingyue's face in the morning when she spoke to Lindsay and the tone of her voice when she spoke. In Shin Sweetpear's opinion, Lindsay was now a person she had adopted. In a sense, he was her own person. Since Jiang Qingyue liked Lindsay, she should terminate her contract with her. In that case, she and Lindsay would no longer cross paths. Or more accurately, there wouldn't be such frequent interactions. Lindsay froze for a moment and asked, "Why? Just suddenly don't like her anymore?" Shin Sweetpear casually made an excuse. She didn't want to tell Lindsay that she wanted to cancel her contract with Jiang Qingyue because she liked him. Lindsay was a bit speechless. "Big sister, you run a company, it's not like you want to fall in love with Jiang Qingyue, even if you don't like her, so what? It's just that she can make money for you anyway. What, you can't be bothered to let me terminate my contract with her?" Shin Sweetpear questioned irritably. Saying that, she even pushed Lindsay's hand that was touching her leg away. Yes, Shin Sweetpear was upset. She wasn't going to let this smelly rascal touch her. Lindsay looked at Shin Sweetpear as if she was brain dead. "Damn, which I did you see that I can't let you break your contract with her?" As he spoke, Lindsay touched up again. This time, Shin Sweetie didn't push his hand away. "Then why did you persuade me just now?" "Nonsense, I've said it all, it's fine if she can transfer money to you, does it matter if you like her or not?" "Humph, of course it is important, she is able to make money for me, but I am not short of these 3 melons and 2 dates. The reason why I got this entertainment company in the first place is because Su Qingxue got it, I got it. Anyway, my family does not count on me to make money, I'm now as a practice, wait until the time is almost up, surely I want to go back to take over the company of my family." "I know, but don't be in a hurry to cancel your contract first, wait for me to finish her new album." The reason why she had to insist on making an album for Jiang Qingyue was not because Lindsay liked her, but it was something Lindsay had promised her. Although Lindsay was a scum, he was also a man who kept his word. Shin Sweetpear was not happy. "Stinking rascal, let me ask you, do you not want to like Jiang Qingyue?" Lindsay was speechless. "I like a hammer." "Humph, then I'll ask you again, if Jiang Qingyue were to confess to you now, would you stay with her?" "No," Lindsay said dryly. It wasn't like this hadn't happened before. That night when they were drinking at Jiang Qingyue's villa, Jiang Qingyue had confessed once, but Lindsay had rejected her. Still, Lindsay wasn't someone who was willing to give up an entire forest for a tree. Shin Sweetpear didn't expect Lindsay to answer so crisply. While waiting for the red light, she looked at Lindsay in a daze. It seemed like she wanted to see evidence of Lindsay's lying in his eyes. But Lindsay's expression was frank, not like he was bolting at all. Shin Sweetpear suddenly became very happy. "Stinking rascal, why? Why is it that when Jiang Qingyue confessed to you, you wouldn't even be with her?" Shin Sweetpear asked with a delicate smile. "Nonsense, because I want to sleep with you." This was the truth. The reason why he didn't want to be with Jiang Qingyue was because he wanted to sleep with Shin Sweetpear, he wanted to sleep with Song Nanina. Although these words were nasty though, Shin Sweetpear grew happier and happier. She felt that it must be because her charm was greater than Jiang Qingyue's, that's why Lindsay wanted to sleep with himself and not with Jiang Qingyue. "Oomph, not for you stinking rascal to sleep with." The words just fell. Shin Sweetpear's body suddenly clenched her legs. She glared at Lindsay with shame and anger. "Stinking rascal, don't touch me, I haven't planned to let you sleep with me." "Damn, sooner or later." Shin Sweetpear winks and says, "Then you cheer up." She looked a little smug. "Damn, when Lousy sleeps with you, see how Lousy tosses you." Shin Sweetpear's pretty face turned red. She pouted and scolded, "You stinking rascal." Soon, Song Nanin's villa arrived. Lindsay took the opportunity to touch 2 more handfuls on Shin Sweetpear's slim and straight legs before reluctantly getting out of the car. After seeing Lindsay into Song Nanin's villa, Shin Sweetpear then slightly raised the corner of her mouth and drove away. Lindsay had just entered Song Nanin's villa when he saw Song Nanin sitting on the sofa. After sweeping a glance at her attire, Lindsay was instantly happy. This was because Song Nanin was wearing the very same yoga pants that she had instructed her to wear yesterday when she left. Those light black yoga pants clung tightly to her skin, perfectly outlining those two slender and sexy legs of hers. Lindsay felt a little hot just by looking at them. It couldn't be helped, who told her that her legs were comparable to Su Qingshue's. When she saw Lindsay, a bright color flashed in Song Nanin's eyes. "Dog, why are you just coming now?" Song Nanin asked in a pretense of displeasure. "What, got anxious waiting for me?" Lindsay asked with a smirk. Song Nanin's pretty face reddened. She had the embarrassment of being poked in the heart. That's right, she had indeed waited a bit anxiously. Although it was only just after 9 o'clock, Song Nanin couldn't wait to see Lindsay. She wanted Lindsay to take her to bungee jumping. She had even made up her mind that if Lindsay wasn't there by 9:30, then she would give him a call and rush him. "Dog thing, what are you talking nonsense about? I just want to go bungee jumping earlier." Lindsay smiled and said, "Alright, then what are you waiting for, let's go." Song Nanin's heart leapt a little. She even had the feeling that she was following her teacher when she was a child and wanted to go to spring and autumn. But she didn't show it. She deliberately gave Lindsay a blank look and got up to walk towards the outside of the villa. Running on the road to Nanshan, Lindsay drove the car. Song Nanin opened the window. The wind kept blowing on her face, messing up her hair, but Song Nanin didn't care at all. She was in a great mood right now. She hadn't been this happy for a long, long time. Ever since her father left, ever since she took over the club, Song Nanin had been living a very depressing life. She couldn't even remember the last time she had laughed heartily. She even hoped that this road would never end. That way, she could live without being so depressing. "Dog thing, I checked, that bungee jumping platform is as high as 217 meters. Why are you afraid?" Lindsay swept a glance at her and asked. So what if it is?" "Nothing, just close your eyes and jump." "You say it lightly. What then? I return now?" Song Nanin glared at Lindsay. She wasn't going to go back. She still wanted to experience some real excitement. "Don't go back, we'll jump together when we jump later." "What do you mean?" Song Nanin's pretty face blushed and said, "You hold me and jump together." Chapter 109 Gambling. The wind was strong on the jumping platform. The wind from all directions messed up Song Nanin's hair. But it didn't affect her beauty. Instead, it gave her a different kind of messy beauty than before. I don't know if it was because the wind was so strong that it blew her body a little bit, or if Song Nanin was a little bit afraid. In short, her body was trembling slightly. And all of this, Lindsay wasn't seeing it, he was feeling it. Yes, he had held Song Nanin in his arms. To be precise, they were tied together. But actually, Lindsay kind of regretted agreeing to jump while holding her on the way here. There was no way around it, her body was extraordinarily sexy, especially when she wore yoga pants, it could kill you. And Lindsay was a bloodthirsty pure man. Just after hugging her, Lindsay's brother started to protest. Song Nanin felt it. Her pretty face flushed and she glared at Lindsay, whispering, "Dog, I know I'm sexy, but can't you restrain yourself?" Lindsay was offended. "Is this something I can control?" Song Nanin glared at Lindsay. She wanted to say something else, but Lindsay tilted his body and hugged her as he leapt down from the 200-meter-high platform. "Ah!" Song Nanin screamed. She was terrified. That feeling of weightlessness caused her brain to go blank for a short while, and she even had some tinnitus. Lindsay's eardrums were bursting from the stimulation of her screams. With a cruel heart, he directly blocked her lips with his mouth. The sudden electrocution instantly made Song Nanin's eyes stare like green apricots. She forgot to scream. Her mind instantly went blank. She didn't expect Lindsay to suddenly kiss herself. But that was no longer important. What was important was that Lindsay's kiss caused her already wildly racing heartbeat to go wild again. She felt like her heart was going to explode. She didn't know if it was the excitement from bungee jumping that made her a bit oxygen deprived, or if it was the fact that Lindsay was wantonly plundering her mouth for excess air that caused her to be a bit oxygen deprived. In short, her head was dizzy. In her dizziness, she began to take the initiative to hook onto Lindsay's neck, and then began to respond. Lindsay was about to explode as well. He was about to explode from Song Nanin's response. He kissed even more frantically. Song Nanin's response was even crazier than hers. I don't know how long it took. Or when they were about to suffocate each other, that's when they reluctantly let go of each other. The two of them were hanging in mid-air.
Or more accurately, were hanging less than 30 centimeters from the water.
Under their feet was a boat.
And on the boat were standing 2 staff members with their backs turned to them.
It must have been embarrassed by the excitement of the two kissing. When she saw this, Song Nanin's sanity instantly returned.
Shyly, she hurriedly let go of the hand hooked around Lin Zay's neck. Then her hands were busy and she started to untie the safety rope.
After landing safely, Song Nanin didn't dare to look at Lin Zay.
As soon as she saw Lin Zay now, she remembered the situation just now when she took the initiative to kiss him back.
How was it? Was it good? Lin Zay asked with a smirk. Humph, sloppy. Song Nanin said tongue-in-cheek. Want us to go back? Don't, I want to dance once more. Ha?
Lin Zay really kinda didn't expect her to want to jump once more.
You're jumping alone? Lin Zay asked. Song Nanin blankly glanced at Lin Zay and said, of course it's you holding me and jumping.
Lin Zay kind of wanted to laugh.
He wanted to ask Song Nanin, do you really want to bungee jump, or do you want to be kissed by me while bungee jumping? But Lin Zay didn't ask. There were some things that were just unspoken. Back on the jumping platform, the staff tied a safety rope to the two people.
Soon, the two of them were once again standing on the edge of the jumping platform.
At Song Nanin's signal, the staff had already retreated. Only Lin Zay and Song Nanin were left on the large jumping platform at this moment. Dog, no kissing me this time, do you hear me? Song Nanin protested fiercely. However, her protesting tone and expression really gave people a feeling of milky ferocity. Lin Zay laughed, okay.
Don't look at the fact that he agreed painfully. However, the moment he jumped down with Song Nanin in his arms, Lin Zay's mouth seemed to be installed as if it was positioned, directly kissing Song Nanin's sexy red lips.
Mm. A tantalizingly delicate sound emerged from Song Nanin's nostrils.
And Song Nanin, who had just warned Lin Zay not to kiss her, subconsciously began to respond the moment Lin Zay just kissed her up. 3 times, the two had jumped 3 times in one morning.
Lin Zay's people were a bit numb from the dancing. Well, it was the lips that were numb. There was no way, there were too many kisses. Song Nanin's originally delicate red lips were slightly swollen.
On the way back, the two did not say a word.
Lin Zay didn't want to talk. Song Nanin was reminiscing about everything the bungee jumping brought her in the morning. After smoothly returning to Song Nanin's villa, the maid had already prepared lunch.
The two had just finished eating when Lin Zay received a call from Jiang Qingyu.
Lin Zay, are you done with your work?
Jiang Qingyu on the other end of the phone asked with a smile.
Almost done.
Jiang Qingyu was delighted in her heart.
She quickly asked, where are you? I'll go pick you up. No, you give me an address, I'll drive there myself. Okay then.
They hung up with each other. Not a moment's work later, Lin Zay received the address from Jiang Qingyu.
Dog thing, you're leaving? Song Nanin asked with a displeased face.
Nonsense, have finished bouncing with you, what else would I do if I don't leave?
Dog thing, you are done bouncing with me, but you haven't treated me yet. Lin Zay slapped his head. Forgot about this.
He smiled and said, I'm sorry, I was so focused on playing that I forgot about it. I'll go treat you now.
Humph, I think you were too focused on kissing. Song Nanin's pretty face flushed red as she spat. Lin Zay retorted, say it as if you weren't concentrating when you responded. Song Nanin directly kicked Lin Zay. Kick me again and watch out for me to keep kissing you. Lin Zay cursed and said. Song Nanin didn't dare to kick.
Mainly because she knew that this dog Lin Zay was not joking. The two of them went upstairs together and after entering Song Nanin's bedroom, Song Nanin obediently laid down on the bed. Lin Zay began to treat her up.
Dog thing, where will you take me tomorrow? Can you drive? Nonsense. Okay, then let's go racing tomorrow.
Where?
I don't know,
I'll pick a track when I get back this afternoon.
Okay. Song Nanin said. Lin Zay smiled and asked, since it's a race, should we add a bet? What do you want to bet on?
If you win, I'll promise you one thing, anything. If you lose, let me sleep.
Song Nanin gave Lin Zay a blank look.
Dog thing, I knew you wanted to sleep with me. The first time you saw me, you had such an idea, right?
How did you know?
Humph, you dog thing, the way you looked at me at that time was so dirty, only a blind man couldn't tell.
Lin Zay wasn't embarrassed, he laughed, Song Nanin, you're really smart, how about it, dare you bet?
Just bet, afraid of you.
Song Nanin said disdainfully. Chapter 110, Make a Friend.
The reason why Song Nanin dared to bet with Lin Zhe was because she was confident in her car skills. After all, before she accepted her father's association, Song Nanin's dream was to be a female race car driver, and she often went to the track to practice her car skills. She loved the feeling of racing through the wind. So for this bet, she didn't give it a second thought. In Song Nanin's opinion, it was 100% impossible for her to lose. Seeing her agree, Lin Zhe was ecstatic in his heart. After all, Lin Zhe was also quite confident in his car skills. When he was in Blue Star, he hadn't played around with racing cars. Then it's a deal, come on, pull the hook. Saying that, Lin Zhe extended his little thumb. Childish. His mouth was so spiteful, but Song Nanin still stretched out her little thumb. When the two of them hooked their little thumbs together, Song Nanin's delicate body couldn't help but tremble lightly. It couldn't be helped, she really had a feeling of being electrocuted. Pull the hook and hang yourself, don't change for 100 years, whoever changes is a puppy. Lin Zhe recited. Put. Song Nanin was amused. The way she laughed was really different from the usual feeling she gave off. It was especially titillating. Oomph, dog thing. Song Nanin shook off Lin Zhe's little thumb. The treatment quickly ended. Lin Zhe pulled out the silver needle. I'm leaving, don't miss me too much. Who misses you, dog thing? Hurry up and give me. Before Song Nanin could finish her words, Lin Zhe leaned down and gave her a lightning-fast kiss on her red lips. She was dumbfounded. It wasn't until Lin Zhe had already left that Song Nanin came back to her senses. She couldn't help but touch her lips. Song Nanin couldn't help but curse again, dog thing. Only, how her tone sounded carried a hint of pouting. Lin Zhe was sent by Shen Sweet Pear when he came, and when he left, he casually drove away one of Song Nanin's cars. After leaving Song Nanin's villa, Lin Zhe was stopped by a luxury car. Soon, the door of the other car opened and a burly young man got out of the car. He walked broadly to Lin Zhe's car and then hooked his finger at Lin Zhe, which was obviously signaling Lin Zhe to get out of the car. Of course, Lin Zhe didn't get out of the car. He looked straight at the other person. After staring at each other for a while, the young man finally couldn't carry on, and he aggressively walked up next to the main driver. Get out of the car, our boss wants to see you. The other party said in a cold voice. Who is your boss? Zhou Laosan. Don't recognize. Kid, don't you toast to the fact that you're not going to be punished. The other party snapped. Lin Zhe was happy. He was about to speak, but then he heard a harsh voice reprimanding, Shut up, I asked you to invite brother Lin Zhe to my car for a chat, but you're good, you're even so neglectful of my brother, you really deserve to die. Lin Zhe looked for the sound, but it was a middle-aged man in his 30s who was standing not far away. The other party was not very good looking, but his eyes were extraordinarily fierce. The reason why he gave off such an impression was because he had a scar over his right eye, from his eyebrows to his face, which looked particularly hideous. Lin Zhe smiled. If nothing else, this middle-aged man was Zhou Laosan. Moreover, he should be Song Nanin's henchman. What Lin Zhe laughed at was that the way he made this appearance was really trashy enough. First, he had his little brother come over to scare and intimidate himself, and then at the critical moment, he stepped in to reprimand his little brother. In this way, he was able to win his favor. As he spoke, Zhou Laosan had already walked up to Lin Zhe. You're Zhou Laosan? Lin Zhe asked. The other party nodded. Looking for me for something? Zhou Laosan smiled and nodded again. What is it? Older brother, this isn't the place to talk, why don't we go to my car and have a chat? I promise I won't let you regret it. Okay. Lin Zhe got out of the car and then got into Zhou Laosan's car. There were only Lin Zhe and him in the large car. Say, what's the matter you're looking for me for? Actually, it's not a big deal, just want to make a friend with you, brother, I'm a person who likes to make friends the most. Zhou Laosan laughed. As soon as the words fell, he handed over a check. Lin Zhe scanned it, the amount on it was $1 million. Why do I feel like you're not trying to make friends with me? Brother, I do want to make friends with you, you probably don't know, I'm a person who has always been generous to my friends. I rather feel like you want to buy me. Lin Zhe laughed. Zhou Laosan laughed out loud. Brother, I don't mean that, I simply want to make friends with you. Alright, I'll take the money. As he spoke, Lin Zhe took the check.
Since someone was giving himself money, then of course Lin Zhe had to accept it. Although he clearly knew that Zhou Laosan's so-called making a friend was actually a front. He was afraid that his real purpose was to get himself to spy on Song Nanin. After all, they were now competing for the second in command. If he could place an eye on Song Nanin, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. When Zhou Laosan saw Lin Zhe accept the money, he smiled a little smugly. He knew that he couldn't refuse the money. Leaving their contact information with each other, Lin Zhe got up to say goodbye. If there's anything you need me for in the future, Boss Zhou, just ask. Zhou Laosan was happy. What he wanted was Lin Zhe's words. After seeing Lin Zhe off, the burly young man got into the car. Boss, that guy agreed? He dares to disagree. Zhou Laosan said with a cold smile. Boss, what if he snitches on Song Nanin? Zhou Laosan smiled with growing disdain. So what if he snitches? I'm just making friends with him, it's not like I'm asking him to do something unfavorable to Song Nanin. Ah? Boss, you're really just making friends with him? Friend? It's just a piece of trash who is giving Song Nanin a medical treatment, how can he be worthy of making friends with me? It's just a dog that I paid for. The young man grinned. Boss is awesome. Alright, cut the crap and drive. Half an hour later, Lin Zhe arrived at his destination. Getting out of the car, Lin Zhe was about to give Jiang Qingyu a call. But just then, a familiar silhouette appeared in Lin Zhe's eyes. Miss Su, what a coincidence. Lin Zhe said with a smile. That's right. The one who appeared in his eyes was none other than Su Qingxue. It was just that she hadn't seen her for a night, and she seemed to have lost weight. However, it was still very beautiful. And dressed in a short skirt and black silk high heels, she was sexy enough to make Lin Zhe's heart beat wildly. He was really craving the other party's body. Su Qingxue's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Zhe. She looked a little excited. Lin Zhe, can I talk to you for a few minutes? Su Qingxue asked carefully. If you're remarrying, forget it. No, it's not remarriage, it's other things. Okay, where to chat? Get in the car and chat, okay? Okay. With Su Qingxue getting into the back of the car. The moment the car door closed, Su Qingxue suddenly rolled over and rode on Lin Zhe's body. Holy! What did she mean by this? Chapter 111 Being Friends. Lin Zhe looked at Su Qingxue with a confused expression. Completely unaware of what she meant by this. Su Qingxue, however, didn't say anything, but instead, she directly plopped down in Lin Zhe's arms and said in a delicate voice, I miss you, I want to hug you. Holy! Lin Zhe became more and more confused. What's the situation? Why did she seem to have changed after not seeing her overnight? Moreover, Lin Zhe felt that he had already made things clear to her last night, and with Su Qingxue's character, she must have hated himself. But how is it that now she took the initiative to ride on her own body, not to mention that, moreover, she also lay down in her own arms and said such words as wanting herself? But frankly speaking, these are not the focus. The point is, she was dressed extremely sexy, and her body was fragrant and soft. Lin Zhe's a bit unable to carry on. He wanted to sleep with her. Moreover, the current position was so ambiguous that sleeping with her was an extremely convenient thing to do. Therefore, Lin Zhe didn't dare to let her continue to lie in his arms, much less let her ride on his body. Su Qingxue, like this, you go down first, and talk slowly if you have something to say. I don't, you heartless man, you slept with me so many times yesterday, I just wanted to remarry you, but you were good, you directly rejected me, causing me to have a hard time for a night. Saying that, Su Qingxue looked up at Lin Zhe. Her eyes had become red at some point. The whole person looked churlish. Lin Zhe's heart sank and he was about to speak. But Su Qingxue flopped down in Lin Zhe's arms again, then said in a resigned manner, What's wrong with letting me lie in your arms for a while? Damn, it's not that I don't want you to lie down, I'm damned afraid that I can't restrain myself. Lin Zhe said irritably. She really didn't know how sexy and provocative she was. No bull, when he saw her just now, Lin Zhe's brother was offended. Now that she was riding on his body, his brother was getting more and more upset. It was simply furious. Put. Su Qingxue immediately laughed delicately. She sat up again and said in a slightly shy manner, Then you don't have to control it. Grass. Something was wrong. Very much 12% wrong. Su Qingxue had been taken over? Lin Zhe didn't know that after he left last night, Su Qingxue thought for a long time. She figured it out. She knew that she had hurt Lindsay very deeply. Lindsay definitely wouldn't agree to a remarriage now. Instead of that, it would be better to start as a friend first. Then slowly impress him. He did not want to sleep with himself. Then give him to sleep. Anyway, Su Qingxue think also clear, this life only to Lindsay a person to sleep. In addition to Lindsay, she didn't want anyone to touch her. Su Qingxue, you've been taken over? Looking at her stunningly beautiful face, Lindsay couldn't help but ask. Luckily, he reacted in time and didn't say something like you were also taken away from your body. What takeover? I just figured out some things. Well, I know that I hurt you deeply, so much so that it makes you not want to remarry me. Since it's like this, then I won't force you to remarry me, but you like me for 7 years, moreover, we've been married for 3 years as well, and I've also slept with you, this bastard, so there's no problem with being a friend, right? Su Qingxue said in a resigned manner. Be a friend? Lindsay looked at Su Qingxue doubtfully. He couldn't believe that what she said was true. After all, her transformation was just a little too big. Who taught you? Lindsay couldn't help but ask. Taught me what? To be friends with you? Su Qingxue shook her head and said, not at all, I just think that if we become friends, then I can see you every day, and you don't have to hide from me. But I don't want to be friends with you. Lindsay said in a depressed voice. How could he not be depressed? How can you sleep with her if you're friends? Su Qingxue's face instantly turned pale. She said in a trembling voice, Lindsay, I know that I brought you a lot of harm, but I already know that I regret it. You don't even want to be friends with me? Lindsay depressedly said, no. Then why did you refuse to be friends with me? Because there's no way to sleep with you if you're friends, and you're so sexy. Su Qingxue's mood that was just desperate instantly became heartfelt. It turned out that this asshole wasn't not wanting to be friends with himself. Rather, there was no way to sleep with himself after being friends. Su Qingxue smiled. She had the feeling of a life after a robbery. No laughing, don't you know that you are especially charming when you laugh? What, it's attractive. Nonsense. Then I'll smile at you alone from now on, okay? Not even for me. Why? Su Qingxue asked with a pout. Damn, I'm afraid I can't help it. Su Qingxue grew happier and happier. She recklessly leaned into Lindsay's arms, attached her mouth to Lindsay's ear, and asked in a delicate voice, so are you a little unable to hold back now? Lindsay felt that he was being molested. He felt that Su Qingxue was teasing him. But he stepped on the horse and realized that he actually liked this feeling of being teased. This feeling stimulated his heartbeat to burst, not to mention, moreover, even his breathing was no longer regular. No teasing me, Su Qingxue, hurry up and get off of me. Lindsay protested. Saying that, he even pushed Su Qingxue. Damn, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back. As a matter of fact, he was a bit close to holding it in right now. Lindsay asked himself that he wasn't a person with weak resistance. But when it came to Su Qingxue, he always had trouble restraining himself. If he wasn't afraid that after sleeping with her, he would be forced by her to remarry again, Lindsay really wanted to clean her up right in the car. Anyway, this car of hers was parked right at the corner, moreover, the windows were dark, even if she did something, no one else could see it. I'm not teasing you. That's what she said, but she also wiggled her ass on purpose. Ah. Lindsay felt like he was going to explode. The string in his brain called sanity was now taut, and if he was not careful, it would be snapped. At that time, Su Qingxue would want to regretfully try to run, and Lindsay wouldn't give her a chance. Su Qingxue, don't move, hurry down, don't play with fire. Lindsay's voice was hoarse as he warned. His voice was serious with a bit of urgency. Su Qingxue looked as if she hadn't heard Lindsay's words, her eyes watery and foggy as she looked at Lindsay. I'm going to play with fire, anyway, I also like being slept with by you, but after sleeping, promise to be friends with me, okay? Grass. Lindsay was going to explode. How did she dare to say such words? Lindsay couldn't see his eyes, but he knew that they must be scarlet at this moment. There was no way he could do that, he wanted to swallow her into the inside of his stomach and eat her clean. Seeing that Lindsay didn't say anything, Su Qingxue suddenly took the initiative to kiss up with her red lips. The moment the lips were pressed together, the string called reason in Lindsay's head suddenly snapped. He exploded. Chapter 112 Unlike Friendship. It's over. Lindsay was relieved. He lay comfortably on the back seat. Su Qingxue lay on top of him. She was drenched in fragrant sweat from exhaustion. Neither of the two spoke. Lindsay lit a cigarette for himself. After taking a few puffs, Lindsay said in a faint voice, "If you want to be friends, then be friends, but don't mention the remarriage thing to me." Su Qingxue answered obediently. She had also figured it out now. Since Lindsay didn't want to remarry right now, let's start as friends. Anyway, as long as she could see him every day, it would be fine. As for the rest, Su Qingxue wasn't in a hurry. She was so pretty and had such a sexy body. And Lindsay was so greedy for his body. Su Qingxue was confident that she could make Lindsay fall for her again. "Right, I bought you a house, right next to my villa, the housebook is your name, I'll accompany you to have a look at it tonight? If you don't like the decoration inside, I can have someone redecorate it for you." Good reason to buy me a house for what? Thinking that in case you have a fight with Shui pair and don't want to come back to our house, you'll have a place to stay at that time. Su Qingxue softly explained. Her initial intention of buying a villa for Lindsay was to have Lindsay move away from Shui pair's villa, but Su Qingxue didn't know what the situation between Lindsay and Shui pair was right now, so she changed her words. Lindsay laughed. "Su Qingxue, you're being a bit too nice to me now." "Good?" "Not good at all, knowing that you liked me for 7 years, but I was blind and hurt you so deeply. If I could do it all over again, What's in the past is in the past, don't mention it." Lindsay interrupted her. Lindsay was not a person who liked to reminisce about the past. He preferred to live in the present. Su Qingxue nodded her head repeatedly. "Well, don't mention it, it's all in the past, we need to look forward, so can I accompany you to take a look inside the villa at night?" Lindsay was about to refuse. Su Qingxue, however, suddenly said in a petulant voice, "The mattress in that villa is particularly soft, don't you want to try?" I rubbed it in. People have already hinted so obviously. If you still don't appreciate it, you're brain dead. Lindsay was not a brainwashed person. He smiled and slapped Su Qingxue's perky ass and said, "Okay, then let's go and take a look at it at night, I'd like to see how soft that mattress is." Su Qingxue chirped as she was slapped. "Then come home at night, I'll cook you a big meal, after dinner, I'll take you to the new house to take a look." "Okay, by the way, why are you here?" "There's a singer in our company who's doing an album here, I came to see how it's going, why are you here?" "Oh, Jiang Qingyu's new song is finished, I came over to listen to it." "How's Ji Sanchuan's song coming along?" "I've got one, I'll send it to you later." "So soon?" Su Qingxue asked happily. Lindsay slapped her on the ass again. "Damn, do you not know if I'm fast or not?" Su Qingxue's pretty face blushed. "Hate it, I didn't mean it like that, and also, don't hit my butt, people's skin is so tender, if you break it, how will you still be able to do it in the future?" Lindsay hurriedly covered her little mouth, not letting her continue. If she said it again, she wouldn't be able to pass the trial. "Damn, Su Qingxue, now how to become so bold, ah? How dare you say anything?" Su Qingxue mischievously stuck out her tongue and kissed Lindsay's palm. "Grass." Lindsay was scalded. He hurriedly spread his hands. He swept Su Qingxue a glance, but he saw that she was looking at him with a smile on her face. She was smiling brightly, like a delicate flower in full bloom. Charming to the core. "Alright, you go and get busy, I'm going to go and get busy as well, Jiang Qingyu is probably already waiting to go crazy." Lindsay moved his eyes away and said, "Hold on for a little while longer, okay?" Su Qingxue pouted and said. Lindsay laughed. "Su Qingxue, we don't look like friends like this." "Like what? A couple?" Su Qingxue asked excitedly. "No, like friends." Su Qingxue's fair and pretty face instantly reddened to a mess. "You're annoying." Lindsay laughed and rolled over to sit up. After witnessing Lindsay's departure, Su Qingxue also sat up. She simply cleaned up her clothes, she took off the stockings that were torn by Lindsay and put them into a bag, she also wiped the seat with a wet paper towel. After cleaning up all of this, Su Qingxue returned to the driver's seat in her high heels. Simply make up the makeup, the mood of Su Qingxue hummed a song and drove toward the villa. Lindsay had promised himself that he would be home for dinner tonight, so of course Su Qingxue had to prepare properly. She wanted to treat Lindsay well and give him a good makeup. When she saw Lindsay, Jiang Qingyu's lost expression instantly became bright. It was as if the rain had cleared. "Lindsay, you're here." Jiang Qingyu smiled a bit sweetly. The 7 or 8 staff members on the side were all jolted when they saw Jiang Qingyu smile. It turned out that this top stream could smile. Thought she was really lonely and arrogant like the bright moon in the sky. Sorry for the long wait. No, I'm already happy that you came. Lindsay smiled and said, then let's begin. Jiang Qingyu waved her hand and the later arrangement began to play. After briefly listening to it, Lindsay nodded and said, not bad. This was the truth, although it wasn't as good as the original version, it was still a 9 out of 10 likeness. Really? Jiang Qingyu asked excitedly. Of course it's true. Great, then we'll settle on this version. Lindsay responded. Lindsay, let's have dinner together tonight. Jiang Qingyu said with a smile. Not at night, I have a date with someone else at night. Lindsay refused. His entire mind was now on that very soft mattress that Su Qingxue had mentioned. So it wouldn't work for anyone to ask him out. Jiang Qingyu was a little lost. She had originally planned to invite Lindsay to a big meal after she had finished arranging her new song, taking the opportunity to cultivate her relationship. But she didn't expect that he already had a date. What about tomorrow? Jiang Qingyu asked again. Let's see what happens tomorrow, no surprises, tomorrow night is fine. Then we'll have dinner tomorrow night, you promise me that you won't be able to promise anyone else. Jiang Qingyu said with a pout. Such a tone of speech irritated the several staff members again. No, who on earth said that top stream was lonely and arrogant? Zhao Tailan, who was standing on the side, didn't laugh. She took out her cell phone and started sending messages. The message was sent to her by Daolong. By Xiao, I think you need to step up your game, or else Qingyu will really fall into Lindsay's arms. Got it. By Daolong's message was quickly sent over. Sent along with it was a $20,000 red packet. Zhao Tailan accepted the red packet with a smiling frown. Thank you, Bai Xiao. Lindsay chatted with Jiang Qingyu for a few moments before quickly driving towards Su Qingxue's villa. Chapter 113, I didn't know what it meant to like at that time. Su Qingxue was handling ingredients. To be precise, she was watching others handle the ingredients. The variety of ingredients was very rich. Moreover, they were all very expensive ingredients. The ingredients were brought by the cooks of Epine Fresh. Su Qingxue could cook, and although it wasn't as good as One Piece Fresh, it was at least importable. But Su Qingxue felt that it was rare for Lindsay to come home for a meal, and she wanted him to eat well. So when she came back, she called the manager of One Piece Fresh, and it wasn't long before a team of chefs from One Piece Fresh arrived with the ingredients. Yes, she wanted to give Lindsay a good tonic. After all, after dinner, there was still a tough battle to be fought at night. Su Qingxue had now completely figured it out. The reason why Lindsay resisted remarrying himself was, to put it bluntly, that he had hurt him too much. So much so that he resisted himself from the bottom of his heart. Since Lindsay didn't want to remarry, then he wouldn't remarry. Since he craved his body, then give him his body. After time, Su Qingxue believed that he would re-accept himself. After all, he had liked himself for 7 years. It was impossible for 7 years of feelings to suddenly disappear. The ingredients had just been dealt with when Su Qingxue heard the combination lock ringing with the sound of entering the code. The only ones who knew the password to this combination lock were themselves and Lindsay. In other words, Lindsay had arrived. Su Qingxue's heart was overjoyed as she quickly walked towards the door. She had just taken a few steps when the door to the villa was opened, and then she saw Lindsay flash in. Although she had only been separated from Lindsay for more than 2 hours, when she saw Lindsay again at this moment, Su Qingxue's heart instantly became sweet and happy. In the past, when she hadn't been divorced, her favorite thing to do after work was to hurry home, because she knew that someone was waiting for her at home. Moreover, every time she thought that Lindsay was waiting for her to come home for dinner, Su Qingxue's heart would be just as sweet as it is now. Unfortunately, she didn't know that it was like that. If she had reacted earlier, why would the later things have happened? You're back. Su Qingxue quickly greeted her. She looked at Lindsay with a somewhat happy smile. Lindsay nodded. It should be said or not, this face of Su Qingxue's was really top. It had only been more than 2 hours since she had seen it, and when she saw it again at this moment, it still gave people a feeling of amazement. Moreover, when he saw her, Lindsay felt that his body was inexplicably a little hot. He knew that the reason he felt this way was entirely because he was aroused by that sexy aura on her body. At the moment, she was wearing a pure black long skirt. The skirt wrapped her hot body completely, but the skirt was cut to fit her body, which in turn emphasized her sexy keto body. Moreover, what was most tantalizing was her snow-white and slender neck. Four eyes met. Su Qingxue saw a flash of incandescence in Lin Zhe's eyes. She was secretly happy in her heart. Just knew that this asshole craved her body. Are you tired? Su Qingxue took a few steps forward and deliberately hugged Lin Zhe's arm with both hands and pouted as she asked. Where was she hugging Lin Zhe's arm? This was simply squeezing Lin Zhe's arm. Lin Zhe clearly felt the delicate softness from her embrace. The softness made Lin Zhe's mouth a little dry instantly. Am I tired? You don't know? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. As he spoke, Lin Zhe's hand had hooked onto her thin waist. Damn, waist was really thin. But it wasn't the kind of thin that didn't feel like it. Rather, it was a very elastic thinness. The elasticity came from the touch of her skin. Even though it was through her clothes, Lin Zhe could feel it. Su Qingxue smoothly fell into Lin Zhe's arms, then hooked his neck and quickly offered her red lips. Grass. The stimulating sensation brought about by the tightly pressed lips caused Lin Zhe to be a little confused. He subconsciously wanted to deepen the kiss, but Su Qingxue had already left Lin Zhe's lips with a smile. She looked at Lin Zhe with teasing eyes, tickling Lin Zhe's mind. Lin Zhe had always felt that the top seduction was actually not the exposure of the body, but the teasing of the eyes. The flirtation of the eyes, that was a kind of seduction that went straight to the heart, and it made one's heart beat faster than the exposure of the body. Lin Zhe was provoked by Su Qingxue's eyes, and he kissed towards Su Qingxue in a hurry. But Su Qingxue smiled delicately and avoided Lin Zhe's kiss. Don't be in a hurry, there are other people at home. After dinner, I'll take you to try the mattress, okay? Su Qingxue's snow-white arms hooked around Lin Zhe's neck and said in a delicate voice. She is obviously saying that she is rejecting her own words, but why does it make people swing more and more? Looking at Su Qingxue's eyes that wanted to refuse, listening to her the delicate and soft voice, Lin Zhe only felt that his heart was simply going to explode from her provocation. Should I say no? She is now getting more and more good at provoking people. I really don't know if it's because someone high up instructed her, or if she's just uneducated. Who's by the house? Lin Zhe asked. The cook from One Piece Fresh. Lin Zhe smiled and asked again, what, you want to give me a good tonic? Yeah. Damn, aren't you afraid of giving me too much tonic and making me toss you to death like an animal? These words came out. Su Qingxue suddenly stood on her tiptoes and said in Lin Zhe's ear, exhaling her breath like orchids, bad egg, saying as if you don't make up for you're not an animal these times when you slept with me, you weren't ruthless that time Lin Zhe was happy. Gently slapped on Su Qingxue's pert ass. Don't worry, I'll be gentle when I try the mattress at night. Really? But I bought the flight attendant's uniform Su Qingxue said with a petite smile. Rub. On purpose, she definitely did it on purpose. Lin Zhe didn't want to eat. Just thinking about how she would look after she put on that uniform, his own brother was already getting angry. If he saw it, Lin Zhe didn't know how far he would have to go crazy. Su Qingxue, why don't we go try the softness of the mattress now? He really kind of couldn't wait. No, I want to eat, after being bullied by you bastard in the car, I'm so hungry now. Don't worry, you'll be full after trying the mattress. Lin Zhe said with a smirk. Su Qingxue's pretty face blushed. She gently gave Lin Zhe a pink punch. Hate, I'm really hungry. If I don't eat a full meal, I'm afraid that I won't have the strength to test the softness or hardness of the mattress. Why don't you go and take a shower first? Lin Zhe thought about it and felt that her words were somewhat reasonable. How long will it take for the meal to be ready? Soon, half an hour at most. After you take a shower, you'll be just in time to eat. Okay, then I'll go shower first. Su Qingxue nodded with a delicate smile. Lin Zhe let go of her and turned towards the upstairs. But after just a few steps, Lin Zhe suddenly stopped. He turned around and asked with a smile, want to join me? Chapter 114 How can I compensate you? Su Qingxue's pretty face blushed. I don't want to. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she clearly knew that if she bathed with Lin Zhe, then she wouldn't want to eat tonight. I'm afraid that she would be tossed to death by him at that time. Lin Zhe laughed and turned around to go upstairs. He originally wanted to tease Su Qingxue. Although they had bathed together a long time ago, at this moment, Lin Zhe really didn't want to wash with her. After all, if he really wanted to wash together, then he wouldn't want to do anything else today. After taking a comfortable bath, he just went downstairs and saw that only Su Qingxue was left in the large villa. At this moment, she was already sitting at the dining table. When she saw Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue instantly smiled happily. "Come eat quickly." Lin Zhe nodded. As soon as he was seated, Su Qingxue got up and walked over to Lin Zhe, and incomparably attentive, she started pouring red wine for him. Lin Zhe had just finished his bath, and the fire in his body had already been suppressed. However, when Su Qingxue just walked to his side and smelled the tantalizing aroma of her body, Lin Zhe started to feel it again. Damn, I really don't know if it's because I have poor self-control or her charm is too ferocious. After Su Qingxue finished pouring the wine, she wanted to sit back down. But Lin Zhe had already hooked her thin waist and wrapped her into his arms. "Su Qingxue, say it, did you secretly go to art behind my back?" "What do you mean?" Su Qingxue asked in confusion. "Damn, why is it that when I see you now, I can't restrain myself somewhat?" Su Qingxue's heart was delighted. With a delicate smile, she said, "Yeah, specially learned a bit about seducing you from a vixen." Lin Zhe was happy. "I told you, you have always taken the cool route, how now suddenly become so seductive, feelings or with the vixen learned some skills say it, with that vixen learned?" "With Su Qingxue that vixen learned," Su Qingxue said proudly. Lin Zhe wanted to laugh. Su Qingxue, however, suddenly hooked Lin Zhe's neck and said seriously, "In fact, I'm now taking the route of being cool, treating outsiders, I'm still the same as always, but you're not the same. Before, I was blind in my eyes and my heart was blind, I didn't see my own heart clearly, so I wasn't cold and warm to you, but now that I can see it clearly, I certainly want to show my charm to you. After all, I originally had a charismatic person, plus I'm so smart, I know what to do with a lot of things once I've thought them through." Damn, this was more than clear to her. She's practically opened up the second chakra. Otherwise, how could she be so provocative? Lin Zhe wanted to kiss her. Su Qingxue said with a delicate smile, "Don't be in a hurry, let's drink some wine first. Anyway, I'm yours tonight, and I'll be yours in the future." Lin Zhe was about to take a wine glass. Su Qingxue, however, stopped her. In Lin Zhe's suspicion, Su Qingxue picked up the wine glass, then took a sip. But instead of swallowing it into her stomach, she smiled charmingly at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe's heart swam. It wasn't. She couldn't be trying to feed herself a drink. This thought just flashed by. Su Qingxue suddenly came up and kissed Lin Zhe's lips. Lin Zhe just opened his lips, and a stream of warm, slightly acidic, and somewhat astringent liquid entered his mouth. Lin Zhe was going crazy. Lin Zhe was going crazy. Su Qingxue is really getting better and better at provoking people. Who could stand up to this? He couldn't wait to swallow the wine into his mouth and then kissed it. Lin Zhe was crazy. He was hooked by Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was also crazy. Crazy as if she wanted to swallow Lin Zhe into her stomach. After some kissing, both of them were not in the mood to eat. Nor did they have the heart to try the mattress soft and hard. 4 eyes looked at each other. Each other's eyes were full of desire that could not be melted. Lin Zhe no longer wanted to wait, directly carrying her upstairs. When he sat down at the dining table again, it was already 3 hours later. The food had long been cold, but the two were hungry and didn't care if the food was cold or not. After they were full of wine and food, Su Qingxue lay in Lin Zhe's arms with a satisfied face. She was reminiscing. Reminiscing about everything that had just happened upstairs. Lin Zhe was also reminiscing. Reminiscing about everything that had just happened. "When are we going to visit your house?" Su Qingxue suddenly asked. "Some other day." Lin Zhe was in sage mode right now, not in the mood for anything. "Right, where's the song you wrote for Ji Sanso? When I came back this afternoon, she even asked me about it. I'll send it to you now." Su Qingxue answered. Lin Zhe sent the previously recorded video to Su Qingxue along with the lyrics. Su Qingxue couldn't wait to click play. When she crossed the line. "You forgot all your vows." She raised the banner of love's victory. "You want me to choose the way to keep loving you." When Lin Zhe's magnetic voice rang in Su Qingxue's ears, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble lightly. What touched her was not only Lin Zhe's voice, but also the lyrics. When she finished listening to the song, Su Qingxue's eyes reddened. She knew that her divorce from Lin Zhe had hurt him deeply. But she didn't know just how deep. But after listening to the song, she understood. It was just as Lin Zhe had just sung in the song. Too aggrieved. I still love you. But you're holding someone else in your arms. Can't go on like this. Through the storm of love. I'd rather be sober and give you up. These lyrics stab Su Qingshue's heart like a knife. Although she herself didn't take that trash Jesus thing into her arms. But she divorced Lin Zhe for him. When she thought of this, a deep remorse surged into Su Qingshue's heart again. I blame myself for being stupid. If she hadn't been stupid, how could she have hurt Lin Zhe so deeply? Her voice choked as she said, Lin Zhe, I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for in good reason? In the past, I just knew that the fact that I divorced you for someone else hurt you deeply, but I didn't know how deeply, but I know now, so don't worry, I won't even hurt you in the future, and, I swear, I won't let anyone hurt you either. Lin Zhe laughed, the past is over, why should we keep on dwelling on it, besides, I'm not angry, besides, this song is not made because we are divorced, don't think too much. Su Qingxue, however, thought that Lin Zhe was comforting himself and said so. She became more and more sad. Lin Zhe, how can I make it up to you? She wanted to compensate Lin Zhe, she wanted to give Lin Zhe the whole world. Let me sleep a few more times. Lin Zhe laughed. Su Qingxue nodded slightly shyly. Then do you still want to sleep now? If you want to, I'll go change into my stewardess uniform, secretly I told you that I tried it on and it's really sexy. Holy.